Chapter 1 Prologue. This is the author's first novel. Initially, he was unaware of the concept of the Golden Three Chapters, so the beginning may feel somewhat slow. The true essence of the story only commences with the Dragon Emperor's expedition. Any critiques are welcome. The harsher they are, the more the author appreciates them. I kindly ask all esteemed readers to provide their feedback. Here lies the repository of thoughts. Please deposit your minds here for the time being. A year prior, Lin Yi traversed worlds, finding himself embodied in the persona of the Crown Prince Lin Zhao, sharing the same name. After assimilating the original host's memories, he resolved to adopt a low-profile approach and conceal his talents. The third princess desires treasures? Very well, I shall provide them. The fourth prince seeks an army? Certainly, I will dispatch one. The second prince covets the crown prince's position? What? He is courting death. The son humbly requests to be deposed from the title of crown prince. Regrettably, his aged and inept father, the emperor, would not permit it. To label his father as inept may be somewhat excessive. For Lin Yi's own assessment fell short of even that it was universally acknowledged that His Highness the Crown Prince was a dim-witted and indecisive individual. In truth, the entire court was rather pleased with his role as Crown Prince. After all, in this world, divine authority supersedes all. Transcending the mundane, everyone adheres to the edicts of the church, for there indeed exists a deity, or so it is said. Moreover, due to the formidable prowess of peak martial artists, the state itself is rendered almost irrelevant. The sects, with their generations of high-level martial practitioners, naturally overshadow the dynasty. Often, the state merely serves as a proxy for the sects to exert control over localities, as exemplified by the Lin dynasty. Of course, this situation is not absolute. Everything revolves around strength. If an inept individual were to ascend to the throne, the sects would undoubtedly welcome it, for it would be easier to manipulate as long as he obeys. All is well. Even if matters escalate to the point of widespread suffering and insurrections, there is no need for alarm. In this world, a mere 1 in 1,000 possesses the potential to awaken spiritual power, and these individuals are naturally absorbed into the sects, becoming martial artists, while those who fail to awaken are collectively deemed commoners. Martial artists wielding spiritual power can easily overpower commoners. A battalion of several hundred martial artists can effortlessly rout tens of thousands of commoner troops. Under such circumstances, although ordinary commoners suffer greatly and revolts arise in succession, the state remains remarkably stable due to its oppressive strength, provided that the affiliated sects encounter no unforeseen issues. The plight of commoners in this world is even more dire, akin to being mere livestock. In the eyes of martial artists, they are nothing more than lowly and contemptible peasants, unless their families boast formidable martial artists who might afford them a modicum of respect. Otherwise, commoners without any backing are at the mercy of martial artists, who can bully them at will. Those fortunate enough may find themselves toiling in the fields or gathering medicinal herbs for martial artist families, barely scraping by. The unfortunate ones are cast out into the wilderness to fend for themselves. The wilds are perilous indeed. When war breaks out, commoners are forcibly conscripted to serve as fodder, human tanks. In summary, they possess no dignity. Whatever the martial artists wish to do to them, they can do so without fear of resistance, as the disparity in strength is insurmountable. Despite continual uprisings, their impact is negligible. As for the court, it is predominantly comprised of sect members, who need only heed the commands of their sections. Thus, the entire court can be described as harmonious and amicable, a veritable family united in purpose. Each morning assembly merely serves as a ceremonial formality, a mere clocking in, required for the sex assessments. Except for one outlier, the second prince. He is constantly mulling over ways to bolster imperial authority, striving for national prosperity. Isn't that rather amusing? To be fair, Lin Yi harbors a degree of admiration for the second prince, Lin Song, as he genuinely takes action. He has successfully suppressed rebellions twice and managed disaster relief thrice, all with commendable results. He has even considered abdicating in favor of a more capable leader. But alas, he fails to comprehend the situation. Seeking to escape the sect's control is tantamount to courting death. Should he ascend to the throne, it is likely that a regime change would ensue swiftly. Nevertheless, Lin Yi remains unperturbed, as his plans are progressing steadily. It is merely the second prince's incessant antagonism that irks him. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, a servant promptly presented a document to His Highness the Crown Prince. Gazing at the crystal-like stone in his hand, Lin Yi infused it with spiritual energy, causing the stone to illuminate immediately. He then intensified his output of spiritual power, ultimately shattering the crystal stone under the strain. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed. The energy he had infused was now sufficient to pose a threat to an average martial artist. At that moment, a voice interrupted. "What trivial experiment are you engaging in now?" The speaker was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her skin radiant as snow, her figure graceful, with lively, enchanting eyes. She was stunning enough to stir one's heart, rivaling only the future wives of the esteemed readers. As for the woman, her origins were shrouded in mystery. She had sought out Lin Yi shortly after his arrival in this new world, proclaiming herself a divine envoy and bestowing upon him the title of leader. Upon further inquiry, it became clear that she was the sole member of this church, which was still in its infancy. This divine cult held great potential and promised considerable future development, advising the youth not to aim too high. Lin Yi had promptly disregarded her claims. However, she later saved him on several occasions. Although he perceived her as a mere charlatan, he allowed her to remain by his side. Her interventions were necessitated by Lin Yi's own reckless pursuits, as he insisted on embarking on perilous adventures, describing them as excursions. He ventured to places such as Fire Dragon Valley, Toxic Miasma Mountain, and Weak Water Pond, essentially anywhere fraught with danger. Fortunately, the nearby powerful magical beasts had already been eradicated by the sex. Otherwise, the number of times she would have needed to rescue him would have multiplied tenfold. She also took pleasure in collecting and trading various materials, returning home to seclude herself for extended periods of research, earning the title of distracted by trivial pursuits. If only you channeled your enthusiasm for play into your cultivation, you might not still be merely a martial sovereign. The woman sighed heavily. Martial sovereign? Should anyone hear this, they would surely be astounded. What? The crown prince, deemed unlearned and incompetent, was merely a martial disciple a year ago. Yet he has now leaped 3 tiers to become the foremost expert of the Lin dynasty? The most formidable general of the Lin dynasty is merely a martial king. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed, brimming with confidence as he replied, "My esteemed divine envoy, I assure you I am not merely playing. Once my research is complete, you shall be astounded." Seeing his enthusiasm, the woman ceased her banter and turned to leave. Simultaneously, a conspiracy began to unfold in the shadows. Some aspects of the narrative have been somewhat hastily penned. It is not due to a lack of desire to elaborate, but rather the extensive time span involved. The author aims to swiftly establish the narrative's trajectory, and I hope the readers will be understanding. The Old Night Era. The Cosmic Domain Era. Lin Kingdom War of Independence, War of Dominance. The Era of Ascendancy. Dragon Alliance Exploration Expeditions, Church Wars. The Era of Calamity. Dragon Alliance Calamity Wars, War against the Evil Gods. The Fall of Empires Era. Dragon Alliance Wars against Foreign Races. The Dark Era. Dragon Alliance Wars for Homeland, Eternal Night Battles. The New Day Era. Planetary Era. Dragon Alliance Wars of Return, Stellar Sea Wars. The Flourishing Era. Dragon Alliance United Expeditions. An Insurrection. Dragon Alliance Defense Wars. The Empire Era. Human Empire Wars of Faith. The Pinnacle Era. Human Empire the Summit of All Races. The Second Insurrection. Human Empire Ascension Wars, Redemption Expeditions. The Day of the Week Era. Stellar River Era. Human Empire Cosmic Turmoil. The Ascension Era. Human Empire Horn Wars, responding to the Dragon Emperor's call, participating in the Divine Realm War. The Twilight Era. Human Empire Invasion of All Races United. The End Era. Red Empire Defense Wars of the Lower Realm. Chapter 2. The Peril of a Fallen Nation. Indeed, the Lin Kingdom teeters on the brink of collapse, the crisis arriving with alarming swiftness and utter silence. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with slaughter. Flames soared into the sky, and cries of despair echoed throughout. Enemy forces ravaged through households, mercilessly slaying innocent civilians. He found himself powerless, two figures in the sky pressed down upon him, rendering him breathless. Instinctively, he stifled his presence, fearful of detection. Through the palace gates, he witnessed the last remnants of the Imperial Guard falling, observed his father, the Emperor, pierced through the chest by a blade, and saw his siblings being mercilessly slaughtered, alongside the indomitable Second Prince. What was he doing? He was fleeing, engulfed in humiliation and regret. He had once looked down upon what he deemed foolish adversaries, only to discover they possessed greater courage than he. Tears of blood streamed from the corners of his eyes, as an inferno of rage ignited within his heart. The Dragon Emperor's memoirs state that this marked the beginning of the Dragon Emperor's awakening, a moment when he resolved to enact profound reforms. However, other scholars hold differing opinions based on the Dragon Emperor's subsequent actions. Some argue that this was merely the crocodile's tears of the Dragon Emperor, with conspiracy theories suggesting he intentionally allowed the old martial aristocracy of the Lin Kingdom to be annihilated to diminish resistance to his reforms. The divine envoy had also vanished. He was devoid of any means of seeking help. His world had crumbled, leaving him with nothing. In a daze, he fled the capital, evading capture until a squad of Lin Kingdom soldiers dragged him from a haystack. At that moment, he bore no semblance of a crown prince, but rather resembled a beggar. The leading general furrowed his brow, suppressing his disdain, and knelt before him, exclaiming, "By the Emperor's decree, we welcome His Highness the Crown Prince to ascend the throne." In a bewildered state, Lin Yi ultimately ascended to the throne. Gazing upon his father's posthumous letter, Lin Yi was profoundly moved. The father he had always perceived as inept had, in fact, foreseen the calamity, even preparing the necessary resources for their eventual refuge in the Yu Kingdom. Perhaps his father had once been spirited and ambitious, but the circumstances forced him to become a foolish ruler. He wondered if his father had ever felt discontent. From these remnants, Lin Yi deduced the reasons behind the kingdom's downfall. The ancestors of Lin Yuanbai, having risen from humble beginnings, established a venerable ancestral temple with the prowess of a martial sage, a legacy that has endured for a millennium. Subsequently, Lin Yuan abdicated, embarking on a journey across the realms, vanishing without a trace. In the following generations, the lineage waned, ultimately becoming subservient to the Tian Yuan sect. By the time of the current monarch, the Lin family no longer boasted any peak martial artists. Even the emperor himself was but an ordinary mortal. This naturally incited the covetous ambitions of many unscrupulous factions. The Liang, Shun, and Song states, having ingratiated themselves with the Tian Yuan sect, conspired to annihilate the Lin kingdom. Although Lin Yi felt no allegiance to this surrogate father or his realm, he discerned a paternal affection within the farewell letter, wherein he was expressly cautioned against seeking vengeance. With a tinge of melancholy, Lin Yi resolved to regain his composure, firmly resolving that this grievance would be avenged. He harbored an unwavering belief in his eventual success, for he had conceived a revolutionary idea that could reshape the world. At a subsequent court assembly, observing the dwindling number of ministers, Lin Yi steadied himself and spoke, "Esteemed ministers, what insights do you possess regarding our current predicament?" "I propose we seek peace," exclaimed a martial artist, noting that most of Lin Kingdom's warriors had been absorbed by the invading forces. Those possessing spiritual energy were highly coveted in any nation. "Presently, our court is left with but a single city. The nations refrain from attacking us, primarily occupied with seizing territory. Once they have divided their spoils, they will undoubtedly turn their armies upon us, leading to inevitable devastation. I concur the only recourse is for your majesty to approach the Tian Yuan sect in contrition, to voluntarily relinquish the throne, renounce the imperial title, and acknowledge the territorial claims of the other nations, thereby quelling the conflict." Another martial artist chimed in, prompting nods of agreement from the assembly. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward, declaring vehemently, "Absurd! What wrongdoing has His Majesty committed? This entire affair is a scheme orchestrated by foreign powers. Do you believe the Tian Yuan sect is unaware? These sect warriors are the true culprits. Seeking peace is akin to feeding the tiger with one's own flesh, drawing ever closer to demise." The assembly erupted in outrage at his words, hurling accusations. Wretch! You, a mere commoner, dare to voice such insolence in the court? To malign the Tian Yuan sect deserves 1,000 deaths. Your Majesty, please execute this impertinent wretch. Otherwise, the Tian Yuan sect will hold us accountable. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. The one they so vehemently criticized was none other than Su Zhe, a minor official of the 8th rank. Before the kingdom's downfall, such officials had no place in the court, yet the current vacancies forced their inclusion. In the court, unless one was a martial artist with remarkable achievements or a formidable background, they had no right to voice opinions. This was the source of indignation for the majority of officials present. These are my loyal ministers, yet even at this juncture, they still harbor biases against status. Feigning anger, Lin Yi addressed Su Zhe. Do you comprehend the gravity of your statements? To defame the Tian Yuan sect, have you contemplated the repercussions? Su Zhe raised his chin defiantly. Your Majesty, I am fed by the Lin Kingdom's coffers and care for its well-being. Why should I concern myself with the Tian Yuan sect? If your Majesty believes that executing me will appease them, then carry out your will. I shall grant your wish and provide the Tian Yuan sect with an explanation. Lin Yi responded, his spirits buoyed by the exchange. The ministers exhaled in relief. This was the obedient emperor they remembered. Su Zhe was courting death. After all, who among them was unaware that most in the court had dubious ties to the Tian Yuan sect? I pose one final question. What course of action should our court pursue in this dire situation? Su Zhe contemplated for a moment, feeling that with death imminent, his words bore little consequence. Your Majesty, I believe we should wage war, particularly against the Tian Yuan sect. At this proclamation, the court erupted in chaos. This is a path to self-destruction. This man is mad. Quickly silence him. Your Majesty, he must not be allowed to speak further. Silence. Let him speak. Lin Yi's voice boomed, his presence commanding instant obedience, leading many to reflect anew. Something was amiss. How could our seemingly inept emperor exude such authority? Only Su Zhe discerned that Lin Yi was concealing his true capabilities. His prior demeanor of mediocrity and indecision was a ruse. With this realization, he grew bolder. Your Majesty, though the Tian Yuan sect is formidable, if we refrain from direct confrontation, we need only to assert a stance of opposition against them. What do you mean? Lin Yi inquired, intrigued. Your Majesty, the Liang, Shun, and Song states have refrained from attacking our remaining city, not only due to their eagerness to seize territory, but also because of our proximity to the Yu Kingdom. What do you imply? Do you suggest I seek aid from the Yu Kingdom? Not at all. They perceive us as on the verge of collapse and may decline assistance. Do you recall the Qin Yuan War from a decade ago? The Deqian Empire, incensed by the Tian Yuan sect's interference in its domestic affairs, waged a fierce conflict. Lin Yi recalled the records he had studied. I remember the conflict lasted 2 years, exhausting both sides, and ultimately, the Tian Yuan sect withdrew from the Deqian sphere of influence. Precisely, Your Majesty. The Yu Kingdom lies at the intersection of both factions. Presently, the Deqian Empire is robust and prosperous, with the emperor harboring ambitions of grandeur, and the nation united in a desire to retaliate against the Tian Yuan sect. If we display a resolute determination to resist, there is a significant chance they will offer us their support. At the very least, we could safeguard our existence. After absorbing this analysis, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. However, the assembly erupted once more in protest. Traitor! You dare to incite His Majesty to betray the Tian Yuan sect. As vassals of the Tian Yuan sect, we ought to stand united against our adversaries. You would conspire with outsiders to disgrace. Your Majesty, please execute Su Zhe to provide the Tian Yuan sect with an explanation. One minister knelt, followed by a cascade of others, all requesting Su Zhe's execution, their expressions haughty and disdainful. Lin Yi's eyes turned icy as he regarded these individuals as though they were already dead. He had conducted his research and recognized that the majority of those kneeling were martial artists. He understood their motives. They were merely fearful of provoking the Tian Yuan sect, unwilling to risk their lives or lose their elevated status. The survival of the Lin Kingdom was of little concern to them. They were more interested in retaining their positions of power amidst the current vacancies. After realizing this, Lin Yi made a pivotal decision. Surveying these pillars of the state who were desperately dissuading him, Lin Yi smiled lightly and declared, "Gentlemen, it is time to provide the Tian Yuan sect with an explanation." Upon hearing this, the assembly collectively exhaled, their tension dissipating. The emperor was still the emperor. They had nearly been swayed by Su Ze's words, fearing he might have truly influenced the monarch. It appeared only they remained loyal ministers, and the emperor's willingness to heed counsel was a hallmark of a good ruler. Arrest Lei Hong and Lin Feng. What? The ministers were struck dumb, incredulous at the unexpected order, not Su Ze, leaving them in a state of confusion. Only Su Ze lowered his head, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Your Majesty, what crime have we committed? I refuse to accept this." Lei Hong gritted his teeth. He had never expected to be the first to offer counsel to Lin Yi, only to find himself targeted for punishment. As a spirit officer, the strongest remaining in the Lin kingdom and a pillar of the state, this was absurd. Surely, the emperor had lost his mind. Simultaneously, Lin Feng, who had advised Lin Yi to seek penance from the Tian Yuan sect, shared his disbelief. As one of the few remaining royal relatives, he had expected to be favored, yet now faced punishment. This was madness. "Very well, you refuse to comply? Allow me to enlighten you. Lei Hong, do you not know why the enemy was able to seize our capital so swiftly?" Lei Hong's expression shifted, yet he feigned calmness as he answered. "The enemy disguised themselves as refugees, infiltrating our city, coordinating with the outside army to breach our capital." "Huh, you truly do not see the writing on the wall. Do you think me ignorant of military matters, or consider yourself indispensable? You assert whatever you wish, yet I refuse to believe you. Did the enemy forces simply materialize from thin air? You must thank your own incompetence for their success by withdrawing all sentries. You facilitated their assault. Even those who might have discovered their ruse were obstructed by you, were they not?" At this revelation, Lei Hong stumbled back as if confronted by a ghost. "How could you possibly know?" Lin Yi turned his gaze to Lin Feng instead. "Lin Feng, you, in your arrogance as a royal relative, have acted with brazen impunity, amassing wealth and seizing royal cultivation resources, while clandestinely recruiting martial artists to serve you. Every capable warrior in the Lin dynasty has been bought by you. In the court, you have suppressed dissent, even to the extent of exterminating entire families. In the common realm, you have seized land and extorted the populace, resulting in widespread suffering. It is you who has led to the decay of our nation's integrity, the depletion of talent, and the gradual decline of our power. The downfall of the Lin dynasty bears your culpability. What do you all say? A traitor and a scoundrel, should they not be apprehended and punished?" Lin Yi's words resonated with clarity, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless and exchanging glances in bewilderment. In contrast, several mortal officials breathed heavily, their eyes brimming with elation. "Your Majesty possesses remarkable insight. The revival of Lin Chao is indeed promising." Chapter 3. Forced abdication. Sweat poured down Lei Hong's forehead, and Lin Feng nearly stumbled, gritting his teeth as he defiantly inquired, "Your Majesty claims that half the reason for the downfall of the nation lies with me. Is that truly an overestimation of my worth? Every action I have taken, which noble or minister has not also undertaken? I admit to the accusation of seizing royal cultivation materials. After all, who does not wish to enhance their own strength? Has there been a prince or princess who has not engaged in such endeavors? As for the allegation of enticing and bribing warriors, I concede that as well. Who does not desire a greater number of warriors for their protection? Is this not a common practice among ministers, albeit with less frequency than I? Regarding the elimination of rivals and extermination of entire families, who can say whom he has offended? It cannot all be pinned upon me. Can it? Lastly, the accusation of land encroachment harming the common folk leaves me utterly perplexed. Which warrior family does not claim land? How can these commoners, without the protection of warriors, hope to survive? Is it not entirely reasonable to provide them protection in exchange for a modest tax? By saying this, Your Majesty is essentially accusing the majority of the court's ministers and nobles of wrongdoing. First, you target General Lei, and now you turn against us. Do you truly wish to become a solitary figure? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not help but applaud. What a masterful argument. It appears I am at fault now. However, you are correct. I am indeed targeting you and your ilk among the nobility. I had intended to preserve some dignity for you, but now I shall speak plainly. How many among you are secret agents for foreign nations? How many genuinely wish to assist the Lin Kingdom? Those who have enjoyed high positions and privileges now, in times of crisis, plot surrender or flee. How many of you are truly loyal? Perhaps some of you now regret not betraying earlier. Do not think I am unaware. The majority of you have already been colluding with external enemies. Some have been exchanging letters quite frequently. Have you found your next benefactor yet? The court officials were struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground, trembling in fear. Only Lei Hong and Lin Feng exchanged glances, understanding that Lin Yi was undoubtedly using them as an example to instill fear in others. Today's events could not be avoided. Yet they could not fathom why they had been reduced to mere examples. As top-tier martial masters, they should be highly sought after. Yet here they were, cast as mere fowl. They failed to anticipate that Lin Yi did not intend merely to frighten them. He planned to uproot the entire court. Regaining their composure, the two began to devise a way to escape punishment. Suddenly, a thought struck them. They were among the foremost masters in the Lin dynasty. Why should they fear this foolish emperor? With this realization, they exchanged confident smiles, rising to their feet with laughter. Lin Feng spoke softly to Lei Hong. Your Majesty seems to have lost his senses. Perhaps driven mad by the pressure. What say you, General Lei? Lei Hong scoffed. If that is the case, this child ought to abdicate and appoint a new sovereign. As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room, with all present frozen in shock, their breaths held in trepidation. Was this to be a palace coup? Only Su Zhe dared to speak. Rebels, how dare you conspire to usurp the throne? Lei Hong had long harbored discontent towards Su Zhe, blaming him for interfering with his counsel to the emperor. Without hesitation, he summoned his spiritual energy, directing it at Su Zhe in a moment of crisis. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Wei Qigong, countered the attack with a forceful palm strike. Wei Qigong bellowed, to act against the emperor is a capital offense. Lei Hong, unperturbed, sneered, the emperor? He is unworthy. I advise you to recognize the reality. I am the strongest in the Lin dynasty, a 9th-tier martial master, while you are merely a 2nd-tier. Do you truly believe you can withstand me? At this moment, Lin Feng chimed in, indeed, the emperor is without virtue. To safeguard the Lin family's reign, we must respectfully request His Majesty's abdication. Sensing danger, the Imperial Guards mobilized, encircling Lin Yi, while Wei Qigong and Su Zhe took their positions in defense of him. The crowd remained motionless, each calculating their own interests. On one side stood the 9th-tier martial master Lei Hong and the 5th-tier Lin Feng, commanding countless formidable warriors. On the other, merely a 2nd-tier commander with a scant few martial masters among the Imperial Guards, insufficient to pose a threat. Clearly, the emperor's only viable path lay in abdication. Soon, voices demanding abdication arose in a chorus, the court unwittingly dividing into two factions, one supporting Lei Hong and Lin Feng, the other rallying behind the emperor. The faction supporting Lei Hong appeared confident, while the emperor's supporters wore grim expressions, many shaking their heads in silent lament, lamenting the emperor's youth and lack of prudence. In that moment, a discordant note resonated. Something felt amiss. Typically, in such circumstances, an emperor would either flee in terror or resign himself to despair. Yet Lin Yi seemed unfazed, propping his chin in a theatrical manner, his gaze mocking, as though the others were mere jesters performing for his amusement. Could there still be a twist in the tale? Lin Feng and Lei Hong remained oblivious, reveling in their anticipated triumph. Lin Feng even began to refer to himself as nephew. You ought to abdicate willingly. The Lin dynasty cannot be destroyed by your hand. If you do, I can assure your safety. You may continue to indulge in your pleasures as before. How liberating! After enduring much, Lin Yi finally burst into laughter. The others looked on in confusion, wondering if he had lost his wits. Lin Yi then spoke with gravity. You petty rascals dare to conspire against the throne, and you do so with such impatience. I offer you one final chance. Depart from the Lin dynasty, and I shall hold no grudge. But should you persist in your rebellion alongside Lei Hong and Lin Feng, I shall ensure your demise. Before he had finished speaking, Lei Hong and Lin Feng erupted into laughter, followed by their supporters, some even shedding tears of mirth, as if they had encountered the greatest of jokes. Once their laughter subsided, Lei Hong decided it was time to address the matter at hand. If you had simply complied, perhaps we could have coexisted peacefully. But you dare to oppose the Tianyuan sect. You seek your own demise and wish to drag us down with you. Thus, we cannot turn a blind eye. If you perish at the hands of the strongest in the Lin Kingdom, consider it an honor. With that, Lei Hong unleashed his full power, a formidable aura surging towards Lin Yi. The crowd recoiled. Even Wei Qigong struggled to withstand the force of the assault. Lord Lei Hong is already on the cusp of becoming a martial king. It seemed he would soon join the ranks of the martial kings. Lei Hong basked in his own strength, satisfied with the prowess bestowed upon him by the Tianyuan heart method. Indeed, it was worth my allegiance to them, having accomplished so much, with victory seemingly assured. Lei Hong revealed his role as an internal agent. How dare you associate with traitors? Lin Yi accused the other ministers, including Lin Feng. All heads bowed in silence, seemingly acquiescing to such behavior. Such loyal subjects I have. Lin Yi wasted no time, soaring forward with the intent to confront Lei Hong directly. Wei Qigong pondered how to protect Lin Yi amidst the clash of these two titans. He was taken aback when Lin Yi, seemingly reckless, launched the first attack. Is he throwing his life away? Wei Qigong lamented, feeling the weight of his duty to protect Lin Yi, as commanded by the late emperor. Him, Lin Yi was unlearned and arrogant. Unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, foolishly unaware of the peril he faced. Not only he, but all present mocked Lin Yi's hubris, save for a few whose faces drained of color. It appeared that many would meet their end here today, and he, Wei Qigong, would fail to fulfill the late emperor's wishes. Just as despair began to take root in his heart, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The moment Lin Yi struck, Lei Hong was genuinely taken aback. He had anticipated threats from Wei Qigong, the Imperial Guards, and even Lin Feng, but never expected Lin Yi to be the first to act. A surge of indignation washed over him. How dare this mere martial apprentice challenge him, a half-step martial king? Such insolence was an affront. Without hesitation, he channeled all his energy, unleashing a fierce strike against Lin Yi. This is the end, everyone thought. Regardless of Lin Yi's foolishness, he showed commendable spirit, raising his status in their eyes ever so slightly. Yet, the outcome astonished everyone. Lin Yi effortlessly deflected Lei Hong's fist, gripping it tightly, rendering Lei Hong unable to break free. Terror etched across his face. The crowd blinked in disbelief, rubbing their eyes. What had just transpired? Shouldn't Lin Yi have been obliterated by a single blow? How could a mere second-tier martial artist withstand the might of a half-step martial king? Was it possible that Lei Hong had held back? Yet, observing Lei Hong's flushed face, it was clear he had exerted himself fully. Is this the strongest of the Lin Kingdom? Such a disgrace. I offer you one more chance. Unleash your full power. I shall not evade. With that, Lin Yi casually released Lei Hong's hand, causing him to stumble backward. Landing unceremoniously on the ground, laughter erupted among the spectators. With a furious glare at those laughing, Lei Hong's face reddened further. As a grand marshal, he had fallen in such a humiliating manner. Surely, this must be an illusion. Lin Yi could not possibly be this powerful. The weight of humiliation combined with rage compelled Lei Hong to unleash his ultimate technique, intent on silencing those who mocked him. For decades, he had been overshadowed by Lin Ao, the former strongest, always forced to bow beneath him. Now, with Lin Ao gone, how could he allow Lin Yi to rise and mock him as well? Was his betrayal of the kingdom in vain? Harnessing the power of the Tianyuan heart method, Lei Hong rapidly gathered lightning into his fist. Could this be Lord Lei's signature move, the Thunder Fist? Indeed, only Lin Ao's unparalleled strike had previously matched it. Yet now, with the Tianyuan heart method, Lei Hong likely surpassed even Lin Ao. How could Lin Yi boast of not dodging? It is said that Lin Yi has suddenly become formidable. Could it be that he possesses the strength of a half-step martial king? Upon this utterance, a chill ran through everyone, an ominous premonition taking hold. Fortunately, Lin Feng spoke up, providing a timely reassurance. I observe no fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Lin Yi. It is evident that he is merely relying on his magical artifacts. Ah, that explains everything. It is reasonable for Lin Yi, as the crown prince of the royal family, to inherit the treasures of the Lin Kingdom and possess one or two magical artifacts. However, he has hidden them so well that no one has yet discerned the nature of his implements. I, too, am astonished that such artifacts exist within the Lin Kingdom. Nevertheless, even if he possesses a second-tier artifact, it would be inconceivable for him to withstand 2 full-force attacks from a half-step martial king. Thank you, Your Majesty, for clarifying, came the response. Some had already begun to enact the performance of a sovereign and his ministers. Lin Yi merely cast a fleeting glance, dismissing them as a band of clowns. Chapter 4. Elimination of Internal Threats. Lei Hong finally made his move, a massive thunder dragon coiling around his arm. He leapt into the air, aiming a fatal strike at Lin Yi's head. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Yi merely smirked, effortlessly seizing the fist engulfed in lightning. Although the crackling of electricity filled the air, Lin Yi appeared entirely unfazed as he shot a glance at Lei Hong before delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. The tremendous force shattering several columns in the hall before finally coming to a halt. Wei Qigong, who had been poised to intervene, stood frozen, along with the rest, as shock enveloped the scene, plunging it into an eerie silence. The onlookers struggled to believe their eyes. If one could previously attribute Lin Yi's prowess to the secret use of magical artifacts, now, in plain sight, there was no sign of any such implements. Moreover, to repeatedly repel the attacks of a half-step martial king, the artifact must surely be of second-tier quality or higher. Such artifacts are scarcely found even within the Tianyuan sect, let alone the Lin Kingdom. Doubt began to creep into the minds of the spectators. Most perplexing was the complete absence of any spiritual energy emanating from Lin Yi. Was it possible that he had not utilized any spiritual power at all and was instead relying solely on his physical strength to overpower Lei Hong? This speculation quickly ignited turmoil among the crowd. Lin Feng, this boy is rather peculiar. We must all strike together, or we shall find ourselves without a grave. Lei Hong bellowed. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that the time for passive observation had passed and, along with his subordinates, surged toward Lin Yi. Quick, protect His Majesty. Wei Qigong reacted swiftly, leading the Imperial Guards into the fray. He confronted Lin Feng, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each maneuvering skillfully as they clashed dozens of times. Lin Feng was solely focused on coordinating with Lei Hong to eliminate Lin Yi, entirely disinterested in becoming entangled with Wei Qigong. Yet, Wei Qigong clung to him relentlessly, preventing any escape, which only intensified Lin Feng's agitation. Suddenly, Wei Qigong paused, as if witnessing something unfathomable. Seizing the opportunity, he repelled Wei Qigong with a single strike and turned to fly toward Lin Yi. In an instant, however, his neck was grasped firmly, and it was Lin Yi who had lifted him, one hand holding him aloft while the other gripped Lei Hong's head. A wave of dread washed over Lin Feng. His body trembling uncontrollably, a half-step martial king is, after all, a peak existence on the battlefield. How could he have so easily claimed a head? Yet, he had no chance to fear further, as Lin Yi effortlessly crushed his throat, shattering his imperial dreams in the process. With the demise of Lei Hong and Lin Feng, their faction fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, their cries echoing through the hall. Lin Yi offered them no reprieve, consigning them all to the depths of the dungeons as per the list he had prepared. At this juncture, it became apparent that the martial lords in the court had been all but eradicated. The remaining officials were at a loss to comprehend Lin Yi's intentions. It was a time when capable practitioners should be valued, and those wielding spiritual power ought to be given due consideration, even if they bore some transgressions. Yet, Lin Yi seemed to harbor disdain, completely dismissing these individuals. Was he not undermining the very foundation of his own state? Even Su Zhe interceded on their behalf. Believing a nation without martial practitioners was bound to be unstable, however, the overwhelming might of Lin Yi had effectively quelled their defiance. He could eliminate martial lords with mere physical prowess before long. Lin Yi issued a decree that left everyone astounded. He appointed Su Zhe as chancellor, granting him full authority over diplomatic affairs with the Daqian kingdom. This was an unprecedented occurrence, a commoner elevated to a first-tier position. Su Zhe himself had not anticipated such an honor and stood momentarily stunned. In the past, commoners rarely ascended beyond the fifth-tier official status, and any attempt to do so would provoke a collective outcry from the martial lords. Soon, with the encouragement of his colleagues, he regained his composure, expressing his gratitude with palpable excitement. Thereafter, Lin Yi convened Wei Qigong, Su Zhe, and a select few ministers to deliberate on important matters. They remained in the imperial study for half the day. Yet, upon conclusion, all departed with a sense of bewilderment, their minds reeling, shaking their heads in confusion. Curiosity abounded regarding the discussions that had transpired within those walls. However, all participants of the meeting remained tight-lipped, incessantly uttering the phrase incomprehensible, only fueling further intrigue. Before long, Su Zhe brought tidings of good fortune. The Dutch Yin kingdom would soon dispatch envoys. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, the Lin kingdom was undergoing a quiet transformation. In the bustling marketplace, the misdeeds of Lei Hong, Lin Feng, and the other martial lords, who had oppressed the populace, were laid bare, inciting public outrage. Subsequently, the imperial guards, alongside the local officials, commenced raids on the estates of these martial lords. Seizing vast amounts of resources, much to the delight of the common people in quick succession, the Lin kingdom enacted its first groundbreaking human rights legislation. Though the law was exceedingly concise, it sent shockwaves throughout the realm, igniting fervent reactions across the city. Firstly, the law of the land supersedes all. Everyone must comply, particularly the martial practitioners. Secondly, all individuals possess property rights. Under the law, no one may deprive another of their possessions, especially not the martial lords. Thirdly, regardless of being a commoner or a martial practitioner, all possess citizenship rights. All slaves shall be liberated, and all professions shall be open to those capable. Discrimination based on status is strictly forbidden, especially against martial practitioners. Fourthly, the hereditary privileges of martial practitioners are abolished. All land belongs to the state, and taxation shall be levied equally upon all. While the law was straightforward and lacked detailed provisions, it was evident that each stipulation would leave the populace astounded. Particularly, the 3 clauses targeting martial practitioners stirred deep emotional responses. Intense debates erupted in every corner of the city. Yet, the impoverished rural areas remained remarkably calm. Many were illiterate and had long grown accustomed to lives devoid of political engagement, laboring tirelessly each day with little time to ponder the implications of new laws. Moreover, historical legislation had seldom strayed from safeguarding the interests of the martial lords, rendering state laws less effective than the martial lord's own household regulations. However, as the propaganda teams tirelessly spread the word in the countryside, the once quiet areas erupted in uproar. "What, my lord, are you saying we shall no longer be serfs? That we need not pay rent or taxes to the lords?" An elderly man asked, his hands trembling in disbelief. The young man responding, concerned for the elderly's stability, grasped his hand tightly. "Indeed, my lord, from now on, the state will not permit the existence of serfs, and His Majesty the Emperor will distribute land to all, with taxes set at a mere 10%. Upon hearing this, the old man burst into tears, exclaiming, "If only my dear Lan were here now. We can finally save our grain and will not starve come winter." This elderly figure was but a microcosm of countless serfs who toiled from dawn till dusk, only managing to gather enough grain to barely meet the demands of the martial lords. The martial lords enjoyed special privileges, exempt from taxation, and thus devised myriad schemes to exploit the land, forcing serfs to cultivate it while exacting exorbitant rents. They amassed wealth while the state languished, the consequences starkly evident. This old man, having endured a long wait for a son, was met with drought. That winter, in a desperate bid to conserve food, his daughter-in-law quietly left home, disappearing into the relentless snow. Tragically, his child did not survive the winter either. Before long, the land redistribution movement was in full swing, garnering Lin Yi immense support from the commoners. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had become a godlike figure in the eyes of the populace. Yet, concerns arose among some, including Su Zhe, who, despite being a commoner himself, believed the martial practitioners held greater significance. All nations would extend generous offers to attract martial practitioners, yet Lin Yi had completely abolished such privileges. Initially, Su Zhe thought Lin Yi merely sought to eliminate the martial practitioners from the court, for many harbored treasonous intentions. However, Lin Yi's actions had escalated to target the entire martial class. It is well known that martial practitioners possess formidable strength. A single martial apprentice can easily defeat 10 commoners. Without their presence, how could the nation ensure its security? Would not the armies of enemy nations run rampant without restraint? Fortunately, Lin Yi was powerful enough to instill a measure of fear in the adversaries. Yet, Wei Qigong was in complete disagreement, Believing Lin Yi was misguided, pursuing folly at present, he appears somewhat despondent, wearing a furrowed brow throughout the day, as if he has already witnessed the annihilation of the Lin nation and foresees a future of self-sacrifice for his country. Chapter 5. The Pill of Assurance. During this period, Lin Yi has been incessantly occupied, tirelessly conducting meetings during the day to convey directives and refine laws, while at night he busies himself with various materials. Notably, he has established a department within the Academy of Sciences, of which he has taken the helm as the president, with the mortal Lu Chongyuan serving as the vice president. The rationale behind selecting him for the vice presidency lies in his penchant for innovation and enhancement of equipment during his tenure as a military officer. For instance, he augmented the power of crossbows by replacing their arrowheads with hardened firewood, thereby endowing them with lethality against warriors at a considerable distance. However, in an era that predominantly champions the charging tactics of warriors, the gentry views the idea of allowing mortals to wield such formidable crossbows as a lamentable waste. Warriors, once they plunge into the fray, unleash a massacre, while mortals often find themselves able to fire merely 2 rounds before being swiftly overwhelmed, leading to their disarray and defeat. Such excellent crossbows do not come cheap. Moreover, warriors disdain the use of crossbows. They believe that only those inept at close combat would resort to them. Additionally, with the physical prowess of warriors, the arrows shot from crossbows can be evaded. For mortals, the warriors' movements seem as swift as lightning, while in the eyes of warriors, the arrows released from bows and crossbows appear to move in slow motion. This stark contrast underscores the vast chasm between mortals and warriors. A more significant reason lies in the scarcity of hardened firewood, which can be fashioned into shields capable of withstanding attacks from those below the rank of warrior. With the widespread armament of warriors, who would dare to seize materials from the esteemed warriors? Consequently, all of his inventions were ultimately deemed useless by the warriors, fading into obscurity. Lin Yi's unprecedented promotion left him astonished. The Academy of Sciences encompasses 6 departments: geography, physics, mathematics, medicine, technology, and chemistry. Each department head was meticulously chosen. Apart from geography, which is overseen by a warrior official, the rest are all led by mortal officials. Initially, these individuals were utterly bewildered. Possessing no inkling of direction, Lin Yi had no choice but to patiently elucidate the research focus and objectives of each department. Despite his efforts, only geography and medicine have begun to gain traction and yield modest results. While the others remain effectively dormant, geography is straightforward, primarily involving terrain exploration, with Lin Yi instructing them on how to create scaled maps. Their current capabilities are limited to these tasks. The field of medicine is currently focused on the extensive collection of medicinal formulas and the continuous experimentation with new concoctions. As for the other departments, their members are at a loss as to how to proceed, and Lin Yi is aware that he cannot rush them. He can only provide examples to inspire them. In essence, the principle is clear. Innovation through exploration. Whether civilian or official, any new invention deemed beneficial to the nation by the Academy of Sciences will be generously rewarded. Simultaneously, a significant portion of the Imperial Guard has been dispatched to assist the Academy of Sciences. Initially opposed by Wei Qigong, who questioned who would ensure the safety of His Majesty, he ultimately relented after Lin Yi pointedly asked whether, in the event of a crisis, they would be protecting him or vice versa. Nonetheless, apprehension lingered among all. With land redistribution movements and calls for innovation and exploration, the situation seemed absurd. In the eyes of many, Lin Yi appeared to be a madman, frantically attempting to stave off the inevitable doom that awaited the Lin nation upon the arrival of enemy warriors. The specter of the warriors loomed like a sword over everyone, inducing anxiety, especially considering the scarcity of warriors within the Lin nation. Finally, one day, Lin Yi led Su Zhe, Wei Qigong, Lu Chongyuan, and others to the training grounds. A handful of warrior generals stood before a sea of mortal soldiers who were undergoing inspection. The remaining warrior generals were visibly anxious, having heard rumors of the state's intentions towards the esteemed warriors. Their loyalty was the only thing preventing them from fleeing Long Agio. At this moment, they were all concerned for their fates, fearing they might be apprehended today, facing public execution, especially with His Majesty currently favoring mortals. Not only they, but even the warriors who had narrowly escaped previous purges were filled with trepidation, fearing that the state might one day turn against them. Lin Yi ascended the review platform with a brisk gait and addressed the assembly directly. Esteemed colleagues, I have been advised on numerous occasions to cultivate amicable relations with the warriors, to grant them special privileges. Even when they breach laws and statutes, it is deemed understandable and leniency should be exercised. Especially in these extraordinary times, is this not also your sentiment? The crowd fell silent. Indeed, they had harbored such thoughts. Their previous agreement to Lin Yi's comprehensive reckoning of the lawless warriors was merely a desperate measure. In times of peace, they would never have consented. The warrior families were deeply entrenched, possessing immense power. The combined might of the families across the nation could potentially plunge the country into civil war. It was only because the Lin nation had recently suffered a grievous blow, with the warriors decimated to a mere fraction and the populace divided, that there was minimal resistance. Lin Yi cast a glance at the assembly and continued, I am also aware that some of you deem me mad, unlearned, neglectful of governance, indulging in trivial pursuits and undermining my own foundations. You await the spectacle of my folly, eager to witness your own vindication. They think, look, the Lin nation has expelled all its warriors. What purpose do these remaining mortals serve? Without warriors, how can we maintain the integrity of the Lin nation? To those individuals, I can only say, to hell with it. Are mortals not human? Are mortals inherently inferior? Are not all aspects of a warrior's sustenance, clothing, and daily necessities provided by mortals? In my view, mortals and warriors are equals. Every human possesses the right to exist. No one should be oppressed. To the remaining warriors of the Lin nation, I offer you reassurance. My targets have always been those warriors who violate laws and oppress others. As long as you adhere to the law and demonstrate capability, I will still place my trust in you. In my eyes, you are as much human as the mortals, my subjects, my people, the very foundation of the Lin nation. I hereby present to you the first pill of assurance. I, Lin Yi, am the source of the Lin nation's resilience. It is you, the defenders of our land, the sacrificial mortals, and all the citizens of the Lin nation. Though warriors and mortals may differ, all are equal. Accompanied by Lin Yi's impassioned oration, a wave of fervor surged through the crowd. The warriors, once fearful of retribution, found solace, while the inspired mortals were moved to tears. Though warriors and mortals may differ, all are equal. For these mortal soldiers, hearing such words from the emperor himself was invaluable. Often, the mortal troops existed merely as fodder on the battlefield, relegated to the role of supporting actors, burdened with menial tasks and receiving no credit for their efforts. While facing continuous punishment in peacetime, they were frequently scorned and oppressed by the warriors. Many mortals enlisted out of necessity, perhaps to stave off hunger, or perhaps through conscription, coupled with a lack of hope for advancement, leading to persistently low morale among the mortal troops. Lin Yi's proclamation undoubtedly invigorated the spirits of all present, as they fervently shouted, "Long live His Majesty!" Their voices resonated throughout the arena. Lin Yi raised a hand to signal for silence. And subsequently, the Imperial Guard brought forth a dozen warriors to the stage. Suz publicly read their charges, which included murder, robbery, abduction of others' wives and daughters, collusion with the enemy, and treason, all resulting in death sentences as decreed by the Judiciary Court. Following this, Lin Yi randomly selected a dozen mortal soldiers from the ranks to carry out the executions. The soldiers who approached the stage wore expressions of reluctance. On one hand, there was an innate fear. And on the other, the physical prowess of the warriors made it exceedingly difficult to execute them, even without their spiritual powers. Generally, there are designated executioners for warriors, typically warriors or martial officers, at this moment. The soldiers found themselves at a loss, exchanging bemused glances. Seeing their predicament, Lin Yi laughed heartily and pointed to the table on the stage, declaring, "This is the second pill of assurance I present to you. Each of you take one." On the table lay several long hollow rods, each accompanied by packages of stone powder, all neatly wrapped in paper bags, along with a few polished cylindrical stones. The crowd, perplexed, could only follow suit. Yu Zhe and Wei Qigong gazed on with curiosity, utterly baffled by Lin Yi's intentions, while Lu Chongyuan secretly chuckled, eagerly anticipating the surprised expressions of the others. Lin Yi took a rod for himself. Instructing the mortal soldiers to follow his lead, he poured a packet of stone powder into the hollow tube, compacted it with the rod, and then inserted a stone. After completing the process, he aimed the rod at the criminals, who looked on in confusion, unaware of what was transpiring at that moment. Lin Yi suddenly addressed the criminals, stating, "I will order that mortals execute you. As long as you do not perish, I will set you free." Upon hearing this, the criminals felt a wave of humiliation. How could mere mortals befit the task of executing them? Yet, their expressions shifted to one of intrigue, pondering how much harm a mortal could inflict. A mere knife might barely scratch the surface, and the object before them, resembling a rod, albeit somewhat akin to a crossbow but lacking an arrowhead, could hardly pose a threat to their lives. Seemingly sensing their doubts, Lin Yi added, "Remove the spirit suppression shackles." Upon hearing this, the criminals could scarcely contain their laughter, as if fate had smiled upon them. The shackles limited their use of spiritual power, and removing them would allow them to summon their protective abilities. With the enhancement of their spiritual power, it was uncertain whether mortals could even leave a mark on them, considering they were all warrior-level individuals, capable of standing against 100 foes in battle. As they contemplated this, each of them wore a smile of delight, mocking the soldier before them. Su Zhe, Wei Qigong and others shook their heads in disbelief. The emperor was clearly being lenient. Did he truly intend to spare these martial artists? They found it utterly perplexing. Only Lu Chongyuan secretly cursed these individuals for their foolishness. He had witnessed the power of this weapon firsthand. Given his involvement in a series of production improvements, when Lin Yi presented the prototype of this weapon one day and asked him to test its modifications, he was taken aback. Lin Yi explained the principles behind it without reservation. Originally, Lin Yi had chosen niter as the primer, but Lu Chongyuan felt its power was insufficient, so he switched to fire lizard jade. Furthermore, the gun barrel was crafted from hard firewood, a material with excellent resistance to explosions and heat. As for the bullets, they were replaced with a crystal stone discovered before the fall of the nation, known as Suyuling Jingdai in this world. There existed numerous spirit stone mines, and spirit stones were essential for martial artists during their cultivation process, effectively serving as the currency of this realm. Many transactions were conducted using spirit stones. These mines formed when spiritual energy combined with local minerals under unique conditions. Spiritual energy in this world is elusive. Sometimes an area is rich in it, only to become depleted shortly thereafter, shifting to another location. The capacity and purity of different minerals to absorb spiritual energy vary. Generally speaking, spirit stone mines can retain spiritual energy for millennia. Therefore, even though spiritual energy does not consistently manifest in a particular region, spirit stone mines can still reliably absorb and retain it. The older the mine, the stronger the absorbed energy. However, Suyuling Jing is different. While it can also store spiritual energy, its fragile structure allows it to retain energy for only 10 years before it dissipates. Consequently, most of the time, what is mined contains little to no spiritual energy, rendering it virtually worthless, hence its designation as pseudo-spiritual crystal. Such crystals are abundant in nature. Nevertheless, Lin Yi required precisely this type of material, able to store spiritual energy, yet not overly stable or robust. The need for energy retention arose from the fact that spiritual energy and spiritual power share the same origin. Martial artists enhance their spiritual power by absorbing spiritual energy, hence Suyuling Jing can naturally store spiritual power as well. The lack of excessive stability is crucial, as it must detonate upon high-speed impact with the target, thereby infusing spiritual power into the opponent's body to inflict harm. In simple terms, the principle is that fire lizard jade powder explodes, generating kinetic energy that propels the Suyuling Jing at high velocity out of the barrel, striking the target. Upon impact, the Suyuling Jing shatters, releasing the spiritual power within, which seeps into the target's body, causing injury. The principle bears resemblance to firearms on Earth, yet due to material and environmental constraints, there are notable differences. Nevertheless, its power is not inferior to that of Earth's weapons. Even martial masters cannot withstand it. Even if they devote all their spiritual energy to protective barriers, they will be pierced through, with critical hits resulting in certain death. Lin Yi named it the Spirit Strike Gun, a weapon capable of genuinely threatening martial artists, which is the true source of Lin Yi's confidence. Lu Chongyuan was shocked for several days after obtaining the weapon. He could hardly fathom how the emperor conceived such an epic-making device. For the first time, he realized the power of technology. Despite Lin Yi repeatedly mentioning it in the Academy of Sciences, it was only during this experience that he tangibly felt a shift in his thinking. An indescribable sensation. Previously regarding the Academy as a mere farce, he now recognized its genuine potential to change the world. His heart surged with excitement, and from that moment on, he was filled with vigor. Lin Yi became the omnipotent emperor in his eyes. Chapter 6. The hero's obsession. As the common soldiers raised their guns, aiming for the heads of the condemned, the prisoners mobilized their spiritual energy to shield themselves. Their eyes filled with mockery, as if already envisioning their release. With Lin Yi's command to fire, a series of gunshots erupted, sounding like thunder. The immense recoil caused some soldiers to lose their grip, falling to the ground. Everyone was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Looking at the prisoners, even though they were martial artists and had their spiritual energy shields, they were still met with a gruesome fate, aside from a few who were merely wounded and moaning in pain. The rest were instantly killed. The common soldiers stared at their hands in disbelief, their hearts racing furiously. These martial artists seemed as fragile as paper, easily gunned down. Su Zhe, Wei Qigong, and others were equally dumbfounded. Could this be a dream? Was this weapon, somewhat resembling a crossbow, truly so powerful? Merely a flick of the finger had effortlessly slain a martial artist. Su Zhe, unable to contain his excitement, trembled as he inquired, "Your Majesty, is this the Spirit Strike gun?" "Indeed, this is the second pillar of reassurance I promised you. The era of invincible martial artists has come to an end. We are now entering the age of technology." Lin Yi proclaimed loudly. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd of commoners. Having witnessed the immense power of this gun, they understood they would no longer be mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Many were so overwhelmed they shed tears of joy. Wei Qigong's mind was a whirlwind. He couldn't fathom the impact this weapon would have on martial artists. If every commoner possessed combat prowess comparable to that of martial masters, he couldn't even bear to contemplate it. Su Zhe also keenly recognized the profound significance of this weapon's emergence. In a wonder, the emperor disdainfully refused to compromise, daring to confront the lawless martial artists. His admiration for Lin Yi deepened further. Yet, he remained concerned. Given the gun's extraordinary power, its production must be challenging. He wondered how many could be equipped before the enemy arrived. Then, upon witnessing crates of brand-new Spirit Strike guns being brought forth, he was once again astonished, breathing heavily, nearly losing his balance. He had no idea how he left the training ground. He only knew he had been deeply stimulated that day. He understood the vast potential of commoners in the future. And with that thought, he felt invigorated. The first batch of 3,000 Spirit Strike guns had been issued to the army, and Lin Yi took the opportunity to initiate military reforms. He was the nominal supreme commander, while Wei Qigong and other senior officers formed the Supreme Command, responsible for strategy formulation and issuing orders to the troops. The military adopted a legion system, consolidating all existing forces into 12 legions, each comprising about 10,000 men. Legion commanders were selected and appointed by the Supreme Command, regardless of their status, and each legion was provided with a company of guards, composed of martial artists, responsible for the security of the legion commander. Each legion was subdivided into battalions, approximately 20 of which existed, each comprising around 400 commoners. Simultaneously, each legion had roughly 2 companies of martial artist troops, including the guard company, totaling about 100 men, serving as shock troops, currently understaffed. After a month of preparation, the first fully equipped legion with Spirit Strike guns emerged. From this moment, the illustrious Changlin army officially stepped onto the stage of history. During this period, Lin Yi immersed himself day and night in the military camp, discussing tactics with the officers, teaching them map reading and strategic exercises. Many officers were encountering these ideas for the first time, and with their recent promotions, they were all filled with enthusiasm. "Xiaozhang, you say training is training, but what is the use of lining up in formation every morning and evening to practice such trivial exercises? I'd rather just shoot guns all day. And now you say we must adhere to some strict discipline. It's as if we have no way to survive." The one complaining was the seasoned veteran, Li Er, nicknamed Li Qiu Shu. He had originally been part of the border guard and was experienced in the ways of war. After the capital fell, he had fled from the border to here, using his keen instincts to evade death multiple times. Although he had been shocked by the recent execution of martial artists in the training ground, he still held little faith in the Lin Kingdom. After all, years of battlefield experience taught him that the most seemingly hopeful prospects often concealed pitfalls, mostly self-deception. For instance, before a battle, officers would proclaim that they were blessed by the gods and invulnerable. But those who believed it often met a gruesome end. He would not fall for such tricks, or after a battle, they would promise rewards, but he was now alone, with no aspirations, merely wishing to go with the flow and have a hearty meal. Whenever he wallowed in negativity and complaints, Zhang Shirtu beside him would urge him, "Uncle Li, the emperor has said that discipline is the soul of a unit. It ensures the cohesion and combat effectiveness of the army, enabling us to win battles. Right now, we are training our discipline." Lier scoffed. "Discipline? What nonsense is that? Winning battles depends on brains. When I return, I'll tell you how I single-handedly took on 5 foes, striking fear into the borderlands and achieving great merit. Follow my lead, and becoming a hero will be a breeze." Laughter erupted around him. Wang Guowei in the ranks unabashedly mocked him. "Li Qiushu, you dare claim great merit? When have you ever not fled faster than a mouse from the Qingli Prairie? You've used your wits solely for survival. I'm almost impressed you haven't been shot by the disciplined battalion yet." Indeed, back then, he was with us in the same fortress. This fellow, seemingly inconspicuous, somehow managed to return unscathed every time. That skill is enviable. What skill? He merely sold out his comrades, didn't he? I see that right? Li Qiushu? Listening to the surrounding laughter, Li Er's face turned red, and he spat. "Go away, stop talking nonsense. I never sold out my comrades. I was always at the forefront." This elicited another round of laughter. After all, a reverse charge is still a charge. At this moment, Li Er did not consider himself a traitor. He merely regarded himself as an ordinary mortal. What could he possibly change on the battlefield? It was imperative to conserve his strength. Moreover, it was quite normal for common soldiers to retreat in the face of adversity. He was not the only one fleeing. Amidst a chorus of sighs, only Zhang Shirtu gazed at Li Er with starry-eyed admiration. After spending some time in the military camp, he had been indoctrinated with the notion of fearlessness in the face of sacrifice and the aspiration to become a hero. Previously, such opportunities had been beyond reach, for heroes were not meant for the likes of ordinary folk. However, the current Lin Kingdom army had begun to advocate that whether one was a commoner or a martial artist, achieving merit rendered one a hero. Being a hero not only brought glory but also ensured better treatment. His mind was now consumed with thoughts of earning merit and becoming a hero. He still recalled the time when the conscription team came to their village. Hardly anyone volunteered to enlist. After all, in that era, commoners enlisted only to become cannon fodder, who would willingly march towards death. Yet, after several days of propaganda and impassioned speeches, which appealed to both reason and emotion, the villagers began to realize that their lands had been allocated to them by the emperor. Should the Lin Kingdom fall, the martial lords would return, seizing their lands, appropriating their grain, and continuing their oppression. This was something the people of the Lin Kingdom, who had only just begun to enjoy a few days of good fortune, could not accept. Furthermore, the policies clearly outlined the benefits of military service and the compensation for families, alleviating their concerns. Especially, after becoming heroes, their families would be virtually free from worry regarding sustenance. Suddenly, the sparsely populated conscription office was transformed. Countless individuals queued up to join the army, including the elderly and children. The conscription officials had no choice but to continuously explain that those under 10 or over 60 could not enlist. Only children who were the sole heirs could not enlist, and those whose health did not meet the requirements were also barred from service. The rejected candidates were filled with disappointment, while those selected felt a surge of pride. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely struggle to believe their eyes. How could commoners be so eager to enlist? Zhang Shirtu was one of those who signed up at that time. He yearned to stand out and insisted on enlisting. Eventually, his family relented. Before he departed, his mother advised him, "My son, the emperor has granted us land, and you must repay him for the good life we now led. Do not worry, your brothers will take care of things at home. When you return as a hero, I will arrange a marriage for you, and there will be flowers embroidered at the village entrance. I know you have been thinking about that girl for quite some time. Once you become a hero, she too will share in the glory." His little face flushed as he nodded, reluctantly stepping out the door, unaware that his mother was secretly wiping away her tears. Who truly wishes for their child to go to war? Often, it is merely self-soothing, a way to convince oneself. Since then, he had dreamed of becoming a hero, the most accomplished child in the village.
To this end, he trained diligently in the army, becoming a model soldier. Although he was small and appeared frail, his resilience and adherence to orders earned him the admiration of his superiors. Many others, just as dedicated, were also young recruits, albeit somewhat naive, misled by Li Er into believing that he had achieved merit, constantly requesting Li Er to recount his glorious deeds. Meanwhile, seasoned veterans like Li Er mostly displayed apathy and a wait-and-see attitude. Chapter 7. Cooperation. Not long after, one day, several unexpected guests arrived at Lin Yi's private meeting hall. Among them was a burly figure, his face marred by scars, a mass of muscle exuding an intimidating aura despite being a commoner. He was Zhao Tian'ao, the leader of the Lin Kingdom rebel army, flanked by a spirited young woman and a refined young scholar. These two were his subordinates, Xiao Hong and Jiang Bai. Su Zhe stood quietly to one side. Zhao Tian'ao wore a haughty expression, feigning ferocity as he took the initiative to speak. "Are you the Crown Prince Lin Yi? What brings you to such lengths to summon us?" His tone offered no courtesy to Lin Yi. Sensing the hostility, Lin Yi remained composed, gazing steadily at the newcomers, while Su Zhe could no longer contain himself, rebuking their rudeness. "Commoners must not show disrespect. Have you not seen the Emperor?" Zhao Tian'ao burst into laughter, having heard of Lin Yi's incompetence. Lin Yi, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and opted for a straightforward approach. "Brother Zhao, I presume that life has been rather difficult for you and your comrades since the fall of Lin capital." Zhao Tian'ao and his companions furrowed their brows at this remark. While the Lin kingdom had suppressed the rebellion by executing the ringleaders, the invading armies of Liang, Shun, and Song treated the rebel forces with even greater cruelty, executing all who participated in the uprising. Even civilians who merely aided the rebels faced collective punishment, leading to a situation where they were forced to hide, evading pursuit, while also contending with attacks from beasts lurking in the depths of the forest, resulting in mounting casualties in such dire straits, lacking clothing, food, and medicine, and being relentlessly hunted. They had indeed reached a critical juncture. Observing the troubled expressions on their faces, Lin Yi felt satisfied. It was precisely what he had anticipated. Soon, Zhao Tian'ao regained his composure and, in a fit of indignation, mocked Lin Yi. "Oh, so the lofty crown prince has begun to concern himself with commoners. It seems the Lin kingdom you oversee now holds but a single city. I imagine your days are not particularly pleasant either. Furthermore, if it were not for your and your officials' incompetence, we would not be in such dire straits, would we?" Su Zhe's veins bulged with fury. This man had repeatedly insulted Lin Yi with impunity. Were it not for the fear of disrupting Lin Yi's plans, he would have had the guards deal with him immediately. Yet Lin Yi paid no mind to the mockery. Instead, smiling and shaking his head, if he were in Zhao Tian'ao's position, he would never reveal his weaknesses. Rather, he would boast and deceive the opposition, thus gaining leverage in negotiations. It was evident that the rebel army lacked such awareness. Inherently disadvantaged in political matters, my friends, I am not here to engage in a contest of woes, nor to trade barbs. In fact, I hold a deep respect for your perseverance under such challenging circumstances. The courage and resolve you possess are qualities scarce among the populace of the Lin kingdom. I have summoned you today to discuss a potential collaboration. The heads of the group erupted in astonishment. They had anticipated a discussion of cooperation, which was why they had journeyed such a distance to meet with Lin Yi. On one hand, the rebel army was indeed in a precarious position. On the other, they believed the Lin kingdom itself was hanging by a thread, rendering it unnecessary to confront them. Their only viable option was collaboration. However, they did not expect Lin Yi to express admiration for their actions. Had the crown prince suffered some sort of shock? Had ruling the empire muddled his mind? The nature of the rebel army was clear. They had risen against the rule of the Lin kingdom. "I oppose you, yet you admire me?" Surely, he has lost his senses. Based on their previous experiences, Lin Yi was expected to adopt a superior tone, mock them, and then issue commands, leading to a standoff until Lin Yi ultimately capitulated, resulting in a mutually beneficial agreement. Yet now, Lin Yi not only refrained from oppressing them but also offered praise. Could it be that the Lin kingdom was truly in a state of despair, prompting Lin Yi to utter such insincere words in his eagerness to collaborate? The three exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. They even felt a twinge of regret. The Lin kingdom appeared to be on the brink of collapse. and it seemed unlikely they would provide substantial aid. Nonetheless, they too were in a perilous situation, desperately in need of supplies. Adhering to the principle of taking whatever they could get, Zhao Tian'ao quickly regained his composure and tentatively remarked, "Your Majesty, we are willing to cooperate. However, the rebel forces are critically short on supplies. If we do not receive assistance, it may be impossible to achieve our goals. In such a case, would our cooperation not be mere pretense? Offering you no benefits?" Lin Yi burst into hearty laughter at this. "Rest assured, since it is a collaboration, the Lin Kingdom will certainly provide robust support in terms of supplies, as a demonstration of my sincerity." With these words, the three felt a slight easing of their tension. Although the meeting had developed in an unexpected manner, securing Lin Yi's agreement to provide aid was an achievement in itself. They were, however, uncertain about the extent of this sincerity. Just as they were about to inquire further about the supplies, Lin Yi waved his hand to interrupt them. "There's no need to rush. First, I would like to show you something. I believe that after seeing it, you will gain a deeper understanding of our sincerity." The group, puzzled, could only follow Lin Yi to the training grounds. There, a vast number of soldiers were engaged in rigorous training. Lin Yi casually selected a battalion and instructed the commanding officer to demonstrate the formation firing tactics. Suppressing his excitement at being personally chosen by the emperor, the officer bellowed, "At ease, attention, a line to the right. Prepare for battle." These military commands were also taught by Lin Yi, designed not only to train officers to relay orders swiftly and accurately, but also to cultivate the soldiers' ability to respond promptly to unexpected situations. Soon, 400 soldiers, under command, formed 4 orderly lines, with each line consisting of 100 troops, ready to advance towards a target 2 kilometers ahead. As the whistle sounded, all individuals marched forward in unison under the guidance of several officers. Their momentum akin to an unstoppable wave. Zhao Tian'ao, seemingly dazzled, gazed incredulously at these men. If his eyes did not deceive him, these individuals belonged to the mortal army, their aura rivaling that of his own rebel forces. He had always firmly believed that although his insurgents were also mortals, their combat prowess far surpassed that of the Lin Kingdom's mortal troops. Their only shortcomings lay in inadequate equipment and the absence of martial artists. His insurgents were formidable warriors, having emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, boasting rich combat experience. Under favorable conditions, they could even turn the tables on martial artist armies. He himself was exceptionally valiant. A mere mortal without spiritual power, yet he had dispatched numerous martial artists, even managing to slay a martial officer at the cost of severe injury and unconsciousness. Of course, part of this was due to the martial officer's underestimation and subsequent ambush. And the other part was that the officer had already been trapped and grievously wounded. Nonetheless, he could still be regarded as a legendary figure within the insurgency, lauded by the citizens of the Lin Kingdom and enjoying high esteem among the populace. As the soldiers advanced to within a kilometer of the target, the range of the otherworldly spirit strike gun being 2 kilometers, this is the first time I have heard of the defeat of the martial lord and the distribution of land to commoners. Their initial intention was merely to hope that the martial lord would lower taxes, treat the commoners kindly, and leave the people away to survive. Little did they expect that Lin Yi would enact even more radical changes. Both holding the martial lord accountable and redistributing land, not only abolishing all privileges for martial artists, but also advocating for equality among all, treating everyone with impartiality. These notions were beyond their wildest imaginings. Who, I ask, is the true rebel, you or I? They even began to doubt whether the emperor before them was merely a guise for another uprising. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi declared, "Thus, I have already addressed most of your demands. We no longer harbor significant conflicts, do we? Our only common threat now is the external enemy. They rampage across our lands, ruthlessly slaughtering and pillaging, shamelessly violating our brothers and sisters. This is nothing short of national humiliation. Yes, I admit this tragedy is due to the incompetence of my Lin nation. Our court is rife with wrongdoers, and I, Lin Yi, am the foremost sinner." Upon uttering these words, Lin Yi closed his eyes. Seemingly enveloped in sorrow, the emperor is blameless. It is we who are guilty. The officials in the court, including Su Zhe, were rendered speechless, kneeling to the ground in despair. "Do not kneel." Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes and admonished sternly. "All are equal. There is no difference between you and me. I understand that you cannot comprehend this. You have grown accustomed to the distinctions of status and hierarchy that have persisted for millennia. You might believe that ancient traditions cannot be wrong. However, they are profoundly mistaken. They are merely the excuses crafted by a minority to oppress the majority. The wealth of society is generated by the many, yet it is possessed by the few. How is this fair? It is unjust. A select few, seeking to ride upon the backs of the majority, oppress others while fearing rebellion, incessantly concocting excuses to elevate their status and classify themselves as a superior class, thereby justifying their dominion over what they deem the inferior class. This is the origin of class distinctions and the hierarchy of respect. For instance, take the martial class of this world. I have heard it said that only the chosen few can awaken spiritual powers, that they are nobler than commoners. I declare this to be utter nonsense. If you contribute to society, then I acknowledge your nobility. However, if you achieve nothing of merit and instead harm society, then I can only label you a parasite. The dregs of society, no title of nobility can disguise a foul heart. Do noble lords and ministers possess an innate superiority? Must they be born above others? I can assure you that such notions will no longer exist in the future. First and foremost, all are equal. Everyone must belong to one class, with no distinctions of high or low. Thus, the act of kneeling must be prohibited. Secondly, all who contribute to the nation shall be rewarded, regardless of their status. Do not invoke status in my presence. I aim to transform Lin Nation, and indeed the world, into a realm where all are equal, where everyone possesses the right to exist, and where all will rise against injustice, akin to the righteous forces led by Xiao Hong, Zhao Tian'ao, and Zhang Bai. As Lin Yi delivered his impassioned speech from the platform, Xiao Hong and the others below were moved to tears. Though many of his statements were novel and some difficult to comprehend, they could still feel the radiant power contained within his words. If they had previously wandered aimlessly in darkness, Lin Yi's words now served as a beacon, illuminating their path forward. They had always recognized injustice and their own suffering, but constrained by their ideological environment, they had limited their aspirations to minor grievances such as reduced taxes and improved treatment. Now, Lin Yi's address illuminated their understanding. They had been resisting the oppressive class, and as long as classes existed, oppression would never cease. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Hong and the others had already become Lin Yi's staunchest supporters, even more fervent than the court officials. Following this assembly, which would later be referred to as the First Red Declaration, the Dragon Emperor publicly articulated his red political views for the first time at a meeting. Although consensus was ultimately not reached, the significance was profound. Most attendees were unable to accept even the notion of not kneeling, which made the Dragon Emperor acutely aware of the formidable challenges of ideological reform. Consequently, he shifted his focus, opting to initiate change through science and technology, altering the societal environment before gradually addressing deeper issues. Before long, an agreement was reached. This special task force not only trained the rebel army in the use of firearms, but also imparted guerrilla warfare strategies, as taught by Lin Yi, applying them in real combat. These strategies greatly invigorated the creativity of Xiao Hong and the others, transforming the operational style of the rebel army and ushering in a new era of guerrilla warfare, resulting in a significant increase in enemy casualties and buying several months of time for Lin Nation. The officers of the task force, possessing extensive theoretical knowledge, combined with the practical experience of the rebels, led to the eventual emergence of the illustrious Red Long Sky Hunter Corps in later generations. Chapter 9. Pre-war mobilization time flew by. It had been half a year since the capital was breached. During this period, many unprecedented departments established by Lin Yi began to gradually find their footing. Nevertheless, their impact fell far short of Lin Yi's expectations. For instance, the Taixue, which was supposed to be a place for education and talent selection, was envisioned by Lin Yi to primarily focus on the sciences, imparting new knowledge to students, guiding them towards innovation, and exploring the truths of nature. However, due to the severe lack of theoretical knowledge across the nation, many teachers often struggled to explain concepts themselves, rendering the sciences virtually non-existent. Many students even preferred to attend military academies instead. This left Lin Yi shaking his head. Indeed, the development of scientific knowledge requires a period of accumulation before it can flourish. The invention of the Spirit Strike gun was partly due to his understanding of its principles, and partly due to the reliable materials available in this world. It was sheer luck. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi realized that impatience would yield no results. Though knowledge was lacking, the principles and research methodologies could still be taught. Concepts such as the method of controlling variables, substitution, and transformation could still be emphasized. He particularly stressed that all conclusions must be grounded in data and that one must adhere to the truth, as knowledge is born from practice. These advanced ideas subtly influenced this generation, laying the groundwork for rapid technological advancement in the future. At last, news arrived from Deqian, neither good nor bad. At this moment, within the Supreme Command, Su Zhe, Wei Qigong, Lin Yi, and several ministers were engaged in discussion. Deqian has sent Princess Yu as an envoy to visit our Suicheng. Could it be that they are here to support us? Su Zhe remarked, sensing that his plans had come to fruition. Wei Qigong, brimming with excitement, added, during this time, I have been tirelessly busy with Lin Yi's affairs, establishing the Special Operations Bureau to train agents, surveying and mapping out strategies, and reporting to the Academy of Sciences for testing. Even my robust physique at the martial master level is feeling the strain. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Do not rejoice too soon. Su Zhe. Look here. This imperial edict contains a note at the end stating that as long as next month passes, our envoy shall personally visit your court. What does this mean? What is meant by as long as next month passes? Upon hearing this, Su Zhe took the edict and examined it closely. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind as he turned to Lin Yi and said, Deqian is deliberately leaking intelligence to us. Otherwise, there would be no need to include as long as they could have simply stated, next month. Lin Yi nodded in approval, while Wei Qigong remained perplexed. Scratching his head. What intelligence? Old Su, what have you discerned? Speak up. Su Zhe steadied himself and said solemnly, I believe the enemy nation is about to gather a large army and march towards us. You see, Deqian, as the overlord of the central and southern mainland, undoubtedly possesses superior intelligence-gathering capabilities compared to us. I can assert that they have intercepted information regarding the enemy's imminent large-scale attack against us, and it is highly likely to occur next month. Deqian is using this opportunity to remind us to prepare for defense. Wei Qigong finally understood, but then asked in confusion, if the enemy is about to attack, why have we not seen any response from them? Will they assist us? Just as Su Zhe was about to respond, he suddenly realized it was inappropriate to speculate and fell silent, torn between whether to speak. Fortunately, Lin Yi spoke up, alleviating his awkwardness. Whether they assist us depends on our value. As it stands, we are too weak. If we can hold our ground next month, then we will naturally have value for their assistance. However, if we cannot withstand the attack, then their assistance would be unnecessary. Thus, whether they help us depends entirely on our ability to win the battle next month. Your Majesty is wise. Su Zhe and the others bowed in acknowledgement. In that case, I hereby declare a state of emergency at the national level and issue a nationwide mobilization order. I command. At once, everyone sprang to their feet, awaiting orders. Seal off all border pathways. All legions must be prepared for war at any moment. Strengthen defensive areas according to plan. The Armament Bureau must produce firearms, ammunition, and all necessary war resources at full capacity. Recruit all available labor from the populace. Construct defensive works as planned and transport supplies. Relocate all civilians to the rear as per the plan. Scorched earth tactics must be employed. Leave not a grain of food for the enemy. Ensure effective propaganda. And any losses incurred will be compensated after victory. All agents must intensify intelligence gathering and report daily. The rebel army must closely monitor enemy movements and report promptly. Establish a gendarmerie to maintain order and supervise all unlawful activities during the war, especially those profiting from national calamity. As the orders from the Supreme Command cascaded down, the entire machinery of the nation commenced its operations. Some individuals finally began to realize that something was amiss. In preparation for war, it was initially assumed that conscripting laborers would be as challenging as it had been in the past. To everyone's astonishment, throngs of citizens voluntarily stepped forward to assist as laborers, aiding in the transportation of supplies. Even the conscripted soldiers exceeded their quotas, a phenomenon unheard of throughout history. Many began to reflect. They had thought Lin Yi's earlier land distribution was a misguided attempt to alter ancestral laws without purpose. However, out of respect for His Majesty's authority and decisive actions, they had refrained from voicing their doubts. To their surprise, a mere plot of land could ignite the enthusiasm of the populace to such an extent, leaving them awe-struck. In response, Lin Yi remarked, to some, it is merely a piece of land, but to the common folk, it represents the very essence of their family's survival. To protect their land, these ordinary citizens can unleash unimaginable strength. There were no complaints, whether from soldiers or civilians, warriors or commoners. All were united in purpose, sharing a singular resolve, to triumph in battle. Some witnessed the true nature of popular sentiment and the might of the common man for the first time, leading to an ineffable shift in collective consciousness. With the war machine operating seamlessly, the Red Dragon in the periphery finally revealed its claws, Lier, and the troops led by Shirtu were dispatched to construct trenches around the defensive perimeter. Compared to Shirtu's diligent labor, Lier appeared far more relaxed. Over time, Lier had genuinely come to appreciate the young lad, who was honest, hardworking, yet somewhat dim-witted. The constant reminders about military discipline had left him exasperated. No amount of persuasion seemed effective, as Shirtu was as stubborn as a rock. Reflecting on his own child, who would have been of similar age, brought a pang to his heart, and he pretended to wipe away sweat. As if fearing others would notice, I say, little Shirtu, you need only to dig a bit. You can't truly expect that a single pit will secure victory. Little Shirtu looked up with a foolish grin. Uncle Li, His Majesty has said that we are a scientific army. By employing science wisely, we can win the war. Digging trenches transforms the terrain and creates advantageous conditions for our forces. Moreover, the first rule of our discipline is to follow commands. As long as we stop, I'm afraid of you now, and no more talk of discipline or science. What good does that do? In critical moments, we must rely on our wits and our legs. By the way. Shirtu, do you remember what I told you? Upon hearing this, little Shirtu wore a helpless expression. Uncle Li, you've repeated it so many times. In battle, I follow you. Exactly. Following Uncle Li will never lead you astray. Listen to your Uncle Li, and you'll surely become a hero. Lier smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, the others nearby began to jeer. Lier, have you taken on a disciple? I want to learn too. Teach me. Yes, I also wish to know how to be a hero, but let us not end up like a bear. Ha ha ha. Go on. You old hands don't need me to teach you. Lier chuckled at the banter, but only Shirtu approached him with a shovel. Uncle Li, you're getting old. Let me help you dig. You take a rest. Lier felt a lump in his throat, his eyes reddening again. What a filial child. Chapter 10. 10 victories, 10 defeats before long. A relentless stream of dire news reached Lin Yi. The invading forces began to mobilize. The Liang army emerged from Ping Tai, the Shen army from Beiluo, and the Song army from Yunzhou. The three armies congregated near Zixi, not far from Sui City. According to credible reports, the Liang army comprised 4,000 warriors and 30,000 auxiliary soldiers. The Shen army boasted 6,000 warriors and 50,000 auxiliary soldiers, while the Song army fielded up to 10,000 warriors and 50,000 auxiliary soldiers. Altogether, the Allied forces numbered 20,000 warriors and 130,000 commoners, while Lin's kingdom had fewer than 1,000 warriors, mostly the aged, infirm, or disabled, alongside over 200,000 common soldiers. Of these, only half were regular troops equipped with spirit strike guns, while the rest were hastily conscripted recruits, whose combat capabilities were negligible. On the bright side, the enemy had not brought many auxiliary soldiers, likely underestimating the conflict as a mere formality, believing that commoners were only needed to occupy cities. However, the grim news was that the enemy's warriors outnumbered Lin's forces by 20 times. Even with 20,000 warriors facing off against 200,000 commoners, the slaughter would be overwhelmingly one-sided. Yet, even worse news followed. The constructed military fortifications and trench systems had proven ineffective. The Supreme Command had envisioned a strategy where soldiers would huddle within the fortresses, utilizing the range of the spirit strike guns to deplete enemy forces. The numerous fortifications were supposed to delay the enemy's advance. However, the reality was utterly disheartening. The towering barriers were easily breached by the enemy warriors, leading to the slaughter of hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers within. Despite initial casualties among the enemy's warriors, they quickly learned to exploit the cover of night to penetrate weak points. Experience breeds wisdom. Reports of frontline defeats fell like snowflakes, casting a shadow of gloom over all. The arrogant commander of the invading forces, Song Gue, boldly declared, "Do these commoners believe they can obstruct our advance with mere sticks? They are but ants shaking a tree." Within 10 days, Lin's kingdom shall be utterly annihilated. Although the spirit strike guns were no longer a secret, the innate arrogance of the warriors led them to dismiss these contraptions as trifles, ultimately trusting in their blades and swords. Fortunately, the enemy did not rush to pursue relentlessly. Instead, they followed the retreating soldiers at a measured pace, akin to herding sheep, waiting for them to congregate before striking en masse. This could be considered a silver lining, in light of the unfavorable situation. The Supreme Command promptly revised their strategy, issuing orders for all frontline troops to abandon the fortifications and retreat to Wudong Plain. From Wudong Plain, Sui City was already visible, indicating that Lin's kingdom had relinquished all mountainous terrains and strategic passes, choosing instead to confront the invading forces in open battle on the plain. This decision left many perplexed, especially Li Er. When their battalion received the command to vacate the fortifications and retreat entirely, he shook his head in frustration. I told you digging these absurd trenches would be pointless. We haven't fired a shot, yet we've surrendered everything. I can't fathom what they are thinking. Now we're to fight on the plain? Isn't that courting death? There's nowhere left to escape. Shirtu wished to argue but could think of no justification, so he remained silent, trudging along. After all, Li Er was a seasoned soldier with insights that surpassed those of mere recruits. Soon enough, in accordance with the orders, a total of 10 legions arrived at Wudong Plain. Lin Yi commanded the construction of fortifications on the front line, primarily to delay the enemy's advance. A considerable number of spiked barbed wire fences were hastily deployed at the new front, a measure specifically ordered by Lin Yi. These barbed wire fences surrounded the positions in 3 full rings. Lin Yi then instructed that the ground be raised to create a slope, significantly enhancing the visibility for the rear-line soldiers. With the construction of these inclines, Wudong Plain was transformed into a labyrinthine network. During the last assembly before the impending battle, the atmosphere was heavy with concern due to the recent military setbacks. After supplementing and refining the battle plans, Lin Yi unexpectedly inquired, "Gentlemen, what do you believe are our odds of victory in this upcoming battle?" The assembled officials exchanged glances, then lowered their heads in silence. Casting a pall over the court, Lin Yi sighed. If the morale was so low in the court, one could only imagine the state of the troops and the common folk at that moment. Su Zhe stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I believe our kingdom has 10 victories while the allied forces face 10 defeats. This battle shall undoubtedly be ours." Upon hearing this, a murmur of intrigue spread among the crowd. Lin Yi's interest was piqued at Su Xiang. "Is that truly your assessment? How do you arrive at 10 victories and 10 defeats?" Su Zhe cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the allied forces audaciously invade our nation. Their actions akin to beasts engaging in arson and pillage. In contrast, our kingdom rises in defense, safeguarding our homes and nation. This is the victory of righteousness. The allied forces appear united yet are divided in spirit, engaging in treachery for personal gain. Our kingdom stands as one, united in purpose. This is the victory of unity. The allied forces, overconfident in their might, display arrogance and disdain. Conversely, our kingdom, knowing shame, strives for progress. This is the victory of humility. The allied forces oppress the common folk, losing their hearts. Meanwhile, our kingdom distributes land to the people, treating them as kin. This is the victory of the people. The allied forces differentiate among their soldiers, either beating or berating the commoners and withholding pay. In contrast, our kingdom treats all equally, sharing both hardships and provisions. This is the victory of the military. The allied forces indulge in extravagance, leading to a breakdown of discipline, while our kingdom enforces strict regulations. This is the victory of governance. The allied forces, weary from their long journey, face challenges in supply. Our kingdom, however, is well prepared, ensuring ease of resupply. This is the victory of geography. The allied forces remain stagnant, clinging to outdated tactics, underestimating our weaponry, while our kingdom develops new arms and embraces innovation. This is the victory of technology. The allied commander, Song Gue, is known for his obstinacy and autocracy, whereas our kingdom enjoys wise governance and virtuous officials. This is the victory of virtue. The allied forces, emboldened by their previous successes, have grown complacent and lost the will to fight, while our kingdom, cornered and desperate, is prepared to fight to the last breath. This is the victory of momentum. With these 10 victories and 10 defeats, our kingdom shall surely prevail. As he finished speaking, an eruption of applause filled the air. "Well said. Su Xiang, as expected, possesses keen insights. With these 10 victories, what do we have to fear from the allied forces? Indeed, victory belongs to my Lin kingdom. The atmosphere in the court shifted dramatically. Lin Yi was taken aback. Su Zhe could utter such inspiring words. Although they sounded like mere platitudes, the effect was palpable, justifying his extraordinary promotion. Soon, the discourse on 10 victories and 10 defeats spread throughout the nation, greatly uplifting the spirits of all citizens and dispelling the previous gloom. Chapter 11. Prelude to War at Last. The main force of the enemy appeared within Lin Yi's sight 3 days later. The banners of Liang and Song fluttered over the Udon plains. The hearts of everyone in Lin Kingdom grew heavy. Shortly thereafter, the two armies positioned themselves approximately 3 kilometers apart. Lin Kingdom deployed 5 legions in the center, with 1 legion each on the left and right flanks, while 3 others remained in reserve. The tension was palpable. No one dared to breathe. In contrast, the allied forces of Song and Liang displayed a casual demeanor, aligning themselves in formation, with the common troops on the wings and all the martial artists of Liang and Song in the center. Their spirits were high, as if they were embarking on a leisurely spring outing, which resulted in a notably loose formation. General Yang Hong, known for his caution, was the first to speak. Noticing something peculiar about the Lin Kingdom troops across from him, he felt a vague sense of unease. Song Commander, do you think the martial artists of Lin Kingdom have all vanished? They cannot truly be planning to confront us with mere commoners, can they? Where would they find martial artists? I have heard that Lin Kingdom has been purging them, claiming that martial artists bring nothing but harm to the nation. They intend to eliminate them all and instead promote commoners, transferring the wealth of martial artists to the latter. Such folly. Source of intelligence. Rumors spread by martial artists expelled from Lin Kingdom, aimed at defaming it. Is it true that Lin Yi's young lord has done this? Liang Hong exclaimed in disbelief. I have investigated, and it is indeed the case. Upon receiving confirmation, Liang Hong let out a sigh of relief and began to laugh heartily. What a once-in-a-millennium fool of an emperor. Lin Kingdom is doomed under his rule. Who would have thought that the nation founded by the martial sage would descend to such a state? Nonetheless, we must remain cautious. What if Lin Kingdom is merely feigning weakness to lower our guard, secretly rallying their martial artists for a surprise attack? Song Gue sneered. General Yang, you are overly concerned. You must have faith in the intelligence capabilities of my Song Kingdom. Besides, even at their peak, Lin Kingdom could muster only 8,000 martial artists. Now that most of their territory has fallen into our hands, they are confined to a corner, barely surviving. How many could possibly remain? At most, 2,000. After much deliberation, Liang Hong suggested, Song Commander, perhaps we should send scouts to investigate the surrounding area. There may be an ambush. Song Gue's expression darkened. Immediately. 2,000 against our 14,000. Do you believe that this commander has become so incompetent that I would be defeated by a mere 2,000 martial artists from Lin Kingdom? Liang Hong realized his rudeness and quickly denied. Of course not. It's just, at this moment, Song Gue was not in the mood to listen to his excuses and commanded forcefully, General Yang. Time is of the essence. Order the troops to prepare for an assault. Liang Hong felt uneasy. Song Commander, it is unwise. The reinforcement troops are still en route, and our commoner auxiliary forces have yet to arrive. A hasty attack may lead us into a trap. I suggest we wait until the main force of the commoner auxiliary army joins us, securing our flanks before launching an assault. That would be the wisest course of action. Song Gue disregarded this advice, instead mocking, You Liang people are so timid. Why fear mere commoners? It is no wonder, given that Liang Kingdom is inherently weak. You must tread carefully with such meager resources. However, let me remind you, I am the supreme commander of the alliance, and you would do well to heed my orders. Otherwise, I will personally report your insubordination to your emperor. You? Liang Hong's face turned ashen, his hands trembling uncontrollably, yet he could only swallow his indignation. He waved dismissively at Song Gue and retreated to issue commands via a communication talisman. Song Gue snorted in disdain. How dare this mere 8th-tier martial officer repeatedly question him? A 3rd-tier martial king. Were it not for Liang Kingdom's status, he would have dealt with him harshly by now. Meanwhile, in Lin Kingdom, the army stood in perfect formation, soldiers poised for action, each gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Thanks to the relentless production of communication talismans, they had been distributed to all officers, though scarce and traditionally reserved for martial artists to facilitate information transmission. Lin Yi had abandoned convention, distributing them widely to lower-ranked commoner officers for better coordination. Akin to walkie-talkies on Earth, at the forefront of the 3rd Legion, an unexpected guest arrived. Clad in battle attire, Lin Yi appeared before them, riding a fiery red steed, exuding an air of brilliance. Instantly, the Legion erupted in cheers, which soon spread throughout the entire army, even catching the attention of the Liang and Song coalition. Momentarily piquing their curiosity, Liang Hong, momentarily forgetting his orders, mused, the one riding the fiery red steed must be the commander of Lin Kingdom. However, he is merely a novice martial artist. Lin Yi possesses hidden strength. Once the battle commences, I shall have the opportunity to deal with him directly. Regaining his composure, he commanded his subordinates accordingly, and similar orders were issued within the Song forces. Unaware that he had become the target of collective disdain, Lin Yi gestured for silence, and all eyes turned to him. He commenced an impassioned speech. Before the battle, your commander doubted you. He claimed you were mere commoners, lacking in combat prowess, wavering in resolve, and fearful of death. He asserted that you were worthless, incapable of standing against martial artists, and that bringing you to the plains was tantamount to sending you to your doom. He said you were only fit to scurry like rats within the confines of your cities, barely surviving. Do you agree with him? A swell of humiliation and indignation surged within their hearts. Though they may be weak, they were far from afraid of death. After a period of education and training, they had developed a noble cause to fight for, a sense of dignity and honor. As the initial murmurs of dissent began, they quickly escalated into a united roar from the entire army. No, no. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, signaling for their voices to quiet down so he could continue. I too find it unacceptable. Though you may be weak, you possess weapons, families, comrades, brothers and sisters, a nation in Lin Kingdom. And me. You have the strongest support behind you. You are the invincible weapon of Lin Kingdom. Therefore, I have relieved your previous commander of his duties. I have granted him the chance to hide like a rat in the city. I believe in you, in your fearlessness, and in your willingness to sacrifice. Today, let the enemy witness the courage of the commoners they scorn. Let them see the miracles we can create. Today, the world shall remember you. Remember your fury, remember your sacrifices, and remember your glory. From this moment onward, I am your commander, and I shall watch you fight from here, not retreating a single step. Until the enemy is vanquished, I will not retreat. Not a single step back. Long live your majesty. With Lin Yi's speech concluded, the soldiers erupted into a fervent chorus of cheers. Not a single step back. Long live your majesty. Long live. Long live. The shouts echoed thunderously, and determination shone in every eye. Even seasoned veteran Li Er felt the infectious fervor. Perhaps I should hold on a bit longer. That would honor the majesty. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi drew his sword, pointing it forward, inhaling deeply. I command. The 2nd and 3rd Legions shall advance. With a single command from Lin Yi, the 2nd and 3rd Legions, totaling 40 battalions, began to form up and advance. The 3rd Legion took the left flank, while the 2nd Legion took the right, stretching over a kilometer-wide front. Officers led the way, with soldiers following closely behind, all marching in unison with resolute steps, an unstoppable force akin to a tidal wave. The Liang and Song coalition stood dumbfounded. They had just been startled by the cheers from Lin Kingdom, and now witnessing the Lin soldiers taking the initiative to attack felt surreal. The enemy is not only not fleeing but dares to strike at us? A profound sense of humiliation washed over them, particularly for Song Gue, who was beside himself with rage, pointing at his subordinates and berating them. You useless lot, moving so slowly and allowing commoners to ride over you in provocation is utterly disgraceful. These audacious commoners, unaware of their own mortality, charge forth. Slay them all, leave not a single one alive. Suddenly, the warriors of the Songliang coalition surged towards the Changlin army like a pack of ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, intent on tearing their opponents apart. Thus commenced the brutal Udon defense battle. Chapter 12. The ferocity of battle. The Changlin troops halted on the slope 1 kilometer away from the coalition forces, raising their rifles to aim. The vast throng of Songliang warriors, having crossed the first barbed wire fence, scoffed at it. While it appeared intimidating and was indeed cumbersome to carry, it was far too inadequate to serve as an effective barrier. Easily vaulted over. Although their momentum had decreased, it was of little consequence. Witnessing the Changlin soldiers lined up, poised to fire, the warriors smirked, as if already envisioning the slaughter of their adversaries. However, just as they prepared to leap over the second barbed wire fence, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The front line of Changlin soldiers executed a simultaneous volley. In an instant, over 100 of the leading warriors fell lifeless, with countless others wounded, their cries of agony echoing through the air. Many, caught off guard, stumbled into the barbed wire, crying out in pain from the cuts. Some warriors were left dazed, frozen in place, their advance halted. Then came the second, third, and fourth volleys from the Changlin ranks. Inflicting devastating casualties and obliterating morale, they could not comprehend that mere mortals could wield weapons capable of slaughtering them. Fear, doubt, and panic spread among the ranks of the warriors. The power of thousands of rifles firing in unison was far beyond what could be matched by the sporadic firing of a few dozen within a fortress. The coalition forces grasped the might of the spirit-killing rifles. In the rear, figures such as Song Gui and Liang Hong were equally taken aback. When did the warriors become so fragile? How had the anticipated one-sided massacre turned into this? At this moment, Song Gui's ferocity ignited. He transmitted commands to the generals within the warrior ranks, urging them to breach the lines of the mortals at all costs. He realized that the mere mortals relied solely on the advantage of their weapons. Should they close the distance for hand-to-hand combat, they could return to a familiar rhythm. Retreat now would only result in needless suffering. Understanding this, he promptly ordered the mortal auxiliary troops to advance and shield the warriors, determined to seize the moment and obliterate the Lin kingdom. Yet, their pace was sluggish, lagging far behind. Through the efforts of the Song generals, the morale of the Liangsong warrior coalition soon revived, charging towards the Lin kingdom's defenses. At this moment, they set aside their previous laxity, for the first time regarding the mortals as worthy adversaries in a life-or-death struggle. After a prolonged minute, thousands of warriors lay slain upon the battlefield. Yet to the warriors, victory loomed near. Originally, the 800-meter distance could be traversed by warriors in just 50 seconds, significantly delayed only by the barbed wire and gunfire. Loading took 1 minute. A single volley required 10 seconds, while 4 volleys demanded 40 seconds, leaving a 20-second void. Warriors breaking through from a kilometer away would generally need a minute and a half, with the presence of barbed wire and gunfire potentially extending that duration. Contingent upon the terrain and the soldiers' conditions, if the opposing warriors charged recklessly, under normal circumstances, they could only unleash 2 volleys at most. According to standard operational procedures, a legion comprises 20 battalions, with 10 on the front lines and 10 in reserve. In the event of casualties, reinforcements would advance in this assault and defense battle. The advantage of holding the slope allowed the second echelon of 10 battalions to possess a clear line of sight for simultaneous firing, thus enhancing their firepower. Consequently, a single legion could fire approximately 20,000 rounds in 2 volleys, while 2 legions could unleash a staggering 40,000 rounds. Even so, the enemy's casualties amounted to merely 1,000. Eventually, the coalition warriors breached the final barbed wire fence, akin to tigers leaping down from the mountains, poised to unleash nightmares upon the mortals. As they beheld the Changlin soldiers within arm's reach, the coalition warriors smirked, revealing a cruel smile. They had triumphed, and it was now their turn to butcher this group of mortals. Meanwhile, many Lin soldiers felt a sheen of sweat on their brows, aware that their advantage had dissipated. Yet, the fact that they had managed to slay so many warriors ignited a spark of excitement within them. Their training had indeed borne fruit. Just before engaging the coalition, the Lin Kingdom's officers commanded all Changlin soldiers to swiftly affix their bayonets, glinting glaringly in the sunlight. The coalition warriors scoffed, plunging into the fray, swiftly transforming the ground into a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs. The Changlin soldiers' bayonets struggled to inflict effective harm upon the warriors, especially as the latter donned armor. Their bayonets often left mere scratches on the armor. Only strikes through the gaps in the armor could potentially slay a warrior. The battlefield soon tilted in favor of the coalition, as all warriors found solace in the familiarity of their adversaries. They were indeed no match. However, as time progressed, the situation began to take an eerie turn. In the eyes of one warrior, The Changlin soldiers displayed reckless bravery, surging towards him. Some clung to his legs, others to his waist, while a few attempted to pry off his armor and stab him. Although he swiftly shook off most of them, cleaving in two the one who dared to stab him, he glared furiously at the individual still clinging to his leg, none other than Shirtu. Nearby, Lier was observing. Initially, he had watched the warriors break through the defenses and was prepared to flee with Shirtu, only to be taken aback when Shirtu dashed back into the fray. Unable to shake his concern for Shirtu, he deliberated and ultimately followed suit. Shirtu clung tightly to the warrior's leg, shouting loudly, "Uncle Li, kill him!" At that moment, Lier was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground when the warrior cast a glance in his direction. Realizing that Lier posed no threat, the warrior began to kick Shirtu furiously, causing him to spit blood. Yet he still refused to let go, desperately shouting, "Uncle Li, strike him!" Cough cough. Lier trembled, gazing at the bisected Wang Guowei. Glancing around at the bodies of those seasoned soldiers with whom he had shared laughter and discussions of escape, he was shocked to see that they had fought until the very end. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with shock and inner turmoil. Memories of past harrowing escapes surfaced, bringing forth the faces of comrades he had abandoned, as if mocking him, inflicting unbearable pain. Seeing that Shirtu would not relinquish his grip, the warrior ceased his words and severed Shitu's hands with a single stroke, then kicked the boy towards Lier. Despite this, Shitu's severed hands clung tenaciously to the warrior's leg, leaving the latter no choice but to squat down and pry them away. Witnessing this scene, Lier finally erupted. A man who had only fled until now chose not to run this time. For the first time in his life, he seized a long spear from the ground and charged forward. Then, closing his eyes, he thrust with all his might. Perhaps fortune was on his side. His thrust found its mark through the gap in the warrior's helmet. The warrior, filled with confusion and resentment, collapsed, unable to fathom why this cowardly mortal had suddenly found courage. No, it seemed that the mortals in this army possessed an unusual bravery. After accomplishing this feat, Lier felt as though he had drained every ounce of strength, collapsing into unconsciousness. Some may wonder why warriors, who were said to be protected by spiritual energy, could be pierced by mortal blades. Allow me to clarify. The battlefield environment is complex, and spiritual protection requires the warrior's full concentration and ample energy. If a warrior's energy is depleted, how can they maintain their protective barrier? In moments of panic, they may neglect it as well, which is why there are no absolutes, particularly on the battlefield. In summary, such occurrences transpired in every corner of the battlefield, where warriors clashed with mortals, neither side yielding. This was an outcome no one could have anticipated. Despite the valiant efforts of the 2nd and 3rd Legions, the battlefield gradually fell silent. In the aftermath, it was reported that only nearly 100 soldiers from the 2nd and 3rd Legions survived, highlighting the ferocity of the conflict, as they gazed upon the ground littered with severed limbs. All coalition warriors breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally triumphed. Glory belonged to them. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were now exhilarated and proud to have defeated mere mortals. This would surely make other nations laugh uproariously. Chapter 13. A great victory before the warriors could revel in their victory. A sudden volley of gunfire thrust them back into reality. It dawned on them that they had just vanquished 2 legions. Yet 8 more awaited them. Lin Yi dispatched 2 additional legions. At this moment, his heart bled. He yearned to personally engage in battle. Yet, he could not. He needed to forge a disciplined army. He needed to prove that mere mortals could indeed triumph over warriors. At this time, the coalition warriors found themselves in a predicament. Advancing meant facing the mortals' fearless onslaught, while retreating would only result in being shot down. Unbeknownst to them, signs of retreat began to manifest among the warriors, as those with weaker resolve hastily fled. Meanwhile, the mortal auxiliary troops assigned to flank the Songliang coalition had barely advanced before they were utterly obliterated by the Changlin army's flanking battalions. This left Song Guo, commanding from the rear, fuming with rage, cursing, "What a bunch of useless wretches!" Liang Hong furrowed his brows, his only hope now resting on the swift convergence of the warriors from the kingdom of Shun, who might launch a flanking assault on these Changlin soldiers and perhaps alter the tide of battle. To this end, he dispatched individuals to establish contact, while the remaining warriors, under the stern orders of their commanders, braced themselves against the hail of bullets. After suffering the loss of hundreds, if not thousands, they charged into the 6th and 9th legions, where the familiar narrative unfolded once more. However, the circumstances were slightly different. The ordinary soldiers remained undaunted, wielding bayonets, their hands, and even their mouths, fighting desperately in close quarters against the warriors. Meanwhile, the warriors began to show signs of physical exhaustion, lacking the protective aura of spiritual energy. Their defenses considerably weakened, and casualties were escalating rapidly. The thought of several more legions awaiting them filled everyone with despair, alongside a growing resentment. Why were these ordinary soldiers so unafraid of death? Why were they condemned to perish at the hands of mere mortals when they were warriors, inherently superior? One party was cautious and hesitant, while the other was reckless and indifferent, when faced with imminent doom. The disparity in resolve became glaringly apparent. Ultimately, one warrior succumbed to despair, disregarding the commander's attempts to restrain him, and fled, triggering a rout throughout the entire army, which in turn bolstered the morale of the Lin Kingdom forces. Lin Yi immediately commanded all legions to advance and fire upon the retreating warriors. After incurring significant losses, the surviving warriors returned to their positions, each filled with dread, clearly still reeling from the recent ferocious battle. Song Gue, with a grim expression, surveyed the fewer than 5,000 remaining warriors in the allied force, contemplating that once the Shen army arrived, they could launch a collective offensive, the outcome still uncertain. Yet, this possibility seemed increasingly remote. Soon, devastating news arrived. Liang Hong frantically informed him that the Lin Kingdom's warriors had launched a surprise attack on the Shen army, resulting in a crushing defeat. It was said that the Lin Kingdom had no fewer than 5,000 warriors. Where had such a force come from? In reality, it consisted of the last 1,000 warriors, bolstered by 3 ordinary legions, ambushing the Shen army along their route. The Shen forces were left bewildered. Perceiving threats in every rustle of leaves, mistakenly believing that the Lin Kingdom boasted at least 5,000 warriors, emboldening them to launch a sneak attack. At that moment, Liang Hong was convinced that the Lin Kingdom's theatrics regarding the extermination of warriors were merely a facade, designed to conceal this formidable force for a surprise strike. Meanwhile, Song Gue was constantly weighing the decision of whether to attack or retreat. After all, he was a martial king, and with Liang Hong and several other martial masters alongside him, there was a chance they could reverse their fortunes. However, observing the sheer number of weapons on the opposing side, despite their lack of threat to him, he pondered the potential presence of formidable martial experts among them. What if he were to fall in such a scenario? There were precedents of martial kings meeting their demise on the battlefield. As a martial king and a pillar of the nation, he would face little reproach for a defeat, but dying without understanding the circumstances would leave him with nothing. Grasping the stakes, he realized that continuing this battle was no longer viable. How cowardly. Song Gue then turned to Liang Hong and said, "General Liang, with so many warriors from the Lin Kingdom, it seems that the forces of Deqian have intervened. The situation is beyond our control. I believe we should retreat." Liang Hong was taken aback. What? Deqian? No way. Where could Deqian's people come from? But then, he smacked his thigh in realization. What a clever justification. A defeat would not be their fault, especially with Deqian involved. Despite Song Gue's usual arrogance and disregard for others, it was evident that he possessed a strategic mind. No wonder he could command the allied forces. With this thought, Liang Hong hurriedly concurred. Subsequently, feigning regret, he joined Song Gue in leading the troops in retreat. In his words, they had already defeated the Lin Kingdom's army and were on the verge of breaching the capital, only to have the martial forces of Deqian suddenly appear and save the Lin Kingdom. Regardless, the Liangsong allied forces, filled with trepidation, welcomed the order to retreat as if granted a pardon, scrambling to flee. However, their withdrawal was fraught with peril, encountering several ambushes along the way, resulting in the loss of thousands. Who could blame their arrogance? They had neglected reconnaissance on their way here. Seizing this momentum, the Lin Kingdom reclaimed approximately a quarter of its territory. In the aftermath of the war, multiple nations declared that Deqian had aided the Lin Kingdom. This left Deqian bewildered, but they chose to ignore the claims. For the Lin Kingdom, this was fortuitous, allowing them to wield the pretense of power and ensuring a period of safety. According to post-war statistics, during the Udon offensive and defensive battle, the Lin Kingdom suffered nearly 300 casualties among their warriors, while the Changlin soldiers incurred 42,000 losses, eliminating approximately 5,000 allied warriors and around 80,000 auxiliary soldiers, with countless others injured. This was an epic victory, a monumental triumph orchestrated by ordinary people. The reconstruction and post-war measures commenced simultaneously, with compensation for fallen soldiers, disability benefits, rewards for combat heroes, and resettlement funds for civilians being promptly dispersed. At the moment she received her compensation, Shi Tunyang fainted from tears. L'Air also received a commendation medal, honoring his courageous performance on the battlefield. Originally, as a soldier of the 3rd Legion, Lin Yi had specifically requested preferential treatment for surviving soldiers, permitting them to retire early. However, clutching the heavy medal, he thought of Shi Tu and resolutely chose to continue serving. For veterans who had braved life and death, the military eagerly welcomed him, promoting him to sergeant and making him a squad leader. The first new recruit under his command was Shi Tu's younger brother, a twist of fate indeed in the recently reclaimed territories. Lin Yi dispatched a multitude of officials to advocate for new policies, continuing the land distribution plan, which garnered immense grassroots support. The post-war assessment was also underway. This campaign demonstrated that ordinary people have the capability to win wars against warriors, proving that with advanced weaponry, ordinary individuals could surpass warriors. This revelation transformed the mindset of the entire Lin Kingdom army, prompting them to begin researching increasingly advanced weaponry. Thus, a plethora of new weapons emerged, and the concept of strengthening the military through technology gradually took root, guiding the national consciousness towards innovation, with more individuals embarking on research for new inventions. Consequently, this battle was heralded as the prologue to the age of technology. Simultaneously, the Supreme Command also identified several shortcomings. Firstly, the mobility of the Changlin soldiers equipped with spirit-firing guns was excessively poor. If the opposing warriors chose to flee or refrain from engaging, the legions would be unable to pursue them. Currently, there was no effective solution to this issue, which would lead to a prolonged inability to completely annihilate the warrior forces. Secondly, the legions excelled in defense but lacked in offense, particularly when confronted with fortified positions. Relying solely on spirit-firing guns proved ineffective, and attempts to assault the city resulted in them being easily harvested by the defending warriors. Consequently, after merely reclaiming a quarter of the territory, Lin Yi urgently ordered a halt. The final point was particularly critical and urgent. The inherent flaw of the spirit-firing gun necessitated a minute of reloading time following each shot, in small-scale close combat, unless they were in an ambush position and the enemy was unaware of their location. It was challenging to fire a second shot. As a result, small patrol teams along the borders frequently went missing entirely, and urban combat proved futile, significantly hindering future territorial reclamation efforts. Thus, under Lin Yi's directive, the Academy of Sciences cooperated with the Armaments Bureau to improve the spirit-firing gun while also exploring more potent siege methods. Essentially, Lin Yi would propose concepts, and they would execute them. In summary, everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Chapter 14. Yu Liuli. As time passed, news finally arrived from Deqian that the Princess of Yu Kingdom would soon visit the Lin Kingdom. Preparations for this visit were in full swing, with the welcome ceremony being particularly grand. Inside the carriage, the princess made her appearance at last. She possessed a youthful visage, her features exquisitely delicate as if painted. Especially her small mouth, which bore a subtly upturned curve, exuding an enchanting cuteness. Just how adorable she was could only be likened to the daughters of future esteemed readers. Lin Yi, however, remained unimpressed. After a brief meeting, he placed the princess in the ceremonial hall, allowing Su Zhe to handle the subsequent negotiations while he sought out Lu Changlin at the Academy of Sciences for research purposes. Each time the Princess of Yu Kingdom requested an audience, Lin Yi declined, citing pressing matters. This caused considerable dissatisfaction among some accompanying officials from Yu Kingdom. What status does the Lin Kingdom hold? A mere speck of land. While it is flattering to call you Lin Emperor, the truth is you do not even compare to their feudal lords. Shouldn't you be grateful for the personal visit of the Yu Kingdom princess, attending to her every need? How could you leave her sidelined? In response, Lin Yi felt wronged. He was not intentionally dismissive. Instead, he was deeply engrossed in research on the spirit cannon, hitting a crucial juncture. Wasn't magnifying the spirit-firing gun equivalent to creating a cannon? With this notion, Lin Yi instructed the Academy's director, Lu Changyuan, to verify its feasibility. The experiment proceeded smoothly, confirming the concept's viability. The next step would involve selecting materials and optimization. Just as this crucial moment arrived, Senior Engineer Chen Mo from the Academy submitted an experimental proposal. He creatively suggested integrating the primer and ammunition of the spirit-firing gun, which would significantly enhance reloading speed by eliminating the need to add materials in 2 stages. Lin Yi immediately approved the proposal, prioritizing the improvement of the spirit-firing gun over the development of the spirit cannon to avoid unnecessary detours. Just as he was inundated with work, the Princess of Yu Kingdom intercepted him midway. With her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed out, Yu Lioli fiercely shouted at Lin Yi, "Lin Emperor, how dare you disrespect me? I challenge you to a duel." It may appear fierce, yet paired with her charming visage and physique, she exudes an undeniable cuteness that renders fear impossible. Lin Yi could only helplessly apologize repeatedly, casting furtive glances at the officials accompanying the princess, who seemed utterly indifferent, as if the princess's penchant for dueling were a commonplace occurrence. It was Su Zhe, unable to bear the sight, who discreetly leaned toward Lin Yi and informed him that the princess often engaged in such playful antics, advising him to simply go along with it. Lin Yi expressed his understanding and decided to indulge the young girl, realizing that he needed her assistance. He mused to himself that she truly was a child craving affection. Before long, both parties arrived at the duel arena, where the princess declared her intention to compete in swordsmanship. Lin Yi reluctantly selected a sword, contemplating how he might gracefully concede the match for everyone's satisfaction. However, the young girl struck first, launching an attack with her sword. What a fine blade! Lin Yi inwardly lamented as he found himself locked in combat with Yu Lioli. Her swordplay was characterized by a perfect balance of offense and defense, flowing like water and executed with remarkable agility, capable of instantaneously altering her techniques. Caught off guard, Lin Yi quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Despite having received direct instruction from the divine envoy and considering himself a top-tier swordsman, he was surprised to find himself easily overwhelmed by a young girl. As this realization dawned upon him, his face flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, the young girl indeed possessed the demeanor of a gentleman. Despite her formidable spiritual power, she refrained from utilizing it, likely due to Lin Yi's comparatively low energy. The more Lin Yi observed her, the more he admired her. This young girl was honest and fair, never bullying the weak and truly quite endearing. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Lioli held similar thoughts regarding him. She mused that despite having him so thoroughly subdued, he still refrained from employing his spiritual power. Perceiving him as a person of integrity, amidst their mutual admiration, Lin Yi ultimately conceded defeat, pleading for mercy. Why, Yu Lioli, brimming with pride, declared, "Lin Di, since you have lost, you must spend the entire day playing with me." Lin Yi laughed heartily, thinking that after such a busy few days, it was indeed time to relax, and he readily agreed. Satisfied, Yu Lioli skipped away, one joyful step at a time, on the appointed day. Lin Yi took Yu Lioli on a tour of the Academy of Sciences. Many of the wonders within were new to her, and the young girl was filled with awe as she tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, eager to see everything. For instance, when he explained the enormous transparent stone that illuminated upon the input of spiritual energy, he referred to it as a spiritual energy lamp, a future primary source of illumination for Lin Kingdom. The young girl found the colors of the lamp particularly fascinating and beautiful, far surpassing the simplicity of fire. Typically, commoners in most nations relied on fire for light during the night, while some noble castles and royal palaces employed specialized sorcerers to cast long-lasting illumination spells. In truth, only a select few nations could afford the luxury of sorcerers, and even Yu Kingdom utilized illumination spells only during significant nighttime meetings. The young girl was utterly captivated, losing track of time as she played there for an entire day, even canceling her royal engagements. When the time to depart finally arrived, the two emerged from the Academy of Sciences, laughter echoing between them, their bond evidently strengthened. Noticing Yu Lioli's diminutive stature, Lin Yi effortlessly lifted her into the carriage. The young girl, clearly taken aback, felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue, shyly lowering her gaze, her face blooming like a flower, rendering it difficult for others to gaze upon her. Lin Yi, however, paid little mind, promptly joining her inside the carriage. Unbeknownst to him, a young man outside was glaring at them with malicious intent. Inside the carriage, Yu Lioli appeared lost in thought, her mood noticeably somber. Lin Yi, concerned, inquired about her well-being. The young girl, somewhat melancholic, responded, "Lineage, aside from my eldest sister, no one plays with me like you do or treats me with such kindness." Linny perceived this as mere childish rebellion and comforted her. "How could that be? You are a little princess of noble status. Moreover, with your adorableness, everyone would cherish you." Upon hearing this, the young girl's spirit soared. "Lineage, do you truly mean that? Will you also cherish me? How did I end up in this predicament? Of course, who could resist a lowly like you? Lolas have their privileges." "Really? Lineage is so wonderful. By the way, what does lowly mean?" "A lowly is," their conversation meandered, filled with lively banter. Suddenly, the young girl broached the subject of swordsmanship. "Lineage, what do you think of my sword skills?" Lin inwardly cursed his misfortune, his facial muscles twitching at the thought that she might challenge him to a duel again. He could not afford such humiliation and quickly deflected. "Your swordsmanship is already unmatched in the world. Haha, I could never hope to rival you. You're lying. My eldest sister is far more in this battle." Both of my Lin nation's legions suffered complete annihilation, with every soldier falling on the path of their charge, succumbing in the final melee. Not a single soul retreated a step. They were unwilling to be trampled under the feet of the warriors. Unwilling to accept the fate of oppression by them, they clashed fiercely with the allied forces of the warriors until the very last moment. At that time, the spirit-striking spear held no advantage. Yet they still managed to stand toe-to-toe with the warriors, even pushing them back in direct hand-to-hand combat during the second wave. What does this signify? It indicates that victory is not solely attributed to the spirit-striking spear, but rather to the indomitable will of my Lin nation soldiers, the will of the so-called weak mortals. Without will, even the mightiest weapon is rendered useless, much like the allied warriors, whose formidable spiritual powers are futile in the absence of resolve. Thus, it is not external conditions that render one weak, but rather the frailty of one's own heart. As long as one's spirit is robust and one's determination unwavering, nothing can vanquish them. Lily, dear sister, I firmly believe you will grow to be immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing your royal sister. The young girl listened, her eyes brimming with tears, as the discontent of the mortals resonated with her own. Even if everyone around her doubted her, deeming her swordsmanship as that of a mere mortal, and claimed that her efforts were in vain, she remained steadfast in her resolve, dedicating herself to rigorous training solely to prove her worth. Yet, despite her determination, she was still perceived as insignificant by others. "Brother Linny, is that truly how you feel? Do you genuinely believe I will become formidable in the future?" "Of course," he replied. "Everyone has their role to play. Be they warriors or mortals, as long as one's inner strength is cultivated, and one is adept at uncovering their own potential, anyone can become formidable." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Yu Liali felt as though she had found a kindred spirit, and she embraced him. Weeping uncontrollably, Lin Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Is this truly the extent of her grievances? Was I merely too enthusiastic and inadvertently offered too much encouragement? In truth, Lin Yi privately believed that in battle, both external factors such as equipment and logistics, and the inner will of the soldiers, are equally vital. They are not opposing forces but rather complementary elements. However, there are times when one must emphasize technological advantages, and at other moments, rally morale with the notion of indomitable spirit, demanding a flexible approach. The young girl, oblivious to these nuances, nestled in Lin Yi's embrace. Sobbing, while outside, Lan Ju seethed with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. The sight of his fiancée in another's arms was a profound humiliation, regardless of his own disdain. He would not allow anyone to encroach upon what he considered his. Soon, a nefarious plan began to take shape in his mind. "Do you truly have a way for us to infiltrate the embassy? Or are you merely deceiving us? Rest assured, I possess the means for you to gain entry into the embassy. Provided you follow my instructions, your confidence is intriguing. May I inquire as to your identity? Why should we trust you and heed your commands?" "Humph, you have no choice but to trust me, for I alone can assist you in stealthily infiltrating the embassy to assassinate Yu Lioli." "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, a flurry of blade unsheathing ensued, yet the man in black merely smiled derisively. With a swift turn, before the others could comprehend his movements, he had already subdued their leader, who now stood frozen in terror, a blade poised at his throat. The man in black possessed incredible strength, rendering the mid-tier martial artist utterly powerless. The man in black then released the leader, casting aside the weapon and disdainfully glanced at the others. With your meager abilities, you aspire to assassinate the princess of Unation. Such delusions are laughable. However, consider yourselves fortunate. Our objectives align, and we can collaborate. If you follow my guidance, not only the princess of Unation, but also the emperor of Lin Nation can be eliminated in one fell swoop. The group gasped in astonishment. This was precisely what they had been seeking. They soon engaged in hushed discussions and ultimately struck a deal with the man in black. After he outlined the plan, they departed, satisfaction etched upon their faces. As they left, the man in black's expression darkened, and he removed his mask, revealing the sinister visage of Lan Zhu. Chapter 16. The feast at Hongmen. In no time, the Unation's envoy conveyed news that the princess would host a banquet at the embassy, inviting Lin Yi and the officials of Lin Nation to attend. Lin Yi, having formed a favorable impression of the young girl, was more than willing to accept the invitation. Outside the embassy, the princess's guards became embroiled in a heated argument. Why are you Unation folks preventing us from bringing weapons? On Lin Nation's territory, your rudeness is intolerable. Of course, we prohibit weapons to safeguard the safety of our princess. How can we ascertain whether any among you harbors intentions to assassinate her? Moreover, the guards of our Unation princess are elite high-tier warriors, more than capable of ensuring your safety. Do you harbor contempt for our Unation's martial artists? The onlookers fell silent, yet their displeasure remained palpable. Lin Yi's expression soured, but he restrained himself, urging the group to disarm. It would be best for my compatriots to refrain from bringing weapons. We wouldn't want to frighten the young ones from Unation. With that, Lin Yi paid no heed to the displeasure of the Unation guards and strode inside. The crowd chuckled, stifling their laughter as they followed suit. One individual even called out mockingly, "Be careful, don't step on the little ones." Laughter erupted. While the Unation representatives seethed with indignation, their faces contorted with rage, wishing fervently to draw their weapons against this boisterous group. Only Lan Zhu stood aside, smirking, "Laugh while you can. Soon, you Lin Nation folks will have no reason to smile. Today, you leally graced the event in a splendid red gown, exuding elegance and nobility, adorned with the unique jade brilliance of Unation, shimmering resplendently. Upon catching sight of Lin Yi, her previously disinterested demeanor transformed, and she clung to him, refusing to let go. Lan Zhu's rage boiled over as he gritted his teeth, veins throbbing. If looks could kill, he would have slain Lin Yi 1,000 times over. Unable to contain himself, Lan Zhu turned away from Lin Yi and began orchestrating his plans. Soon, all guests were seated, toasting and exchanging pleasantries, and everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn was imminent. At that moment, a Unation official stepped forward. He was none other than the ambassador of the Unation's envoy, Qin Shang. He gestured for attention and, after bowing to Lin Yi, feigned ignorance as he posed a question. "Lin Emperor, during our journey to Suicheng, we have encountered a rumor that perplexes us. Might you enlighten us?" "Speak your mind." "Lin Emperor, I have heard whispers that Lin Nation is purging warriors, promoting mortals to positions of power while relegating warriors to servitude. Is there any truth to this?" Lin Yi scoffed. "You believe such nonsense? If that were the case, then the likes of Wei Qigong and other Lin Nation's warriors should not be present here. If such a purge were indeed occurring, how could there be any warriors left?" Qin Shang refrained from responding, instead continuing his line of questioning. "I have also heard that Lin Nation is redistributing the lands of the warriors to the mortals. Is this true? Everyone knows these lands are the ancestral heritage of the warriors, a testament to their achievements. To have them seized by the Lin Emperor and handed over to mortals is akin to highway robbery, a betrayal that chills the hearts of warriors everywhere. Such a nation is one with which the Unation cannot align." Su Zhe erupted in anger, immediately retaliating. "Qin Shang, how dare you? This is an internal matter of Lin Nation. And you, a mere citizen of Unation, presume to meddle? Do you not regard Lin Nation with respect?" The rest of the Lin officials were equally incensed, their glares piercing. Yet, Qin Shang remained disdainful. "Su Zhe, you are the one lacking in courage. I extend you the courtesy of addressing you as Lin Xiang. But without that courtesy, you are nothing. A mere mortal dares to speak to me in such a manner?" Had you been in Nation, I would have dealt with you swiftly. Oh, but wait, your status is likely too low to even attend this banquet. You? Suze, unable to tolerate the insult, retorted fiercely, a gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. I am now the Chancellor of Lin Nation. To insult me is to insult Lin Nation itself, and I shall repay such affront with my life. I wish to see how you would dare to strike me. With that, he stood defiantly before Qin Shang at that moment. Suze, despite the immense pressure of Qin Shang's martial prowess, stood his ground like a pine tree firmly rooted in the earth, unwavering and resolute. Strike me if you dare. If you do not, you are no true Nation citizen. If I flinch, I am no true citizen of Lin Nation. This reckless bravado pushed Qin Shang to retreat step by step. He felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. If he struck, he risked losing his life, yet to refrain would mean losing face. A hint of regret began to creep into his mind. This was the first time he had been bested by a mortal. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to prioritize his life, waving his hand dismissively. I shall not dispute with you barbaric mortals. With that, he returned to his seat. Lin Yi watched with keen interest. From the moment he entered, he had anticipated a feast fraught with tension, merely seeking to discern the true intentions of the Nation. Now, with Qin Shang being overshadowed by the reckless Suze, it was Lin Yi's turn to step in as the peacemaker. Chancellor Su, do not be uncouth. Nation is a land of propriety. Ambassador Qin, as a distinguished guest, would not resort to violence against an official of Lin Nation on our soil. Would it not be scandalous for others to perceive Nation as tyrannical? If they are unaware of the etiquette of guests, how can you, as a host, engage in disputes? Please, return to your seat. With just a few words, Qin Shang felt as though his head were spinning. Lin Yi's words criticized him for lacking decorum, as if he were the true barbarian. Why must Lin Di dwell on such matters? It is only natural for our Nation to assess our potential allies. For no one wishes to embrace hidden dangers. Moreover, Lin Guo's recent policies, aimed at dismantling martial prowess in favor of the mundane, are indeed perplexing. Our Nation has always been founded upon martial strength, and this trend could jeopardize any potential alliance. Thus, it is understandable that the Qin envoy, in his haste, may have lost his sense of propriety. The speaker was none other than Lan Ju, whose remarks swiftly elicited a response from the Yu people. Our Nation does not forge alliances lightly. Is Lin Di's prolonged silence indicative of uncertainty? We implore you to clarify your stance and refrain from diverting the conversation. Chapter 17. The oncoming storm amidst the Nation's relentless pressure. Lin Yi maintained a serene smile, which infuriated Yu Liuli to no end. The officials of her own nation, who typically looked down upon her, were now bullying Lin Yi, truly despicable characters. Yet, Lin Yi remained unfazed. Aware that these individuals were merely pawns in someone else's scheme, calculating that the time was ripe, Lin Yi subtly signaled to Wei Qigong and the others, deciding to engage the Yu officials in a bit of a game. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm yourselves. I once believed that the vast resources and military might of the Nation made it an ideal candidate for alliance. However, after encountering you all, I find this assertion rather debatable. His words immediately incited the ire of the Yu officials. What does Lin Di mean? Is this a slight against our Nation? Lin Guo is but a small nation, on the brink of collapse. How dare you criticize our officials? Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. We, the Nation, have no regard for your Lin Guo. Lin Yi merely smiled, undeterred by their indignation, and continued, pray, allow me to elaborate. Firstly, your Nation's lack of discernment is laughable. To accuse Lin Guo of dismantling martial prowess without verification is absurd. Who among you is unaware that I, Lin Yi, do not judge individuals based on their martial capabilities? Those with merit are entrusted with significant responsibilities, while those who threaten the state are met with strict punishment. How has this turned into a narrative of dismantling martial prowess in your mouths? This reflects your inability to distinguish right from wrong. Secondly, your lack of decorum is alarming. To insult my esteemed officials upon Lin Guo's soil, and to repeatedly slander our governance, is beyond disrespectful. Had Lin Guo sought to criticize your Nation similarly, you would have been outraged, eager to obliterate us. The principle of treating others as one wishes to be treated seems lost on you, revealing a profound misunderstanding of propriety. Lastly, your nation is rife with treachery and corruption. The influential families engage in internal machinations while bullying the weak externally, even going so far as to sabotage this very peace talk by orchestrating this banquet with ulterior motives. This illustrates your poor judgment in appointing officials. In light of your inability to discern right from wrong, your lack of decorum, and your poor governance, it is Lin Guo that must reconsider the merits of an alliance with your nation. If anything, it is we who find ourselves looking down upon you, the Yu nation. Upon concluding his remarks, a stunned silence enveloped the room, each person lost in their own thoughts, soon followed by a cacophony of whispers. It was Qin Shang who broke the tumultuous atmosphere. Lindy, setting aside other matters, could you elaborate on your claim that there are individuals in our Yu nation seeking to sabotage the peace talks? As the envoy for the negotiations, he had hoped for a successful resolution. The previous difficulties posed to Lin Yi were partly instigated by Lan Zhu, and partly an attempt to diminish Lin Guo's stature in order to gain leverage during negotiations. Realizing the peculiarities of the banquet, he was suddenly struck by the revelations shared by Lin Yi. The officials' attendants had mostly been dispatched by Lan Zhu under various pretexts, leaving only the princess's personal guards under his command. Moreover, numerous unfamiliar faces had entered the embassy, all seemingly lowly hired hands according to Lan Zhu's narrative. Previously believing these Lin Guo individuals to be timid and fearful, he now sensed a wave of panic wash over him. This could spell disaster. With a calm smile, Lin Yi addressed the situation. You might wish to consult your captain of the guards. Am I mistaken, General Lan Zhu? Have you not conferred with your compatriots? It seems your Yu delegation is not as unified as you would hope. His words ignited a frenzy within the banquet hall, prompting some to contemplate, others to express disbelief, while a few furiously accused Lin Yi of sowing discord. Some even stormed out, declaring Lin Guo beyond redemption. Yet, as one Yu official stepped outside, he was swiftly cleaved in two by a cloaked figure, followed by a horde of black-clad assailants who stormed into the hall, indiscriminately slaying those present. The scene descended into chaos, with screams echoing as people fled or sought refuge, a veritable pandemonium. Meanwhile, the Lin Guo officials maintained their composure, quickly forming a protective barrier around their own. Lin Yi took the opportunity to shield Yu Liuli, the young girl, likely unfamiliar with such turmoil, cowering behind him as he comfortingly ruffled her hair. Lan Zhu, what exactly are you scheming? The emperor will not spare you for this. Qin Shang exclaimed in fury. Lord Qin, there is no need to invoke the emperor to intimidate me. With the power of the Lan family, he cannot touch me. You should instead consider whether you will survive this day. Lan Zhu replied coldly, casting a malevolent glance at Lin Yi. Lindy, our original intention was to bypass that old fool and negotiate directly with you. The imperial family is waning. Collaboration with the Lan family is the way forward. Blame yourself for coveting what belongs to me. I, Lan Zhu, will not allow anyone to touch my possessions. All members of the Tianyuan sect, attack. The princess is mine to enjoy, and I will personally dispose of her when I am done. Ha ha ha, Lan Zhu, you truly are ruthless, even willing to lay hands on your fiancée. It seems the Tianyuan sect has produced a talent like you in a millennium, as the mocking voice echoed. A black-robed warrior descended, exuding an overwhelming aura that engulfed the hall. This presence unmistakably belonged to a martial king. At this moment, the black-robed warrior looked down upon Lan Zhu with disdain, entirely confident in his own strength, and unhesitatingly voiced his scorn. Lan Zhu's expression twisted in shock. He had not anticipated the presence of a martial king among the guests. Yet, he was not without his own plans, intending to subdue Lin Yi and his companions first. Resolving to bide his time, he retorted, have you forgotten that this is Lin Guo's territory? It would be wise to act swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen consequences. Humph, I need not your counsel. You may simply watch as Lin Guo's people become mere prey. Ready for slaughter, with that, he strolled forward with an air of nonchalance, his sights set on Lin Yi, exuding a demeanor of one above the fray, as though Lin Yi were already a doomed soul of no consequence. Chapter 18. Thwarting the conspiracy, the black-robed martial king, fully confident in his overwhelming power, presumed that Lin Yi and his associates would submit to their fate without a hint of resistance. Indeed, the atmosphere was so oppressive that all from Lin Guo found themselves immobilized, save for Wei Qigong, who could barely assume a fighting stance. Yet, a sudden twist of fate occurred as Lin Yi, seemingly unfazed, leaped into action, positioning himself before the martial king, A glimmer of surprise flickered in the black-robed warrior's eyes. Years of battle experience compelled him to unleash his full strength in a decisive strike. Lin Yi, however, remained composed, meeting the attack with an outstretched palm in an instant. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted from their point of contact, sending many spectators reeling back. The black-robed warrior was forced to retreat several steps. Following this clash, the martial king's oppressive aura diminished significantly, allowing Wei Qigong to seize the opportunity to escort Yu Liuli and the Lingguo officials to safety, away from the battlefield. As for Lin Yi, he displayed no signs of distress, standing tall and proud, as if he had not just engaged in a fierce confrontation with a martial king. The black-robed warrior was struck with terror, incredulously examining his own hand. Even without exerting his full strength, he had utilized at least 70%. Any mere half-step martial king would have been rendered incapacitated by such an attack. What terrified him most was the complete absence of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Yi. This defied all logic. Either Lin Yi wielded an unknown artifact, or he had reached a level of strength sufficient to contend without reliance on spiritual energy. In any case, neither scenario boded well for him. Years of training instilled in him the imperative to hold nothing back. He must unleash his ultimate technique. In an instant, the black-robed martial king opened all his meridians, frantically gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. Causing a vacuum to form in the AI, as the energy coalesced around him, the warrior became engulfed in an endless shroud of black mist. I had thought Lin Guo lacked anyone worthy of my full power. It seems we have both misjudged you, Lin Di. You are the fabled dragon's wicked offspring foretold in prophecy. But fret not. Soon I shall eradicate you, sending you to hell to repent. Remember my name, Yuan Jin. One of the 12 elders of the Tian Yuan sect. I come today to bring divine retribution upon the unclean. Having spoken, the endless black mist transformed into a venomous serpent, advancing with an unstoppable force towards Lin Yi. This was none other than the martial king's technique of Yuan Jin, the heaven-burning venomous ash technique. Regardless of any obstacles in its path, anything touched by the toxic mist would immediately wither and ignite into nothingness. Numerous unfortunate souls, unable to utter a single cry, were reduced to mere ashes on the spot. As the black mist drew near Lin Yi, the black-robed warrior finally relaxed his tense heart. He was confident in his poison mist. Knowing that most martial kings would not dare to confront it head-on, but would instead choose to evade. After all, Lin Yi was merely a brash young boy, arrogant and oblivious to the imminent peril. Just based on that, Lin Yi, perceiving Yuan Jin's smugness, refrained from idle chatter. He clenched his fist and struck forcefully at the approaching serpent-like black mist. In an instant, the serpent-shaped mist was shattered by his blow. The punch surged forth like an avalanche, momentarily halting the advancing momentum of the black mist, leading to its widespread dissipation. The black-robed warrior wore a look of sheer disbelief. What manner of monster was Lin Yi? His ultimate technique had been dispersed with a single punch. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of escape. Preserving the green hills means one need not fear the lack of firewood. As such, safeguarding his life took precedence over any notions of collaboration or mission. Those of higher cultivation levels among the martial artists are increasingly fearful of death, for the time and effort expended in their training are incalculable. Once life is lost, all is lost. Who could bear to see their hard-won skills vanish in an instant? Thus, when faced with a genuine threat of death, they often act with caution, seizing any glimmer of survival. And it is rare for even the most powerful martial artists to choose a fight to the death. Realizing this, he cast aside any thoughts of cooperation with Lan Zhu, abandoning his subordinates, and turned to flee. Everyone was left in shock, unable to fathom that Lin Yi had actually repelled a martial king. Unfortunately for the black-robed warrior, he was overly optimistic. Lin Yi, with a speed tenfold his own, intercepted him. At that moment, the black-robed warrior wished to summon his subordinates for assistance, but those subordinates were already paralyzed with fear, none daring to step forward. Looking for Lan Zhu, he found no trace of her in the banquet hall. In his despair, as he became distracted, Lin Yi struck him, rendering him unconscious. This was a valuable asset. Lin Yi could not bring himself to kill him. The subsequent black-robed martial king would contribute significantly to the technological advancement of the Lin Kingdom, serving as a guinea pig. But that is another tale entirely. Hearing the sounds of battle from outside, Lin Yi realized that his Long Lin soldiers had arrived. After dealing with the Tian Yuan sect assassins and the Yu Kingdom's royal guards, Wei Qigong brought him distressing news. Lan Zhu had taken advantage of the chaos to abduct Yu Luli, and her whereabouts were now unknown. Your Majesty Lin, I implore you to rescue the princess. Should anything happen to her, we shall bear the weight of countless deaths. For the sake of our alliance, please save the princess. Qin Shang pleaded, his face stained with tears, having narrowly escaped calamity. The people of the Lin Kingdom felt he deserved his plight. Why had he not acted sooner? Now he suddenly cared for the alliance. Yet Lin Yi did not revel in his misfortune. Instead, he felt a surge of urgency. He immediately ordered a citywide lockdown, the Special Operations Bureau to cancel all leaves, and all personnel to be mobilized in search of clues. Furthermore, he commanded a thorough investigation of the Tian Yuan sect spies and Lan Zhu's confidants. Seeking any trace of their intentions at that moment, he genuinely regarded her as a sister, wishing to subject Lan Zhu to 1,000 tortures. Meanwhile, Lan Zhu wrapped herself tightly and fled desperately. She had already experienced the devastating power of the Lin Kingdom's spirit-dispersing guns several times. Though they could not kill her, they had left her battered and in excruciating pain. This only fueled her hatred towards Lin Yi and Yu Luli. She realized her schemes had completely unraveled. In her original plan, Sage having spoken, he gently stroked the head of Yu Lioli, who lay unconscious and unresponsive at that moment. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh aloud, having seen shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. Nonetheless, the situation was evidently dire. Lan Feng was using Yu Lioli as leverage. Either they would each take a step back, or Lan Feng would kill Yu Lioli, leading them all to a mutual destruction. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi swiftly concurred with Lan Feng's assertions, acknowledging that Lan Zhu was indeed a martyr, having died for the purpose of eliminating the treacherous individuals of Tianyuan. After all, Yu Lioli held significant importance in Lin Yi's heart. It was unnecessary to jeopardize her safety for the sake of a deceased person's hollow reputation. Upon achieving his objective, Lan Feng wasted no words and promptly took his leave, carrying the body of Lan Zhu with him. Thus, the assassination incident at the embassy reached a definitive conclusion. In Chapter 20, Son of the Evil Dragon, Lin Yi took Yu Lioli into the palace, ensuring her protection. During this time, the little girl frequently clung to Lin Yi, insisting he play with her. If he refused, she would cry, leaving Lin Yi with no choice but to devote a considerable amount of his energy to her. Little did he know, her boundless vitality created chaos, with Lin Yi tirelessly cleaning up the mess she created, often rubbing his temples in frustration, wishing for her swift return to her homeland. This period was one that Yu Lioli had never experienced before. Before long, Lin Yi's savior arrived. Upon seeing Qin Shang's guilt-ridden expression, Lin Yi understood that he would not receive the justice he sought. The kingdom of Yu would ultimately acknowledge that Lan Zhu had died for his country, for internal discord was a scandal for them. The justice Lin Yi desired was of little consequence, as the power dynamics between the kingdom of Lin and the kingdom of Yu were starkly unequal. However, Lin Yi had anticipated such an outcome and now sought to see some advantages from the situation. The kingdom of Yu would undoubtedly offer him compensation to silence his grievances. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yi engaged in amicable discourse with the guilt-ridden Qin Shang, delving into an in-depth discussion of the current geopolitical climate and future prospects. Ultimately, they reached a consensus that each party's safety equated to their own, culminating in the signing of a defensive alliance. Should one side be attacked by another, the other must unconditionally join the war to provide assistance. As the meeting concluded, Lin Yi's face radiated with joy, resembling a blooming flower, while Qin Shang's countenance was clouded with fury, teetering on the brink of explosion. Yet he restrained himself, huffing dismissively before departing without heeding Lin Yi's attempts to retain him, even leaving in such haste that he nearly stumbled. To onlookers, it appeared as though Lin Yi was a fearsome beast from which Qin Shang sought to escape. The day of Yu Lioli's return to her homeland arrived, and the little girl was despondent. Only after Lin Yi assured her that he would visit her in the future did her spirits lift. As he bid farewell to Yu Lioli, Lin Yi turned his attention to state affairs. First and foremost, he gleaned the truth behind the fall of the kingdom of Lin from the black-robed martial king, Yuan Jin. The sovereign of this realm, the Hongguang sect, had dispatched a divine envoy to the Tian Yuan sect to proclaim a divine decree. The Hongguang sect being one of the three dominant powers in the Wanbei region, While the Tianyuan sect and Deqian were classified as Tier 3 powers, with the Kingdom of Lin currently at Tier 1, it was revealed that their deity had foreseen through prophecy the emergence of a son of the evil dragon, who would continuously corrupt humanity, establishing a kingdom of malevolence and absorbing the flesh and blood of these individuals to resurrect a world-destroying red dragon. When the red dragon manifested, the gods would meet their doom. To eradicate this threat, the deity instructed the sect to eliminate the son of the evil dragon in advance. The authenticity of this rumor remains uncertain. Subsequently, the sect's priests utilized methods of fate deletion and multi-point spiritual energy fluctuation to ascertain the approximate location and identity of the prophesied figure. The methods of deletion and multi-point spiritual fluctuation are terms coined in later eras. Currently, their practical applications are known, but the underlying principles remain a mystery. The deletion method involves introducing targets of different identities into the prophecy to glimpse the potential realization through the causal power within, thus identifying the probable identity range by eliminating impossibilities. The multi-point spiritual fluctuation method employs specialized spiritual energy sensing masters across multiple temples. The moment the prophecy manifests, the target individual generates causal spiritual energy fluctuations in response. A single sensing master can only determine a general direction, whereas multiple points can triangulate a more precise location. Currently, due to various limitations, only 2 sensing masters are employed, hence this era's terminology as the 2-point spiritual fluctuation method. Later scientists, having grasped the principles, refine the approach to incorporate 10, 100, or even, in the future, millions of points, achieving remarkable accuracy in locating targets within a dimension spanning billions of light years. The sect ultimately identified 10 individuals as potential sons of the evil dragon. These individuals are dispersed across various continents, with 8 already eliminated. After a comparative analysis with the Tianyuan sect, they surmised that one of them was Lin Song, the second prince of the Kingdom of Lin. His royal status coupled with the prophetic target's identification through the deletion method indicated a high probability of him being a prince. Additionally, among the princes, he had always been a maverick, diligent in his endeavors, showcasing his accomplishments and enjoying considerable esteem among the populace. More importantly, he had long sought to strengthen royal authority, distancing himself from the control of divine and sectarian powers. His disregard for the sect's commands had reached a point of blatant defiance, leading to an undercurrent of unrest within the Kingdom of Lin that was increasingly difficult to suppress. If he was not the son of the evil dragon, who could be? Hearing this, Lin Yi let out a chuckle. Was being a good prince or emperor now a crime? This thought filled him with a sense of lamentation, simply because of some dubious prophecy. Without any thorough investigation of the facts, an entire kingdom met its demise. These people were truly beyond redemption. Recalling the past, Lin Song had indeed shown courage, openly challenging the Tianyuan sect on numerous occasions. Back then, Lin Yi considered him a fool. Now, as memories flooded back, a hint of sorrow emerged, and suddenly a thought struck him. Could it be that I am the son of the evil dragon? If I am, then Lin Song would be my scapegoat. This realization left him with a complex mix of emotions. However, he soon came to terms with it. Firstly, the existence of such a deity was uncertain. Furthermore, what did it matter what the prophecy claimed? Even if I were the son of the evil dragon, would I be compelled to heed your call for world destruction? My fate is my own to dictate. Not even a deity can dictate it. Whether I am the son of the evil dragon or not bears no significance to me. What truly matters now is the development of technology and the enhancement of strength. With this clarity, Lin Yi ceased to dwell on the matter and began to initiate reforms within the kingdom. In Chapter 21, Spiritual Energy, one day Lin Yi summoned the president of the Academy of Sciences. Lu Chongyuan, Director Lu, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you to determine its feasibility. Your Majesty, please proceed. Could spiritual energy be utilized as a form of energy that we can widely apply in production and daily life? Spiritual energy? Energy? Spiritual energy has always been employed by martial artists for cultivation. As for the concept of energy, I would appreciate your Majesty elucidating it for this humble servant. Lin Yi sighed, having not anticipated an immediate understanding, and proceeded to explain, energy refers to resources that can provide power. As is well known, spiritual energy is cultivated by martial artists and possesses extraordinary strength. It can cleave through boulders or even move mountains and seas. If we could devise a method to store spiritual energy and utilize it when needed, then even ordinary people could easily access it without relying on martial artists. Do you think this is feasible? Lu Chongyuan pondered for a moment and inquired, similar to the spirit gun? Indeed, Lin Yi nodded. Lu Chongyuan frowned, considering deeply before responding, Your Majesty, the spirit gun was merely a stopgap measure for our nation. If we wish to utilize spiritual energy in daily scenarios, why not directly summon martial artists to resolve issues? Would that not be faster and more convenient? Lin Yi chuckled. Indeed, transitioning from 0 to 1 is the most challenging endeavor. He continued patiently explaining, Director Lu, you must understand that national wealth is not merely the wealth of martial artists, but rather the prosperity of all citizens. Martial artists possess spiritual energy, yet would they willingly assist ordinary people? Those commoners labor under the most rudimentary methods, cultivating fields and toiling tirelessly to produce food. Even if they can barely feed their own families, how can they contribute to the nation's prosperity? I believe this is a profound waste of human resources. If one person could cultivate enough to sustain a whole family, then that family could free up several laborers to hunt, engage in commerce, or serve in the military. Wouldn't that be immensely beneficial? Your Majesty, this notion is indeed novel. However, how does it relate to utilizing spiritual energy as an energy source? I merely present it as a comparison. If spiritual energy were to be widely integrated into societal production and daily life, the resultant energy would be astonishing. Allow me to provide you with a small vessel. You shall investigate and ascertain whether there are methods to store spiritual energy and then propel the vessel forward in a stable manner using some form of propulsion. Lu Chongyuan agreed and took his leave. Before long, joyous news arrived. Under Lu Chongyuan's leadership and with the collaboration of prominent figures in the Academy of Sciences, the first spiritual energy vessel was born. It utilized virtual jade spiritual crystals to store spiritual energy and employed the simplest of spiritual symbols to release thrust, propelling the screw propeller forward. The propeller was a rough design sketched by Lin Yi. In the future, a profession known as the Spirit Rune Engineer will emerge, currently referred to as Spirit Rune Master, responsible for the intricate task of crafting spirit runes that regulate the magnitude and direction of spiritual energy, or even more complex transmission methods. These runes serve a role akin to that of an engine. The number of Spirit Rune Masters is scarce, and while they are capable of inscribing runes, most merely depict simple martial techniques upon them, activating and casting them with spiritual energy when needed to unleash the desired martial arts effect, the most commonplace example being the Spirit Explosion Rune. The more skilled the Spirit Rune Master, the more intricate and powerful the martial arts they can replicate, with some even capable of independently constructing new patterns to achieve their desired outcomes. Regarding the application of runes in daily life, it is rare to find anyone who would engage in their creation. In Lin country, the practitioners are of the lowest tier, merely first-level Spirit Rune Masters, considered worthless elsewhere. Thus, when he entered the Academy of Sciences with a heart brimming with excitement and encountered Director Lu, he was taken aback when informed that he simply needed to create a basic rune capable of propelling a piece of wood using spiritual energy. He stood there, momentarily flustered and at a loss. Upon receiving confirmation of this rather trivial task, he gazed at Lu Chongyuan in disbelief several times, before swiftly completing the requirement with a few strokes of his pen. Internally, he muttered to himself, pondering how others were engaged in crafting complex martial techniques, which he himself could not do, yet here he was, merely tasked with pushing wood. It seemed the Academy of Sciences in Lin country was filled with fools fixated on such trivialities. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Chongyuan was oblivious to his thoughts and instead lavished praise upon him, even offering a substantial reward and proposing to appoint him as a provisional academician of the academy on the spot. Faced with the choice of becoming a full academician or remaining a destitute folk Spirit Rune Master, he decisively chose the former, promptly notifying his Spirit Rune Master friends, Lin country folks are naive and wealthy. Come quickly. Thus began the inexplicable influx of talent attracted by Lu Chongyuan, who set sail to complete his tasks. This vessel required no manpower, propelled solely by the wind, and could advance entirely on spiritual energy. From that moment on, spiritual energy, no longer an exclusive asset of warriors, acquired a new designation, spiritual power. The era of spiritual power had officially commenced. However, Lu Chongyuan and his contemporaries, later referred to as the pioneers of spiritual energy by future generations, remained blissfully unaware of the significance of this ship. To them, it was merely a whimsical invention of Lin Yi. Chapter 22. A new chapter before long, Lin Yi, accompanied by the esteemed figures of the Academy of Sciences, convened a meeting of profound historical significance, one that would influence future generations. In retrospect, this gathering has been summarized as the dawn of modern science, laying the groundwork for scientific research for millennia to come. It was the first systematic and scientific exposition of the importance of ordinary people, indirectly reshaping the global landscape and ushering in a new chapter of modern civilization. During this meeting, Lin Yi first emphasized that the essence of science lies in discovery, the discovery of existence and its phenomena. The essence of existence, the movement of existence, the changes in existence, and the laws governing the movement and changes of existence. Science embodies the principles of nature, is materialistic, and is not swayed by will. However, we can harness science. He then vehemently criticized the doctrine of martial supremacy, denouncing the belief that reliance on warriors rather than ordinary people, and on the swords in warriors' hands instead of the guns in the hands of common folk, was valid. He ardently promoted faith in science, belief in the ordinary, and reliance on collective strength, asserting that the power of many is the mightiest. The doctrine of martial supremacy would inevitably be cast aside by the tides of time. He concluded with an example of the spirit-piercing spear, illustrating the significance of science, which enables feats previously thought impossible, asserting that ordinary individuals can stand shoulder to shoulder with warriors through the aid of science, and that warriors, too, can reach greater heights with scientific support. Regardless of their status, both ordinary people and warriors must believe in and utilize science. The conclusion of the meeting was comparatively lighthearted, as Lin Yi shared his visions for the future. Using the spiritual energy ship as an illustration, he encouraged expansive thinking, guiding them to conceive various innovative ideas, such as automobiles, tanks, airplanes, and more. The concepts Lin Yi presented left the attendees awestruck, their imaginations soaring. Once the meeting adjourned, everyone felt profoundly inspired, realizing for the first time the significance of their endeavors. Following this enlightening session with the Academy of Sciences, Lin Yi turned his attention to preparing for political reform within the nation. First and foremost, the country was to transition from a feudal warrior system to a republican form of governance, with Lin Yi serving as the nominal emperor and Su Zhe assuming the role of the inaugural president. Overseeing national affairs and implementing a system of national representation, the central government would establish a national representative assembly, while localities would form their own representative assemblies. National representatives would be elected by local representatives, who in turn would be chosen by the votes of all citizens in their respective regions. National representatives would possess the rights to propose legislation, seek counsel, and initiate votes of no confidence. Due to the initial limitations of public thought, these rights could only be exercised to a limited extent, as Lin Yi dared not fully entrust power to the populace. Ultimately, the final decision-making authority remained with Su Zhe, who held the direct power to appoint and dismiss officials. As it turned out, for a considerable duration, the national representative system in Lin country struggled to function effectively, primarily serving as a means for summarizing work and conducting press conferences. Nevertheless, this was a momentous event for Lin country, astonishing other nations who were left bewildered by Lin Yi's actions. However, the citizens of Lin country experienced a newfound sense of agency, a notion previously deemed inconceivable. What? I can actually voice my opinions. Yet, one might argue that this reform appeared to grant excessive power to Su Zhe, posing a potential threat to Lin Yi. While this might be true on Earth, in this otherworldly context, it was not a concern. First and foremost, Su Zhe was an ordinary person, whose unwavering loyalty to Lin Yi was vital for maintaining stability. Furthermore, and most importantly, with Lin Yi's strength, eliminating Su Zhe would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The vast disparity in personal power was precisely why Lin Yi felt secure in delegating authority. This was a distinctive characteristic of this alternate realm. A formidable monarch could manipulate national governance solely through martial prowess, resorting to eliminating dissenters if necessary. This was also the reason why the common people in this world suffered greatly, as malefactors went unpunished. Lin Yi, of course, would not naively replicate Earth systems. Instead, he recognized the importance of analyzing specific issues and adapting to local conditions, which was the optimal strategy. Countries C and E, situated on the same planet, had not simply copied each other, so how could Lin country, which was even more removed from the otherworldly context, do so? Ultimately, the results of these reforms would require time to validate. At a moment, when Lin Yi was overwhelmed with responsibilities, he received both good and bad news from U country. The The good news was that Duqian had decided to dispatch a martial king-level expert to Lin country to counter the threat posed by Tian Yuan sect, to which Lin expressed his gratitude. The bad news was that should Lin country be willing to become a vassal of Duqian, they would directly send troops to assist Lin country in reclaiming its sovereignty. Lin Yi resolutely declined, exclaiming, "What a joke! How could I betray my brother Tsang? After finally achieving independence, I would not be reduced to a subordinate. My brother Tsang would surely be furious." Chapter 23. The return of Ling Yu after delegating power to Su Zhe. Lin Yi found himself engulfed in a sense of emptiness and idleness. Suddenly, he recalled that his divine envoy had vanished for an entire year. Previously, he had heard from Yuan Jin about the divine envoy of the Hongguang sect delivering a decree to them, leading him to wonder if she was indeed his divine envoy. After all, the divine envoy had always encouraged him to focus on his cultivation and enhance his strength. Perhaps she had deliberately caused the downfall of Lin country to allow herself to cultivate in peace. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recalling that she had mentioned there were only the two of them in the entire sect. It was impossible for her to be affiliated with the Hongguang sect. He remembered the two individuals who had instilled immense pressure upon him on the day of the nation's demise. Their power was at least 10 times greater than his own. Could one of them be the divine envoy of the Hongguang sect? He realized he was still far too weak. If they were to return, how could he possibly defend against them? Lin Yi felt a pressing need to enhance his strength, at the very least to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, he longed for the presence of his divine envoy. "Where are you, divine envoy?" Suddenly, he was startled as she appeared before him. Lin Yi fell from his chair in shock. The figure before him was none other than his divine envoy, Ling Yu. Her beautiful eyes glinted with fury as she seized Lin Yi's ear and twisted it. "How could you have not thought of me even once in this past year?" Lin Yi winced in pain, repeatedly pleading for mercy. This woman possessed tremendous strength. Even his physique, comparable to that of a martial emperor, could hardly endure her grip. Could it be that the divine envoy harbored feelings for me? She arrives and immediately chastises me for not thinking of her? Oh well, I suppose I can concede a bit. I'll just yield to the divine envoy. Ling Yu seemed to sense his inner thoughts and twisted his ear even more forcefully. After a prolonged moment, she finally released him and began to explain. It turned out that she had been on a mission in another domain at the time. On the day of the nation's downfall, due to the urgency of her task, she had been unable to return in time to save Lin country. Once her mission concluded, the devastation in the surrounding domains disrupted the stability of time and space, preventing her from locating the position of Lin country's domain. Fortunately, she had formed a divine pact with Lin Yi, allowing her to sense his whereabouts whenever he thought of her. Who would have guessed that Lin Yi had not thought of her even once in an entire year? How could she not be furious? With the misunderstanding resolved, Lin Yi could only manage an awkward smile. "To avoid revealing my identity, you shall now refer to me as Ling Yu. From this moment forth, I will subject you to rigorous training. You must strive to enhance your strength, for our time is limited." Suddenly our time is limited. Just how much time do we actually have, divine Ling Yu? Only 3,000 years. Lin Yi nearly choked. 3,000 years, and you tell me time is limited? It would seem that this individual is rather foolish. However, given her formidable prowess, I shall concede to her. It is quite unfortunate that someone so aesthetically pleasing should be so dim-witted. With a disdainful huff, Ling Yue took her leave, leaving Lin Yi in a state of bewilderment, pondering what madness had overtaken her. Shortly thereafter, Ling Yue commenced Lin Yi's specialized training. With a mere flick of her wrist, she activated a teleportation array that transported them both to the Tiger Roar continent within the Moon Origin universe, a land predominantly inhabited by beastmen, where humans were merely prey at this moment. They stood before an expansive lake, the moonlight shimmering like silver, casting a serene and tranquil ambience. What a splendid place for a rendezvous, Lin Yi mused to himself. "Ling Yue, why do you bring a mere mortal along?" A voice laced with malice interjected. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, irritated by the interruption that threatened to mar his date with the divine envoy. Approaching was a colossal tiger, its form a grotesque amalgamation of feline and humanoid features, covered in a thick coat of fur. Its gaze was fixed intently upon Lin Yi, causing him to feel quite unnerved. Instinctively, he unleashed his spiritual energy, exuding the oppressive might of a martial sovereign. only to provoke a hearty laugh from the tiger. Interesting. You, a mere human, are not afraid of me, since you are brought by Ling Yue. You may simply call me Brother Tiger. Rest assured, Brother Tiger will look after you. To him, all beings from the lower realms were mere mortals, including martial artists. Thus, it is often the case that one may hold themselves in high esteem, looking down upon others, oblivious to the fact that some may look down upon them in turn. Status holds little merit in comparison, for you are simply you, regardless of how others perceive you. Lin Yi immediately spat in disdain. Brother Tiger. Just as he was about to retort, two unexpected guests arrived. One resembling a celestial maiden, exuding an air of gentle grace, while the other appeared as a stoic warrior, silently gripping his sword. The celestial maiden smiled sweetly. Tiger Yuan, what mischief are you plotting now? It would be one thing to feast upon others, but beware the consequences should you covet my sister. How could I dare? Even if he were merely a martial sovereign, I would not be tempted, truly. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, nearly fainted in shock, coveting a martial emperor. What manner of creatures were these? Involuntarily, he grasped at Ling Yue's garment, only to have her brush him off. Impatiently Ling Yue spoke, is everyone present? If so, let us commence. Swear, you shall safeguard this mortal. Fear not, sister. With me here, this mortal shall suffer no harm. Let us begin. At her command, Tiger Yuan shed his carefree demeanor. Adopting a serious expression, with a deep breath, he unleashed a colossal beam of spiritual energy towards the horizon. The beam skimmed the surface of the lake, cleaving it open with a resounding crack. Soon thereafter, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, followed by a shockwave that sent the waters of the lake soaring into the sky. The water-laden shockwave instantly propelled Lin Yi into the air. But fortunately, the celestial maiden pointed her finger, drawing him back and enveloping him in a protective barrier. At that moment, Lin Yi resembled a wounded pup, casting a mournful glance at Ling Yue. Indeed, this is quite intense. While I could participate in prior battles, this one, let us not speak of it. Suddenly, time stood still, and the moon shifted from a silvery hue to a blood-red shade. Attention, the blood-red space has arrived. The celestial maiden cautioned, swiftly performing a series of gestures and incantations. Soon enough, the space around them began to stabilize, while the areas that remained chaotic resembled a haphazardly painted canvas, distorted and intertwined. Clouds, the moon, trees, and the lake fused together like an unbounded tapestry, evoking an eerie sensation. As the stoic warrior and Tiger Yuan assumed their stances, the celestial maiden cast a time-space stabilization spell upon each of them. The two ascended into the air, engaging in combat with a dark mass. Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, unable to discern the nature of this dark entity. All he knew was that his vision blurred. And suddenly a blinding light struck him, even with his eyes closed, causing a sharp pain before everything turned black, and he lost consciousness. When he awakened, 3 days had passed. Ling Yue was by his side. Lady Ling Yue, you have awakened. How do you feel? I feel as though I have grown stronger. Indeed, the spiritual energy extracted has all been bestowed upon you. With 2 more such sessions, you shall ascend to Martial Saint. Lin Yi was elated. Training alongside the divine envoy and reaping all the experience was a remarkable sensation. Ling Yue could only shake her head in resignation. Your progress is still far too slow. However, it is fortunate that your body shows no signs of instability. Were it not for the plan, I would have wished to dismantle you to study your physique. Lin Yi hastily declined. No need for that. It is improper for men and women to engage in such exchanges. Heh. Chapter 24. Initial results. Lin Yi summoned Wei Qigong, Su Zhe, and a host of ministers to establish a new course of action. Thus it is decided. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for all state affairs. I shall only conduct periodic reviews. Your Majesty, we still believe it unnecessary for you to personally venture into danger for the sake of strengthening your power. Presently, the Lin Kingdom appears calm on the surface, but if you were to be absent, are you concerned I may not return? We do not harbor such intentions, why esteemed ministers, I am aware of your concerns. However, have you considered that our elite martial capabilities always lag behind those of other nations? We are not in a position of security. Should the true top-tier experts of the Tianyuan sect come to invade? Who among us could withstand them? My expeditions are also to seek rare materials, alchemical texts, and enhanced the foundation of our Lin kingdom. If we take a step back, with the entire Lin kingdom striving for progress, how could I hide away in the palace like a mere ornament? As the Emperor of Lin, I must shoulder the responsibilities of my position. This matter requires no further discussion during my absence. I implore you all not to become complacent upon my return. I shall evaluate your progress. Your Majesty, this cannot be. You are the very foundation of our dynasty. Should anything happen, Lin Yi pressed his forehead. Surrounded by a cadre of obstinate traditionalists, having firmly dismissed them, he retained only Su Xiang. Why do you not dissuade me from departing? Su Zhe lowered his gaze respectfully and replied, Your Majesty's actions must hold deeper significance. I shall merely assist you. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a competent subordinate. However, I hope you do not merely follow my directives without question. Many of the policies I have formulated may not be correct and require time for validation. Should you discover any adverse effects, you must rectify them promptly. Do you understand? I understand. No, you do not comprehend what I envision for this nation. Alas, discussing it with you now would be futile in any case. You must exert your initiative, proactively and scientifically develop national policies without concern for my approval. In this era of great transformation, our thoughts must keep pace and not be shackled by antiquated regulations. Yes, Your Majesty. Before long, another year elapsed, filled with numerous events, both good and ill. Firstly, Lin Yi ventured out 5 times over the course of the year, returning each time with bountiful gains, rare materials, ancient texts, and an abundance of elixirs, runes, and spiritual stones. Among countless others, Ling Yue battled foes while he scavenged for resources. All these resources were submitted to the treasury, significantly enriching the foundation of the Lin kingdom. Secondly, the Lin kingdom successfully improved the Spirit Strike gun, developing a second generation. On one hand, the integration of the bullet and primer reduced the loading time to a mere 10 seconds. On the other, both power and range were doubled. Furthermore, they innovated the Spirit Energy Cannon, which could strike at a distance of 5 kilometers, enabling assaults from far beyond previous limits and providing means for sieges. In the ensuing centuries, the Spirit Energy Cannon would become a nightmare for nations. The Long Lin army's shield gun cannon tactics began to take shape, though a shield was still lacking. Moreover, the professional hierarchy of martial artists and mortals within the Lin kingdom began to shift. Martial artists were no longer exclusively responsible for combat. An increasing number of worker-type martial artists emerged, tasked with national infrastructure projects, collaborating with mortals to fulfill critical roles, such as breaking through the most formidable rocks, thereby greatly enhancing mining efficiency. The participation of these individuals in societal labor significantly elevated the overall efficiency of the Lin kingdom. A considerable number of individuals are engaged in labor reform, and the common folk no longer dedicate themselves solely to agricultural production. A significant portion has opted to become workers, engage in commerce, establish enterprises, and pursue invention and creativity, resulting in a flourishing society. The most astonishing revelation for Lin Yi was the discovery made by academician Wu Dinghua of the newly established agricultural college. Under a certain amount of spiritual energy nourishment, crop yields could be substantially increased, and the food produced would greatly benefit both warriors and commoners alike. For instance, rice nourished with spiritual energy, known as lingmi, allows an ordinary person to sustain themselves for an entire day with just half a bowl, remaining both satiated and invigorated. In pursuit of this knowledge, he conducted extensive research to determine the optimal amount of spiritual energy required for various crops, as well as the ideal duration for nourishment. Aiming to cultivate the finest spiritual seeds, he dedicated his entire life to this endeavor, achieving monumental success and becoming a prominent figure in the Academy of Sciences, subsequently passing on this legacy to his numerous students. As for how he made this discovery, it stems from the fact that some warriors had previously utilized spiritual energy to nourish spiritual fruits. He had once served as a farmhand in the orchard of a warrior, where he often witnessed the master employing spiritual energy to nurture his spiritual fruits. These fruits were far juicier and more succulent than those found in the wild, exuding a delightful fragrance. The master only needed to consume one to abstain from food for the entire day. At that time, he was filled with longing, fantasizing about the day he might taste them. However, he dared not even dream of such spiritual fruits. His imagination was limited to what rice nourished with spiritual energy might be like. even though he seldom had the opportunity to partake. If others were to overhear his thoughts, they would undoubtedly deem him insane for considering the idea of spiritual energy-infused rice. Who would consume such inferior rice? It was hardly suitable even for spirit pets, let alone for commoners. The notion of using spiritual energy to serve commoners seemed utterly absurd. It is worth noting that the rice in this other world is not the same as that on Earth. It is merely referred to as rice for convenience's sake, and it is significantly less palatable. In summary, this discovery greatly alleviated Ling Guo's food crisis. Although it could not be widely implemented at the moment due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy, Su Zhe specifically decreed that the research on Lingmi and Wu Dinghua's domain be classified as a major project by the Academy of Sciences, with all departments fully cooperating to establish the best ratio for testing. Ultimately, 5 years later, this project achieved a significant breakthrough, ensuring food stability for Ling Guo for centuries to come. The last noteworthy development within Ling Guo was the initial emergence of spiritual energy research, including spiritual energy mills, water wheels, carriages, weaving machines, and hoisting machines. Although their practicality was limited and they were more of a novelty, they nevertheless sparked a surge of creativity among the populace. With continued improvements, they would soon be put into production. Having said all this, do you perceive any hidden dangers? Indeed, the demand for spiritual energy is rampant, but where will Ling Guo find enough warriors to provide such energy? Those engaged in labor reform could scarcely produce bullets, let alone spare any spiritual energy for production. Ling Guo simply could not afford to spare any warriors. This predicament troubled Su Zhe for several months. Upon learning of Su Zhe's plight, Lin Yi promptly offered 2 suggestions, bringing a smile to Su Zhe's face and easing his furrowed brow. Your Majesty's insight is truly remarkable. Chapter 25. The Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Recently, an explosive piece of news spread across the Qiankuan continent. Ling Guo was hosting its inaugural Martial Arts Exchange Conference. The conference featured multiple events, including competitions for warriors, talisman masters, and alchemists, with participation limited to those below the rank of martial master, as well as third-tier talisman masters and alchemists. Prizes would be awarded based on rankings to various martial arts prodigies. Upon hearing this news, everyone's immediate reaction was that Ling Guo could no longer endure its hardships and was preparing to recruit warriors. I knew it. Ling Guo has finally come to its senses. Warriors are indeed valuable. Without warriors, how can they defend their homeland or contend with other nations? Now they think of attracting talents. It's too late. Let's go and slap Ling Guo's face. We are all high-ranking martial masters. And once we receive our rewards, we shall take our leave, leaving them in the lurch. Many alchemists and talisman masters from other nations echoed similar sentiments. However, a larger contingent comprised of marginalized, low-ranking warriors, talisman masters, and alchemists, those who were overlooked in their own countries, came to try their luck at the conference. Soon, the Martial Arts Exchange Conference commenced as scheduled. Speculation abounded that although Ling Guo lacked talent, it would surely resort to underhanded tactics to maintain its national dignity, and that they must expose these manipulations to humiliate them. However, Wang Jue, standing on the awards podium, found himself lost in contemplation as he received a gold medal from the courteous award presenter, along with a generously bestowed foundational martial arts manual as a prize for first place. He began to realize that something seemed amiss. This was all too smooth. It appeared as though the organizing party, Ling Guo, was utterly unconcerned about their foreign guests outshining them, as even the first round saw all Ling Guo participants eliminated. Where was the anticipated face-saving maneuver? The absence of any humiliation left him feeling somewhat unsettled. To be honest, the foundational martial arts manual did indeed pique his interest, yet it was hardly enough to persuade him to remain in Ling Guo. Ling Guo must have recognized my strength. Allowing me to win so effortlessly, he scoffed. I shall not fall for their tricks. Just wait. Soon someone will come to negotiate terms to recruit this genius. Unfortunately, the subsequent events left him utterly astonished. He observed the previously polite instructor, who now appeared drastically transformed, approaching the eliminated contestants, offering encouragement and consolation with an excessive warmth that bordered on flattery. Indeed, Wang Jue detected a hint of sycophancy in the instructor's demeanor. Is he out of his mind? Rather than flattering me, the first-place winner, he seeks to appease this group of failures. His curiosity intensified as he wondered what the instructor was discussing with them. Upon stealthily edging closer to eavesdrop, he overheard, Heavenly-grade martial techniques? Impossible. He's just making empty promises. I won't be fooled. Then he heard, 500 spiritual stones per month? I, a high-ranking martial master from Songhua, only received 200. You offer these failures 500? And finally, 22nd tier pills per month? I've barely managed to secure one in Songhua. Wang Jue lamented. Oh, please, let me join your ranks. Lingua is pursuing a collective progress approach. Unlike other powers where top-tier geniuses and ordinary warriors contend for resources at ratios of hundreds or thousands to one, much of which is wasted in Songhua, top-tier geniuses receive 100,000 spiritual stones monthly, with second-tier pills readily available. Similar occurrences transpired at the Alchemy and Talisman conferences, where the top 10 stood isolated on the stage receiving awards, while the instructors below passionately engaged with the eliminated participants, offering encouragement and welcoming them to Lin Jiyuo. An odd scene unfolded at the conference, prompting those who witnessed it to rub their eyes in disbelief. In the end, this orchestrated display led many overlooked low-ranking warriors, alchemists, and talisman masters to willingly remain in Lingua, eager to contribute. Meanwhile, Wang Jue had long forgotten his previous vow to never join Lingua, seeking to introduce himself to others. However, he faced numerous obstacles. As even the instructors plainly stated, we do not desire exceedingly talented individuals. We seek the average. When Wang Jue, with a shameless demeanor, inquired further, he learned that Lingua feared insufficient compensation would fail to retain talent. This compensation is inadequate. I am not a top-tier genius. Where can I find such generous treatment? He promptly expressed his satisfaction and desire to remain, and after persistent pleading, he finally achieved his wish to join Lingua. He considered this decision to be the most prudent of his life. This move significantly alleviated Lingua's awkwardness regarding its spiritual energy shortages, while a multitude of alchemists and talisman masters were mobilized to benefit everyone, not just the warriors. Furthermore, Lin Yi also contemplated individuals akin to Yulio Li, those who could cultivate but were unable to utilize any spiritual energy themselves, serving merely as conduits for transferring energy to warriors, functioning as living batteries. Their spiritual energy recovery rate was 10 times that of typical warriors of the same level. Wasn't this a clear example of a human battery? Ahem, such phrasing may be impolite. Rather, were they not heavenly sent helpers for Lingua? Such individuals were not mere outcasts. They were living saints, perfectly suited to contribute to Lingua's endeavors. Lin Yi immediately instructed Su Zhe to gather these living saints and, upon locating them, to procure them as much as possible, for they currently primarily served as spiritual servants to warriors. From that point onward, Lin Yi acquired the additional title of Savior of the Living Saints. His multitude of titles was so extensive that it warranted a chapter of its own, to be discussed at a later date. These two suggestions from Lin Yi enabled Lingua to gradually overcome its spiritual energy deficiencies. The formidable machinery of the state began to operate at an accelerated pace, soon becoming an unstoppable force, sweeping away all in its path. Chapter 26. Threats. Time passed swiftly. It had been 2 years since the reforms began. Throughout these 2 years, the prevailing sentiment among the populace towards Lin Yi was one of coldness. Indeed, an indescribable chill lingered in the air. Standing there with a stoic expression, exuding an aura of authority. No one could decipher Lin Yi's thoughts, only sensing his increasing mystery and might, coupled with an aura that felt increasingly distant and unfamiliar. This transformation was hardly surprising. Over the past 2 years, Lin Yi had undergone a myriad of experiences. Lingyu had taken him across several cosmic domains, where the flow of time was not fixed. Fortunately, they had only traversed time-stable domains. Although each of his excursions lasted merely a few months, he had likely accumulated decades of experience. In this span of what could amount to hundreds of years, he had witnessed countless phenomena that transcended human comprehension, leading him to begin questioning everything. In the second year, several momentous events erupted throughout Lingua. First and foremost was the military's implementation of a cadre system, dividing military personnel into administrative and technical cadres. The administrative cadre consisted of officers at various levels, primarily responsible for administrative management functions, responsible for the daily training of each soldier, overseeing their basic necessities and living conditions. The technical officers are tasked with ensuring the maintenance and support of equipment. These officers possess the right to provide suggestions to military commanders and are required to organize regular meetings within their respective squads, particularly before and after battles. Conditions permitting, tactical discussions must be conducted, with every soldier's participation led by the officers. This approach aims to enhance soldiers' enthusiasm and strengthen the bond between officers and soldiers alike. Additionally, each corps, aside from appointing a corps commander, will also designate a political commissar, who will primarily oversee the ideological and political education of the soldiers, as well as ensure their living conditions, while also exercising a degree of supervisory authority. However, it is a misconception to perceive the political commissar as a mere civilian managing logistics, and the corps commander as a military official managing combat. Both are military officers, albeit with differing emphases, and there is no hierarchical distinction between them. Each campaign necessitates collaboration between the political commissar and the corps commander, as their roles complement rather than obstruct one another. The establishment of the political commissar system marks the beginning of a more scientifically democratic path for Lingua's military, fostering a genuine sense of belonging among the soldiers, which significantly enhances the army's combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, reform is not without its challenges. With the increasing number of inventions and experiments across various sectors, accidents have become all too common, resulting in significant casualties. Most shocking was the catastrophic explosion at the Suiqing Arsenal in 1625, which obliterated the Ninggu region, leaving an apocalyptic scene etched in the memories of several generations of Lingua's populace. Lin Yi ascended to the throne in 1622. The repercussions of this event were dire, with incalculable human and economic losses. The ammunition shortage even jeopardized the forthcoming grand counteroffensive of Lingua. Furthermore, the morale of the national reform was severely impacted, leading to growing skepticism towards science. In response, Lin Yi merely stated that sacrifices are a normal occurrence and urged Su Zhe to continue. This was also the first instance where Su Zhe perceived a shift in Lin Yi, as he seemed to adopt a remarkably rational and detached demeanor. Soon, through tireless research by Su Zhe and his colleagues, the first National Production Safety Law was enacted and unanimously approved by the National People's Congress, establishing safety standards across various industries and providing diverse guidelines that would be updated annually, along with regular inspections. Its implementation drastically reduced safety incidents, and the tide of skepticism began to wane, especially as external threats emerged. During this period, several rare spirit stone mines were discovered in the northern region of Ronghua, a vassal state of the Tianyuan sect, which, while initially unremarkable, became a concern due to their proximity to Deqian, leading to an aggressive takeover by Deqian. The Tianyuan sect, unwilling to accept this, dispatched the Guardian Army to support Ronghua, resulting in a tense standoff between the two forces. Rumors circulated that one of the 5 Guardian armies of the Tianyuan sect, the Ziyuan Army, would open a battlefield in Lingua, launching an offensive from Lingua towards Deqian. Su Zhe remarked, "Why are you two fighting here when you could resolve matters in Ronghua?" Though feeling helpless, preparations were nonetheless necessary. Soon, Lingua mobilized its troops, engaging in relentless training, readying themselves to reclaim their former territories. Chapter 27. Proactive strike. In the face of escalating tensions, Lin Yi chose to remain at the center rather than venture out. Ultimately, war erupted, marking the commencement of the Second Deqian War, with a combined force of 1 million from Deqian and the Tianyuan sect engaging in fierce combat in the small territory of Ronghua. The conflict persisting for 10 months. As a salient force, Lingua naturally received focused attention from the Tianyuan sect. According to credible intelligence, a total of 500,000 allied troops, including the Mortal Auxiliary Army, were advancing menacingly towards Lingua, with the Ziyuan Army comprising 100,000 warriors led by 4 elders, while the remaining allied forces totaled 400,000. Analysis from Lingua's high command suggested that the allied forces intended to breach Lingua, proceeding through Yugua to Deqian, aiming directly for the heart of the enemy. Fortunately, Lingua had spent the past 2 years recuperating and, coupled with policies encouraging childbirth and the integration of external populations, had amassed an impressive force of 600,000 Long Lin soldiers, in addition to 400,000 reserve troops undergoing training. It is worth noting that the inhabitants of this alternate world reproduce rapidly, reaching physiological maturity in just a decade. Nonetheless, to outsiders, this number still appeared insufficient, with Lingua's temporarily assembled warrior army numbering less than 10,000, comprised of relatively weaker individuals. The size of a nation's warrior army serves as a direct reflection of its strength. Thankfully, Yugua brought reinforcements. The elite Yu Yong army mobilized entirely, following Deqian's directives to intercept the Tianyuan allied forces at the foot of Suicheng. Their strategy dictated that Lin Guo should relinquish all territory outside of Suicheng, concentrating all efforts on defending this critical pass. The Yu Yong army would serve as the main force, with Long Lin soldiers acting as auxiliary support, steadfastly holding Suicheng to buy time for the victory of the Daiqian Rongqing campaign. To this end, the supreme commander of the Yu Yong army, Yu Qingyan, sought out Lin Yi and Su Zhe, hoping for Lin Guo's cooperation. Why Yu Qingyan is, in fact, the elder sister of Yu Lieli, the Grand Princess of Yu Guo, who holds a special fondness and trust for her among her siblings, often considering her a role model. Observing the poised and strikingly formidable Yu Qingyan clad in jade armor, Su Zhe felt an intensifying pressure. Although she possessed only the strength of a high-level warrior, her commanding presence rivaled that of any martial king he had previously encountered. Fortunately, it was Lin Yi who held the reins of authority. Glancing at Lin Yi, Su Zhe noted that he seemed lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Su Zhe sighed inwardly, pondering whether the emperor was becoming increasingly devoid of human emotion, as his expression revealed no trace of feeling. It was uncertain whether this was a positive or negative development. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Yu Qingyan's frustration simmered, and she raised her voice once more, inquiring, "Your Majesty, do you agree? I personally suggest that you should acquiesce. For this is the only viable method to preserve Lin Guo. If we steadfastly defend Suicheng, once Deqian achieves victory, Lin Guo will have the prospect of restoration. It was only then that Lin Yi returned to the present. Directing his gaze toward the Grand Princess at that moment, she felt an unsettling chill, as though being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. A sensation so intense it compelled her to flee. Am I truly feeling fear? How could that be? Fortunately, Lin Yi spoke soon after. You are Yu Lieli's sister. Upon mentioning Yu Lieli, Lin Yi's tone softened, and the menacing aura that had unnerved Yu Qingyan dissipated instantly, grateful for the reprieve. Yu Qingyan nodded affirmatively. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, then rose from his seat, pointing to the map and stating, "You expect me to relinquish all territory and solely defend Suicheng?" Having just experienced a moment of trepidation, Yu Qingyan dared not speak loudly, merely responding softly, "Indeed, Your Imperial Majesty, this is the best choice for Lin Guo, given its insufficient strength. A temporary concession to gain time in exchange for preserving Lin Guo, while simultaneously depleting the enemy's active forces, is a most prudent strategy. Rest assured, my Yu Yong army will assist your nation in holding Suicheng. I will stand with your majesty in life and death." Lin Yi shook his head. "Assist in holding? Ha! Your Highness, I believe I require neither assistance nor a mere defense. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have my own plans." "What? You must be out of your mind." Yu Qingyan momentarily struggled to comprehend, her incredulity causing her to almost rebuke Lin Yi, a rare occurrence for one so deeply ingrained in royal education. Yet Lin Yi offered no explanation, continuing to assert, "Lin Guo shall take the initiative and launch a war of restoration. Should your nation be interested, you may join us, and we can offer compensation. However, if you choose not to participate, please refrain from interference." "You are mad. On what grounds do you plan to act with these mere mortals? Do you think they are all warriors?" Upon witnessing Lin Yi's obstinacy, Yu Qingyan found her fear dissipating and boldly chastised him. Tension once again enveloped the command center, silence falling upon all present, who dared not utter a word. Why Yu Qingyan recognized her breach of decorum, but remained steadfast in her belief that her perspective was correct. Finally, the charged atmosphere was shattered by Lin Yi's voice. "You truly are as stubborn as your sister, unwilling to back down from what you believe to be right." Once more invoking the name of Yu Lieli, the atmosphere between the two softened considerably. Why Yu Qingyan once again earnestly expressed her thoughts, only to be met with Lin Yi's rejection. With no alternative, she could only dispatch 30,000 Yu brave soldiers to assist Lin Yi, which could be considered the utmost commitment of the Yu kingdom. Subsequently, she stormed out of Lin Yi's command post in a fit of anger. In June of the year 1626 in the Lin kingdom. During spring, Lin Yi led 30 legions to position themselves at Pingfu City. Based on the predictions from the Supreme Command, it was highly likely that the enemy would launch a direct assault on Pingfu for 3 reasons. Firstly, the terrain between Pingfu and Suicheng was flat, facilitating the movements of the allied forces. Secondly, the enemy would undoubtedly underestimate the Lin kingdom, displaying arrogance and likely opting for the shortest route. Thirdly, due to various geographical factors, The guerrilla activities of the Shaohong uprising forces were frequent, causing disruptions to the enemy's logistics. To secure their supply lines, the enemy would likely choose the safest route in light of these factors. It was highly probable that the enemy's direction of attack would be Pingfu City. Additionally, Lin Yi had stationed 10 legions in other directions to guard against any unforeseen events. After 2 days, the massive Allied forces finally arrived, their banners blotting out the sun and stretching for dozens of miles. A sense of pressure began to envelop everyone's hearts, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Particularly for Yu Qingyan. She was anxious that Lin Yi might encounter unforeseen circumstances, leading to a catastrophic collapse of the Lin Kingdom's defense and affecting the overall situation. Thus, she personally commanded the 30,000 Yu brave soldiers to support Lin Yi from the side. As the vanguard of the Allied forces, Xiao Batian arrived and immediately noticed that the opposing position was filled with mere mortal troops, prompting him to decide on a surprise attack. However, fellow vanguard commanders Liang Hong and Song Gue vehemently disagreed. After brutally mocking them, Xiao Batian led his own 5,000 warriors from the Chu Kingdom to launch the assault. The lesson was a brutal one, as fewer than 2,000 of the 5,000 warriors returned, and Xiao Batian himself was left gravely wounded, covered in blood. Liang Hong and Song Gue secretly reveled in the folly of their comrade. Chapter 28. The great battle. This victory provided a slight boost to the morale of the Lin Kingdom. After the battle concluded, Li Er held a small meeting for the officers of his unit at the front line. Having now been promoted to the commander of the 502nd Battalion, Chu Tu, your squad performed admirably, displaying no signs of panic, which is commendable. Maintain this standard for the next engagement. Wang Matzi, your squad, however, fell short. Before I even issued the command, your troops began firing in fright. I instructed you to wait for my signal. A coordinated volley maximizes our firepower. And what is the state of the trenches you dug? I specified a slope, not too deep. Why was that not executed? You must strengthen the ideological education of your squad. Do not entertain frivolous thoughts, and certainly do not harbor fear of the enemy. Above all, obedience to orders is paramount. We are a scientific army. You may voice your opinions before battle, but once combat begins, following orders is your foremost duty, understand? Understood. Subsequently, each officer returned to their respective positions to conduct ideological education. Chu Tu, stay behind. The officer named Chu Tu cheerfully approached. Commander, what important task do you have for me this time? Leave it to me. I will ensure it is accomplished. Li Er, however, playfully tapped his helmet. You rascal, just like your brother, always eager to complete tasks. Tell me, have you written to your mother? I have. I even sent back the military pay from these past few months. By the way, Uncle Li, my mother returned the money you gave her last time. She said she is well taken care of by the state now, so you need not worry about her. Just focus on your duties. Sai, if there are any difficulties at home, be sure to inform me, understood? All right, Uncle Li, I shall be on my way now. Wait, do not rush off. I do indeed have a task for you. Chu Tu perked up, standing at attention, awaiting Li Er's command. Chu Tu, your marksmanship is commendable. I plan to assemble the 10 best marksmen from our battalion into a special sharpshooter squad, to be led by you. Their sole mission will be to target enemy officers. Yes, Commander. I will ensure the task is completed. The next day, the rejuvenated Allied forces began to arrange their troops for an offensive against the positions of the Lin Kingdom. Suddenly, the sound of horns echoed through the skies. The 10 legions of the Lin Kingdom stood resolute at the front, while the Yu brave soldiers provided cover on the right flank. The overall commander, Yu Qingyan, was deeply concerned. She simply could not comprehend why Lin Yi had the audacity to confront the enemy with mere mortal troops, especially under conditions of similar numbers. Although the power of the spirit-breaking guns had startled her the previous day, it was insufficient to instill confidence. The combat capabilities of mortals were well known, and even the best weapons would not change that. At this moment, she could only hope for a miracle, praying that these mortals would not crumble too swiftly. Regrettably, based on her years of military knowledge, she deemed it unlikely. Soon, the battle commenced, with the Allies initiating their first wave of assaults. The majority of the mortal auxiliary forces surged toward the Changlin army's position, swarming forward like a horde of ants. The Changlin army remained unperturbed, commencing a volley from 1,500 meters. The sound of gunfire resounded, and in an instant, thousands of the mortal auxiliary troops fell to the ground. Causing many behind them to stumble, the Allied advance faltered. Unrest began to stir among their ranks. "You fools, continue charging," commanded the martial overseers among the mortal auxiliary troops, wielding whips to instill fear into those who hesitated. Under their coercion, the mortal troops quickly ceased their unrest and charged toward the position, only to be met by a second and third round of volleys. After the seventh round of firing, the morale of these mortals shattered. They were no longer willing to advance. A widespread retreat ensued, and even the overseers, who executed several of their own, could not halt the tide of flight in this initial clash. The Lin Kingdom emerged victorious. Yet, the elation was muted. Few dared to celebrate, for they understood that far greater challenges lay ahead. This was merely the beginning. Yu Qingyan, ever perceptive, recognized that the allied forces were sacrificing the lives of mortals, depleting the strength of the Lin Kingdom. At this moment, Yuan Qing, one of the 12 elders of the Tianyuan sect, observed the battlefield with keen interest. "Interesting. This spirit-breaking gun is indeed a remarkable invention. When shall we procure some for the mortals to wield against the Qian? It could serve to weaken their strength." "Humph. A mere parlor trick," interjected Yuan Bo, another elder and the supreme commander of the allied forces. "We have already conducted experiments. We seized 100 spirit-breaking guns from the Lin Kingdom's righteous forces and had 100 mortals and 10 warriors engage in a contest. Can you guess the outcome? Unless the warriors remain stationary, these mortals cannot hit a target, and before the warriors even approached, the mortals abandoned their guns and fled. Ha ha ha! Without training and lacking willpower. It creates the false impression among these lofty individuals that bestowing spirit-breaking guns upon mortals is futile." Seeing Yuan Bo's complacency, Yuan Qing felt compelled to offer a cautionary reminder. "Elder San, I believe we should exercise caution. The mortals across the way do not appear to be ordinary. Be wary of incurring significant losses. We are not merely here to deal with the Lin Kingdom. Our true adversary is the Yu Kingdom and Deqian. If we suffer excessive losses here, it will be detrimental to the overall situation and difficult to explain to our sect leader." Yuan Bo snorted. "Yuan Qing, I need no reminders. I am not foolish enough to deploy our elite forces. Mortals are merely mortals. What use are they? Once their numbers dwindle, our warriors will charge and they will crumble. Moreover, my Ziyuan army still has 8,000 heavily armored Zifeng cavalry. Once they charge, no enemy shall remain standing. My Tianyuan iron cavalry is invincible. Even if the opposing side comprises warriors, what is there to fear? Relay the orders. Let these mortal auxiliary troops charge a few more times. Next, we will let the forces of our vassal states engage, followed by my Ziyuan army to reap the rewards." What a cunning old man. Leaving no opportunity to chance, throughout this day, the Lin Kingdom had repelled the allied forces' 6 assaults. Everyone began to feel somewhat numb, yet they dared not slacken their efforts, for the enemy's martial forces had yet to make their move. As the mortal auxiliary troops found themselves overwhelmed by gunfire and sinking into despair, the allied martial forces began to take over the offensive. The soldiers of the Lin Kingdom instantly regained their composure, shaking off their previous fatigue, for they understood that the true battle was only just beginning. These martial troops, indeed elite, moved with rapid precision and maintained a tight organization. Rather than advancing in a rigid formation, they approached in a suitably loose arrangement, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the spirit-breaking guns. In contrast, Shuta's sharpshooter squad reaped substantial rewards, stealthily eliminating several allied officers and causing considerable turmoil. After leaving behind over 1,000 corpses, they charged into the fray like hungry wolves. Familiar scenes unfolded as mortals fell one by one beneath their blades, savoring the blood that splattered upon their lips, vowing to unleash their fury upon these mortals. At the moment the defenses were breached, Li Er anxiously surveyed the rear, watching as his soldiers fell one after another, his heart aching with pain. Soon, upon receiving orders, he bellowed, "Everyone, take cover!" In an instant, the soldiers of his battalion lay flat, and amidst the sound of dense gunfire, the second echelon unexpectedly opened fire upon their own. Several soldiers who were slow to react were shot dead, along with a number of the allied martial troops that had breached the defenses. The allied martial forces were momentarily stunned. What kind of tactic is this? Are they firing indiscriminately without distinguishing friend from foe? After the sound of gunfire subsided, Li Er promptly led the remaining soldiers towards the trenches at their rear. The trenches, shallow and merely designed for one to lie down in, were intended to provide a clear line of sight for the troops behind. offering scant protection against stray bullets, as direct fire could easily penetrate. This was a desperate measure for these mere mortals, a necessary sacrifice deemed worthy for the sake of victory. Once the enemy breached the formation of a camp, the rear echelon would, under appropriate circumstances, open fire indiscriminately towards that camp, leaving the enemy unable to use their comrades as shields. In essence, once a camp was overrun, it was effectively sentenced to death, facing the onslaught of its own forces alongside the invaders. Such ruthless decisiveness sent a shiver down the spines of the martial artists, who had anticipated a swift victory upon breaching the defenses of Lin country. Little did they know that this was merely the first line of blockade, with countless more awaiting them. Moreover, some of the Changlin soldiers chose not to retreat to the trenches, but instead remained steadfast, pulling the martial artists down with them in a mutual demise. This struck terror into the hearts of the martial artists. These were no ordinary mortals, but rather demons, as they could scarcely comprehend the courage and resolve of these common folk. The Changlin soldiers would not be bound by anything, for from the moment they set foot on the battlefield, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Soon, the morale of the martial artist army began to crumble. Upon witnessing signs of retreat, Yuan Bo, disregarding Yuan Qing's objections, immediately commanded the Zifeng heavy cavalry to charge down the center, directly breaking through the defenses of Lin country, while the remaining Ziyuan forces flanked from the sides to launch a coordinated assault. He could not allow this army to survive. It was far too terrifying. If the commoners of Lin country were thus, he dared not imagine the implications. He vaguely sensed that the so-called son of the evil dragon mentioned by the sect could not possibly be Lin Yi. Chapter 29. The turtle in its shell. Soon, the 8,000 Zifeng knights began their charge in perfect unison, the sound deep and thunderous, reverberating through the very earth, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard it. These knights, clad in exquisite armor and mounted upon lion horse beasts, appeared particularly imposing. The lion horse, with the head of a lion and the body of a horse, was nearly twice the size of an ordinary horse. Weighing 4 times as much, with remarkable endurance, truly a monstrous creature, capable of delivering an unimaginable force upon impact. The first to be struck were the coalition's martial artist troops, who could scarcely believe they would one day find themselves as fodder. Many were trampled by the Zifeng knights in their frantic attempts to flee, instantly reduced to mere pulp. The Zifeng knights exhibited strict discipline and rigorous training. They cared not for friend or foe, only for their mission and the destination ahead, charging forward without retreat during their centuries-long existence. Even during the First Qianyuan War, when encircled and facing equally elite Qianan cavalry, they had managed to break through and shatter the enemy formation with their formidable combat prowess. For the Zifeng knights, retreat was an alien concept. They truly embodied the pride of the Ziyuan army as its most elite force. Alas, they now faced the Changlin army, a force with an even more resolute will. After withstanding 5 volleys of concentrated fire, the Zifeng knights, unsurprisingly, crashed into the ranks of the Changlin soldiers, their tremendous momentum sending frontline soldiers flying dozens of meters away, limbs and body parts scattering in all directions. Yet, their assault did not wane. They soon penetrated the second and third layers, inflicting countless casualties among the Changlin soldiers, causing a tremor throughout the entire front. Despite this, the Changlin soldiers maintained their lines with unwavering determination, preventing a complete breach, a fact that astonished all observers. The densely packed ranks of Changlin soldiers instinctively clustered together, using their bodies and bayonets to block the knights' advance. Faced with the charging knights, they neither flinched nor retreated but resolutely embraced death. For their demise held meaning. O divine, I beseech your forgiveness. Have mercy upon your most humble servant. Already, some have begun to kneel in prayer to the deities. The coalition's encampment is engulfed in flames, filled with the cacophony of anguished cries. Many soldiers, who had prepared to flee, are mercilessly struck by spiritual projectiles the moment they breach the gates, leaving them riddled with wounds. At this moment, they find themselves ensnared, unable to advance or retreat, helplessly witnessing the inferno spreading towards them. The wails of the coalition resonate through the heavens, eliciting sympathy even from the soldiers of Lin Nation across the battlefield. High-ranking generals such as Yuan Bo and Yuan Qing attempt to bolster the morale of the troops, continuously rallying the forces in a desperate bid to fight back. Alas, the more they consolidate their ranks, the greater the devastation wrought by the fireballs. each crash creating a gory pit amidst the throng. Soon, the soldiers can no longer withstand the onslaught, scattering in a frenzy to save their own lives. The coalition's morale has shattered, leaving no hope for redemption. With vacant eyes, Yuan Bo realizes the futility of his efforts and collapses to the ground. As a high-level martial king, he understands that these fireballs are not celestial flames, but rather colossal stones. However, once these stones strike the ground, they explode, unleashing a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that devastates the surroundings, accompanied by an unbearable heat. He is oblivious to the source of this calamity. He has already tested it. While a martial king can withstand a single fireball unscathed, a martial master would likely incur some injuries. Yet, how many martial kings and martial masters does his army possess? And with fireballs numbering in the hundreds or thousands, coming in relentless waves, despair envelopes him. Observing the crumbling coalition, Yuan Qing's eyes flicker with insight as he addresses Yuan Bo. Elder Yuan, it appears that Lin Nation has received the aid of sorcerers. De Qian has secretly dispatched so many sorcerers to Lin Nation. This is an obvious plot against us. Sorcerers? How can that be? The sheer power and quantity suggest that at least hundreds of intermediate sorcerers are involved. Our Tian Yuan sect has barely 100 members, and even during the battle in Rong City, we dispatched only a handful. Where could they possibly have acquired such a force? Moreover, these attacks differ vastly from conventional sorceress fireball techniques. As Yuan Bo fails to grasp his meaning, Yuan Qing gives him a pointed glance and continues, regardless of the differences, the truth remains that we have been subjected to a large-scale assault by a sorceress force. An undeniable fact. I have recorded this with the Shadow Stone. The blame for this battle does not rest upon us alone. Upon hearing this, Yuan Bo experiences a moment of clarity and bursts into laughter. Exclaiming, "Indeed, who would have thought that De Qian had been plotting against us for so long? We can no longer fight. Relay the orders, everyone follow me as we break through. I must risk everything to convey this news to the sect leader." His words sound noble, as if he were a heroic pathfinder. However, neither of them intends to notify the troops. Instead, they sneak away, directly causing the remaining forces to lose their backbone, resulting in a complete rout of the coalition. Chapter 31. The recovery of the old capital. Post-war reconstruction the following day. As she gazes upon the scattered bodies of the coalition soldiers and the countless captives, Yu Qingyin is profoundly shaken. The coalition that had previously instilled great pressure upon her has been effortlessly annihilated by Lin Nation, and by mere mortals at that, while her own Yu army played only a minor role. Contributing little to the effort, this moment, she recalls Lin Yi's earlier assertion to take the initiative and reclaim their territory. She had publicly doubted him, only to find herself thoroughly chastened. If her Yu Nation cannot confidently claim victory against this coalition, yet Lin Nation can vanquish them with such ease, does that not imply Lin Nation's superiority over Yu Nation? She shakes her head, unwilling to delve further into such thoughts. Then, she remembers the luminous spiritual bombs capable of illuminating the coalition's encampment, which left her in awe, along with the sight of hundreds of spiritual cannons firing simultaneously, their thunderous roars sending shivers down her spine. In the depths of her mind, a new ideology, one of strengthening the military through technology, begins to take root. This prompts her to wonder why, despite possessing such formidable spiritual cannons, Lin Yi did not consider their use during the daytime battle, even when faced with the imminent threat of the Purple Wind Knights breaching their lines. The cannons remained silent. Was he overly confident in his Long Lin troops, or was he so cold-hearted as to willingly sacrifice soldiers for the sake of secrecy? Had he employed them, Lin Nation's daytime casualties would not have been so grievous. If she were in Lin Yi's position, she would have prioritized minimizing losses. These questions weigh heavily upon her, yet she dares not voice them to Lin Yi. In truth, Lin Yi is also engaged in self-reflection. He realizes that his recent strategic maneuvers have been excessively rational and cold-blooded. Although they yield excellent results, they come at a significant cost. Had he utilized the spiritual cannons during the day, the enemy would have fortified their defenses or even retreated, rather than taking refuge within their encampment. This would have precluded the possibility of completely annihilating the enemy. Thus, despite the staggering daytime casualties, he remains unfazed, treating the lives of his soldiers as mere currency, tokens for his victory. He understands that many of his generals harbor dissenting opinions, yet they refrain from opposing him due to his authority. He recognizes a troubling change within himself, an emerging indifference to life. Perhaps this is a consequence of his growing power, or perhaps it stems from his experiences beyond the battlefield. He does not wish to become one of those aloof figures who disregard the value of life. Consequently, he relinquishes his command, voluntarily stepping down as the supreme military leader of Lin Nation. Let the generals of Lin Nation conduct their own battles. This conflict sends shockwaves throughout the entire Qiankuan continent, thrusting Lin Nation into the limelight of discussion among the various nations. Its significance is monumental, establishing numerous precedents. The first instance of a mortal army annihilating over 100,000 martial artists. The first instance of a mortal army withstanding the charge of elite cavalry. The first instance of a mortal army encircling a martial army. The first instance of a mortal army breaching a martial encampment. The first instance of a night battle where mortals triumphed over martial artists. The first use of spiritual cannons. Internally, this victory bolsters the morale of all Lin Nation citizens, greatly enhancing their resolve for reform, while deepening the ideology of strengthening the military through technology, making scientific research a burgeoning movement in Lin Nation. Externally, it delivers a severe blow to the antiquated belief in the supremacy of martial artists, sparking significant reforms across nations, with the reformist faction, represented by Yu Qingyan of Yu Nation, emerging onto the stage of history. Simultaneously, the role of mortals is further highlighted, indirectly elevating their status and causing the old martial-centric hierarchy to begin to wane. In the ensuing weeks, the Long Lin Army, in coordination with the Xiao Hongyi Army, achieved 7 consecutive victories. Utilizing spiritual cannons to breach cities, they captured dozens of fortifications, restoring the territory to 3/4 of its extent prior to the fall of the capital. Upon receiving this news, the nation erupts in jubilation, and Lin Yi holds a grand city entry ceremony in the recovered capital of Shujing. On the day of the ceremony, over 10,000 Long Lin soldiers march in formation, their long spears gleaming, heads held high, and steps synchronized as they pass through the city gates, leaving the local populace in awe. Many citizens of Shujing are overcome with joy, shedding tears as they rejoice in their return as subjects of Lin Nation, leading to hundreds fainting from overwhelming emotion. The author suspects this is merely a display orchestrated by Lin Nation, as the awareness of these citizens in the occupied regions is unlikely to be so profound. In their minds, a change of emperor is inconsequential. Regrettably, due to the previous Ninggu explosion, the Long Lin army suffers from severe ammunition shortages, often being forced to engage in close combat, leading to further casualties. In light of their losses, which exceed over 10,000 men, and to avert greater devastation, the Supreme Command decides to cease offensive operations. With the military transitioning into a defensive mode, Lin Nation shifts its focus towards post-war reconstruction while simultaneously advancing reforms nationwide. Having tasted the sweetness of land redistribution, the enthusiasm of all citizens in occupied regions is ignited. Not to mention the various policies promoted thereafter, these common folk are eager to express their gratitude to Lin Yi. With numerous individuals fainting from sheer excitement, this is likely genuine. Everyone appears to possess boundless energy, throwing themselves into the restoration of production, enabling the post-war reconstruction efforts to conclude a full year ahead of schedule. Lin Yi also begins relocating various central government departments to Shujing. On the day of his departure, the citizens of Suiqing spontaneously escort him for several dozen miles, stirring a flicker of warmth in his otherwise cold heart. Chapter 32. The Bandits. In the year 1627 of Lin Nation, the nation vigorously pursues reform, with everyone swept up in the tide of change. First, the legal framework is enhanced, as Lin Nation enacts a comprehensive constitution alongside 6 laws: civil, commercial, administrative, economic, social, and criminal law, thereby providing a legal foundation for every aspect of the citizens' lives. Next, the national departments undergo significant restructuring, with the establishment of multiple agencies, each tasked with distinct responsibilities: the People's Congress, the supreme authority of Lin Nation; the Justice Bureau, the judicial body; the Ministry of Internal Affairs, responsible for taxation, economic development, and social governance; the Military Affairs Bureau, the headquarters of the Long Lin Army; the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, overseeing diplomatic relations; the Procuratorate, responsible for the examination of officials; and the Academy of Sciences, dedicated to technological research and guidance. Then, economic reforms are implemented, promoting new corporate models and rural economic restructuring, as well as tax reforms. This is somewhat complex. Those interested may await my detailed account of the economic reforms of Lin Nation and Long Nation. Finally, military reforms are introduced, moving away from the battalion as the fundamental unit, adding the regiment level to address new battlefield environments and requirements. With each regiment assigned a political commissar. Previously, a legion consisted of 20 battalions, operating independently, making joint operations among battalions of the same level challenging. And with only 400 soldiers per battalion, they struggled against assaults by martial artists numbering in the dozens. A regiment of 2,000 soldiers proves to be just right, allowing the regiment commander to smoothly coordinate and command the various battalions under their command. Whether in offense or defense, facing an equal number of warriors grants one the capability to engage in battle. Thus, in encounters of medium to small scale, the advantage lies with the regiment, which also enjoys a greater selection of operational tasks. This has indeed been the case during border operations to strike enemy strongholds and eliminate banditry. It is often regiment-level units that are deployed. Later, regiments will be equipped with energy cannons. This year, the Qianyuan War has reached its conclusion. The Tianyuan sect, failing in its schemes, has suffered grievously. The Ziyuan army of the Lin Kingdom has been annihilated, and its vassal states have also endured significant losses, resulting in insufficient support on the Rongqing battlefield and a subsequent crushing defeat at the hands of Great Qian. Ultimately, they had no choice but to seek peace, offering reparations and ceding a vast expanse of territory, which greatly tarnished their strength and reputation. In stark contrast, Great Qian, as the victor, subtly emerges as the potential hegemon of the Qian Kuan continent, embarking on increasingly aggressive diplomatic maneuvers. What? Great Qian demands we surrender the manufacturing techniques of the energy cannon. Su Zhe, seething with anger, could scarcely fathom such an audacious request from his adversaries, for the Lin Kingdom was no vassal of theirs. Presently, the envoy from Great Qian, with a smug demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhe's fury and began to mock him, stating that had it not been for Great Qian's assistance and the deployment of the Yuyong army to aid in defense, the Lin Kingdom would likely have been obliterated long ago. Now, Great Qian merely seeks a trifling gift, yet the Lin Kingdom has seemingly forgotten their benefactor and remains obstinate, which is truly disheartening. As Su Zhe listened, his ire grew, and he could no longer contain his fury. With a resounding slap of his hand upon the table, he startled the envoy into silence. You speak nonsense. The Lin Kingdom triumphed over the Tianyuan alliance through the blood and valor of our soldiers. United as one, the Yuyong army was merely a supplementary force. Even without them, our dynasty would have decisively vanquished the alliance. What business is it of yours, Great Qian? In fact, had we not annihilated that alliance, your victory would not have come so easily. If there is any debt of gratitude, it is the Lin Kingdom that has favored you. Now you come demanding this and that. Are you a bandit? Great Qian, such behavior is utterly unreasonable. You, crude, barbaric mortal. The envoy, taken aback by the tirade, struggled to regain his composure. Once he had calmed, he began to issue threats. Su Zhe, you, a mere mortal, dare to insult Great Qian? It seems your nation is unwilling to show us the proper respect. Await the wrath of Great Qian and see if you can withstand it. Farewell. Unmoved, Su Zhe glared coldly. I shall not see you off. Although he appeared calm, inside he was in turmoil. The severance with Great Qian signified that the Lin Kingdom could face simultaneous invasions from hegemonic forces in both the east and west. However, the energy cannon, as a national treasure, could not be relinquished at this stage, even at the cost of a rift with Great Qian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately began to devise remedial measures. First, he sought out Lin Yi to offer his apologies. Lin Yi not only refrained from reproaching him, but also urged him not to dwell too much on the potential rift with Great Qian, insisting that there was no need for excessive concern. Su Zhe was deeply moved. Lin Yi had shown him such favoritism and even offered comforting words. Though he appreciated the sentiment, he knew he must take responsibility and strategize a response. He vowed to work diligently to repay Lin Yi's kindness. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, his nonchalance was not favoritism or consolation. He genuinely believed that Great Qian posed no significant threat given his current strength. Chapter 33. Blockade and sanctions. Soon, Great Qian's retaliation commenced. First, they recalled all martial kings stationed in the Lin Kingdom. Secondly, their vassal states severed diplomatic ties with Lin Kingdom, closing borders and imposing a blockade to weaken it. The Lin Kingdom relied heavily on imports for many critical resources. An envoy from the Yu Kingdom, Qin Sheng, discreetly informed Su Zhe that the Yu Kingdom was merely following Great Qin's orders and bore no ill will toward Lin Kingdom. The friendship between the two nations remained intact. Su Zhe expressed understanding and refrained from excessive criticism. Overall, the situation was dire. The Lin Kingdom found itself isolated and without support. This predicament left Su Zhe in a state of frantic anxiety. Fortunately, Great Qin showed no inclination toward military aggression. Another year passed, with various nations continuing their blockade of Lin Kingdom. However, the Lin Kingdom was actively seeking solutions in response to the restrictions. For instance, the kingdom faced a severe shortage of iron ore, primarily sourced from imports, and the blockade had led to a critical deficiency in armor for their troops. In light of this situation, the commander of the 38th Regiment, Long Hanyun, submitted a reform proposal to the military high command, combining the regiment's combat experiences and tactical analyses from the past year. In this proposal, he asserted that the armor worn by mortals not only provided inadequate protection against the attacks of warriors, but also significantly hampered the mobility of mortal soldiers. He presented examples illustrating that these armors failed to withstand warrior assaults. A single strike could cleave through them as if they were non-existent. Therefore, he proposed that, given the armor's ineffectiveness, they should be minimized or eliminated altogether. He recommended focusing on protecting vital areas while discarding armor on less critical parts. This sacrifice of unnecessary protection would greatly enhance mobility, thereby boosting the combat effectiveness of the troops. The military quickly submitted this reform proposal to the Ministry of Military Affairs, which was then forwarded to the Supreme Command, where it received unanimous approval. Thus, the reform of military uniforms commenced, heralding the birth of the Lin Kingdom's first generation of new-style military attire, characterized by a vibrant red hue. Freed from the encumbrance of armor, soldiers found it much easier to undertake missions and train. Henceforth, these soldiers marched in long lines, resembling a red dragon traversing the earth, becoming a lasting memory for the people of that era. In the third year of the blockade, the Lin Kingdom achieved a significant breakthrough with the cultivation of spirit rice. The newly developed spirit rice required only a small amount of spiritual energy for nourishment, maturing within 3 months while boasting exceptionally high nutritional content. A mere half bowl would suffice to stave off hunger for an entire day. This development effectively resolved the kingdom's food crisis, rendering the economic blockades of other nations nearly meaningless. Throughout the blockade, the citizens of the Lin Kingdom collaborated in a collective effort to overcome their difficulties. As a result, the Lin Kingdom not only remained unweakened but emerged even more resilient. Meanwhile, Lin Yi continued to diligently enhance his own strength, uncertain of the extent of his power, yet aware that he had grown formidable. With another teleportation, he was destined to encounter an important figure later known as one of the 4 pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, they were transported to a human domain, with their objective being to locate an item known as the Clear Void Crystal, rumored to be within the Qingshu sect. Lingyue and Lin Yi concealed their true abilities and participated in the assessment, successfully gaining admission to the Qingshu sect as prodigies. Why Yi Qingxian, you wretch? Why do you not kneel and apologize upon seeing Brother Li? A voice drew their attention. What is happening? Lin Yi, intrigued, pulled Lingyue along to investigate. They observed several senior disciples menacingly surrounding a youth, while a crowd gathered to gawk. The young man, strikingly handsome and possessing an ethereal demeanor, remained unflustered amidst the throng, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing the youth, Lingyue's previously indifferent expression grew serious. Her interest piqued as she scrutinized him. Lin Yi, standing nearby, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy rise within him. Pretty boy from the gathered crowd, he gleaned the gist of the situation. It turned out that this pretty boy was the scion of the Yi family of Longqing. Once heralded as a genius of the city point one day, he ventured into the grave of the buried bones with his fiancée Yi, only to encounter a high-tier beast. This pretty boy not only abandoned his fiancée, but also callously seized the jade-like flower she had risked her life to obtain, displaying utter shamelessness. Fortunately, fate intervened, and he fell from a cliff. Yet, by some stroke of luck, he managed to return, albeit with his meridians shattered and devoid of spiritual energy, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Upon learning of this, the family of his fiancée Yi, the Bai family, felt compelled to sever ties with such a heartless individual. They approached the Yi family to annul the engagement, but to their surprise, he retaliated by sending a divorce letter to Bai Xiaoxiao, which utterly humiliated her. Concerned for by Xiao Xiao's dignity, the well-meaning brotherly rallied the masses to restore her honor. As Lin Yi listened, he felt a sense of deja vu wash over him. Hearing the crowd's righteous indignation, he interjected with a question. I sensed something amiss. Why Yi Qingxian fled, leaving Bai Xiaoxiao in peril? How is it that he himself suffered such severe injuries? While the brave Bai Xiaoxiao, who faced the high-tier beast alone, seems to have emerged unscathed. At this, the previously fervent crowd fell into stunned silence. Soon, whispers began to circulate. Who is this lad? It seems he's attempting to defend the worthless Yi Qingxian. He must be a freshly minted disciple. We elders are discussing matters, and he dares to interject without any semblance of respect. Humph! I thought it was someone important. Turns out he's just a new prodigy from a small sect. No wonder he feels bold enough to speak out here. Does he not realize that a talent from such a modest background holds no significance among us? Immediately, someone began to address Lin Yi with veiled sarcasm. Might I inquire your surname, Junior? From whence do you hail? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by the sudden hostility directed toward him. He maintained his composure and replied, My surname is Lin, and I hail from the Qiankuan continent. Lin? Qiankuan continent? I am only aware of a Lin family from the far continent. I have not heard of your Qiankuan lineage. Therefore, I must not be associated with the Lin family you speak of. I have no ties to the Lin family of the far continent, Lin Yi patiently elaborated. So he is just a rustic genius who doesn't even know from which rural continent he hails. Ha ha ha! Truly a coarse peasant! The crowd erupted in laughter, and Lin Yi felt a wave of disdain wash over him. It seemed that wherever he went, there were always those who took pride in their status. Looking down from lofty heights, however, he refrained from reacting, finding it all rather meaningless, and left with Ling Yue.S. For what transpired afterward, he was unaware, though he did not notice Yi Qingxian casting a glance their way as he departed. Chapter 34 Today, Lin Yi and Ling Yu ventured deep into the graveyard abyss in search of clues regarding the Qingming crystal. Upon entering the abyss, they were warmly welcomed by numerous demonic beasts. After Lin Yi tirelessly slaughtered hundreds of them, no more dared to show their faces. With their formidable senses, they discovered a hidden cave, where a large crowd of warriors had gathered, seemingly drawn there by some allure. These warriors were clustered into various groups, but Yi Qingxian stood alone, searching for something, with no one daring to provoke him, as if they all feared him. The numerous corpses on the ground attested to a recent fierce battle. Xiao Xiao, didn't Yi Qingxian lose all his spiritual power? How is he so formidable now? He broke Brother Li's hand yesterday and has already killed so many disciples from other sects today. Is he truly useless or not? A female warrior named Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why this seemingly crippled individual continuously defied her expectations. However, she concluded that a waste is still a waste. Without the ability to cultivate spiritual power, he amounted to nothing. The gap between her and him would only widen. They were no longer of the same world. With this thought, she began to enlighten the others, as the former top genius of Rong City. Yi Qingxian undoubtedly possessed some abilities. He had previously cultivated his physical strength to the 9th realm of body protection. Even without spiritual power, his formidable physique could contend with ordinary warriors. Ah, I see. It's a pity he can no longer cultivate spiritual power. No matter how strong his body is, as others' levels rise, the gap will only widen. Indeed, a waste still pestering Sister Xiao Xiao, chasing her all the way here today, simply disgusting. The crowd chimed in, belittling Yi Qingxian relentlessly. Why, Yi Qingxian, you are unworthy of me. Why do you continue to harass me? Bai Xiaoxiao thought to herself, believing Yi Qingxian had deliberately followed her here. Lin Yi and Ling Yu exchanged glances, deciding on the spot to blend in with the crowd and observe the unfolding events. Unfortunately, no one was willing to associate with them. Instead, they mocked them as rustic geniuses. Several even gazed at Ling Yu with lewd eyes. Little sister, don't follow this fool. Come with your brother, I will protect you. Ling Yu ignored their lewd remarks, choosing to remain unperturbed. It was Yi Qingxian who spoke next. You two, follow me. I will ensure your safety. This unexpected offer took Lin Yi by surprise, causing the crowd to retract their intentions and distance themselves. Humph, Sister Xiao Xiao, look at a powerless waste daring to boast. A waste paired with a country bumpkin. What a ridiculous combination. A woman in green beside Bai Xiao Xiao scoffed. LVE, do not speak ill of Brother Yi. He is, after all, someone who, by Xiao Xiao feigned reproach towards the woman, secretly pleased within. Sister Xiao Xiao, only you possess the kindness to forgive such a heartless villain. You must seek justice. Yi Qingxian paid no mind to the gossip surrounding him, instead pulling out a brush and drawing something at the cave's entrance. His actions piqued the curiosity of all present, including Lin Yi. Only Ling Yu's eyes lit up, regarding Yi Qingxian with admiration. What is this pretty boy concocting? Lin Yi mused. Keen observers soon discerned the truth. Could it be runes? He is drawing runes. What an overestimation of his capabilities. Who does he think he is? A genius of runes. I think we should stop him. We can't let him fumble around. What if he triggers some restriction and brings calamity upon us all? Indeed, the safest course would be to wait for our top genius, Zhou Ning, from Qingshu sect to arrive. He is a third-grade rune master, not someone to be compared with mere strays. Yet, despite the chatter, no one dared to approach and stop him, for those who had previously provoked Yi Qingxian had already met their demise. As a beam of white light emerged, the cave entrance truly opened, leaving the crowd in disbelief, particularly by Xiao Xiao, whose eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? He truly stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. Yes, it must be luck. Yi Qingxian made no rebuttal, quickly ushering Lin Yi and Ling Yu into the cave, after which the light dimmed. The crowd stood in a state of bewilderment. One disciple attempted to sneak in as well, only to be repelled by a restriction, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Brother Yi, were you just drawing runes? Lin Yi inquired curiously. Indeed, Brother Lin. Yi Qingxian replied that it appears Brother Yi has a profound understanding of runes. I admire you greatly. However, I have a question. Why did you specifically assist us in entering the cave? It seems our relationship is not particularly close. Brother, you flatter me. Your previous act of righteousness has remained in my heart. This is merely a matter of helping a friend, I see. So Brother Yi is not the heartless villain they portray? Yi Qingxian scoffed lightly, then slowly recounted his story. He was not without reason in leading by Xiao Xiao on this perilous adventure. Her father had been grievously injured and required the Yujihua to restore his body. However, he had not anticipated that the Yujihua was guarded by high-level demonic beasts. Yi Qingxian fought valiantly against the beasts, allowing Bai Xiaoxiao to collect the flower. After obtaining it, Bai Xiaoxiao promptly abandoned Yi Qingxian, leading to his fall from a cliff, severing his meridians and rendering him a waste. He had miraculously survived, while the Bai family acquired the Yujihua, healing Bai Xiaoxiao's father, yet they expressed no gratitude towards him. Instead, they turned the tables, accusing him of theft and using it as leverage to force him to annul their engagement. Having lost his father at an early age, he had no support from his family, and even his uncle sided with the Bai family, driving him and his beloved sister from their home. Hiss, wait a minute, why does this plot sound so much like a novel? Lin Yi silently scoffed. Connecting it to Yi Qingxuan's rune expertise, he jokingly asked, Brother Yi, you aren't a transmigrator, are you? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian froze momentarily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, as he and Ling Yu simultaneously questioned Lin Yi. How did you know? However, Yi Qingxian was panic-stricken, while Ling Yu appeared delighted. Before Lin Yi could respond, Yi Qingxian acted first, throwing several spirit runes towards Lin Yi and Ling Yu. Instantly, Lin Yi found himself unable to move, and a thunderous explosion shook the entire cave, drawing the attention of those outside. Looks like they must have triggered an even more powerful restriction. It seems we are doomed, I told you. Yi Qingxian merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. When it comes to runic mastery, I only bow to Zhou Ning. Among the disciples of Qingshu sect, he is the only true rune master. Unbeknownst to them, the so-called first rune master, Zhou Ning, stood at the cave entrance, engulfed in self-doubt. Based on Yi Qingxuan's minimal rune markings, he had unlocked the cave's restrictions, while Zhou Ning, having meticulously drawn runes all over the wall, remained at a loss. Sweating profusely, he wished he could strangle the one who had made the comparison. Chapter 35 Resentment. Lin Yi dusted himself off, chuckling helplessly. Brother Yi, you are quite ruthless. We are not your enemies. Yi Qingxian regarded the unscathed duo with astonishment, then warily distanced himself, secretly drawing several spirit runes. Who are you really? You are definitely not mere martial artists. My explosive runes are not something ordinary martial artists can withstand. Speak. What is your purpose in approaching me? Who sent you? Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Brother Yi, you are overthinking it. We had no intention of approaching you. Rest assured, we harbor no ill will towards you. Seeing Yi Qingxian preparing to strike again, Ling Yu swiftly teleported, pointing her sword at Yi Qingshuan's throat. Brother Yi, why go to such lengths? So, you truly are a transmigrator? Lin Yi sighed, rubbing his forehead. Ling Yu, curious, asked Lin Yi, how did you know? I read it in a novel. It's hard to explain. He couldn't very well admit to having read countless stories with similar plots. Could he? Yi Qingxian, realizing they indeed bore no malice, closed his eyes and, after a moment of calm, signaled that he would not attack. Ling Yu took the opportunity to lower her sword. That's more like it. Brother Yi, surely, you are not the reincarnation of a great emperor? Seeing Yi Qingshuan's pupils widen and his mouth twitch, Lin Yi knew he had hit the mark again. I deduce you must have obtained some crucial treasure, only to be betrayed, leading to your fortuitous transmigration into Yi Qingshuan's body. Am I right? This person was simply uncanny. As Yi Qingxian witnessed his secrets being unveiled, he found himself at a loss. Unable to retaliate, he chose to remain silent, steadfast in his refusal to admit anything. However, Ling Yue's insatiable curiosity compelled her to pester Lin Yi for an explanation. Lin Yi, relishing the rare moment of being idolized by Ling Yue, basked in her admiration. At that moment, Yi Qingxian turned to leave, acutely aware that Lin Yi was still on guard against him, trailing at a distance. The traps set by Yi Qingxian were effortlessly dismantled by Lin Yi through sheer brute force. Eventually, the trio arrived at the end of the hidden chamber, where three colossal stone statues loomed point. One statue wielded a massive sword, resembling a formidable war deity. Another clutched a spiritual talisman, appearing as a savior of the realm. And the last sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly refining elixirs. Yi Qingxian began to survey the surroundings, exploring every nook and cranny. After an indeterminate amount of time, a cacophony of voices erupted, revealing that a group from outside had arrived. They followed the path carved by Lin Yi, making their way here unimpeded. Who could it be? It's the incompetent group of country bumpkins. Even if they stumbled in by luck, it matters not. We have caught up to them. One must understand that there are always greater forces beyond the skies, and thanks to a genius like Zhou Ning, we can proceed without hindrance. Indeed, some individuals are solely self-serving. They previously abandoned Sister Xiao Xiao, and now they are forsaking us, exhibiting utter selfishness and shamelessness. Step aside, you three good-for-nothings. Do not obstruct senior brother Zhou Ning from breaking the restrictions. The crowd united in their condemnation of Yi Qingxian and his companions. Ling Yue remained unfazed, while Lin Yi displayed his displeasure. Conversely, Yi Qingxian coldly raised his head, producing a spiritual talisman. Just as the onlookers presumed he was about to strike, retreating in fear, Yi Qingshuan's expression suddenly shifted. And he chuckled lightly. Let senior brother Zhou proceed first. He then stepped aside. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief, believing that Yi Qingshuan's luck had finally run out, leaving him to rely solely on Zhou Ning. A waste is indeed a waste. What a farce to pretend to be an expert. He startled me for no reason. Indeed, I thought he was formidable. Senior brother Zhou, please showcase your prowess. Let them witness what true genius looks like. Zhou Ning reveled in the praise, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yi and the others as he approached to draw the talisman and dismantle the restrictions. His demeanor was graceful, akin to a celestial being, captivating by Xiao Xiao, Lu Yi, and others to the point of distraction. How handsome! Such a person is 1,000 times stronger than Yi Qingxian. This is the kind of individual I deserve. I must seize this opportunity to get closer to him. With this thought, Bai Xiaoxiao eagerly inquired if Zhou Ning needed assistance. Zhou Ning politely declined, yet Bai Xiaoxiao showed no concern, squatting beside him to discuss spiritual talismans. Their flirtatious exchanges were palpable. Lin Yi, observing the scene, exchanged knowing glances with Yi Qingxian, who chose to shut his eyes, unwilling to witness the interaction. To others, it appeared that Yi Qingxian was consumed by jealousy, unable to bear seeing Bai Xiaoxiao engage so openly with another man. A classic case of a toad wishing to feast on swan meat. As Zhou Ning, brimming with youthful exuberance, explained and drew talismans, suddenly, the runes began to glow, indicating they were working. Senior brother Zhou is indeed a genius with talismans. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment and joy. However, Zhou Ning appeared perplexed. What is happening? I've only just begun. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept through the entire chamber, causing the onlookers to brighten with realization. This energy surpassed even that of the spiritual energy valley. A training ground for the disciples of their sect, Senior Brother Zhou is truly formidable. He has transformed this location into a spiritual training ground. This miracle is astonishing. All praise goes to Senior Brother Zhou. I shall follow his lead from now on. This flattery garnered widespread agreement. Zhou Ning, basking in his glory, waved dismissively, "Oh, it's nothing. We are all fellow brothers. I naturally should take care of everyone. Let us all cultivate together and not waste this spiritual energy." Senior Brother is generous and selfless. He is truly virtuous. Many began to eagerly absorb the spiritual energy, gradually realizing something was amiss. The energy seemed to invade their bodies uncontrollably, significantly enhancing their spiritual power. Yet their bodies struggled to cope, teetering on the brink of explosion. The crowd's faces paled, and they swayed unsteadily, shocked that the very energy they sought could turn into a harbinger of death. Keen observers soon noted that only 3 individuals remained unaffected: Lin Yi, Ling Yue, and Yi Qingxian. This was undoubtedly related to them. Why Yi Qingxian? What have you done? You must have modified the restrictions. Zhou Ning ground his teeth in anger. He had previously dismissed Yi Qingxian as a waste, but now found himself outmaneuvered. Did you intentionally set a trap for us all? Why? Do you not fear retribution from the Zhou family? At that moment, he harbored resentment towards Yi Qingxian. Bai Xiaoxiao also spoke up, "Qingxian, I know you harbor resentment towards me. I have wronged you. But you cannot endanger everyone. They are innocent. How about this? I will apologize on their behalf. Please lift the restrictions. I assure you, Zhou Ning will not trouble you." Bai Xiaoxiao wept, her tears painting her as a figure of compassion, seemingly concerned for the collective. Lin Yi, observing her, thought to himself, "What a perfect white lotus." Unfortunately, this tactic bore no fruit with Yi Qingxian, who scoffed coldly, "This has nothing to do with me. A third-grade talisman master cannot even comprehend these restrictions. I suspect his rank is merely bought." Zhou Ning's face flushed with alternating shades of white and red. This waste dared to insult him. However, under the current circumstances, he had to swallow his pride. "I acknowledge that I underestimated you. Previously, we were in the wrong. I implore you to lift the restrictions. I am willing to share the treasures of this chamber with you." "You intend to kill me later?" Yi Qingxian, however, was not swayed by his words. "I have stated that these restrictions are of no concern to me. If you wish to lift them, do so yourself. Otherwise, be gone. You dare speak of sharing? You think you are worthy? You waste, do you dare to insult me? Do you truly wish for us to perish together? The Zhou family will not spare you." Zhou Ning, enraged, began to threaten. Why Yi Qingxian ignored him, choosing instead to close his eyes and cultivate. This infuriated Zhou Ning. Shortly thereafter, some individuals could no longer endure and exploded, dying instantly. This horrified everyone. Faced with the imminent threat of death, they began to threaten Yi Qingxian. Seeing him unmoved, they resorted to begging for mercy. Finally, after the demise of over a dozen disciples, the strange spiritual energy began to dissipate gradually. The crowd collectively sighed. Rarely does one wish to flaunt their prowess, yet he lacks the quintessential traits of a successful protagonist, notably the propensity to attract antagonists. While the hero can provoke challenges merely by sipping water, Lin Yi's fervent attempts to seek recognition go unnoticed, leaving him in a state of despair. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ning, he has already comprehended the intricacies of fifth-tier talismans within the illusory realm, earning him high praise from a mysterious voice. Ultimately, Zhou Ning's keen insight leads him to master sixth-tier talismans, a remarkable achievement on this continent, signifying his potential to become at least a sixth-tier talisman master. Indeed, Zhou Ning is a true genius, and his mastery of talismans is unparalleled. However, before the echoes of his triumph fade, the voice resounds once more, trembling as if it has witnessed something unfathomable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The spectators widen their eyes, realizing that during the brief moment they extolled Zhou Ning, Yi Qingxian had successfully deciphered talismans of all ranks and was now meditating in a corner. This revelation dispelled any lingering doubts about Yi Qingxuan's capabilities. He was clearly concealing his true talents. Bai Xiaoxiao, concerned for Yi Qingxian, was met with a series of disdainful glances. This time, Lin Yi had learned his lesson. hastily positioning himself at the forefront of the illusory trial, expecting to showcase his skills, yet he failed to grasp even a first-tier rune, inciting a chorus of jeers that darkened his countenance. Ignored by the crowd, they diverted their attention to Yi Qingxian. In the next round, Lin Yi again struggled, unable to produce even a first-tier pill. Why now? The audience had grown accustomed to his failures, no longer mocking him, for they awaited the trials of Zhou Ning and Yi Qingxian. As anticipated, Zhou Ning concocted a seventh-tier pill within the illusion, while Yi Qingxian astonishingly replicated all tiers with even greater perfection. This left the voice momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, it finally re-emerged, announcing that the one who received the inheritance was Zhou Ning. The crowd was taken aback. Should it not have been Yi Qingxian? What was unfolding? Yi Qingxian, however, seemed to have anticipated this outcome, making no further display and departing immediately. Having secured what he desired without the need for lingering, Lin Yi, with a face like a bitter melon, exited the cave as well, feeling utterly dejected after a fruitless endeavor alongside Ling Yu. In stark contrast to Lin Yi's dismal experience, the Lin Kingdom was now in its 10th year of reform as Yu Zhe began to restore relations with Deqian, and after submitting the old schematic for the spiritual energy cannon, the new model had been successfully developed. Rendering the old one expendable, Deqian finally decided to lift the economic blockade against Lin Kingdom, despite the blockade having already rendered it effectively isolated. Relations between the two nations began to thaw. Su Zhe's intent to mend ties with Deqian stemmed from Lin Kingdom's preparations to mobilize against Tian Yuan's sect. To achieve this, it was essential to cultivate a favorable international environment for Lin Kingdom's military endeavors. Chapter 37. The first battle. Setting aside the affairs of Lin Kingdom, Lin Yi finally uncovered the whereabouts of the Qingming crystal within the confines of the Qingshu sect. This crystal lay buried in the sect's forbidden grounds, resting alongside the revered ancestors of Qingshu sect. Entry was strictly forbidden except for the top 10 participants of the annual sect competition, who were granted the privilege to pay their respects. With a stroke of luck, one might even catch the attention of the ancestral spirits and receive their inheritance, thus soaring to new heights. Zhou Ning, brimming with confidence after having obtained the legacy of the martial saint, experienced a meteoric rise in strength, establishing himself as one of the top 10 disciples recognized by the Qingshu sect. Out of curiosity, he inquired of the remnant spirit of the martial saint why he was chosen over Yi Qingxian. The martial saint, with a hint of regret, uttered a phrase that left Zhou Ning in shock. "Though I am a saint, I am unworthy to teach him." From that moment on, Zhou Ning's animosity toward Yi Qingxian festered, fueled not only by jealousy but also by the bitter realization that he was merely a backup choice, a notion he could not accept. Upon returning, he relayed this incident to his family and dispatched assassins to eliminate Yi Qingxian, only to have his plans thwarted repeatedly by Lin Yi. Lin Yi's interventions were not mere whims, but rather a recognition of Yi Qingxuan's potential. Should he manage to recruit such talent, the future of Lin Kingdom would be secured. Each failed attempt only heightened Zhou Ning's frustration, compelling him to resort to increasingly desperate measures. The first day of the grand selection commenced with team battles. 10 individuals comprised each group, with the victors advancing to the next round until the 10 most formidable teams were determined. Seed teams were distributed across different zones to ensure they would not clash prematurely. This was partly to eliminate lone wolf players. No matter how skilled, they could not compete against a united front. Those lacking power and background were merely insignificant, unable to go far. Additionally, it allowed for greater maneuverability, where those of noble lineage yet limited strength could leverage their connections to secure a place among the top 100, a widely acknowledged unspoken rule. This time, no one was willing to team up with Yi Qingxian, for Zhou Ning's recent actions had made it abundantly clear that anyone aligning with him would become a target. He claimed his motives stemmed from his affection for Bai Xiaoxiao, asserting that he wished to avenge her, while in reality, he merely used her as a convenient pretext for his schemes. Only he was aware of Yi Qingxuan's prodigious talent. He intended to eliminate him quietly before he could rise to prominence. To this end, he did not hesitate to fabricate lies, alleging that Yi Qingxian had cheated during the cave assessment, resulting in the martial saint revoking his qualification and bestowing the inheritance upon himself. This explanation resonated with the crowd, appearing reasonable and convincing. No wonder Yi Qingxian had outperformed Zhou Ning in the cave trials, yet ultimately lost the inheritance. Turns out he had cheated, a flagrant disregard for ethics that tarnished his reputation. Thus, Yi Qingxian found himself the target of derision from those around him. Brother Li gleefully remarked, "I recall that those who fail this grand selection are to be eliminated from the sect." "Right? Indeed," replied another. "Look, some can't even gather a team." He pointed at Yi Qingxian, prompting laughter from the crowd. "Brother Li, you have no one willing to team up with you either. Why not join him?" The expression of Wang An shifted dramatically, as he, too, was left without allies due to his lack of strength, frantically seeking assistance. Now mocked by Brother Li, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame and could only stammer out 3 words: "I refuse." With that, he sought fortune elsewhere. After all, he could discern the value of results over life. Witnessing Yi Qingxuan's rejection even by the weakest among them, the laughter of the crowd intensified, causing them physical discomfort from mirth. Just then, Lin Yi calmly intervened on Yi Qingxuan's behalf. "You are in the same zone. Mocking him like this, are you not afraid of encountering him later? Last time, you lost a hand. What will it be this time?" Brother Li's expression darkened instantly, and he retorted furiously, "Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours? That was a sneak attack last time. This time, I have improved several tiers. The disparity between us is like heaven and earth. If I do not incapacitate him today, I shall not bear the surname Li, but take yours." Several of Brother Li's sycophants echoed his sentiments. Indeed, who does not know that Brother Li is gifted and cultivates rapidly? With his current strength, crushing this waste, Yi Qingxian, is as easy as pie. By the way, Brother Li, I don't believe I've seen this lad before. He must be a newcomer. Perhaps he hails from some minor sect? Unaware of his own insignificance. "May I ask your surname, brother? Which esteemed lineage do you belong to?" Listening to the familiar jibes, Lin Yi remained outwardly composed, internally lamenting, "For heaven's sake, have you all not asked me twice already? Last time someone inquired, I answered, yet none of you seem to remember. Do I possess such a low presence?" His interest in flaunting his own prowess evaporated as he walked directly toward Yi Qingxian to stand alongside him, with Ling Yu joining them. The sight of the 3 together only intensified the crowd's derision. A waste paired with a loser, a perfect match. Wait, why am I using loser? Who is this loser? It seems vaguely familiar. I mentioned someone coming here. In any case, the grand selection commenced. In Lin Yi's zone, there were a total of 20 teams, all gathered within a vast arena. As soon as the referee announced the start, many teams plunged into chaos. Ordinarily, Lin Yi's team, being too few in number, would not be allowed to participate. However, the referee was willing to give them a chance to compete, a maneuver orchestrated by Zhou Ning. Consequently, several teams refrained from attacking others and instead united against Lin Yi's group. Such occurrences were commonplace, as some teams would first eliminate the weakest contenders. The referee clarified, eliciting nods from the spectators, though they sensed something amiss. Wait a minute, why are different teams cooperating to eliminate the weakest? Why is the mage from the Moke team casting support spells for the frontline warriors of the Shaoran team? The teams exhibited a complete disregard for the opinions of outsiders, launching into fierce battles from the very start. Their coordination was astonishingly seamless, as if they had rehearsed countless times before. The trio had only one option: to flee. The crowd pursued relentlessly, yet they remained unscathed. While the onlookers began to tire, the 3 navigated the chaos with ease, prompting a realization among some that they were merely toying with their opponents. As if weary of their games, the trio suddenly shifted their approach, charging forward with straightforward yet effective maneuvers, each strike aimed with precision and intent. Before long, the besieging team lay vanquished, leaving the spectators utterly astonished. Li Ji's team had finally managed to secure a few victories, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that only the Seed team remained, proudly holding their ground in the center, disdainful of engaging in battle. The only other team left was Yi Qingxuan's. What? Yi Qingxian was still on the stage. Li Gu smirked menacingly, akin to a ravenous wolf, as he lunged towards Yi Qingxian with vengeance on his mind. Today, he vowed to avenge the injury to his hand. However, Yi Qingxian effortlessly evaded him, seizing his clothing from behind and, like tossing a chick, flung him far away. The flunkies rushed to attend to Li Gu, who was howling in pain. "Don't move. It hurts. My leg. My leg is broken. My back is also broken. Take it easy." Amidst Li Ji's lamentations, his lackey scrambled to carry him off. Lin Yi seized the moment to deliver a parting remark. "Li Gu, Take care on your way out and tend to your injuries. Now, only the seed team, along with Lin Yi, Yi Qingxian, and Ling Yu remained on the stage. The seed team's leader wore a haughty expression. His gaze filled with scorn as he addressed the trio. I hope you will graciously step down from the stage. Competing with such waste would only tarnish my hands. Alas, 10 minutes later, the entire seed team lay sprawled beneath the arena, trembling in defeat, their spirits shattered. Today, I finally indulged in a bit of bravado, Lin Yi remarked with satisfaction. Chapter 39. The tournament concludes soon. 10 teams emerged victorious. The following day marked the commencement of the individual battles. The 100 participants were divided into 10 groups, each consisting of 10 individuals, engaging in a round-robin format where the one with the most victories would be crowned the group champion. Lin Yi, Ling Yu, and Yi Qingxian emerged as the biggest dark horses of this competition, with nearly no one able to withstand more than a few of their strikes. They consistently achieved victory with minimal effort and power, giving the impression that their dominance was not merely a function of strength, but rather akin to a father effortlessly besting his child. Only Zhou Ning recognized that Yi Qingxuan's extraordinary talent was becoming too formidable to contain, prompting him to devise a nefarious scheme. The top 10 were established, leading to a challenge round where the top 10 could freely challenge one another. A trembling female disciple chose to challenge Lin Yi, believing him to be the weakest among the competitors. Eager to secure an early challenge and fearing that Lin Yi might be snatched away by another, she acted quickly, knowing that winning even one match would allow her a respite, propelling her directly into the top 5. Despite this, she held no certainty of defeating Lin Yi, as his overwhelming presence instilled a sense of fear within her. As the match commenced, she unleashed all her strength. A single sword strike leveling the ground, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the arena, leading the audience to speculate that Lin Yi would undoubtedly evade the attack, given his previous prowess. However, when the smoke cleared, Lin Yi was nowhere to be seen, and the crowd assumed this to be as expected. Unexpectedly, a dramatic voice rang out from below the stage. Oh no, my leg is broken. You're too powerful, I concede. With that, he cast several flirtatious glances towards the female disciple. Initially bewildered, she soon flushed with shyness upon realizing the striking beauty of the female disciple before her. The crowd quickly understood Lin Yi's intentions. He was clearly more enamored with the maiden than concerned with his standing in the tournament. Many lamented, shaking their heads, believing that although he possessed talent and strength, his infatuation would hinder his progress. Lin Yi, however, remained indifferent, focused solely on completing his mission. His feigned distraction was merely a tactic to avoid appearing overly goal-oriented, as he was a cautious individual. Unfortunately, Ling Yu later made the decisive choice to forfeit her match, rendering Lin Yi's efforts seemingly superfluous. Zhou Ning, predictably, chose to challenge Yi Qingxian, igniting great anticipation among the spectators. It was said that both contenders harbored affections for Bai Xiaoxiao, ensuring that their clash would be nothing short of legendary. Listening to the murmurs around her, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a swell of pride. 2 top-tier talents vying for her affections was a source of delight for her. Who to choose? In truth, neither of the two harbored genuine interest in her. As the battle commenced, Yi Qingxian stood at the 3rd rank of martial masters, while Zhou Ning had already attained the 6th rank of martial commanders. They exchanged dozens of blows, yet Yi Qingxian remained unfazed, even beginning to suppress Zhou Ning, leaving him battered and bruised. This outcome was a significant surprise to the audience. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Ning produced a hairpin, abruptly shifting the balance of power. Yi Qingxian, now forced into a defensive stance, struggled to counterattack, occasionally receiving blows that drew blood, thrusting the situation into dire straits. Zhou Ning pressed his advantage mercilessly, intent on eliminating Yi Qingxian on the spot. The crowd seemed unconcerned by this outcome. Is that hairpin some sort of artifact? Someone questioned. Lin Yi and Ling Yu exchanged glances before turning away. The hairpin actually belonged to Yi Qingxuan's sister, and Zhou Ning had shamelessly kidnapped her to coerce Yi Qingxian into submission, leaving him no choice but to comply. As Zhou Ning sent Yi Qingxian flying once more. He erupted into manic laughter, exclaiming, "Waste is waste. Do you truly believe that strength alone makes you invincible? You are merely a martial master. You can only claim your superiority once you become a martial emperor. My Zhou family can crush you like an ant with just a flick of a finger. What use is innate talent without power or connections? Growth is but an empty promise. I shall prove that I am the one most suited for the legacy of the martial sage." With that declaration, he concentrated his spirit energy, transforming it into a blade, its lethal intent directed straight at Yi Qingshuan's heart, leaving no chance for survival. Just as the blade was about to pierce, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The spiritual blade shattered instantly, and Yi Qingxian retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Zhou Ning hurtling through the air, creating a massive crater upon impact, bloodied and battered. Zhou Ning struggled to rise, threatening Yi Qingxian, "You worthless fool! You're courting death. Don't you care for your sister?" He discreetly sent a message via a transmitting ring, ordering Marlin to se afterwards. He explained the whole situation to that voice. "Oh, you desire the Qingming crystal? Outrageous. The Qingming crystal is a divine artifact entrusted to our sect by the esteemed divine envoy, and you dare to covet it. Old fools, get to work." As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound filled the air, and hundreds of skeletons emerged from the ground. "Ghosts!" The young girl screamed for the third time, causing Lingyue to feel a headache from her incessant shouting. "3 great emperors stand before you, and you claim to fear ghosts?" With that, she unleashed her full aura, shattering the skeletons to pieces. The voice trembled in response, sensing that this aura was at least above the saint realm. "Who exactly are you? Do not act recklessly. Our sect is protected by saints, and with our protective formation in place, even a saint would find it difficult to gain the upper hand. Is that so? If I weren't concerned that you might relocate the Qingming crystal, would I be here hiding? I can sense its presence now. Either you hand it over, or I will annihilate your sect," Lin Yi threatened fiercely, also unleashing his own formidable aura, revealing that he too was at least at the saint level. "Another saint?" The voice felt as if it might faint from the sheer misfortune of encountering so many saints. The saint from the Qingshu sect, upon sensing the 2 auras, turned pale and swiftly fled, for he realized that these 2 presences were not merely at the saint level, but were perilously close to the emperor realm. Regardless of how these auras manifested in the forbidden ground, the principle of self-preservation reigned supreme for someone of his caliber. The higher one's status, the more one fears death, and that holds true everywhere. Left without any support, the voice had no choice but to reluctantly surrender the Qingming crystal on that day. No one obtained the inheritance, for all the spiritual entities trembled in fear, cowering in corners. All the remnants of the sages were quaking with trepidation, afraid to reveal themselves. Everyone was oblivious to the reason, except for a little girl who exclaimed that she had seen 3 great emperors. And others dismissed her as merely speaking childishly, so easy. Had I known it would be so effortless, I would have barged in sooner. Linny felt that his extended stay had been in vain, primarily due to his miscalculation of the opposing strength, leading him to choose the most cautious approach. However, it was not entirely fruitless, as he had discovered a talent. He then began to inquire about Yi Qingshuan's future intentions, suggesting that he and his sister come to Lin country, where they would receive protection. Yi Qingxian did not respond immediately, but lowered his head in contemplation. Judging by the strength of these 2 individuals, Lin country was indeed formidable and could provide protection for him and his sister. However, due to the heavy burdens of his past, he was uncertain whether they could bear such weight. Thus, he chose to be forthright and recounted his previous life to them. It turned out that in his former life, he had indeed been a great emperor, having attained enlightenment through the 9 paths of martial arts, runes, formations, alchemy, spirit, chess, music, and calligraphy, becoming the 9 harmony emperor. He ruled over 100 domains, and his power was nothing short of terrifying. He even dared to label his residence as a divine domain, an act considered blasphemous at the time, for he was so powerful that no one dared oppose him. Yet one day, due to his ambition to seize the Tao seed of heaven and earth, he was besieged by many deity. The crucial moment, his wife and close companions betrayed him, allying with over a dozen alien emperors to utterly destroy him. In the aftermath, they collaborated with the alien race to slander him as a traitor to the human race, and even religious organizations framed his demise as an offense against the divine, resulting in heavenly retribution. Little did they expect that the Tao seed of heaven and earth had taken root within his spiritual power, reincarnating him in this realm. He was determined to return to the divine domain for vengeance. But he feared involving Lin Yi and Lingyue, thus he candidly shared his story. To his surprise, Lin Yi grew increasingly elated upon hearing it, perceiving such talent as a divine blessing bestowed upon Lin country. His gaze grew hotter with enthusiasm. Surely, this person harbors no peculiar proclivities, Yi Qingxian mused to himself. Finally, under Lin Yi's sincere invitation, he decided to join Lin country. Yet upon his arrival, he discovered that the reality fell far short of his expectations. What? Besides the two of you, there is only one Martial King. Wei Qigong had just been promoted to Martial King last year. And you only have a martial army of 20,000? Good heavens, even a small family in my divine domain boasts 100,000 martial practitioners. The territory is even smaller than a single county in my divine domain. This, he was so enraged that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Lin Yi looked somewhat sheepish, if only for a moment. Then he patted Yi Qingxian on the shoulder and began to paint a rosy picture. This organization is still in its nascent stages. Our country possesses immense potential and ample room for future growth. Young man, do not aim too high, he advised, concluding with a reminder to develop steadily, for they would eventually conquer the divine domain. Ling Yue rolled her eyes at this, recognizing that it was the same line she had used to deceive Lin Yi Qingxian, as a former great emperor, was naturally skeptical of Lin Yi's grandiose claims. However, considering his sister, he realized that this place was vastly different from the divine domain, and his enemies were unlikely to trace him here. With nowhere else to go, he decided to stay for a while. Chapter 41. Countermeasures upon Lin Yi's return, he was exceedingly busy. Recently, Lin country had been besieged by high-level martial practitioners, with tragedies occurring from the borders to the capital, leaving the nation in shock. Even Su Zhe nearly lost his life. This upheaval sent ripples through the once stable Lin country court. Su Zhe and the others deduced that these assaults were likely perpetrated by the higher-level martial practitioners of the Tianyuan sect, who had resorted to underhanded tactics rather than direct confrontation. Lin country was severely lacking in high-level combatants, especially since Dakian had withdrawn all its martial kings. This presented an opportune moment for them. Had it not been for the vigilance of everyone in Lin country, from officials to commoners, who reported suspicious individuals, the casualties would have been far greater. A particularly heinous incident had occurred at the borders, where an entire regiment was slaughtered. Upon Lin Yi's return, he and Ling Yue took immediate action to alter the dire situation. They each eliminated dozens of high-ranking martial officers from the opposing side at the borders and in the capital, including 3 martial kings, which helped to suppress the terrifying activities of the Tianyuan sect's high-level martial practitioners. From that point on, the number of high-level martial practitioners executing assassination missions in Lin country dwindled significantly. Of course, Lin Yi and Ling Yue could have stormed the Tianyuan sect with their combined strength, but having seen too many nations crumble due to a single setback, Lin Yi was cautious. If he were to leave, who would protect Lin country? He aimed to cultivate Lin country into an independent nation capable of standing proudly in the world through its own development. The trials and tribulations of growth needed to be experienced and overcome by Lin country itself. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Only by establishing a complete social ecosystem could a nation thrive, rather than depending solely on individuals. A nation built on the efforts of a single person would inevitably collapse due to that same individual. Therefore, he endeavored to minimize his influence, granting the helm and decision-making power to the people of Lin country while he covertly safeguarded it. Before long, the stabilized Lin country prepared to retaliate against the Tianyuan sect. Su Zhe first presented the old schematics for the spirit energy cannons, improving relations with the Dakian forces. Subsequently, small military detachments were dispatched to launch attacks on the military strongholds of the Tianyuan-affiliated nations, including Liang, Xian, and Song. Leveraging their advanced weaponry, the soldiers at these outposts stood no chance against Lin country's forces, suffering heavy casualties. After Lin country swept through the strongholds, seizing their equipment and supplies, they retreated without delving deeper into enemy territory. Once these affiliated nations reclaimed their strongholds, they had to transport personnel and military supplies to repair them. Just as they finished restoration, Lin country would strike again. Repeating the process several times, it was as if they were grinding for experience. In truth, Lin country was depleting the enemy's available fighting force. Should they recklessly advance into enemy territory without clarity on the situation, they would require even greater ammunition supplies. Neither Su Zhe nor Lin country was ready for a full-scale invasion. Simultaneously, this severely disrupted the enemy's border defenses. After several such assaults, the borders of these nations had become as porous as a sieve, rendering them utterly defenseless. Xiao Hong and the volunteer army seized the opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's mountains and rural areas, engaging in guerrilla warfare to further weaken their defenses. The volunteer army had now been officially integrated and renamed the Red Guerrilla Army, gaining extensive experience in guerrilla tactics. The Ministry of Military Affairs had even dispatched hundreds of martial practitioners and political officers to assist Xiao Hong. They conducted vigorous land reforms in the remote villages of the enemy nation, becoming the focal point of the enemy's retaliation, even sacrificing border territories to dispatch large numbers of troops in an attempt to encircle and annihilate the guerrilla army. Fortunately, the guerrilla army was seasoned and had yet to be eradicated. Instead, they continued to grow stronger. Under the dual pressures of border invasions and guerrilla warfare, the military might of these nations had become a mere shadow of its former self. The Tianyuan sect remained unperturbed, sending only a token force of a few thousand martial practitioners. They were biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. In the year 1639, the reforms entered their 15th year. Lin country had become robust and formidable, with scientific thought deeply ingrained in the populace. Various sectors had completed reforms to varying extents, achieving tremendous accomplishments. With the material conditions in place, it was time to proceed to the next stage of reform. Meanwhile, since Yi Qingshuan's arrival in Lin country, he had been appointed as the dual president of the Martial Academy and the Spirit Rune Academy. However, he did not engage in research activities. Firstly, he needed time to diligently enhance his strength in preparation for revenge. Secondly, it felt somewhat awkward to be among individuals of lower strength, which was unacceptable for someone with his pride. Thirdly, the subjects being studied by these individuals were far too juvenile for his interests. He had no desire to play the role of a kindergarten teacher for Lin Yi. In essence, he was merely taking advantage of Lin Yi's resources without contributing anything in return. Lin Yi? You may indulge him. Lin Yi, upon each expedition, would share the treasures he acquired with Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian, utterly speechless, retorted, "Do refrain from bringing those antiquated tomes. I've told you countless times that the older they are, the more decrepit. Yet, as the narrative suggests, the more ancient they are, the more formidable they become." Lin Yi, feeling wronged, inquired, "What novel?" Misleading the youth. Can something so potent truly be lost to time? However, for your Lin kingdom, these do have some merit, albeit just a beginning. If you continue to learn in this manner, you'll only stray further. Therefore, Lin Yi remarked, "Am I not consulting you? Please identify what is useless and discard it, while retaining what is beneficial." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qingxian acknowledged that Lin Yi had often brought him precious resources. In gratitude for this kindness, he decided to lend a modicum of assistance. Chapter 42. Cultural and Educational Reform. This year, the Lin Kingdom ardently pursued cultural and educational advancements. Foremost, they established 233,000 primary schools nationwide, with two-thirds situated in rural areas. Rural communities widely implemented open-door schooling, creating numerous secondary and vocational schools, and vigorously promoted literacy programs. As rural regions refined their formal educational systems, they also actively developed alternative educational formats, such as part-time study and work programs tailored for farmers. The Lin Kingdom had initiated night schools in rural areas as early as 1635, with nearly 90 of adults engaging in evening studies. The curriculum focused on serving the agricultural community's needs, encompassing subjects like soil science, botany, agricultural chemistry, agronomy, and agricultural machinery, thus enabling scientific farming practices. Moreover, the promotion of vernacular literature made literary works more accessible to the populace, helping to bridge linguistic divides and enhance interpersonal communication, which held significant implications for the Lin Kingdom's economic, political, and cultural development. Furthermore, efforts were made to cultivate sound ideological perspectives, value orientations, and moral cultivation among the citizens. Through the vigorous organization of cultural activities in rural areas, the farmers became participants and creators of the new culture, as forms of drama and dance began to flourish in the countryside, leading to the emergence of various folk art troupes that played a vital role in disseminating correct ideological views. In summary, this year marked a transformative period for the Lin Kingdom's cultural and ideological landscape, fostering a fertile ground for further reforms. Concurrently, a pragmatic movement emerged among the populace, prompted by the impractical designs of various new inventions, which often prioritized extravagant aesthetics over functionality. For instance, The spirit-powered vehicles and boats featured excessive and nonsensical embellishments, with bizarre designs that included tiger and dragon heads, rendering them inefficient. It seemed as though every inch of space was cluttered with superfluous decorations, severely compromising their operational capabilities. In their perspective, such items were valued more for ostentation than practicality. Some even regressed historically, designing four-legged spirit-powered horses to pull carriages at a painfully slow pace, often leading to loss of control. Nevertheless, this design resonated with the people, becoming a source of nostalgia and earning widespread acclaim. Consequently, a plethora of extravagant spirit-powered horses emerged, setting a trend of eccentricity. This situation amused Lin Yi, who proclaimed, "Beauty cannot substitute for sustenance. Simplicity is paramount." His influential words swiftly garnered enthusiastic support from the common folk, who recognized that practicality was the true essence of utility. Ornate trinkets appealed only to the elite, while the populace sought reliable and straightforward tools. In no time, this ideology gained traction, leading to a simplification of designs in various inventions, as embellishments were discarded in favor of functionality. The pragmatic movement expedited the timeline for new inventions to enter production. This year also witnessed significant transformations in the military equipment of the Lin Kingdom. The introduction of the bolt-action Spirit rifle elevated the combat capabilities of the army, characterized by magazine-fed ammunition and manual ejection and chambering. The development of the bolt-action Spirit rifle brought rifle technology closer to maturity, akin to the Earth S-98K model. Lin Yi's modest contribution of design sketches, albeit rudimentary, proved invaluable, effectively providing them with the answers they had struggled to conceive for a decade. As a result, the reliability, firing speed, range, and power of the Spirit rifle met the overwhelming majority of combat requirements. Additionally, the Spirit pistol was developed for short-range engagements, equipping officers and key personnel for self-defense. The Lin Kingdom's Spirit rifle quickly became a highly sought-after weapon throughout the Qian Kuan continent, with the kingdom even beginning to export them for trade with various nations, albeit in limited quantities. Chapter 43. Eradication. In 1642, the Anti-Yuan Alliance Conference convened in the Lin Kingdom, a gathering that demanded immense effort and sacrifice from Su Ji, the president. Participating nations included Deqian, Yu Kingdom, Rong Kingdom, and other states opposed to the Tianyuan sect. The conference commenced with a vehement condemnation from Suzhou regarding the Tianyuan sect's interference in Lin Kingdom's internal affairs, their collaboration with foreign invasions, and acts of terrorism within the kingdom. Other nations echoed these sentiments, denouncing the Tianyuan sect's insatiable greed and brutality, cataloging numerous transgressions. In the aftermath, a unanimous consensus emerged among the nations. The Tianyuan sect was a malignant tumor on the Qian Kuan continent that must be jointly eradicated. Consequently, the nations collectively issued the Jinggu Declaration, announcing indefinite sanctions, including military actions against the Tianyuan sect, and formally established a date for mobilization. However, a minor contention arose regarding the leadership of the alliance. Deqian insisted on being recognized as the leader to unify command over the allied forces, a proposition met with resistance from the Lin Kingdom, leading to intense debate. Ultimately, it was Lord Qin Sheng from Yu Kingdom who mediated, resulting in a compromise where Deqian would lead, but the Lin Kingdom's forces maintained autonomy in their operations. With this agreement, 3 offensive routes were swiftly determined. The Northern Coalition, primarily composed of Deqian's forces, would advance from the direction of Rong City with approximately 1 million troops, 300,000 warriors, and 700,000 auxiliary forces. The Central Army, led by Lin and Yu Kingdom forces, would attack from Dingyuan City with an impressive strength of 1 million troops, 100,000 warriors, and 2 million civilians, with Lin Kingdom alone contributing 1.8 million soldiers. In the southern route, a smaller contingent of 300,000 troops from subordinate nations would commence from Xian Kingdom. Upon returning to their respective nations, preparations commenced in earnest, awaiting the appointed day. Upon receiving the Jinggu Declaration, the Tianyuan sect found itself in turmoil. Not only were its subordinate nations gripped by fear, but unrest also pervaded the sect itself, with rumors swirling. Only the appearance of a revered ancestor with martial prowess managed to quell the disquiet, as the sect's higher-ups issued commands to summon all disciples and muster the protective forces. It appeared they were resolutely preparing to resist, vowing not to surrender. After all, fortified by their protective array and the strength of their revered ancestor, they were confident in their ability to defend their stronghold. As for the subordinate nations, they harbored no illusions. In times of peril, the Tian Yuan sect had unhesitatingly abandoned them. Soon, the day of mobilization arrived. The combined forces of Lin and De Qian, totaling 3 million troops, advanced towards the Tian Yuan sect. The small nations along the Lin kingdom's route, already beleaguered by previous conflicts, quickly capitulated upon witnessing the overwhelming disparity in strength. Shanjing and Liangjing fell easily to Lin forces. With Songjing on the verge of being conquered, the deafening sound of cannon fire reverberated outside the city walls. Song Gue felt as though he were in a different era, amazed that the once feeble Lin kingdom had grown into such a formidable entity. Continue to grow. Do not speak of the Tianyuan sect, for it seems that the entire Qiankuan continent is aware that significant events have unfolded. Song Gue, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned and made his way towards the imperial palace, intent on persuading the Song emperor to surrender the city at the earliest opportunity, in stark contrast to the Lin kingdom's rapid advances. The Great Qian's progress was sluggish. On one hand, the Tianyuan sect, having learned from their previous defeat, fortified their defenses with numerous strongholds to withstand incoming assaults. On the other hand, the local vassal states had not suffered the same debilitating blows as Liang Shansong, maintaining their strength intact. Thus, they engaged the Great Qian forces in a war of maneuver, retreating when pursued and striking when the opportunity arose, leaving the Great Qian forces exhausted. They were compelled to allocate a portion of their troops to pursue these elusive foes while dedicating the remainder to an all-out assault on the Tianyuan sect's homeland. Consequently, their pace of advancement hastened significantly, albeit with considerable risks. Chapter 44. Overconfidence leads to total collapse. The coalition forces of Great Qian commenced their relentless assault on the Tianyuan sect's territory, achieving victory over several local defensive armies and thereby elevating their morale to unprecedented heights. The supreme commander of Great Qian, Qin Song, publicly proclaimed that the Tianyuan sect would be subdued within 3 months. In contrast to Great Qian's reckless and relentless pursuit, the Lin kingdom adopted a more measured and cautious approach. They refrained from hastily attacking the Tianyuan sect's heartland, instead distributing abundant supplies to the local populace after conquering each area, thereby winning the hearts of the people. Concurrently, they scrutinized the officials of the previous dynasty, conducting public trials for those with grave transgressions, a practice that quickly garnered the approval of the local citizens. However, incidents of Lin kingdom soldiers engaging in looting and the assault of women did occur, despite repeated admonitions to maintain discipline and avoid harming the innocent. Certain individuals, lacking in resolve and insight, tarnished the kingdom's reputation. They even employed twisted reasoning, arguing that since they had previously been treated badly, it was justifiable to reciprocate. Yet, this was indeed a grievous error. A disciplined and civilized army must uphold strict military conduct. Any deviation undermines the very foundation of its strength. Otherwise, today, one might compromise discipline for desires, only to succumb to cowardice in the face of battle tomorrow. Moreover, the slaughter of unarmed civilians cannot validate a military's might. Rather, it begets a multitude of adverse consequences. Inciting resistance is one aspect, but it fundamentally contradicts Lin Yi's vision of a unified human coalition. This realization compelled Lin Yi to deeply instill this ideology throughout the nation and military, thus birthing the world's first political party, the United Liberal Party for Human Progress, abbreviated as Gongha Party. Of course, that is a tale for another time. The recent malevolent events were adjudicated publicly by the Military Legal Office, with the Judicial Department rendering verdicts. Those who deserved imprisonment were imprisoned, and those deserving execution faced the gallows, alongside the most heinous officials. The populace rejoiced, witnessing a military for the first time that truly upheld the law. Following this incident, the demeanor of the Lin kingdom's army transformed drastically. Wherever they marched, they committed no injustices, embodying the spirit of a royal army. This event established a positive reputation among the common folk, who spread tales of their commendable conduct, even reaching foreign shores. The Lin kingdom gained the fervent affection of the local populace, while inquiries about the former regime were met with indifference. The cries of resistance soon diminished, as the former officials, devoid of popular support, found themselves powerless. They either fled in disarray to foreign lands or were reported by the very people they had oppressed, landing them in prison. As for the royal members of the vassal states who surrendered, Su Zhe ordered their temporary detention until the conclusion of the war, at which point further actions would be determined. The Lin kingdom steadily and systematically absorbed the territories of the vassal states, eliciting varied responses from other nations. The Yu Kingdom expressed support, while Great Qian voiced opposition, and other smaller nations exhibited trepidation. Great Qian feared that the Lin Kingdom might grow formidable enough to challenge them directly. However, they perceived the situation as still manageable, believing they would soon conquer the Tianyuan sect, thus becoming the sole dominator of the Qian Kuan continent. The prospects appeared exceedingly favorable. Consequently, they wished for the Lin Kingdom's offensive to proceed at a slower pace, ideally until they had thoroughly plundered the resources within the Tianyuan sect. Unbeknownst to them, the Tianyuan sect capitalized on Great Qian's impatience, setting a cunning trap. The Great Qian forces faced a devastating defeat at Tianyuan Mountain. In that battle, the Great Qian martial sovereign boldly challenged the Tianyuan sect's martial sovereign, and both sides clashed 100 miles from Tianyuan Mountain. The battle raged on, shaking the very heavens and earth. Concurrently, the armies of both nations engaged in fierce skirmishes at the foot of Tianyuan Mountain. The Great Qian forces, driven by an unstoppable momentum, vowed to breach the mountain gates. However, the Tianyuan sect stood firm, relying on their protective formations to safeguard their stronghold. Both sides exerted their utmost efforts, with countless lives lost every minute. To their shock, it became evident that there was not just one martial sovereign from the Tianyuan sect, but another lurking in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to launch a successful ambush on the Great Qian martial sovereign. The Great Qian martial sovereign sustained grave injuries, and at the cost of sacrificing a 5th-grade heavenly artifact, managed to severely injure one martial sovereign while lightly wounding another. This 5th-grade artifact held a value equivalent to that of a martial sovereign, leaving the Great Qian forces deeply pained by the loss. The Great Qian martial sovereign seized the chance to retreat back to his homeland, neglecting his own army in the process. With the return of the Tianyuan martial sovereign, a massacre ensued against the Great Qian forces, leading to an overwhelming shift in the tide of battle. The morale of the Tianyuan troops surged, launching an all-out offensive that resulted in the Great Qian suffering a staggering toll of 1 million dead. With rivers running red with blood, the Great Qian's morale shattered, and they fled in disarray, trampling over the fallen and drowning in their own chaos. Commander Qin Yang was slain on the spot. Witnessing the inevitable outcome, the Tianyuan martial sovereign retreated to seclusion to recuperate. He believed that the Lin Kingdom's army, composed primarily of mortals, would be easily vanquished, requiring no personal intervention on his part. This sentiment was widely shared. The 4 protective armies of the Tianyuan sect surged forth, aiming for the Central Army, seeking to capitalize on their recent victory and swiftly conquer the Lin Kingdom. Upon receiving news of the Great Qian's total annihilation, Su Zhe felt a profound unease, unable to find solace. The adversary possessed 2 martial sovereigns. Although Great Qian also had 2, one was required to remain at home. Under the current circumstances, Great Qian lacked the capacity for further offensives. He now found himself in a position akin to that of a solitary soldier. Could the Lin Kingdom alone overcome the might of the Tianyuan sect's army? Could they possibly contend with opponents of martial sovereign caliber? It seemed exceedingly unlikely, bordering on hopelessness. The Lin Kingdom could muster only a handful of martial kings, and although the return of rare treasures had bolstered the overall strength of their elite warriors, it paled in comparison to the immense power of the Tianyuan sect. Even with the development of penetrating projectiles capable of threatening both martial kings and emperors, they were woefully inadequate against martial sovereigns. Consequently, he sought counsel from Lin Yi, delineating the current predicament in detail. Lin Yi, with a confident smile, waved his hand decisively. Attack? Chapter 45. The courage of mortals. What was initially thought to be a straightforward victory over the Lin Kingdom instead revealed their poise and composure in the face of the impending Tianyuan sect army. The Changlin army mobilized the populace, and in a remarkably short time, constructed several clusters of fortifications. These fortresses were densely packed, surrounded by barbed wire and trenches. Between the fortifications, they even excavated specialized tunnels for the transport of soldiers and supplies. This strategic advantage constituted a severe blow to the adversary's military capabilities. Coupled with their exceptional military acumen and tenacity, the Changlin army withstood wave after wave of assaults from the Tianyuan warriors. Whether it was the renowned Chaoyuan army, heralded as the first line of defense for the sect, or the vanguard troops skilled in siege warfare, both succumbed before the scientifically constructed defensive structures. The casualty ratios soared to an astonishing 10-1. 10 Tianyuan warriors for every 1 Changlin soldier. Such a scenario was unprecedented in millennia. The Tianyuan warriors sustained losses tenfold compared to the mortal troops. Was the world truly this mad, or was I merely dreaming? If this were to reach the ears of other continents or realms, they would surely deem us insane. Before long, the Changlin army initiated a counteroffensive, taking the initiative in battle, achieving 7 consecutive victories and pushing the front lines back to the foot of Tianyuan Mountain. Meanwhile, within the Zongyuan Hall, the elder of Tianyuan wore an expression of disbelief. How could it be that within a mere few months, the enemy had once again arrived at their doorstep? Were they merely slacking off? With this thought, he coughed a few times, the injuries he had sustained not yet fully healed, filling him with exasperation. The sect's high-ranking officials bowed their heads, silent as mice, fearful of drawing the elder's ire. Fortunately, the elder did not dwell on the matter for long. Once the great battle commences, notify me. I am curious to see what these mortals possess that renders you all so helpless, he huffed. Upon hearing the elder's words, the sect's high officials breathed a sigh of relief and immediately prostrated themselves in respect. Yes, elder, after a month of meticulous preparation, the 1.2 million troops of the Changlin army had completely encamped at the foot of Tianyuanshan. Several probing attacks from the Tianyuanzong were decisively repelled. On this day, the time had come for the Lin Kingdom to launch its offensive, with the sound of 10,000 cannons echoing through the heavens. The venerable ancestor of Tianyuan, sensing the tremors beneath his feet without needing anyone to inform him, soared into the air, suspended in mid-air, accompanied by several figures, none other than several martial emperors of the Tianyuanzong. They beheld a scene previously unseen. Thousands upon thousands of fireballs hurtling towards them, creating ripples in the protective formation of their sect. The core of the formation flickered ominously, clearly unable to withstand the onslaught for much longer. Although these fireballs posed little threat to their level, being effectively blocked by their spiritual energy shields, the protective formation could not endure indefinitely, and action was imperative. With this thought, the venerable ancestor immediately dispatched 2 martial emperors to destroy the energy cannons. The 2 martial emperors sped forth without hesitation, resolutely pressing ahead, seemingly confident of their success. Their rapid approach was quickly detected by the vigilant soldiers, triggering alarms as everyone aimed skyward to commence firing. The 2 martial emperors, with disdain etched on their faces and a smirk of derision at the corners of their lips, deemed the lowly mortals beneath their notice. Suddenly, a chorus of gunfire erupted, and a torrent of bullets rained down, causing cracks to appear in the martial emperor's spiritual energy shields. To their astonishment, could this wretched weapon actually injure them? This thought spurred a palpable fear, leading the 2 martial emperors to shrink back, evasively dodging the bullets. What should have been a straightforward advance now felt achingly distant due to their apprehension. After several rounds of fire, their spiritual shields were utterly shattered, leaving them battered and bruised. Their bodies mottled with injury. One particularly powerful shell struck one of them, sending him reeling and bleeding profusely. This was indeed alarming. How could mere mortals possess weapons capable of wounding a martial emperor? In a fit of rage, one martial emperor plunged into the fray, unleashing a brutal slaughter. True to his title, with a mere flick of his hand, hundreds of Changlin soldiers were reduced to mere dust. Dying heroically for their country, till last, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the martial emperor's face. This was more like Iti. In that moment, he unleashed his fury upon the mortals, mercilessly striking them down. The other martial emperor, witnessing this, joined the melee, and together they reveled in the slaughter. As thousands of lives fell before them, as the carnage continued, they gradually sensed something amiss. These mortals appeared devoid of fear, returning again and again after each wave of slaughter. They merely knew to raise their weapons and fire, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination rather than fear. And yet, their own wounds were accumulating, their spiritual energy swiftly waning, igniting a sense of anxiety within them. Could it be that their adversaries were not human? What manner of army had the Lin Kingdom cultivated? Surely, they must have employed some malevolent sorcery. Unbeknownst to them, there was no sorcery at play, only the indomitable courage of mortals. After each had slaughtered nearly 10,000 Changlin soldiers, the 2 martial emperors could no longer endure and retreated in disarray. This retreat invigorated the morale of the Changlin army. Good heavens, we have driven back a martial emperor. Is this what a martial emperor is? They are not so formidable after all. It was worth it. I have driven a martial emperor to flee. My life has found meaning. Ha 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 ha. Do not speak foolishly. It is ill-omened, but it does feel rather exhilarating. They laughed. The two martial emperors returned, their faces smeared with dirt and humiliation, to report to the venerable ancestor of Tianyuan. The ancestor wore a grim expression. His intention had been to send these two to probe the Lin Kingdom's top martial artists. He feared that another martial sovereign from the Great Qin might be lying in ambush. Otherwise, how could they dare to assault him with mere mortals? He was wary of venturing out himself, fearing dire consequences, and had not expected that these two could not even draw out an opponent of equal rank, much less a martial sovereign. To be repelled by a throng of mortals was truly an eye-opener. Had it not been for the extraordinary circumstances, he might have been tempted to strike these two down with a single blow. Chapter 46. A gallant sacrifice at last. The protective formation could hold out no longer, flickering a few times before extinguishing. The sect's structures sustained catastrophic damage, with entire sections collapsing and the opulent palaces, once deemed the treasures of Tianyuan, crumbled to dust beneath the bombardment. The air was filled with anguished cries and wails as everyone scrambled for safety. Those fortunate enough to find refuge in smaller defensive formations narrowly escaped disaster, while many others were left shivering in the ruins. Not all were cowards. The remnants of the Tianyuanzong's forces, led by several elders, mounted a desperate counterattack. Unfortunately, against the well-fortified Changlin army, they were but moths drawn to a flame. A volley of gunfire felled scores of Tianyuan soldiers in that moment. Whether high-ranking elder or renowned disciple, all were mere ripples in the torrent of war, creating no discernible impact. Despite their bravery, they even managed to breach the Changlin army's first line of defense, inflicting significant casualties on the frontline Lin soldiers. Yet, the overwhelming numerical disadvantage soon led to their retreat. It dawned on them that the previous notion that mere mortals were inconsequential was profoundly mistaken. Moreover, this group of mortals dared to engage in close combat. Even if a dozen mortals fell for every one of them, they continued to surge forward. For many, witnessing the reckless bravery of these disciples was enough to shatter their resolve. They fled in a frenzy, and an increasing number followed suit, escaping in disarray. In the end, it was the mortals who triumphed in this contest of wills, a pack of useless fools. It seems I cannot rely on them. The venerable ancestor of Tianyuan observed darkly. He swiftly summoned another martial sovereign, Qi Yuan, who had sustained severe injuries in a previous battle and had only recently begun to recover. Has another formidable foe besieged our sect? Upon arriving at the mountain gate and sensing the battlefield, he was utterly bewildered. A swarm of mortals was assaulting the gate. The protective formation had failed, and the towers and courtyards lay in ruins. Surely, it could not be the work of mere mortals? How had the Tianyuanzong fallen so low as to be humiliated by them? Perplexed, he looked to the venerable ancestor of Tianyuan, who appeared somewhat sheepish and cleared his throat to offer a brief explanation. Observing Qi Yuan's incredulous expression, the venerable ancestor understood his disbelief but could not be bothered to elaborate further. They must first resolve the immediate crisis. Qi Yuan, this is a moment of life or death for our sect. I will slay these mortals, and you must guard our formation against any ambush from the enemy's martial sovereign. Qi Yuan nodded. Although still injured, he could still intervene to help defend against a surprise attack. Fear not. In a moment of crisis, I shall act. With this reassurance, the venerable ancestor felt emboldened to join the fray. Thus began the time of slaughter. With a cold snort, the venerable ancestor unleashed his unmatched might, sending a wave of terror rippling across the battlefield, halting the actions of all mortals in their tracks. The Tianyuanzong erupted in cheers. Their ancestor had finally appeared. They were saved. The vigilant soldiers barely had time to sound the alarm before they were obliterated into nothingness. However, whether they raised the alarm or not was inconsequential. Such overwhelming power was impossible to ignore. Lin Yi and Ling Yu, standing before the energy cannon positions, exchanged glances, sensing that the Tianyuanzong had revealed its trump card. They swiftly concealed their presence, unnoticed by all. The venerable ancestor plunged into the throng, striking the ground with a casual sweep of his hand, unleashing a violent tremor that sent both mortals and martial artists soaring into the air, followed by an explosive demise. This single act of aggression left a vacuum in the center of the battlefield, with thousands perishing on the spot. the power of a martial sover in the face of overwhelming odds. Despair can take hold. Some individuals even retreated spontaneously in the wake of the martial artist's advanced. At this critical juncture, Su Jingzhou, the political commissar of the 714th Regiment, stepped forward. The regiment's commander had just been caught in the wake of the martial sovereign's attack. Reduced to mere blood and remnants, the commissar instinctively took command. Standing atop a high ground, he brandished the flag of Lin Guo, roaring with fervor, "Brothers and sisters, will you flee? Just moments ago, your comrades fell to the enemy. If you retreat, your parents, your wives, your children will perish at their hands. Lin Guo has bestowed dignity upon us mere mortals. It has given us hope. If we fail, we shall relinquish that dignity, handing it back to the Tianyuan sect to trample upon. Your wives and children, your parents and brothers will become slaves to the Tianyuan sect. Are you willing to accept this? No, we shall not." The surrounding troops of Changlin began to halt, gathering together to unleash a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. This sound even reached the ears of the ancestor of Tianyuan, causing him to frown in irritation. How bothersome! With a sweeping motion, he struck down thousands of allied forces surrounding him. At this moment, Su Jingzhou was already hoarse, his earlier wounds bleeding profusely. Though his strength waned, he nonetheless raised the flag high, striving to make it visible to all. "From the moment I joined the Changlin army, I vowed that my life belongs to Lin Guo, to His Majesty the Emperor. Even if I must die, I shall perish on the battlefield. And what of you? Will you accompany me into death? Will you fight valiantly for the glory of Lin Guo?" Tears welled in the eyes of the soldiers as they raised their weapons in unison, roaring, "We will! We will! To death! To death! To death!" Witnessing the resurgence of morale among the Changlin troops, Su Jingzhou smiled with satisfaction. "Soldiers, follow me, advance." With resolute and steady steps, he strode toward the slaughtering grounds. An increasing number of Changlin soldiers coalesced, surging forth like a torrent toward their inevitable demise. Soon, a wave of energy struck Su Jingzhou, sending him crashing to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. An officer beside him seized the flag and pressed onward. More and more soldiers clad in red joined the ranks of the counterattack. Resembling a colossal red dragon soaring through the skies, striking and tearing at the formidable enemy. Though the spirit-quelling spear inflicted no harm upon the Tianyuan ancestor, the onslaught of bullets peppering his form irked him greatly. He could not recall how many he had slain, at least 50,000 or more, yet these crimson ants continued to swarm around him. It was the first time he had encountered such mortals. Even the martial artist armies had never exerted such pressure upon him. After all, humans are instinctively fearful of the unknown. These mere mortals had transcended his comprehension. They no longer possessed the instinct to fear. They were, in every sense, beyond human. No amount of slaughter would hold meaning. The thought startled him. Could it be that a dignified martial sovereign began to dread mortals? He struggled to believe it. Equally incredulous were the martial artists of Lin Guo's coalition, who observed the Changlin soldiers charging forth as counterattackers, sacrificing themselves in droves. This spectacle left them profoundly shaken. Many martial artists halted their flight, staring dumbfounded at the advancing Changlin troops. Some even contemplated turning back to join the Changlin soldiers in their fateful charge, only to discover, to their astonishment, that they could not move their feet. Their bodies instinctively resisted the urge to return. It was then they realized the vast chasm between themselves and these mortals. Indeed, they were inferior to mortals. It felt surreal. Some martial artists even grasped the arms of Changlin soldiers, imploring them not to throw their lives away. However, these ordinary men merely cast a glance their way and continued resolutely into the fray. Those with weaker constitutions were unable to bear the weight of their emotions, bursting into tears. They vowed never to provoke Lin Guo again. The mortal army of Lin Guo was far too terrifying. In truth, the charge of the Changlin soldiers was born of necessity. The officer's manual issued by the military department explicitly stated that mortal soldiers should sacrifice themselves without hesitation to ensure the safety of the martial artist troops. Influenced by traditional beliefs and the limitations of their era, even the relatively progressive upper echelons of Lin Guo naturally regarded the value of martial artists as superior to that of mere mortals. For mortals were abundant, while martial artists were few in emergencies. The priority was to sacrifice mortals to preserve the martial artists. Consequently, mortal officers often chose self-sacrifice in dire situations to buy time for the martial artists to escape. Had Lin Yi known, he would have chastised these individuals for their antiquated thinking. Regrettably, he was currently not involved in the formulation of such protocols. This situation would persist for a considerable time to come. Chapter 47. The Twilight of the Tian Yuan Sect. Just as the ancestor of Tian Yuan contemplated retreating to regroup, a surge of sword energy struck from the shadows. Not good, an ambush. He discerned the intense spiritual energy emanating from the sword strike, realizing the opponent was at least a peak martial emperor, possibly even a martial sovereign. With this in mind, he decisively evaded the attack. Fleeing the battlefield toward the confines of his sect, Qi Yuan, come to my aid, Qi Yuan, he called out several times, but received no response, an ominous foreboding creeping into his heart. Instinctively, he fled toward the outskirts of the Tian Yuan sect. He resolved that once he escaped, he would unleash a reign of terror upon Lin Guo, making these people pay dearly. His instincts proved correct. The ancient monster had lived for thousands of years. And at that moment, Ling Yu had already subdued the martial sovereigns and martial emperors within the Tian Yuan sect. Meanwhile, Lin Yi pursued the ancestor of Tian Yuan, who had barely managed to break free from the encirclement. Diving into the depths of the forest, holding his breath, concealing his presence, waiting for the danger to pass. Time dragged on, each second a torment, and the Tian Yuan ancestor dared not even breathe. Suddenly, a voice shattered the stillness, sending his spirits soaring. The stench of blood was detectable from miles away. Were you really hiding your head in the sand? Lin Yi approached menacingly, his gritted teeth betraying a profound fury within him. He regretted not acting sooner, allowing so many soldiers to perish needlessly. The loss of these exceptional soldiers weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with immense sorrow and guilt. The author feels he did it deliberately, though cannot state it outright. It is a matter of perspective. The Tian Yuan ancestor was taken aback. In his haste to flee, he had failed to notice the bloodshed he had left in his wake. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he was shocked to realize that his earlier assessments had been completely erroneous. The adversary could shroud his face in spiritual energy, rendering him inscrutable. This was beyond the capabilities of a mere martial sovereign. The opponent was at least a martial saint, and the thought of a martial emperor was too daunting to entertain. No wonder they dared to assault me with only a horde of mortals. It had been years since a martial saint appeared on the Qian Kuan continent. He pondered who he had offended to warrant the involvement of a martial saint. I understand now. Heaven seeks to extinguish me. Ha 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 ha, heaven seeks to extinguish me. Under immense pressure, the Tian Yuan ancestor descended into madness, and Lin Yi granted him a swift end. The Tian Yuan sect, bereft of its martial saints and martial emperors, was swiftly overrun by the forces of Lin Guo. Thus, in the year 1643, the once dominant power of the Qian Kuan continent, the Tian Yuan sect, was vanquished by the coalition of Lin Qian and relegated to the annals of history. Qi Yuan and several martial emperor-level experts were spared by Lin Yi, who entrusted Yi Qingxian with crafting control talismans imprinted within their spiritual essence, ensuring they would explode at his command. He delegated control to Su Zhe, allowing these individuals to maintain a presence in Lin Guo while effectively enhancing its elite combat capabilities. The remaining forces of the Tian Yuan sect and its disciples, with the exception of the obstinate, were absorbed into Lin Guo, which officially established the martial army known as the Shanglin Army. From that point onwards, the Shanglin Army and the Changlin Army became the two most crucial forces of Lin Guo's military. Half of the territories of the Tian Yuan sect were ceded to Deqian, while the remainder was incorporated into Lin Guo. The royal family was granted leniency, retaining their status, albeit restricted to the royal palace, with all other regions managed by Lin Guo officials. These royals had effectively been transformed into mere ornamental mascots of Lin Jiyuod. In summary, the recent coalition against the Yuan faction achieved a resounding victory, seizing innumerable resources with only Deqian sustaining significant losses. Lin Guo ascended to become the second dominant force following the Tianxian sect. Deqian retained its top position, and Lin Guo celebrated nationwide, engaging in festivities that lasted 7 days and nights, with lights burning bright. The reconstruction efforts across various regions commenced steadily. Once Lin Guo fully absorbed the spoils of victory, its strength would soar to new heights. The methods by which Lin Guo triumphed over the martial sovereign-level ancestor remained a topic of intrigue. The explanation of Lin Gua is that there are formidable individuals offering assistance, who come swiftly like a gust of wind and depart just as quickly, leaving no trace behind, concealing their merits and fame. Various nations remain non-committal. After all, the Tianyuan sect has made too many enemies, and it is not inconceivable that they have offended some reclusive power. However, the attitude of Deqian towards Lin Gua has shifted, beginning to take on a hostile tone. The situation on the Chinquan continent has once again grown tense, forming a standoff between the Western forces led by Deqian and the Eastern forces led by Lin Gua, thereby ushering in the era of competition between Lin and Qian. Chapter 48. The United Progress Party. In just a year, Lin Gua has inherited the majority of the Tianyuan sect's legacy. The members of the Shanglin army have received ample cultivation resources, and Lin Gua has been generous in supplying materials. However, there are those who have begun to harbor ulterior motives regarding the spoils. The Judicial Hall has apprehended dozens of corrupt officials and has dealt with them severely, which has curbed such behavior to some extent. In light of the vast expanse of territory, Lin Gua has abandoned the traditional practice of bestowing lands to the nobility and has instead creatively implemented a provincial system. This has caused considerable anxiety and even dissatisfaction among many. The old powers of Lin Gua believe that their hard work merits a share of the land, yet none has been allocated to them, leading to quiet grievances against Lin Yi. Of course, this sentiment primarily stems from high-ranking martial artists, while commoners harbor no such delusions, knowing that only martial lords are entitled to land. What's wrong with me? A lord, striving my whole life to secure a piece of land for my descendants to enjoy? Lin Yi paid little heed to these individuals, who remained silent in the face of sacrifice but clamored to claim credit when the time came. Why don't you strive a bit harder and become the emperor? The soldiers who have sacrificed on the front lines and the civilians who supported them deserve the land the most. But alas, there is insufficient land to go around, so do not harbor such hopes. If you are dissatisfied, step aside and let someone else take your place. There are plenty willing to serve. Consequently, Lin Yi's actions garnered a reputation for being harsh and ungrateful in the hearts of a considerable number. However, the common populace felt differently. They regarded Lin Yi as a savior sent by heaven, with many even beginning to venerate his image with utmost devotion. Lin Yi recognized that it was time to initiate a reform of thought. After several days of discussions with Su Zhe and others, Lin Yi publicly issued the party's founding declaration for the first time, known as the Liberation Declaration. The declaration articulated that humanity should unite, regardless of divisions, to eradicate all oppressive classes, liberate all people, and collectively forge a new world free from oppression. Thus was born the first modern political party on the Chinquan continent, the United Progress Party, abbreviated as the United Party. Historically on Earth, the emergence of political parties was typically to resolve domestic conflicts. However, the emergence of Lin Gua's party is aimed at external warfare and world conquest. As will be evidenced later, the establishment of the United Party provided direction for all the people of Lin Gua and brought light to all those who were oppressed. Under its ideology, the citizens of Lin Gua comprehended their historical mission and began to immerse themselves in the cause of human liberation. These are universally acknowledged historical significances. However, the author holds a differing opinion. This also implies that if you are displeased with a certain country, you can justify liberating its people as you understand. Thus, the author believes that the Dragon Emperor, with internal troubles largely settled, has set this grand goal, likely in preparation for world conquest. Subsequent events indeed unfolded in such a manner. Soon, the number of United Party members surpassed 10 million, spreading across various sectors of Lin Gua. Lin Yi dedicated each day to the ideological education of these individuals, hoping they would inspire and educate the broader populace. Furthermore, he introduced the notion of establishing party branches within military units, asserting that the party's presence should extend down to the battalion level, or even lower, ensuring firm control over the ideological education and management of the troops, fostering a military that will faithfully obey the party's directives. This pioneering initiative significantly bolstered the cohesion and awareness of the grassroots soldiers. Henceforth, the soldiers of Lin Gua would no longer fight solely for their own nation and family, but would dedicate themselves to the greater cause of liberating all humanity. Yi Qingxian observed Lin Gua's transformations with detached indifference. Having witnessed the rise and fall of numerous dynasties, he perceived Lin Yi's actions as mere folly. Only supreme martial artists could determine the fate of a nation. Without them, no force could escape the fate of annihilation. His own divine domain, too, would likely have been consumed by other powers since his reincarnation, a thought that filled him with sorrow. Why Yi Qingxian had touched upon the barriers of martial arts. Should he choose to? He could effortlessly step into the realm of martial masters. Yet, he was not in a rush, opting instead to open a few more meridians to lay a solid foundation. It is widely known that the average pinnacle martial artist can only open a maximum of 50 meridians. Yi Qingxian scoffed at this. In his past life, he had opened a staggering 98 meridians, making him several times stronger than typical martial artists of the same level. With just another week of cultivation, he would be able to open the remaining 5 meridians, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Thus, he decided to take an unprecedented stroll through the Academy of Sciences to alleviate his fatigue. On his desk at the Martial Academy, a report caught his attention. Survey report on the number of meridians among common martial artists and mathematical limitations in theoretical conditions. The title piqued his curiosity. What a convoluted subject, driven by intrigue. He opened the report and was increasingly astonished as he read. Among the thousands of martial artists sampled from Lingua, the number of meridians for martial apprentices ranged between 5 and 10. While for martial masters, it spanned from 15 to 50. Utilizing the method of controlling variables, the researchers concluded that the number of meridians correlates positively with individual physical strength, peak spirit energy absorption, and total spirit energy storage, while inversely correlating with breakthroughs in spiritual thresholds and interference from impurities. Consequently, at the report's conclusion, the researchers proposed using an ideal model to calculate the maximum number of meridians under optimal conditions, arriving at the conclusion that, in perfect circumstances, a martial master could attain a maximum of 120 meridians. This revelation left Yi Qingxian utterly shocked. He was aware that the maximum number of meridians for martial masters was far beyond 50. Yet he had only known it as a conclusion without precise figures. He had never considered such a clear and definitive method of proof, nor had he imagined that Lingua could glean the truths of martial arts in such a manner. The conclusions drawn, from the perspective of a martial emperor, were likely accurate. An unprecedented ideological transformation began to take root and flourish in his mind. Chapter 49. The Path of Supremacy. Yi Qingxian, the esteemed Dinyi, has recently exhibited unusual behavior. He has been immersed day and night in the Academy of Sciences, dragging researchers to delve into mathematics and physics, neglecting even his own cultivation, manifesting a state akin to obsession. This stands in stark contrast to his previous image as a reclusive, otherworldly figure. Researchers flee upon encountering him, and those unfortunate enough to be caught can only weep helplessly, bound by Dinyi's authority to work overtime and share their knowledge. Consequently, Lin Yi took the time to inquire about Yi Qingxian's well-being. Cough, cough. I merely feel guilty for utilizing your resources without due compensation. Really? Lin Yi responded with skepticism, sensing that this old fellow, who had always prioritized cultivation, must have some ulterior motive. Of course, I also understand the importance of gratitude. Rest assured, I promise to share everything I know, to nurture talents for your Academy of Sciences. Yi Qingxian pounded his chest, assuring with great fervor. Lin Yi, however, was not swayed by his empty promises. How come I've heard that you bombard people with all sorts of questions without even allowing them time to eat? Is it true that a distinguished martial emperor like you is seeking knowledge from mere mortals? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian's usually stoic face flushed with an unusual hue. Nonsense. I was merely assessing their knowledge levels. Once I understand, I will naturally provide them with in-depth guidance. Am I, a mere emperor, in need of consulting commoners? What a joke. Having concluded, he feigned a display of vexation while sighing repeatedly, as if Lin Yi had wounded his heart. With a demeanor that suggested he was deeply hurt, Lin Yi could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This old rascal was even feeling wronged. Although the reasons behind Yi Qingxian's change in attitude remained a mystery, his interest in Lingua was undoubtedly a positive development. Perhaps in due course, he would become increasingly invested in the affairs of Lingua, which was precisely what Lin Yi desired. After a fervent surge of scientific theoretical knowledge, Yi Qingxian's perspective underwent a remarkable transformation. He realized that the world could be reinterpreted through the lens of mathematics. He found it unimaginable that such intricate cosmic principles could be encapsulated within seemingly trivial numerical formulas. Upon discovering that Lin Yi had been the guiding force behind these revelations, he felt a nascent sense of admiration for Lin Yi. However, this fleeting admiration dissipated swiftly as memories of Lin Yi's previous betrayals resurfaced. Soon, the Lingua Academy of Sciences had little left to teach him. Leveraging his innate aptitude for learning, he swiftly grasped the processes, rules, and methodologies of scientific research, allowing him to draw inferences and integrate knowledge with remarkable efficiency. After acquiring knowledge in mathematics, he further synthesized his extensive martial arts experience as an emperor, formulating an entire system of martial standards. In pursuit of this, he authored the world's first comprehensive treatise on martial arts, titled On Martial Practitioners. This groundbreaking work introduced the concept of the Ling Dun unit, defined as the force required to sustain a 1 kilogram object in motion at an acceleration of 1 meter per second. Referred to as 1 Ling Dun.it, provided the first mathematical classification of martial practitioner strength at each stage, establishing a clear mathematical relationship between martial power and spiritual energy, equating the two. The emperor's spiritual energy level was classified as level 20, while an ordinary martial apprentice was classified as level 1, with other levels corresponding accordingly. Lin Yi currently held a spiritual energy level of 18. This pioneering initiative laid the groundwork for future human assessments of energy response units. For instance, in the future, when human probes scanned unknown territories, they might report the discovery of a 12th level spiritual energy unit. Furthermore, the Ling Dun unit would play a vital role in various developmental practices within Lingua, serving as the fundamental unit of force. Additionally, it contributed to a comprehensive summary of the factors influencing martial practitioners' spiritual energy levels, validating proportional relationships, and ultimately leading to the derivation of the Universal Spiritual Energy Formula, LGVS. Here, L represents the spiritual energy value. G denotes the Universal Spiritual Energy Constant, V signifies the peak Ling Dun, S represents the total accumulated spiritual energy, and M stands for body resistance. Building upon this foundation, he also derived the fundamental formula for martial practitioners' breakthroughs, LS, X1, X2, FGM, where X1 represents the number of meridians post-breakthrough, X2 signifies the number of meridians pre-breakthrough, F denotes the spiritual energy threshold for varying levels, G is the breakthrough constant, and M signifies body resistance, the resistance of the body to spiritual energy. Where superior physiques exhibit minimal resistance, while inferior ones exhibit greater resistance, those with extraordinary physiques experience almost no resistance at all. Through transformation, the basic formula for meridian quantity can be expressed as X1, LS, MFG X2. According to this formula, greater body resistance translates to a higher potential for shaping meridian quantity, a groundbreaking discovery. Previously, it was believed that the number of meridians equated to the strength of spiritual energy, and that physical constitution corresponded directly to meridian count. Thus, a better constitution meant a greater number of accessible meridians. This formula, however, directly overturned that notion. Using this formula, the maximum number of meridians at extreme conditions could be calculated. L spiritual energy value. Taking the highest value at each stage, S representing accumulated spiritual energy, taking the lowest value at each stage, M representing the maximum value, for mortals, while F and G are fixed constants, by first calculating the minimum number of meridians for the lowest spiritual apprentices X2. One could then sequentially compute upward, resulting in the maximum number of meridians for each stage. Martial apprentices could possess up to 64 meridians, martial masters 136, martial commanders 288, and martial kings 608. As the calculations progressed, the findings became increasingly astonishing, leaving Yi Qingxian questioning whether he had made a mistake. If this continued, the number of meridians for a martial emperor could reach an unimaginable 11,776. Even in his previous life, he had only possessed 5,000. This conclusion, which defied conventional wisdom, left Yi Qingxuan's mind in a state of turmoil, leading to a period of depression lasting several weeks. His mental state became disoriented, prompting Lin Yi to visit him. However, he remained indifferent to Lin Yi's concerns, existing in a state akin to a mere shell of his former self. Through subsequent research, it would be discovered that the reason for this overturning of common knowledge was that meridians serve as conduits for spiritual energy. Individuals with superior physiques exhibit lower resistance, allowing for smoother energy flow, thereby necessitating fewer meridians. Conversely, those with greater resistance require the generation of additional meridians during breakthroughs to ensure the smooth operation of spiritual energy. The previously held misconception that individuals with superior physiques had more meridians arose from two factors. Firstly, those with better physiques often received more resources, leading them to choose to cultivate multiple meridians, while those with inferior physiques, having failed to unlock their potential, rushed into the next stage. Secondly, individuals with superior physiques possessed a significantly higher spiritual energy value, meaning that even with lower resistance, their calculated results would not fall far behind those of ordinary individuals. For instance, a holy body might possess an L value 100 times greater than an ordinary martial practitioner. When calculated, even with a body resistance 1/50th that of an ordinary martial practitioner, the theoretical number could still exceed that of an ordinary martial practitioner by more than one-fold. Of course, from the current scientific perspective, this formula contains numerous inaccuracies and does not encompass all contributing factors. However, its significance is unprecedented, illuminating a unique path that merges science and martial arts, providing martial practitioners with a scientifically guided basis for their cultivation. Compared to traditional experiential teaching, it introduces a multitude of possibilities while also being simpler and more efficient. Yi Qingxian did not rush to publish his conclusions. He recognized that once the paper was released, it would unleash tremendous upheaval throughout Lingua, no, the entire world. Even as a former martial emperor, he could hardly contain his heightened breathing. Thus, he resolved to first conduct experimental tests based on his findings, employing new methods to increase his meridian count. Given that several constants were fixed, he decided to make adjustments to the aspects of spiritual energy accumulation and physique that he could influence. Initially, he aimed to minimize the accumulation of spiritual energy, expelling all excess energy and retaining only a small portion sufficient for reshaping his meridians. Additionally, his god-slaying ashen demon body was a significant hindrance. To counter this, he specifically crafted a sealing talisman to confine his holy body. In doing so, he felt the spiritual energy within him stagnate, becoming unable to circulate. With everything in place, he began the arduous process of reshaping his meridians. The experience was excruciating. Without the support of his holy body, spiritual energy rampaged throughout his being, moving in a chaotic and obscure manner. Each circulation that struck his flesh did so with a brutal force, leaving a trail of bloodstains. The overwhelming pain led Yi Qingxian to question whether he had erred in his cultivation, fearing he had succumbed to madness. Blood continuously seeped from his body, transforming him into a veritable figure of blood. Just as he reached the brink of surrender, he suddenly noticed that the bloodstains bore signs of transforming into meridians. Remarkably, it was effective. This revelation invigorated him immensely. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, recalling the betrayals of his wife, his brothers, and the invasion of the divine realm that led to its obliteration. He resolved to endure and make these individuals pay. It was unclear how long had passed, but he finally succeeded in shaping his meridians, astonishingly increasing their count by 20, reaching an impressive total of 112, 14 more than in his previous life. Was this sufficient? No, it was not enough. If he had previously approached this endeavor with a tentative mindset, now that he had confirmed the effectiveness of this cultivation method, it was essential to achieve perfection. In his previous life, he had been a fervent cultivator, relentlessly pursuing perfection, vowing not to relent until his goals were met. Otherwise, he would not have comprehended the 9 paths and ascended to become the 9 Union Emperor. According to the formula, it was also related to the number of meridians in the previous stage. So he aimed to perfect the number of meridians from that stage as well. To this end, he decisively crippled his own cultivation, reducing himself back to the martial apprentice level, seeking to cultivate even more meridians at that stage. On this day, Lin Yi approached him with ancient texts, eager to seek his counsel. Upon realizing that Yi Qingxian had reverted to martial apprentice strength, he was taken aback. Internally, he pondered, could this old rascal have overexerted himself in his cultivation? Succumbing to madness? This shouldn't be the case. As a martial emperor, what had he not endured? Could it be that my words truly caused him distress, fracturing his resolve? His psychological resilience appeared remarkably frail. Alas, it was my fault. Martial emperors are particularly sensitive about their dignity, and I spoke so carelessly. Upon seeing Lin Yi arrive, Yi Qingxian did not dismiss him. Instead, he unusually exhibited patience, thoroughly explaining his findings before advising Lin Yi that he would be entering seclusion. Lin Yi immediately expressed his full support, promising to provide the most precious treasures of heaven and earth, as well as rare medicinal herbs, to aid in his secluded cultivation. Why Yi Qingxian expressed heartfelt gratitude. For without Lin Yi, he would not have arrived in Lingua, nor would he have discovered the path of unparalleled strength that far surpassed his previous life. Chapter 50. The Grand Debate at the Academy Before long. 2 months had elapsed, and Yi Qingxian concluded his seclusion. At this moment, he had remarkably returned to the pinnacle of martial mastery, feeling entirely invigorated and supremely confident. He had successfully opened a total of 130 meridians. Just 6 short of the calculated maximum. To prepare for a breakthrough to martial commander, he took time to rest, ensuring he would emerge in the most flawless state. In a buoyant mood, he made his way to the martial academy, astonishingly holding classes for an entire week. What? The esteemed Dean Yi is teaching classes. It said he has connections. Otherwise, how could he be so rarely seen? He must be hiding away. He is merely a figurehead. And I have heard that he knows nothing at all. Previously, he was indeed seeking advice from others on various matters. It is imperative to listen to him. What profound insights could Dean Yi possibly offer? Ha ha ha, let us go. The Martial Arts Academy was suddenly filled with people, all crowding into Yi Qingxuan's classroom, even drawing attention from other academies, who came out of curiosity. For a moment, Lu Chongyuan, the president of the Academy of Sciences, thought it was a holiday, wondering why he saw not a soul on the streets. In class, Yi Qingxian began with a bombshell, presenting the theory of warriors and providing a detailed explanation. He believed that these contributions were the work of the people of Lin, and he would not keep them to himself. Rather, he chose to share them openly with the Lin National Academy of Sciences. This revelation caused quite a stir, and many from the Martial Arts Academy began to accuse Yi Qingxian of seeking attention, claiming he lacked even basic knowledge. The assertion that a better physique hinders the unblocking of meridians was unheard of and deemed a betrayal of tradition. This heresy provoked outrage, as many had devoted their lives to improving their physiques. How could they accept that it was detrimental to unblocking meridians? Consequently, numerous individuals reported him to Lin Yi, asserting that Yi Qingxian, with his superficial understanding, was unworthy of the title of Dean of the Martial Arts Academy. They insisted that Lu Chongyuan had misjudged his appointment, suspecting ulterior motives, and demanded a thorough investigation. Lu Chongyuan retorted, "What does this have to do with me? This is the emperor's decree. Why should I take the blame?" Not everyone was opposed, however. Zhou Baihui from the School of Mathematics returned home that day and conducted meticulous calculations, ultimately concluding that Yi Qingxuan's theory held mathematical validity. Soon, this debate evolved from a conflict between Yi Qingxian and the Martial Arts Academy into a monumental clash between the School of Mathematics and the Martial Arts Academy, a battle between historical experiences and emerging science. Most from the Martial Arts Academy called for Yi Qingxuan's expulsion, while the School of Mathematics staunchly supported him, with their dean even expressing a willingness to step down if it meant Yi Qingxian would teach at their institution. The intensity of this conflict reached such heights that it began to influence the court. Even Wei Qigong and Su Zhe discreetly implied that Lin Yi had misjudged this individual, unaware of Yi Qingxian's true identity. They merely considered him a gifted martial artist, regrettably ignored for over half a year. Lin Yi took this in stride, offering no response. Truth does not fear debate. It is the falsehood that dreads it. For Lin Yi, who himself lacked understanding, a single statement could sway public opinion. Thus he allowed them to debate amongst themselves. He did harbor some concern that Yi Qingxian might be overwhelmed by the criticism. However, his worry was unwarranted, as Yi Qingxian was unfazed by such matters. He had weathered far greater storms. Practical experience is the sole criterion for testing truth. Before long, both the School of Mathematics and the Martial Arts Academy conducted experiments with their warriors. Under meticulous and rigorous testing, the School of Mathematics swiftly published their experimental conclusions. Among the hundreds of samples, by altering specific variable parameters and comparing results, such as contrasting initial physiques with improved ones, the report indicated that while it was indeed more challenging to unblock meridians with an initial physique, once accomplished, the number of new meridians was significantly greater. This aligned with Yi Qingxuan's perspective. This revelation diminished the opposition from the Martial Arts Academy, as their own tests corroborated the findings. Yet, many still clung to alternative explanations, unwilling to concede that Yi Qingxuan's research was correct. Ultimately, this debate on the unblocking of meridians persisted for an entire year. Only with an increasing volume of experimental data supporting his claims did the populace fully embrace the theory of warriors, elevating Yi Qingxian to immense renown and securing his position as dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Strangely, however, this debate did not extend beyond the Academy of Sciences. It remained an internal affair. Others, upon hearing of it, merely dismissed it as Yi Qingxian's nonsensical ramblings, failing to garner any external attention. It was not until 5 years later, when the Lin Kingdom sought to enhance the strength of its warriors by publishing a manual for martial training, that it sparked widespread uproar, eventually resonating across the globe. This indirectly highlighted the long road ahead for the dissemination of scientific knowledge in the Lin Kingdom, where traditional experiences still predominated and skepticism towards scientific conclusions was rampant. Chapter 51. The New Homeland Initiative. Recently, relations between the Lin Kingdom and the nations of Deqian have sharply deteriorated, particularly following the establishment of the United Front Party. The proclamation of the United Front Party's Liberation Declaration immediately raised alarms among neighboring countries. Delegations from various nations, originally visiting Lin Kingdom for observation and study, were abruptly recalled, casting Lin into an embarrassing predicament where it became the subject of widespread disdain. How absurd! Are you suggesting that by liberating all humanity, you intend to liberate even the lowly commoners of our nation? Commoners are meant to be subjugated. This has been an unyielding principle for millennia. Now, you claim to liberate all humanity. What place is there for us esteemed warriors in your vision? What if this heretical ideology corrupts our delegations? These groups were conducting comprehensive evaluations of Lin Kingdom in technology, politics, and economics. Lin Kingdom, in its generosity, welcomed all and generously imparted knowledge. What if, upon returning, they incited a revolution after learning of this? Consequently, nations categorized the knowledge acquired by the delegations as heretical doctrines, forbidding any further research or dissemination. Before long, ideological confrontations escalated into economic sanctions. At the behest of Deqian, nations initiated a 2-year economic and diplomatic blockade against Lin Kingdom, effectively isolating it. This turn of events took Lin Yi by surprise. He genuinely wished for mutual progress. It also illuminated the truth of the saying, "Those who do not share the same path do not form alliances, and those of differing classes do not forge pacts." Point 1 can never be certain when adversaries may strike from behind. However, Lin Kingdom, having learned from its previous experience of being blockaded, remained composed, continuing its affairs as usual, as if survival was contingent upon their cooperation. Moreover, the vast expanse of Lin Kingdom's territory, abundant in resources, with spiritual rice being widely promoted, rendered reliance on imports unnecessary. While the Academy of Sciences was engaged in surveying and mapping the current terrain of Lin Kingdom, they submitted a report to Su Zhe. Following parliamentary approval, he conferred with the Ministry of Military Affairs and resolved to implement the New Homeland Initiative. This plan aimed to establish safe zones within the forbidden territories of Lin Kingdom, thereby expanding the range of human activity in pursuit of additional resources. The Academy of Sciences argued that although Lin Kingdom was resource-rich, many resources remained untapped, situated in perilous restricted zones that deterred exploration. They recommended that Su Zhe consider the possibility of establishing safe zones within these forbidden areas for resource extraction. Su Zhe envisioned even broader possibilities, pondering whether it was feasible to erase these various restricted zones from the map entirely, thus creating more arable land and additional space for the populace to thrive. Consequently, the Ministry of Military Affairs dispatched 3 million troops to sweep through the numerous hazardous restricted zones within the country. Furthermore, Su Zhe ordered that the martial emperor and martial sovereign remain on standby. They would be deployed in the face of a level 10 spiritual energy threat. Given the formidable nature of several restricted zones, frequent mobilizations became commonplace, leading the people of Lin Kingdom to grow accustomed to their presence. Each time they soared overhead, the citizens would erupt in enthusiastic cheers and applause. The esteemed ancestor of Qi Yuan found himself in tears, lamenting that he had been reduced to a mere bodyguard, providing protection and escort. How lamentable it was for a martial sovereign to be relegated to such a role. Nevertheless, witnessing the jubilant reception of the populace filled him with pride. This is a tale of a time when he, once high above and indifferent to the affairs beyond his window, could not foresee the unfolding of this significant action. For 2 years, efforts were made to cleanse 90% of the forbidden territories within the borders of Lin Kingdom, greatly expanding the living space for its citizens and significantly enhancing the potential for future development. The vast areas centered around major cities transformed into absolute safe zones, where no ordinary citizen needed to fear an ambush by any beast. Allowing them to venture forth into these lands for cultivation, of course, the sacrifices incurred were excruciatingly painful. In the Grey Rock Valley, Wang Jue was desperately sprinting. Blood oozed from his arms, indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Once, after clinching first place in the inaugural martial arts competition of Lin Kingdom, he had joined its ranks. With access to the abundant cultivation resources and rare manuals provided by Lin Kingdom, he had ascended to the realm of martial master. Ordinarily, in any forbidden zone, he could escape unscathed if he wished. Yet this time, he found himself grievously wounded, revealing that the danger here was far beyond that of an average forbidden zone. Indeed, he and his reconnaissance unit had encountered a tide of beasts. To eliminate the forbidden zones, Lin Kingdom had deployed 2.8 million Long Lin troops and 200,000 Shang Lin troops, with Wang Jue being a member of the latter. Additionally, numerous mercenary teams of martial artists were contracted by Lin Kingdom to scout the terrain and assist the main army in combat. This time, he and his unit faced the largest beast tide ever recorded in that area. Due to the region's unique geographical features, all means of communication, including sound transmission talismans, had failed. After the squad leader recorded the images of the beast tide using a recording stone, they prepared to return to the military headquarters post-haste to warn of the impending danger. However, en route to their retreat, they were discovered by the horde of beasts. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, quelling any sense of resistance within them. The unit was scattered in an instant. Just before his demise, the squad leader entrusted the recording stone to Wang Jue, urging him to ensure its return to the headquarters, while he stayed behind to cover their retreat, sacrificing himself alongside a few severely wounded comrades. Wiping away his tears, Wang Jue understood the gravity of his mission. Behind him lay not just the army but several towns. If they failed to evacuate in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suppressing his sorrow, he broke through the encirclement, racing toward the rear. After an indeterminate duration of running, he finally encountered a human detachment. It was the 547th Regiment of the Long Lin Army, comprising approximately 460 soldiers, who were stationed at a lookout. Upon seeing Wang Jue's arrival, the regiment commander promptly approached, saluted, and inquired urgently, "My lord, how have you sustained such grievous injuries? Do you require the services of a military medic?" Although the military department advocated for comrades to address one another as equals, the ingrained perceptions and natural trepidation led common soldiers to instinctively refer to martial artists as "my lord." Thus, the hierarchy remained, with equals addressing each other as comrades and subordinates addressing superiors as "my lord." Wang Jue waved his hand dismissively, his heart ablaze with urgency. "There's no time for healing. Can you establish contact with the headquarters?" The commander shook his head. "No, we've tried every means. We cannot reach the headquarters." Wang Jue furrowed his brow. Did that mean he had to continue fleeing? His agitation mounted as he pressed on. "Do you have mounts? Send someone to swiftly return this recording stone to the headquarters. Inform them of the beast tide and request defensive preparations. This is a report from the 158th Reconnaissance Unit of the Shang Lin Army." Upon hearing this, the commander immediately ordered a dragon colt to be brought forth. Wang Jue finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was no longer prepared to run, with all his comrades sacrificed. He was no coward. He implored the commander, "You ordinary folk must flee. The beast tide is coming. I can hold them off for a while, but you must relay the information back. Oh, not let our deaths be in vain." After saying this, he handed the recording stone to the commander. The commander initially exhibited a look of confusion upon seeing the recording stone, then exchanged glances with the surrounding officers. Upon receiving their silent consent, he promptly grasped Wang Jue's arm and headed toward the dragon colt. "What are you doing? Why are you hesitating? The beast tide is imminent. Are you willing to risk your lives?" Wang Jue forcefully shook off the commander, visibly displeased. How could these ordinary folk be creating chaos at such a critical moment? "My lord, please return and report to the headquarters. We have received orders to maintain vigilance at the lookout and will not abandon our post without command." At this, Wang Jue nearly erupted in anger. Suppressing his fury, he shouted, Article 236 of the Lin Kingdom Military Manual. In the face of irresistible forces, military commanders possess the authority to make decisions on the spot. Are you not the commander? Hurry and retreat with your men. Don't forget to send someone on horseback to deliver the recording stone. To his surprise, the commander stood his ground, gazing at Wang Jue with unwavering resolve, and declared emphatically, Article 3 of the Long Lin Army Manual states that ordinary soldiers must prioritize the safety of their martial artist comrades. If necessary, they may sacrifice themselves to protect the martial artist. Under no circumstances can a martial artist comrade be abandoned. Otherwise, it is deemed desertion. Upon hearing this, Wang Jue was taken aback. The Long Lin army had such a regulation? Shocked, confused, and with a hint of gratitude. He found it difficult to comprehend why Lin Kingdom, which promoted equality among all, would have such a counter-narrative regulation. In truth, it was quite understandable. Although the kingdom advocated for equality, these ordinary folk were self-aware. Recognizing that their individual combat prowess was indeed inferior to that of the martial artists, a fact that could not be changed. They understood their worth compared to martial artists. Preserving the martial artists meant safeguarding the wealth of Lin Kingdom. Were Lin Yi to know, he would undoubtedly initiate a wave of ideological education throughout Lin Kingdom. They never sought power or profit. They did not harbor unrealistic aspirations for what did not belong to them. Nor did they complain about grievances. Instead, they were filled with fervor, willingly sacrificing for the greater good of Lin Kingdom. That moment, Wang Jue felt a lump in his throat. He could not recall how he mounted the horse or grasped the recording stone. Only that the wind whistled past him, mingling with the distant gunfire that gradually faded into silence. "Thank you, comrade," he murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness. His timely report initiated an emergency evacuation in Lin Kingdom. Thanks to the valiant resistance of the 100,000 Long Lin troops, the Beast Tide ultimately failed to breach the perimeter of Grey Rock Valley. Eventually, they were eradicated by the subsequent forces, averting a calamity that would have resulted in untold suffering. In this battle, the Long Lin army suffered catastrophic losses, with only a fraction of the 100,000 troops remaining. Yet, this served as a dire warning for the sweeping operations across the Forbidden Zones nationwide and provided invaluable experience for the soldiers of Lin Kingdom in combating the monstrous foes. Such beast tides erupted countless times across the nation, with each wave representing revenge from high-level beasts against Lin Kingdom. Fortunately, in the contest of willpower, Lin Kingdom ultimately triumphed, except for a few particularly unique Forbidden Zones. The rest were essentially subdued by Lin Kingdom. Chapter 52. The Yujing Incident. As the new homeland plan of Lin Kingdom began to yield results, a large-scale relocation of citizens to new settlements was underway when the situation in the Qian continent took a sudden turn. Qin Shang of the Yu Kingdom, accompanied by Yu Liuli, sought refuge in Lin Kingdom. From the intermittent sobs of the young girl, Lin Yi gleaned the tragic outline of events. It turned out that the Lan family had united with the three major families of the Yu Kingdom to launch a military coup against the royal family. The emperor of the Yu Kingdom was publicly assassinated in the court, and the eldest princess, Yu Qingyin, was missing. All other royal family members and loyal ministers were brutally slaughtered. The military and political power of the Yu Kingdom had essentially fallen into the hands of several families led by the Lan family. This massacre persisted for an entire month in Yujing, claiming countless lives. Those loyal to the royal family who survived either went into hiding or followed Yu Liuli to Lin Kingdom. Upon learning of Yu Liuli's harrowing ordeal, Lin Yi tenderly ruffled her hair, offering comfort and companionship to help her find solace and rest. With Lin Yi by her side, the weary girl soon drifted into slumber. Lin Yi then quietly departed to summon Su Zhe and the others. "What are your thoughts on the upheaval in the Yu Kingdom?" he inquired directly. Su Zhe cupped his hands respectfully, responding, "Your Majesty." The Yujing incident was exceedingly abrupt. Due to the border blockade imposed by various nations against our kingdom, we received no prior information regarding these developments. However, I surmise that this incident is likely related to the reforms in the Yu Kingdom. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Reforms? What reforms?" Su Zhe patiently explained. "In the years following the downfall of the Tian Yuan sect, various nations have sought to follow our lead and instigate reforms. Particularly the reformists spearheaded by Yu Qingyin in the Yu Kingdom, who vigorously advanced the concept of a scientific and powerful nation, while simultaneously suppressing certain martial artists and liberating commoners from servitude to elevate their status." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "Isn't that a good thing, liberating productivity? And then what?" Su Zhe continued, however, the reforms encountered significant resistance, especially from several major martial artist families within the Yu Kingdom, who united to exert pressure to abolish the reforms. Nonetheless, under the decisive leadership of the eldest princess, the reforms continued to be implemented. Lin Yi, still puzzled, remarked, "If what you say is true, then the Yu kingdom must have successfully reformed. How could they suddenly face such dire straits? Your Majesty, do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. Subsequently, the relations between various nations and our realm have deteriorated sharply. The forces of Deqian have imposed a comprehensive blockade against us, branding all our knowledge and ideologies as heretical. The reforms advocated by the Yuqing banquet have instantaneously transformed, in the eyes of Deqian, into ambiguous evidence against us. Consequently, they have forcefully intervened in the domestic affairs of the Yu nation, covertly supporting the 4 prominent families in their coup to overthrow the imperial family of Yu. TSK, how does Deqian resemble the Tian Yuan sect in its conduct? Lin Yi remarked with disdain. Indeed, Su Zhe nodded in agreement. Lin Yi, with a smile, inquired, "What do you believe we should do?" The minister opined that we must first ensure the safety of the Yu nation's princess and the fleeing populace. And second, prepare for the outbreak of war. If we shelter the princess of the Yu nation, Deqian will undoubtedly retaliate against us. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and nodded. I thought you would advise me to hand them over. Su Zhe shook his head. Your Majesty would never consider such a course of action. I would not entertain that notion either. Lin Yi chuckled heartily. You seem far more composed than before. I recall you were as anxious as a fly on a hot pan. Fearing to offend Deqian, Su Zhe, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. This is a different time. With your Majesty's confidence and the support of the Lin nation, Deqian no longer seems formidable, as Su Zhe had anticipated. Deqian dispatched envoys demanding the surrender of Yu Lieli. After being met with Su Zhe's resolute refusal, the envoys departed in a fury. Humiliated, they vowed to make Lin nation pay dearly in the future. Su Zhe remained unfazed, quietly deploying 3.2 million troops to the border, instilling fear across nations. Deqian responded in kind, mobilizing 2 million troops to confront Lin nation on the battlefield. The situation across the Qiankuan continent was charged with tension. Chapter 53. The onset of the Tri-Imperial battle. Soon, Lin nation commenced its counteroffensive. Firstly, it publicly acknowledged Yu Lieli as the sole legitimate heir of the Yu nation, declaring the current emperor Lanli a usurper. Secondly, it presented the Lin-Yu Defensive Alliance Agreement signed 30 years prior, which mandated unconditional assistance if one nation was attacked. Should the Yu nation be unable to quell the rebellion, Lin nation would send troops to assist. This treaty had been unilaterally abrogated by the Yu nation during the first economic blockade, but Lin nation's revival of it conveyed a clear message. This ignited a media frenzy among the nations. All countries across the Qiankuan continent closely monitored Lin nation's actions, uncertain whether it would indeed send troops. Deqian was similarly caught in a quandary. Assisting the 4 prominent families could lead to direct conflict with Lin nation, which was untenable given their current state. Conversely, abstaining from assistance would diminish their authority. Thus, Deqian opted for a compromise. Quickly, Deqian publicly announced an invitation from the Qian emperor to the Lin emperor for a hunting expedition in the Yu nation, with both sides bringing 1 million troops each to resolve the ownership of the Yu nation through victory or defeat. Lin Yi responded emphatically, why not? According to the rules, neither side was permitted to deploy warriors above the martial king level. Soon, both nations began selecting troops for battle. Lin nation decided to dispatch 800,000 Shang Lin troops, 150,000 Shang Lin troops, and 50,000 Yu nation's restoration troops, 800,000 mortals, and 200,000 warriors. In Lin nation's high command's estimation, following their previous defeat, Deqian could muster no more than 300,000 warriors. However, this was a colossal trap. Deqian, through various means, had assembled over 500,000 warriors, and the false emperor of Yu had also conscripted 100,000 warriors, supported by 300,000 mortal auxiliary troops. After all, both Lin and Deqian were each bringing 1 million troops, and there were no restrictions preventing other nations from joining. Soon, a formidable army gathered in the Yu nation, and according to the agreement, both Lin and Deqian positioned themselves at their designated battlefield. The Qian emperor, the false emperor of Yu, and Lin Yi were all present, hence this battle became known as the Tri-Imperial Battle. However, Lin Yi did not personally lead the front lines. Instead, he remained at the rear, entrusting command to Bai Su, a newly acclaimed genius general of Lin nation. He had ascended through the ranks from grassroots as an old noble officer. These old nobles, known for their strict family values and selflessness, had not faced retribution from Lin Yi and were thus retained. With a wealth of experience in battlefield command, he had led troops in combat for a decade, well-versed in modern warfare tactics, making him one of the era's most outstanding generals. Lin Yi, recognizing the importance of expertise, would not presume to engage in battle himself. Observing the formidable De Qian forces arrayed against him, he realized the Supreme Command had miscalculated. Their warriors surely exceeded 300,000, which heightened his pressure. Nevertheless, he remained confident in victory, bolstered by faith in Lin Nation soldiers. Therefore, he first ordered the 10 Central Chong Lin regiments to advance, directly challenging De Qian. Indeed, the Qian Emperor could not endure the humiliation of being besieged by mortals and unleashed 20,000 warriors to fiercely attack these central regiments. The battle swiftly escalated to a fever pitch, with De Qian deploying its elite Yongqian troops, momentarily breaching the first line of defense of the central regiments. However, through the valiant and fearless defense of the Chong Lin soldiers, they successfully withstood this assault. Lin Nation gained the upper hand. After briefly reorganizing their formation, these regiments remained stationed, refusing to retreat for rest, their message clear. Come at us again. Was that attack merely a tickle? Please, exert yourselves. The Qian Emperor's face twisted with fury as he ordered the deployment of an elite elven unit. Bai Su's eyes widened in disbelief. When did De Qian acquire an elven unit? I was unaware. The Qian Emperor exchanged knowing glances with his generals, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was the most formidable ranged unit. The Skadidi archers, whom he had paid handsomely to recruit from the neighboring Elven Empire. Each archer was a master of marksmanship, having fought against beasts in dense jungles for years, with many legendary beasts falling to their prowess. Their birth rates were low, yet their lifespans were exceedingly long, each having lived for centuries, amassing extensive combat experience. To them, humans were merely a lowly and weak race, not even worthy of their interest. Recalling the price he had paid, the Qian Emperor felt a pang of regret. However, the prospect of witnessing the power of these archers soon filled him with anticipation. As expected, the first wave of arrows rained down upon the Chong Lin troops. Massive in size, swirling with spiritual energy and emanating a faint blue glow. The piercing sounds of penetration echoed as these arrows pierced through Lin Nation's soldiers like skewers through candied hawthorns, and pained groans erupted as nearly all the frontline Chong Lin troops were shot down. Impressive. Now this is more like it. Letting these mortals run rampant? Lin Emperor, you have underestimated your adversaries. The Qian Emperor felt a surge of satisfaction, which notably improved his mood. The rear Chong Lin soldiers pushed aside the fallen frontline troops and began to aim their rifles. Fire! A volley rang out, and just as the bullets were about to reach their targets, a series of white lights ignited before the Skadidi archers, causing the bullets to ricochet harmlessly off the white light. The few stray bullets that managed to slip through lost much of their power, failing to penetrate the armor of the archers. Thus, this round of fire from the Chong Lin soldiers inflicted almost no casualties on the opposing side. The Qian Emperor chuckled, knowing well that the archers of the Elven Empire would not lack magical protection. The Elven mages were indeed formidable. Their arrow-deflecting spells could even withstand spirit bullets. General, what shall we do? Our bullets lack sufficient power. Bai Su's chief of staff anxiously queried. Bai Su gritted his teeth, replying fiercely, then we must close the distance, allowing the spirit guns to unleash their maximum potential. Order the frontline regiments to advance until they are within 500 meters of the enemy before firing in unison, with the subsequent regiments ready to reinforce at all times. The Skadidi archers bore expressions of pride, seemingly pleased with their effectiveness. Go them. Engaging in a shootout with these mortals was tantamount to courting death. In their minds, the mortal soldiers would soon crumble and flee. Yet they were about to prove the might of the Elven Empire once more. However, to their astonishment, the Chong Lin army advanced, not in retreat, but as a unified force moving forward. What in the world? By the grace of Goddess Aisha, these mortals not only refused to flee but dare to launch an attack against us. The furious archers unleashed yet another barrage of arrows. Although there were merely 10,000 of them, their lethality was formidable, akin to a string of candied hawthorns, instilling fear in their foes. However, this intimidation proved ineffective against the Longlin soldiers, who, despite suffering immense casualties, steadfastly advanced. During their march, They even deliberately widened their formation to mitigate the damage from the rain of arrows, revealing the subpar quality of the Longland troops. Finally, after incurring nearly 20,000 losses, the Longland army managed to close the distance to within 500 meters of the enemy. If one were to question why the Lin Kingdom refrained from using artillery, patience is warranted as I weave the narrative. Prior to the conflict, Lin Yi, through dialogues with his generals, discovered that this war was intended as a performance governed by rules. Both sides were to avoid employing devastating weapons, engaging instead with a corresponding number of troops for combat. Should they dispatch mere mortals, it was permissible for them to field up to 10 times the number of martial warriors, emphasizing fairness, reminiscent of the ritualistic warfare of the spring and autumn period. This, too, is a hallmark of this extraordinary world. As the Longland army finally drew near, they commenced their first volley, the effects of which were clearly visible. Even with the skill of arrow manipulation, they pierced through the front ranks of the archers, eliciting cries of anguish from the elven ranks. Initially, these elves managed to maintain a facade of composure, but as successive volleys rained down, their resolve began to waver. Their comrades fell one after another, and the dread of being next began to seep into their hearts. This palpable fear unsettled the elven commander, who, adhering to a sense of professional ethics, ordered his subordinates to exchange fire with the Lin Kingdom for 2 more rounds. Until his troops, in tears, implored him, "Commander, we can no longer fight. We are sacrificing the lives of our noble warriors for these lowly mortals." Even the goddess Aisha would be enraged upon learning of this. Thus, he decreed a retreat, hastily leading the remnants away from the battlefield, their swift exit catching the Qian emperor completely off guard. When queried by the emperor, the elven commander retorted, "Your remuneration only suffices for us to shoot this far. If you desire us to continue, you must increase the pay." This infuriated the Qian emperor. Unbeknownst to him, the commander's true sentiment was that no amount of money would entice him to return. For the opposing forces were no ordinary humans, but rather fearsome demons devoid of trepidation. His claim of insufficient funds was merely a facade to preserve his own dignity, for it was a profound disgrace for the elven archers to be overwhelmed by mere mortals. Chapter 54. The Trap. The first day of battle concluded with a decisive victory for the Lin Kingdom, boosting their morale. Lin Yi ordered rewards for the troops, while the Daiqian forces appeared significantly subdued, with many soldiers engulfed in despair at the terrifying prowess of the Lin army. Yet, the Qian emperor remained undeterred, brimming with confidence as his plans neared fruition. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness Lin Yi kneeling before him in supplication. On the second day, both sides engaged in several rounds of skirmishes, each achieving victories and defeats in turn. Overall, while the martial forces of Lin were not as formidable as those of Daqin, the mortal Longland troops emerged victorious. Notably, Daqin deployed elite heavy-armored knights, the Sky Eagles, who charged through the battlefield atop enormous eagle-like beasts, inflicting considerable damage on the Longland army. Nevertheless, the frontline soldiers exhibited remarkable bravery, using their very flesh to pin these monstrous cavalry in place, ultimately repelling them. This demonstrated the newfound resilience of the Longland forces. A turning point emerged on the third day, at all costs. "We must reach the Yuchi Pass and inform the Lin people that this is a tremendous trap. If we fail to arrive in time, the Lin army will be annihilated. Our Yu kingdom will have no hope of restoration." The speaker was Yu Qingyan, leading the remnants of the Yu brave army as they were relentlessly pursued by the false emperor's forces. Initially, she planned to make a wide detour from the west to evade her pursuers before heading to the Lin kingdom. However, upon receiving crucial intelligence, she resolved to risk encirclement and return directly to the battlefield, seizing the Yuchi Pass, for it would determine the fate of millions of Lin soldiers. "Understood, Your Highness," as the hounds of the false emperor closed in. One of her generals insisted, "Your Highness, you must flee first. I will hold them off with 500 men. Once it is safe, I will seek you out in the Lin kingdom, General." And Yu Qingyan was rendered speechless. Knowing full well that he would not return, overwhelmed by his steadfast loyalty, tears welled in her eyes as she nodded in gratitude. Subsequently, Yu Qingyan and her troops set off with urgency. There was no time for sorrow. On the main battlefield, the situation remained tense. Just as the martial forces of Daqin launched another assault on the Longland army, a colossal shadow swept over the heads of the Longland soldiers. They looked up to behold a massive creature soaring in the sunlight, its deep blue skin, sharp claws, elongated neck and tail, and immense wings marking it as an ancient dragon. Yet, it was not alone. Several red-skinned dragons appeared, circling the Lin army's lines. A profound sense of unease gripped by Su's heart. Deqian possessed a legendary dragon battalion. This was the absolute trump card of the Elven Empire of the neighboring Yao Forest continent. Clearly, this battle would not unfold as easily as anticipated. He felt the situation spiraling out of control. The deep blue star dragon was the first to strike, unleashing a breath of starlight that cleaved through the central core of the Lin army, then crashing into the throng of soldiers, wreaking havoc. With a length of several dozen meters, its slightest movement sent soldiers flying in all directions. What monstrous strength! Under its terrifying assault, the frontline corps trembled. Meanwhile, the other red dragons circled the Lin forces, unleashing torrents of flame that incinerated the troops. Both martial warriors and mortals alike fell victim to the searing heat. The battlefield transformed into a hellish inferno. While counterattacks were attempted, their effects were negligible. Bullets merely ricocheted off the dragon scales, producing only a faint sound. The psionic cannons, however, created bloody holes with each shot, but for the gargantuan dragons, such damage was trifling. At the very least, it prevented these beasts from rampaging even more indiscriminately among the soldiers. At this moment, the Qian Emperor laughed maniacally, for his plan had reached fruition. The demise of the Lin army was at hand. The ambushed Deqian coalition surged into action, surrounding the Lin forces from three sides. They displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics. The promised 100,000 had more than doubled. Upon receiving news that the Yuqi Pass had been stealthily captured by Deqian, Bai Su felt a surge of blood rush to his head, staggering a few steps. Lin Kingdom had been played. Deqian had sunk to such depths of shamelessness. They sought to annihilate the elite of Lin here. Regaining his composure, Bai Su quickly issued orders, remaining remarkably calm. The frontline Longlin troops constructed a defensive position to cover the retreat of the martial forces. Those Longlin soldiers left behind fought tooth and nail to reclaim the Yuqi Pass. All martial soldiers immediately rushed to support the Yuqi Pass, expending every last round of psionic cannon ammunition, even willing to destroy their own weapons if necessary, leaving nothing for the enemy. Under the barrage of commands, the Lin army swiftly mobilized in an orderly fashion, despite the ongoing casualties inflicted by the dragons. The Lin artillery units switched to penetrating rounds, seizing the opportunity for a concentrated volley that severely injured two of the fire-breathing dragons. This alarmed the Elven commanders. Each of these dragons had survived for millennia and was an invaluable asset to the Elven Empire. To prevent further losses, they hastily withdrew from the battlefield. The Qian Emperor, unfazed, noted that the encirclement had already been established, and the presence of a few dragons posed little threat. As the dragons retreated, they unleashed a final breath of flame, obliterating the Lin artillery positions in a fiery vengeance. Chapter 55. Moths to the Flame. After losing the Yuqi Pass, the Longlin Army's 78th Division, previously stationed in the rear, felt profound shame and indignation, launching several reckless assaults to reclaim the pass. Even executing surprise night attacks, setting a record for mortals engaging in close combat with martial warriors at night. Remarkably, they received unexpected assistance from Yu Qingyin's Yu Brave army. Nonetheless, all offensive efforts were rendered futile upon the arrival of Deqian's mage battalions. Indeed, the shameless Deqian had somehow summoned hundreds of mages. With hundreds of fireballs raining down upon the already fatigued Yu Brave army, despair took hold, and a wall of fire magic sealed the pass entirely. The Daqian forces brimmed with confidence, believing no one could breach the 100-meter-wide wall of flames. This was the mage's fire wall, not to be trifled with. Even martial warriors could scarcely endure the searing pain, let alone face such an expansive inferno. In their minds, the Lin forces had already been sentenced to death. Out of caution, the mages continued casting fire walls to fill any gaps, leaving no opportunity for escape. The already dense vegetation of the pass burned even more fiercely, with flames so high that even the distant Qian Emperor could see them. At that moment, he smiled radiantly, reveling in his triumph. Lin Yi, you are but a child playing at warfare. You are no match for the true power of a dominant force. Do you comprehend the depth of my strength? Without connections or influence, what do you have to combat me? Merely these mortals? It is truly laughable. Even the reinforcements from the Lin National Martial Force, the Shanglin Army, are rendered helpless, kneeling in despair as they witness the unfolding chaos. This relentless wall of flames, stretching for an entire kilometer, stands as an insurmountable line of death, heralding the demise of the Lin army. That, of course, such a fate is inconceivable. It is over. We have been defeated. If any of you still possess a shred of courage, let us charge back. Let us contend with the Qin dogs. I vow to honor the Lin nation and our emperor in this life. The speaker is none other than Chu Xiaolong, the commander of the Shanglin Army's 358th Regiment. Very well. Let us fight our way back. Let the Qin dogs witness our might, indeed, even if it means death. We shall take a few of their teeth with us. His words garnered the fervent agreement of a considerable number of his comrades, just as he prepared to lead those willing to fight to the death back. A liaison officer from the 78th Army of the Changlin Army approached them, requesting that they remain in place. This only served to infuriate him further. He assumed this group of Changlin soldiers was afraid of death and sought to keep them from leaving. Intending to protect these mortals, fuming, he hastily sought out the commander of the 78th Army. At that moment, Commander Wei Yu was engaged in a pre-battle mobilization, all the officers and soldiers standing attentively, their expressions solemn and grave. Out of politeness, he decided to wait until Wei Yu concluded his address before confronting him. Wei Yu, mounted on a magnificent steed and adorned in pristine general's attire, exuded an air of cleanliness, clearly someone who valued tidiness. Humph! Chu Xiaolong scoffed inwardly. Cleanliness on the battlefield. What kind of young master is this? He should return home for his milk. He had heard much about Wei Yu. A mere mortal who had clawed his way up to the rank of Major General, undoubtedly enduring considerable hardships along the way. Yet, just recently, upon being appointed as a general, his lifestyle had begun to reflect a newfound sophistication. If you catch my drift, in Chu Xiaolong's mind, Wei Yu had become a soldier of the Lin nation who had forgotten his original purpose, unworthy of being a member of the Changlin army. At that moment, Wei Yu noticed him and nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Xiaolong, however, disdainfully turned his head away, offering no response to Wei Yu's goodwill. Unperturbed, Wei Yu continued his impassioned address. Tell me, what lies before you? Silence reigned. Then allow me to speak on your behalf. What lies ahead is flame, is death. That is merely what you see. What I perceive is the annihilation of the Lin nation, the image of your wives and children being mercilessly tormented by the enemy. It is a future where we are scorned by the millions of Lin citizens. Yet it is also our honor, a legend we leave for posterity. If only we can surmount it, your parents, your wives and children, will take pride in you. The Lin nation will. By this point, Chu Xiaolong had lost interest, his mind fixated solely on the phrase cross over it. Had this group of mortals gone mad? How could that even be possible? With a mixture of awe and disbelief, he gazed at Wei Yu, who was still fervently delivering his speech. You all know I value cleanliness, but do you know why? Before I became a general, my daughter visited me at the military camp. My uniform was always tattered, riddled with scars. She cried, saying, Daddy, don't be a soldier anymore. It's too harsh and too dangerous. I comforted her, promising that I would not go to the front lines, that I would serve only as a bureaucrat in the rear, where there was no danger. This was my first lie to her. From that moment on, I kept myself impeccably clean. Fearing her sudden visits to the camp, I have refrained from donning this general's uniform, intending to wear it for her, to show her how clean it was, to assure her that I would not step onto the battlefield. Yet today, I must break that promise. I will wear this general's uniform, leading you into battle for the sake of the million soldiers of our Lin nation. For my Lin nation, for my brothers and sisters, for the future of my daughter, we shall carve a bloody path. Will you accompany me, even if it means being engulfed by flames, even if we become unrecognizable after death? Will you stand with me? Yes, yes. The Changlin soldiers erupted in a thunderous response, their voices echoing throughout the Yuqi Pass. The great Qin army on the other side of the fire wall was taken aback by the commotion. To be cautious, they ordered the mages to reinforce the flames. Overall, their morale remained high, as they firmly believed that no one could breach this wall of fire. After the mobilization, Wei Yu approached Chu Xiaolong with a smile. Displaying an unusual calmness in the face of death, Comrade Major, we will launch one final charge. I ask for your army's cooperation. If the flames diminish, you must quickly assault and create a breach. The Lin nation depends on you. I beg of you. With that, he patted Chu Xiaolong's shoulder and departed. Chu Xiaolong was deeply moved. Words lodged in his throat, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could these mortals possess such audacity? As officers and soldiers of the 78th Army passed by him, they assumed he was paralyzed by fear of the enemy and offered encouragement, patting his shoulder. "What are you afraid of, comrade? We will carve a bloody path for you." As large numbers of Chonglin soldiers lined up before the wall of flames, Wei Yu, mounted on his horse, issued the final command. "All units, fix bayonets. Charge towards the flames, towards glory." With that, he gently soothed his steed, a horse he had raised alongside his daughter, with whom he shared a profound bond. This was the only horse in the entire army that dared to charge into the flames alongside its master. Originally, the 78th Army had a cavalry unit of several thousand men. However, as they approached the wall of fire, the intense heat caused the horses to whinny in terror, making them impossible to lead. Reluctantly, the cavalry had to dismount and engage in close combat, except for Wei Yu's steed. He tenderly stroked it, murmuring, "Thank you, old friend, for standing by me." The horse whinnied in excitement, seemingly responding to his words, and then, with unwavering resolve, galloped towards the flames. Behind it, 100,000 soldiers of the Chonglin army plunged into the deadly inferno. In later years, scholars would remark, "Do not mock the feeble moths and ants. 100,000 Chonglin dare to face the fire." Chapter 56. The Great Retreat on the Other Side of the Wall of Flames. Luo Feng instructed, "Distribute the high-grade spirit stones among these mages, allowing them to quickly restore their spiritual power and take turns casting the wall of fire technique." "Yes, General." However, one voiced concern, "Is it truly necessary to be this cautious? The Lin people are simply incapable of breaking through." Luo Feng, with a disdainful expression, dismissed the idea that the Lin army possessed any means of escape. The Great Qian had made ample preparations for this endeavor, albeit at a considerable cost. Zhou Yuan, however, shook his head repeatedly. "The Lin people are rather peculiar. It would be wise for us to exercise caution. If we jeopardize the Emperor's grand plan, neither of us could bear the consequences." Seeing Zhou Yuan invoke the name of the Emperor, Luo Feng could only retreat in frustration, arranging the distribution of spirit stones while inspecting for vulnerabilities, ensuring that not a single Lin soldier would escape. When Luo Feng arrived to distribute the spirit stones, the mages present laughed with great delight. "Ha ha ha, how is today's fire, General Luo?" As the crowd clamored for credit, Luo Feng nodded, offering a salute. "You all are the heroes of our Great Qian. We shall not neglect your contributions." The assembly erupted in joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha, collaborating with the Great Qian is truly delightful. Unlike the Lin nation, which acts against the tide, spouting nonsense about liberating all humanity and distributing land to mortals. Does anyone here consider that reasonable? With so many mortal slaves in our families, will they demand their freedom, leaving us to starve on the north winds? Indeed, such heretical rhetoric deserves the death of that Linny boy. Does he not claim that mortals are vital? Come now, let the mortals charge forward. I wish to witness their fiery demise firsthand." "Ha ha ha ha. Wait a moment, did you hear something?" The crowd turned to the direction of the wall of flames, where the crackling of fire was intermingled with the sound of footsteps, growing increasingly closer. The wave of unease surged through everyone present. This is impossible." Before the masses had prepared their defenses, a fiery figure burst forth from the wall of flames. It was a flame knight, mounted on a warhorse, wielding a gleaming blade. The steed beneath him had transformed into a fiery creature, flames engulfing its body as it valiantly strove to maintain its steadiness. Allowing its master to charge into battle, the knight, swift as lightning, struck down upon a mage's head, consecutively felling several more with ruthless efficiency. It was only then that Luo Feng reacted, utilizing his martial prowess to overturn the flame knight with a single palm. The knight and his horse fell to the ground, lifeless. The crowd hastily gathered to inspect the scene. The knight's face was grotesquely charred, a horrific sight that evoked fear in all present. What stood before them was not merely a flame knight, but rather a demon from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. To their astonishment, more and more flame demons erupted from the wall of fire, their bodies ablaze, roaring and howling as they attacked any enemy they could seize, employing daggers, teeth, and every conceivable means of assault. Even without weapons, they clung fiercely to their foes, ensuring their flames consumed both themselves and their adversaries. The Daqian army, unaccustomed to such chaos, immediately fell into disarray. With no time to protect the mages, everyone fled in desperation. Some mages were stabbed, others bitten, and some were engulfed in flames alongside their assailants. The very mage who had expressed a desire to witness mortals being burned alive now found himself ensnared by several fire-wreathed soldiers, unable to escape, perishing in the inferno. It was a grim fulfillment of prophecy. As he witnessed it firsthand, albeit as part of the tragic spectacle, Luo Feng, too, was frightened by this scene, convinced it was a dark sorcery employed by the Lin nation to conjure these fire demons capable of breaching the wall of flames. Indeed, the Lin nation was a realm of heresy. He resolved to report this to the emperor. As the troops of the Changlin Army South 78th Division crossed the fiery barrier, Chu Xiaolong led the Changlin army into a valiant assault. Disregarding the still potent flames, surely he could not be weaker than this throng of mortals. The path was littered with the charred remains of the Changlin soldiers, all fallen in their charge, none retreating. The Changlin army marched with solemn respect, choosing to navigate around the bodies of the martyrs to avoid desecration. Buoyed by this heavy morale, the Changlin army ultimately captured the Yuqi Pass, successfully rendezvousing with the border troops of the Lin nation while fortifying their defenses on both sides. At this juncture, the imminent crisis of the annihilation of the Lin nation's million-strong army had been averted. The Lin forces began to withdraw from the Yuqi Pass, a process expected to take 2 days. Meanwhile, His Majesty Lin Yi had departed the battlefield days earlier upon receiving word from Lin Tsong. This is a tale for another time. The multitude of citizens and supporters of the former royal family from the Yu nation also joined the retreat, including the Yu Yongjun of the Yu Qingyan. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the retreating ranks as a conflict arose between the Yu Yongjun and the Changlin Army's 358th Regiment. The altercation was sparked when a Yu Yongjun soldier, irritated by a charred corpse obstructing his path, kicked it aside, provoking the ire of the 358th Regiment, who surrounded him, demanding an apology. With tears in their eyes, the soldiers of the 358th Regiment shouted, "You cannot leave, you must apologize." The Yu Yongjun soldier, refusing to back down, retorted defiantly, "Are you Lin nation people mad? Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Fortunately, the timely intervention of Chu Xiaolong and Yu Qingyan quelled the turmoil. Upon understanding the situation, the Yu Yongjun soldiers lowered their noble heads in silence. It was Yu Qingyan who stepped forth to pay his respects to the fallen mortals, prompting the remaining Yu Yongjun to collectively salute the heroes. Subsequently, every soldier passing through the area spontaneously followed suit, solemnly honoring the place, although the reason eluded them. They understood that a remarkable hero had emerged from this hallowed ground. Chapter 57. The Commendation Ceremony at last. After the sacrifice of 300,000 mortal soldiers, the main forces of the Lin nation successfully retreated to their homeland. Particularly, the breakout battle at the Yuqi Pass saw the complete annihilation of the 100,000 strong Changlin Army's 78th Division. This campaign was a profound humiliation for the Lin nation, inciting widespread outrage and a vow for revenge. The Lin nation accused De Qian of violating accords and acting unethically in warfare. While De Qian retaliated by condemning Lin nation for employing dark sorcery, branding them a nation of heresy deserving of extermination, asserting that they had no need for principles of martial ethics. The situation had escalated to the point of irrevocable enmity, with both nations now preparing for war. The prospect of an all-out conflict loomed ominously. Upon his return, Lin Yi's immediate reaction was one of acute embarrassment. Having heard countless tales of treachery during wars on Earth, he had made no progress, falling victim to the manipulations of this otherworldly realm. A grave humiliation indeed. Simultaneously, he chastised the high-ranking officials of the Lin nation for their recent complacency, having grown overly confident in their success. After all, he had no prior experience in wielding dominion, and the so-called rules of engagement were mere hearsay that he had foolishly believed. From that moment forward, he resolved to abandon all notions of rules. Might would reign supreme, as the Lin nation embarked upon a path devoid of martial ethics. The aftermath of the battle was concurrently underway, and in light of the pivotal role played by the 78th Division, the Ministry of Military Affairs convened a commendation ceremony devoid of any principal figures. Observing the grieving families of the martyrs, Bai Su felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and sorrow, yet he managed to maintain his composure to summarize the proceedings. The heroes have departed, but the valiant will of all Lin Nation soldiers shall perpetually honor their legacy, striving for the Lin Nation, for the people, and for the liberation of humanity until the end. This tattered flag of the 78th Division, though damaged, shall be preserved with care, to be personally presented to His Majesty, that he may know of this courageous army willing to brave fire and water for Lin Nation without hesitation. I hereby declare the conclusion of this commendation ceremony. Though the 78th Division may be disbanded, its spirit endures. It lives on in the hearts of each and every one of us. As these words resonated, the crowd bowed their heads in silence to honor the martyrs. At that moment, a thunderous voice shattered the air, interrupting their mourning. The 78th Division has not perished. Emerging onto the podium was none other than Chu Xiaolong, the commander of the Shanglin Army's 358th Regiment. Bai Su furrowed his brow, perplexed by Chu Xiaolong's unexpected behavior. The young man, usually so composed, was behaving strangely today. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, attempting to redirect the situation. Comrade Major, you are correct. The 78th Division has not perished. It lives on in our hearts. His eyes constantly gestured for Chu Xiaolong to step down and refrain from causing trouble, questioning why a Shanglin soldier would stir the pot. To his astonishment, Chu Xiaolong not only refused to withdraw but saluted him, reporting, "Commander Bai, I request to relinquish my position as commander of the 358th Regiment." At this declaration, murmurs erupted among the assembly. Bai Su was infuriated, struggling to comprehend whether this young man intended to humiliate him deliberately. You must be a spy for De Qian, seeking to undermine the morale of the Lin Nation's army. While he pondered Chu Xiaolong's motivations, the latter's subsequent words struck him like a thunderbolt. "Commander, I, Chu Xiaolong, voluntarily joined the Changlin Army's 78th Division. The 78th Division has not perished. The 78th Division still has members. The organization remains." Bai Su's hands trembled. A high-level martial artist willingly joining the ranks of mere mortals. He glanced around at the esteemed figures, who were whispering amongst themselves, and felt utterly at a loss. Such a precedent had never existed. Never had a martial artist expressed the desire to serve alongside mortals as cannon fodder. Gazing into Chu Xiaolong's resolute eyes, Bai Su felt tears welling, moved by the unity of his soldiers, who had cast aside their prejudices. Yet, this was simply implausible. Just as he prepared to decline, a chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. "I, Li Xian, voluntarily joined the 78th Division. I, Wang Hu, voluntarily joined the 78th Division. I, Zhao Yuan, voluntarily joined the 78th Division. I, the entire 345th Regiment, voluntarily joined the 78th Division. By heaven, is this even possible? A whole regiment joining? Your commander won't have your head for this." In short, with both martial artists and mortals enthusiastically enlisting, the atmosphere was electric. Witnessing this scene, Bai Su choked back tears, unable to contain his emotions any longer. With such a force, what more could one desire? At this juncture, Su Zhe stood up to publicly declare, "Commander Bai, the will of the army cannot be defied." Thus, Chu Xiaolong became the commander of the Lin Nation's first mixed army of martial artists and mortals. Blurring the lines between the two, their synergy yielded unexpected combat prowess, and under his leadership, the flag of the 78th Division would once again thrive. History of the 78th Division participated in the breakout battle at Yuqi Pass, the Battle of Qianjing, the defense of the Kyre Forest, the Beast War, the Black Insect Campaign, and a series of renowned battles, capturing dozens of territories for the Dragon Nation, achieving remarkable feats. In the year 1332 of the Dragon Nation. During the Ascension War of the Dragon Emperor, the entire division was gallantly sacrificed, leading to its subsequent disbandment. Chapter 58. The era of psychic powers. The ominous clouds of war have cast their shadow over the continent of Qinkuan. The Emperor of Qin was enraged for failing to annihilate the million elite troops of the Lin Kingdom, having paid such a heavy price, and yet he only managed to eliminate a mere 300,000 mortals, who are all too common in this otherworldly realm. Consequently, he imprisoned Zhou Yuan, Luo Feng, and others for their inadequate performance in battle, accusing them of cowardice and evasion. The two protested vehemently, even producing a recording stone to demonstrate that the Lin Kingdom had unleashed a flame demon, which had caused their plans to falter. Upon hearing their defense, the emperor felt somewhat appeased and subsequently released them. The emperor immediately ordered the recording stone to be submitted to the church, seeking the support of the only king-level force in the realm, the Hongguang Church. Moreover, he launched a propaganda offensive, proclaiming the liberation of all humanity by the Lin Kingdom, especially the emancipation of mortal slaves. Spreading this declaration throughout the entire cosmic domain, the Lin Kingdom inexplicably found itself facing hostility from various nations across the continent, though Su Zhe and his companions were unaware of this development. Additionally, the emperor collected all the spirit strike guns exported by the Lin Kingdom, forming a battalion of 100,000 armed with these weapons, and commanded the craftsmen to replicate them, utilizing the skills of the barbarians against them. I am truly brilliant. Meanwhile, the Lin Kingdom began to mobilize its main forces to attack border strongholds, employing guerrilla tactics. However, this time, the guerrilla forces were somewhat different. They infiltrated rural areas of various nations to target remote nobles and landlords, advocating for the local populace, abolishing all oppressive taxes and usury, redistributing land to farmers, and promoting the ideals of the Communist Party. They audaciously rooted themselves in the enemy's countryside, forging close ties with the local populace. And soon, various nations began to experience disturbances caused by the Red Bandits, so named for their red flags and hats adorned with red five-pointed stars. Ironically, it was not the court of the Lin Kingdom nor its regular army that comprehended the principles of the Communist Party most thoroughly, but these guerrilla forces that had long engaged with the impoverished masses. After all, the Communist Party was a product of transcending the era, not something that could be understood merely through study. It had to be combined with practical experience. These guerrilla fighters recognized the greatness of the Communist Party's ideals and had already experienced its impact, thus becoming fervent believers. Faced with the threat of the Red Bandits, the local armies of these nations found themselves unable to contend with them, while the main forces remained on guard against the Lin Kingdom at the borders. The Red Bandits multiplied, growing increasingly formidable. Under the onslaught of this combined assault, the vassal states of the Great Qian lamented their plight, with rulers and subjects alike losing sleep over their predicament, all urgently requesting military aid from the Great Qian. In response to their pleas, the Great Qian made a choice similar to that of the Tianyuan sect, dispatching a few thousand soldiers merely for show while keeping the bulk of its forces firmly stationed at home. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Lin Kingdom were diligently producing weapons and equipment. The artillery factories, particularly Yulioli, were working tirelessly to infuse every shell with spiritual energy. Although she had matured into an adult, she still appeared as a young girl in Lin Yi's eyes. He tenderly advised her that it was unnecessary for her to be involved in the production of shells. She resolutely rejected his suggestion, believing that since she could not fight on the front lines like her elder sister, she should contribute her efforts from the rear. Yulioli is a fallen one, possessing spiritual energy but unable to use it herself, only capable of transmitting it. Such individuals have now acquired a specialized title, spirit transmitters. They played a crucial role in the early development of the Lin Kingdom, laying the groundwork for the subsequent arrival of the era of psychic powers. The sight of a princess personally working in the factory moved many soldiers and civilians of both the Lin and Yu kingdoms, with newspapers heralding her efforts, significantly uplifting public morale. Furthermore, the Lin Kingdom initiated large-scale conscription, training day and night, ever ready for combat. In terms of equipment, military factories collaborated with the Academy of Sciences to improve spiritual cannons and penetrating shells, aiming to develop effective weapons against colossal beasts such as dragons. The destructive power of the dragons was evident from the first 3 Emperors' War, leaving a profound psychological shadow on the soldiers of the Lin Kingdom. Deploying experts of the martial sovereign realm was unnecessary, as even a martial sovereign would expend considerable effort to slay a dragon. After numerous experiments yielded no fruitful solutions, research stagnated. Were these colossal beasts truly beyond defeat? Would ordinary soldiers have to remain at their mercy? At this juncture, Yi Qingxian stepped forward, innovatively enhancing the spirit runes originally designed for martial artists. He first devised a spiritual energy conversion rune, allowing spiritual stones to be converted directly into spiritual energy without the mediation of martial artists, a groundbreaking advancement. At that time, spiritual energy could only be obtained through martial artists or spirit transmitters, rendering various spiritual machines impractical due to stringent material conditions. Who besides the massive state machinery could afford such endeavors? What common citizen could have a martial artist infuse spiritual energy into their tools? Now, with just a spiritual stone, one could power a spiritual machine, meaning that ordinary mortals finally had the opportunity to utilize these technologies, significantly lowering the threshold for usage. As a result, Yi Qingxian officially became the foremost figure in the scientific community of the Lin Kingdom. Piston-type spiritual machines and turbine-type spiritual machines emerged in rapid succession, finding widespread application in mining, transportation, agriculture, and manufacturing sectors, such as water pumps, flour mills, and textile machines. Thus, the era of psychic powers was officially ushered in. I digressed. Why Yi Qingxian specifically designed attack runes for the Spirit Strike guns and spiritual cannons, which were later named armor-piercing runes. These runes could compress spiritual energy into a needle-like form, its density approaching that of a solid object, resulting in exponentially increased destructive power. With the large-caliber 120mm armor-piercing spiritual cannon paired with the armor-piercing runes, the dragon scales became as thin as paper. Even a martial king, if struck by this cannon, would likely sustain severe injuries, although hitting them remained a challenge. Moreover, he also devised defense runes, which, when powered by spiritual energy, could create a protective shield around the entire body, which he named the Spiritual Shield Rune. Consequently, new types of military uniforms began to be designed, intended for mortal use. These uniforms incorporated prefabricated spiritual stone sockets, inscribed with runes, allowing soldiers to insert spiritual stones to gain a spiritual shield at critical moments, greatly enhancing their survival capabilities. Initially, soldiers had to manually insert the stones when danger approached, which was not very convenient, as you might imagine. Subsequently, the Academy of Sciences designed a passive spiritual shield rune, which would automatically activate the spiritual shield upon sustaining a certain degree of impact, significantly improving practicality. Additionally, martial artists also found excellent results when testing this system. Although they could originally use spiritual energy for protection, this new system allowed them to conserve energy for offense, providing a buffer even when their spiritual energy was depleted. Who wouldn't appreciate such a life-saving artifact? In the later stages, more and more spiritual combat armors adapted for martial artists emerged. This set of attack and defense runes laid the foundation for the research directions of equipment in the future Dragon Kingdom for centuries to come, with increasingly diverse variations and effects. As the runes became more intricate, the number of spiritual stone sockets increased, and the size of the armors expanded, culminating in the eventual emergence of the fearless, titan, and colossal spirit mechanisms. Upon witnessing these research achievements, Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, grinning from ear to ear. Indeed, he had made the right choice by bringing this old chap aboard, for he was a master of runes in his past life. Yet, how could this old fellow engage in such extensive research while also reaching the martial king realm? Where did he find the time to cultivate? Lin Yi marveled at the situation. In truth, Yi Qingxian had avoided many detours. Scientific theories guided him on what was useful and what was not, allowing him to progress rapidly while saving considerable time. Chapter 59. Public Trial. However, these runes presently had one flaw. Only Yi Qingxian could inscribe them. To reduce the difficulty of inscribing, he and the engineers of the Rune Institute worked day and night to research solutions, eating and sleeping in the laboratory. This led to a slight camaraderie forming between him and these ordinary individuals. Previously, he had only cared about peak martial artists. When had he ever regarded lower-tier martial artists, let alone common mortals? For the first time, he realized that some qualities are not bound by status or class. Anyone could become a protagonist on the stage. Perhaps Lin Yi's notion of the unity of humanity and collective progress held some merit. He felt as though he was on the verge of enlightenment. In any case, it would not be long before the intricate armor-piercing and spiritual shield runes were simplified to just over 3,000 strokes. Third-grade rune masters and a few second-grade ones could already inscribe them. Everything was progressing positively, and the Lin Kingdom occasionally engaged in border skirmishes, utilizing the vassal states of Great Qian for military training, which felt quite gratifying. However, an unforeseen event precipitated the outbreak of war. The leader of the guerrilla forces, Xiao Hong, was captured. Remarkably, they deployed a martial sovereign-level expert who pursued him for an entire month before successfully capturing Xiao Hong alive. This was an unprecedented occurrence, spending a month of martial sovereign effort solely to target a mortal military leader? Who would believe it? Yet, the facts bore out this reality. The success of Xiao Hong's guerrilla campaign had become so pronounced that even the heart of Great Qin was stirred with unrest, leading to significant disturbances. This infuriated the Emperor of Qin to the point that he could hardly contain his rage, exclaiming, "So you Lin Kingdom are heretics, yet my own nation is embroiled in revolution?" Subsequently, the Emperor Qin instituted an exceedingly cruel system of collective punishment. When one person was deemed a red bandit, the entire village would face annihilation. The guerrilla forces were compelled to withdraw from Deqian. However, Deqian was not inclined to let them escape unscathed. "You may have retreated for now, but once they engage in warfare with Lin Guo, will you not betray us from behind? They must be eradicated." To this end, he resolved to first eliminate the guerrilla commander, Xiao Hong. After a month of covert investigation, the Emperor of Deqian finally uncovered her whereabouts. Despite the soldiers assigned to protect her exhibiting remarkable bravery, the Emperor chose to abandon his own life for the sake of mercy, ultimately allowing her to fall into enemy hands. What followed was an unrelenting series of tortures, on the day of the public trial, designed to mock the guerrilla forces by parading a trial of the noble warriors. Deqian deliberately organized a similar public trial at the very site where the Red Bandits had previously slaughtered a village. Furthermore, they summoned all the nearby villagers, insisting that even those unable to attend send representatives. Xiao Hong's body was battered and bruised, her clothing tattered, revealing bloodied flesh beneath. Bound to a wooden frame, she gasped for breath, while her captors even fed her a pill to prevent her from escaping. Many villagers bowed their heads, unable to bear the sight. Surrounding soldiers lashed out with whips, furiously shouting, "You wretched peasants, do not look away. Bear witness to the fate that befalls the heretical Red Bandits." The presiding judge cleared his throat and commanded the soldiers to remove the cloth gagging Xiao Hong, pretending to commence the trial. "Xiao Hong, our Deqian has always championed mercy, and today we shall allow you to speak freely. You may express whatever you wish. This trial will surely leave you convinced." Before commencing, he posed a question. "Why do you, a citizen of Lin Guo, abandon your homeland to incite revolution in foreign lands? Is this not the directive of Lin Yi? Do you not deserve your current fate?" Xiao Hong disdainfully scoffed. Whether she answered affirmatively or negatively, she would fall into his verbal snare. Thus, she opted for silence, defiantly stating, "As long as it brings a better life to the common folk, I would willingly lay down my life." With a faint voice, she added, "Indeed, I am from Lin Guo, but my arrival here was by choice. Do you not understand? We initially opposed the lords of Lin Guo, but His Majesty granted us land, toppled the lords, restored our dignity, and opened a new path for us, revealing a bright future for the common people. From that moment on, I resolved to bring this beautiful future to all mortals. Mark my words, the wrath of the common folk is rising. Your end is nigh." The presiding judge, vexed by her obstinacy, declared, "I announce the trial to commence. The accused, Xiao Hong, a citizen of Lin Guo, is charged with heresy, murder, treason, incitement, blasphemy, failure to surrender, and lack of beauty." On the subject of beauty, the soldiers below exchanged glances, seemingly savoring the remark. The charges continued. Failure to await death, refusal to acknowledge her lowly status, and not currying favor with the nobility. Each accusation was a grievous crime. "Xiao Hong, what say you now?" They intended these charges as deliberate mockery. Every line was a jibe at Xiao Hong, a derision of the guerrilla forces, and a scorn towards the common folk, asserting their power to fabricate any accusations they pleased, leaving the populace powerless. The trial was merely a ruse to deceive the common people, who truly believed they could turn the tide. The notion of justice, of a voice, lay solely in the hands of the lords, as evidenced by their audacity. Xiao Hong spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and laughed. "Am I truly the one who is irredeemable? What of you? You lords who tyrannize the countryside, committing heinous acts, bringing calamity to the nation and suffering to the people, deserving of the wrath of heaven. Were the common folk armed with our spirit-piercing guns, you would have been reduced to mere bones long ago. How dare you presume to hold this preposterous trial? Silence, you heretic! Are you truly unafraid of death?" The presiding judge roared in fury, suddenly realizing that if the populace were indeed armed, the implications were too dreadful to contemplate. Quickly regaining composure, he continued, "Very well, Xiao Hong, if you confess your crimes and renounce your heresy, our emperor has promised to grant you a chance at redemption. This was nothing short of a cunning trap. Should Xiao Hong choose to submit, the guerrilla forces would become a laughingstock, the United Party a farce, and the red bandits of various nations would crumble into disarray. The presiding judge brimmed with confidence, convinced that no one would willingly forsake their life, especially not a mere mortal like her. Xiao Hong paused, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed, "You are dreaming. The members of the United Party fear not death. To fear death is to not be a part of the United Party." Her voice rang loudly, a stark contrast to her earlier frailty. The presiding judge was taken aback, then, in a fit of rage, commanded the soldiers to inflict punishment. They lashed her repeatedly, yet Xiao Hong remained silent, defiantly holding her head high, gazing proudly at her captors. This infuriated the chief judge, who personally seized the whip and struck down upon her. Many of the villagers could no longer bear to watch. Sobs filled the air. Numerous individuals had previously received aid from the guerrilla forces, who had first shared the Lord's grain with them, ensuring they were fed, delivering justice and restoring their dignity. Yet now, they felt utterly powerless. A multitude knelt, a sea of bodies weeping, their cries echoing through the night, regardless of the soldiers' attempts to intervene. Gasping for breath, Xiao Hong spoke clearly. "My fellow villagers, do not grieve. The United Party of Lin Guo will bring you a better life, will ensure you are fed, will protect you from." Seeing that Xiao Hong continued to sway the hearts of the people, the judge, in a fit of exasperation, shouted, "Are you all dead? Quickly, gag her. Do not let her spread her heretical rhetoric." He had completely forgotten that it was he who had ordered the gag to be removed, insisting that Xiao Hong be allowed to speak freely. With words that fell on deaf ears, the chief judge swiftly declared the charges valid, sentencing Xiao Hong to be burned at the stake. On that fateful day, Xiao Hong was consumed by the flames, uttering not a sound until she was reduced to ashes. That night, a tempest raged and torrential rain poured, as if the heavens themselves mourned this injustice. In the hearts of the local populace, a fierce flame named vengeance ignited, soon to erupt. Chapter 60. A tri-pronged assault. Xiao Hong's death profoundly impacted Lin Yi, who inscribed the words "model of the common people, hero of Lin Guo" upon a piece of paper, silently vowing to avenge her. For the vassal states, the public trial of Xiao Hong did not eradicate the red bandits. Rather, it incited an explosive resurgence. From dawn till dusk, from south to north, the United Party's uprising swept across the nation, transforming villages into a sea of red overnight. Crimson flags emerged in nearly every corner, leaving the old lords in a state of disarray as they sought reinforcements. Except for a few large cities, rural areas were entirely purged by the United Party. Some red bandits even bombarded the city walls with spirit cannons, instilling terror among the lords of the main city. Against this backdrop, Lin Yi commanded a full-scale offensive. For this large-scale assault, the army was restructured. Legions became divisions, 3 divisions formed an army, and 3 armies constituted a group army. A force of 5 million was organized into 3 group armies, advancing from 3 directions. The Southern Group Army, consisting of 90 divisions and approximately 1 million troops, set forth from Wangfeng River towards the southern vassal state of Yunguo, a vital grain supply base for Deqian. Under the command of Bai Su, who was promoted to marshal, the Central Group Army, comprising 220 divisions and around 2.8 million troops, departed from Yuqi Pass, seizing the puppet emperor of Yugui before heading directly for Tianjing. Commanded by Marshal Liu Changsheng, with Lin Yi personally overseeing the command center. The Northern Group Army, consisting of 100 divisions and around 1.2 million troops, commenced a thorough sweep through the vassal states of Deqian from the direction of Rongqing. Under the command of Marshal Merlin, in contrast to Lin Kingdom, Deqian has also mobilized an impressive army of 3 million troops. However, only 500,000 of these are elite warriors. The remaining 2.5 million consist of mere mortals. Cannon fodder, if you will. Yet, there is good news for them. The Dragon Brigade remains under their employment. Simultaneously, they are tirelessly analyzing the tactics of Lin Kingdom, concluding that the Dragon Brigade can counter the troublesome artillery formations that Lin Kingdom employs. Coupled with their own training of 500,000 ordinary soldiers equipped with spirit-piercing rifles, which are somewhat overhyped, they brim with confidence, convinced of their impending victory. Thus, it can be said that in this otherworldly realm, there are no fools. Observing the advanced weaponry of their foes and experiencing repeated defeats, one would inevitably begin to take matters seriously. However, given the exaggerated troop-raising capabilities of Lin Kingdom, the beleaguered emperor of Qin can only opt for an all-out offensive, sacrificing the northern and southern fronts to concentrate his main forces directly against Yu Kingdom, seeking to replicate his previous triumph. During the reign of the puppet emperor of Yu Kingdom, he has exhausted the populace to establish an army of 1 million to support the emperor of Qin. In his tyrannical rule, he has mercilessly slaughtered former officials and reformists, allowing opportunistic factions to seize power. These factions readily accuse others of being reformists or red bandits, extorting wealth and pillaging the populace, leading to widespread famine and suffering. This dark period is referred to as the White Terror by the citizens of Yu Kingdom. At this juncture, the puppet emperor conscripts all men over the age of 15 into the army to resist Lin Kingdom, of course. Due to the loss of public support, many have either fled or hidden, leaving the puppet emperor with very few loyal soldiers, struggling to gather 100,000 who were slow to escape. Nevertheless, De Qian still manages to gather an army on paper that far exceeds that of Lin Kingdom. The two main forces converge on the Jade Crystal Plains, with all three emperors present. This confrontation is dubbed the Second Tri-Emperor Battle. The main forces of Lin Kingdom stand against De Qian, while two additional army groups, including the 78th Army, maneuver from the flanks to attack De Qian's vital grain storage point in Yuan Prefecture, where De Qian's supplies are concentrated. Not to be underestimated, De Qian dispatches 100,000 warriors to launch a surprise attack on Lin Kingdom's supply routes in a twist of fate. These two forces unexpectedly encounter each other in the Longdong Forest. Thus begins a large-scale engagement characterized by infiltration and counter-infiltration, ambush and counter-ambush. The troops of Lin Kingdom, concealed within the dense thickets, continually ambush De Qian's forces, particularly those equipped with a special variant of the spirit-piercing rifle, causing considerable distress to De Qian. This new model of spirit-piercing rifle, tailored specifically for warriors, is longer than the shorter rifles used by ordinary soldiers. It proves effective at both long and medium-short ranges. The warriors equipped with these rifles leverage their advantage in range, drawing out their opponents while the De Qian warriors, unable to catch up, find themselves ensnared in ambushes set by the surrounding mortal troops, suffering heavy casualties. This marks the first time a mixed force of ordinary soldiers and warriors has taken to the battlefield, yielding surprisingly effective results, with the warriors acting as bait to draw enemy warriors in. While the ordinary soldiers execute ambushes in moments of danger, the warriors can shield the mortals, allowing for a perfect synergy of offense and defense. Following this battle, the discontent among the ranks regarding warriors wielding rifles, viewed as a waste of talent, has been silenced. Within a mere day, the De Qian warrior contingent in Longdong Forest collapses and retreats. Yet the intentions of Lin Kingdom are fully revealed. They choose to keep the two army groups stationed in place to secure their flanks. On the front lines, the Emperor of Qin confidently dispatches his 100,000 loyal troops. The first group of ordinary soldiers equipped with spirit-piercing rifles, and the last, I might add. He believes these devoted mortals will deal a significant blow to Lin Kingdom. Your weapon is now my asset. What else can you rely upon? In response, Lin Kingdom counters with 100,000 Longlin troops, both sides steadily closing the distance. Soon, both forces halt as they reach firing range, preparing to take aim. The sound of thousands of spirit-piercing rifles firing simultaneously echoes throughout the battlefield, with numerous soldiers from both sides falling. The Emperor of Qin cannot contain his glee. To him, his ordinary soldiers hold little value, while the Longlin troops are of greater worth. Thus, he considers himself the victor. Yet, the author remains perplexed at what precisely brings him joy. Conversely, Lin wears a grave expression. Should another crisis arise, he is prepared to intervene, even at the cost of revealing his strength. Rationally, he would prefer his soldiers to stand firm on their own, for he harbors an unsettling feeling that one day he may need to depart from Lin Kingdom. When that day arrives, who will uphold the kingdom's integrity? However, soon enough, the Emperor of Qin's smile fades as he witnesses his loyal troops beginning to flee. In stark contrast, the soldiers of Lin Kingdom, save for those being carried away for treatment, press onward. This bewilderment eludes him. Is it that the ordinary soldiers of Lin Kingdom differ fundamentally from those of De Qian? Despite his best efforts to comprehend, he cannot discern the source of this disparity. Ultimately, he can only conclude that it is the incompetence of the trained leaders. Upon returning, he resolves to execute them. Both sides continue to advance while exchanging fire, yet one side moves forward while the other retreats gradually. Time passes, and a Longlin officer bellows a command for all to fix bayonets, prompting a surge as they ferociously charge towards the loyal troops. In that moment, the loyal troops, bereft of loyalty, flee in terror, abandoning their rifles. Truly, a pitiful display. Ordinary soldiers are utterly unreliable. The Emperor of Qin seethes inwardly with contempt. He even hesitates to send in the warrior troops to assist these ordinary men. In close combat, the loyal troops crumble under pressure, with many surrendering on the spot. A low-ranking Longlin soldier casts a scornful glance towards the direction of the Emperor, prompting a surge of blood to the Emperor's throat, nearly causing him to vomit. Chapter 61. Agonizing tension. Naturally, Lin Yi does not intend to confront them head-on. After consulting with Liu Chongyuan, he allocates 1.5 million troops to engage Deqian while directing the remainder to push from other directions. They also receive assistance from guerrilla forces. In an instant, battles erupt across various locales towards Yu Kingdom. The Emperor of Qin, astonished, discovers that the front lines have been pushed back by Lin Kingdom, leaving him inexplicably on the verge of encirclement. What sort of tactic is this? Sensing impending disaster, the Emperor finds himself torn between dividing his forces or consolidating for a desperate defense. After much deliberation, he decides on a more audacious approach: attack Lin Yi's base camp directly. If Lin Yi falls, Lin Kingdom shall crumble. Moreover, Deqian boasts an army of over 4 million, while Lin Kingdom has merely 150,000. Defeating these 150,000 would naturally alleviate the crisis. Faced with my 400,000 coalition forces, Lin Yi dares to divide his troops. If he does not perish, who will? The advantage is mine. Yet, what he does not realize is that his 400,000 includes a significant number of expendable soldiers and laborers. If Lin Kingdom counts the guerrilla forces and local militia, their numbers exceed 500,000. And then some. One should note that in this otherworldly realm, a small nation can boast a population exceeding 100 million, occupying roughly one-third the land area of China. Prior to Lin Yi's ascension, Lin Kingdom had a population of 92 million, and now its territory has increased tenfold, with a population surpassing 1 billion. The Emperor of Qin begins to consolidate his forces, preparing for a decisive battle. He even summons martial masters from the capital, just in case. The sound of a horn signals the Deqian army to mobilize en masse, charging towards the Lin military stronghold. The frontline sentinels of Lin Kingdom immediately sound the alarm, fleeing without a backward glance. Ha ha ha! The Lin people are afraid. Charge, break in and capture Lin Yi alive. The Deqian troops grow increasingly exhilarated. Soon, they encounter several barbed wire fences, which the warriors easily leap over with disdain. Continuing their charge, suddenly, a deafening explosion resounds, sending several men flying into the air. Artillery fire? The leading commander finds this peculiar, yet does not perceive any incoming fireballs. He chooses to disregard it, believing that victory lies just beyond the camp gates. Amidst the successive bursts of flames, thousands of Deqian soldiers vanish without a trace. Some begin to sense that something is amiss, but they cannot grasp the situation. Landmines are indeed a marvelous invention, though regrettably scarce. Old Ma, has everyone retreated? Fear not, Captain, all have returned. They are in position, waiting to strike hard against the Deqian dogs. Good. I must remind you, Old Ma, do not indulge too much. Remember the task I entrusted to you. Rest assured, Captain, I have not forgotten. Finally, the archers of Deqian unleash the first wave of arrows upon the stronghold, transforming the gates into a pincushion. Yet, the Deqian commander feels no relief. The Lin troops offer no counterattack, which seems illogical. Thus, he decides to dismantle the gates and walls, allowing for a potential escape in the event of unforeseen circumstances. As the gates collapse, a vast array of imposing structures comes into view, some circular, some square, constructed from an unknown material, with numerous small openings, hinting at activity within. The Deqian commander wastes no time, commanding his archers to fire upon these structures, only to hear the sound of arrows clanging off harmlessly. Unable to penetrate, with no other option, he instructs his soldiers to breach the stronghold in search of an entrance. Just then, flames burst forth from the firing apertures of these bunkers, lacking any effective countermeasures. The designs of these bunkers are extraordinarily audacious, vastly different from anything on Earth. One large bunker possesses 3 levels, each with 100 openings, housing 300 soldiers who unleash their fire upon the invaders. The density of firepower is readily apparent. Regrettably, there are no machine guns available. Otherwise, the casualties would be staggering. Moreover, the crossfire between the bunkers provides mutual protection, rendering the soldiers of Deqian akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Each one, like ants on a hot pan, frantically searches for a way to breach the defenses. Yet, the grenades thrown intermittently deterred anyone from advancing. It was only a commander of Wu Wang who, risking his life, fought valiantly to demolish the bunker, ultimately eradicating the soldiers within. Just as he basked in his moment of triumph, the last Lingua soldier, Ma Baohong, detonated explosives, taking both the Daqian troops and the bunker with him in a cataclysmic explosion, leaving the Wu Wang commander grievously injured. Zhou suffered such heavy losses after capturing merely the first bunker. The Daqian generals were gripped by fear, hastily transmitting reports to the Qian emperor. Enraged, the Qian emperor bellowed, "Are mortals unreliable, and you all as well? A mere 1.5 million, and you possess 4 million. What is there to fear? They are ultimately just a horde of mortals. Can they truly overturn the heavens with these angular structures? Continue the assault. Those who cower in fear shall meet their demise." He refused to accept that his Daqian warriors could be so thoroughly bested by Lingua, having even breached the camp's gates. The walls had crumbled. What else could hinder their advance? Only the soldiers entrenched at the front lines could appreciate the insidiousness of this bunker cluster, akin to an impenetrable fortress. The Lin army concealed within fired upon them, leaving them with no recourse but to sacrifice their lives in a futile attempt to breach the defenses. As for why there were no trebuchets, their efficacy in this foreign realm was questionable. Large city walls often possessed magical arrays, rendering the damage from trebuchets debatable. Additionally, the formidable physical prowess of the warriors meant that unless struck directly, they were difficult to injure in this world. The siege was traditionally executed with the elite warriors using ladders to scale the walls. Agile and swift, yet against the bunkers, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The completely enclosed structures meant they could hardly retaliate against those inside, save for a few exceptionally skilled individuals who could forcibly breach them. Some nations could field mage units, utilizing fireball and lightning spells to bombard the walls or the defending troops, quickly nullifying their magical defenses. However, Deqian had neither the means nor foresight to prepare for such contingencies. Observing the frontline generals lamenting their plight, the Qian emperor grew increasingly anxious, realizing the offense was indeed faltering. He contemplated deploying the Dragon Legion, yet the threat of the psionic cannons made him hesitate. As he remained unaware of their locations, at that moment, a barrage of artillery shells rained down, sending the Daqian soldiers reeling in disarray. The Qian emperor roared with laughter, "How deep you hid!" He promptly ordered the Dragon Legion to obliterate the source of the threat, finally alleviating his concerns. "Everyone, maintain fire. Move swiftly and deplete all ammunition." "Yes, Commander. If we don't exhaust our supplies now, we may not get another chance." "Comrades, are you afraid? What is there to fear? We've already recouped our losses. It's the cowardice of Deqian that compelled us to bombard him multiple times before he dared to send his pathetic troops. Our lives traded for a few of those crawling pests is worth it." Ha ha ha. At the Lingua artillery positions, flames soared as thunderous roars echoed, each shell launched without regard for revealing their position. Soon, a vast shadow darkened the ground as it approached the Lin artillery hill. Despite the Lin soldiers being mentally prepared, the sheer size of the approaching figure still sent tremors through their hearts. As flames erupted, the artillery positions, along with the little hill, were sent skyward in a catastrophic explosion, resulting in the valiant sacrifice of the artillery regiment. The Lin troops bowed their heads in solemn tribute. The dragon let out a mighty roar, proclaiming its dominance over the battlefield. However, the sacrifice of the artillery regiment held significance. Dozens of artillery units simultaneously shed their camouflage, with soldiers' eyes brimming with tears as they aimed their cannons at the dragons. In no time, a deafening volley erupted, drowning out the dragoness roar. Within the dragoness perspective, thousands of projectiles surged forth, and in an instant, it was riddled with wounds, its wings in tatters. Except for the colossal starry dragon, which managed to escape, the other flame dragons either perished in the explosion or were injured, crashing to the ground at a few, in their dying throes, retaliated, destroying several of Lingua's artillery units. With the close cooperation of the Lingua Martial Emperor and the army, the wounded dragons were swiftly dispatched, Upon receiving this news, the Qian Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He had no explanation for the Empress of the Elven Empire. The starry dragon, having narrowly escaped, seethed with rage as it passed the cluster of bunkers, unleashing a torrent of starlight breath that obliterated dozens of fortifications, even showering the Dacian troops with blasts that left them shaken and bewildered. They could not fathom what transpired, only noting the dragon, battered and broken, far from its former majestic self. Could it be that even the dragon forces had met with failure? This thought extinguished the fighting spirit of many. As some began to despair, hiding among the ruins, the Qian Emperor could no longer restrain himself, commanding the martial sovereign and martial emperor to mobilize. Lin Yi also dispatched his martial sovereign and martial emperor, while the elder Qi Yuan obstructed Qian Feng. Qian Feng, how dare you, a mere martial sovereign, lay hands on mortals? Has the Qian truly run out of capable men? Qian Feng coldly retorted. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Lin Yi's lackey. Have you forgotten that it was Lin Gua that annihilated your Tian Yuan sect? Now you serve him, aiding in his tyranny? Are you not afraid of being the subject of ridicule? Elder Qi Yuan chuckled, unfazed by Qian Feng's derision. You know nothing, Qian Feng. Joining Lin Gua is a fortuitous opportunity. How about this? Let us settle this with our own hands. Do you dare to face me in combat? With a disdainful snort, Qian Feng replied, Why not? You were merely my defeated foe before. This time, I shall slay you. Come, with that, the two ascended into the skies. Simultaneously, battles erupted between the martial emperors, albeit at a lower altitude, thus dividing the conflict into three distinct battlegrounds: high altitude, low altitude, and ground level. Chapter 62. A great victory. As Qian Feng and Elder Qi Yuan exchanged dozens of blows, the clash reverberated through the heavens, altering the very colors of the world. The longer they fought, the more astonished Qian Feng became, staring at his numbed hands in disbelief. How is this possible? Last time, you had me at a disadvantage, didn't you? Elder Qi Yuan unabashedly interrupted him, exuding arrogance. I am not the same as I once was. Lin Gua possesses a presence you cannot fathom. He is all-knowing, and his cultivation methods are beyond your comprehension. Before this master, I am but a mere child. With his guidance, combined with Lin Gua's rare resources, I have long ascended to a high-level martial sovereign, leaving you far behind. What say you? You cannot hope to defeat me. Perhaps you should consider joining Lin Gua? They possess many treasures that will undoubtedly broaden your horizons, and I assure you, you will not regret it. Qian Feng, his teeth clenched in rage, could not fathom the formidable force that had endowed Lin Gua with such profound depth, compelling even the martial sovereigns to willingly bow in submission. To say that Elder Qi Yuan was willingly subservient would be misleading. It was more akin to a half-hearted allegiance. Qian Feng remained oblivious to this, harboring a flicker of apprehension towards this presence. Could it be a martial saint? Or perhaps even higher? Meanwhile, far away in Jingjing, Yi Qingxian sneezed, pondering whether Lin Yi was plotting against him. Reluctant to concede, Qian Feng drew forth the third-grade heavenly artifact, the Qingkuan sword, vowing to reclaim his dignity. This sword was the only heavenly-grade treasure of Dacian, typically safeguarded within the royal ancestral grounds, indicating that the Qian Emperor was indeed risking everything. Elder Qi Yuan regarded him with disdain, quietly producing a sacred-level golden cauldron. Upon seeing this, Qian Feng coughed up blood. The activation of this sacred-level golden cauldron equated to a full power strike from a sacred-level powerhouse. What is the point of this? He was increasingly convinced that the other party was indeed a martial saint, and with this realization, he lost the will to fight, contemplating how to escape. Elder Qi Yuan was pleased with Qian Feng's expression. He had not anticipated Lin Gua would provide him with such treasures. These treasures were all acquired during Lin Yi's expeditions, and there were plenty of remarkable items. Some were even beyond Yi Qingxian's experience. Leaving him salivating at the mouth, however, Ling Yu advised them against using them, as some might entangle them in great karmic retribution. One should not seek momentary gratification only to find themselves unaware of their demise afterward. This would indeed be the case, more explanation to follow. At this moment, he appeared serene and unperturbed, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent sage. Qian Feng, will you not surrender? Are you truly unafraid of the divine wrath that may leave you as mere bones? Qian Feng let out a cold grunt. a mere fox borrowing the tiger's might, as he observed the underhanded triumph of the petty. Noticing Qian Feng's indifference, Elder Qi Yuan activated the golden cauldron without regard for Lin Yi's admonition that it should only be used in dire circumstances. A beam of golden light surged skyward, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, transforming the cauldron into a colossal vessel descending upon Qian Feng. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Feng instinctively hurled the Qinkuan sword as a sacrificial offering. With a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens, Qian Feng, despite his grievous injuries, propelled himself away with the force of the blast. Elder Qi Yuan attempted to pursue but, upon recalling that he could not venture beyond Lin Yi's designated range, was forced to retreat in frustration. The battle of the martial emperor likewise concluded with Lin Guo's victory. A martial emperor of Deqian was captured, while 3 individuals managed to escape, albeit with varying degrees of injury. The Daqian army, confronted with a fortress of steel and concrete, could advance no further, as no soldier wished to march to their doom. Coupled with artillery bombardment, their casualties were catastrophic. The artillery, the very embodiment of the god of war, inflicted such devastation and intimidation that the soldiers forgot notions of battle and glory, consumed solely by the instinct to flee. Panic erupted like a dam bursting, sweeping through the ranks as everyone retreated chaotically. Crossing the barbed wire became a struggle. Many became ensnared and unable to free themselves, suffering further assaults from the Lin army behind them. Thousands of energy cannons unleashed a relentless bombardment that threatened to upheave the very plains. The artillery fired in waves, progressively striking deeper into the Daqian forces. Even the position of the emperor was subjected to bombardment, and in that moment, he displayed none of the composure befitting a sovereign, desperately pleading for Qian Feng to rescue him. This was spurred by the dire news that the Lin army's reinforced flanks had already launched an offensive towards Yugu Mountain, hundreds of miles away. Should these 2 armies converge, it would encircle his 4 million troops. The last time Deqian had surrounded the Lin army, it was now his turn to face the same fate. The reactions of the 2 sides, however, were worlds apart. Fear gripped him, and he abandoned any pretense of remedy, issuing his final command to flee for their lives. He then sought out Qian Feng, tears streaming down his face, pleading for the elder to take him away. Despite his disdain for the man, Qian Feng, compelled by familial ties, seized him and soared into the AI's artillery shells rained down. Qian Feng effortlessly deflected them. He initially intended to break through the encirclement with the emperor in tow, but a powerful aura surged toward him. The immense wave of spiritual energy made his body tremble uncontrollably, causing him to instinctively abandon the emperor and vanish into the forest to conceal his presence. The emperor fell from the sky, and even with the physique of a martial emperor, he landed with a jarring thud and quickly lost consciousness. We have captured the emperor. Victory is ours. Long live Lin Guo. The jubilant shouts echoed across Yutue Plain, where vibrant red flags danced in the air. The battle for Yujing officially commenced, with Yu Qingyan leading the charge, personally commanding the Yuyong army to seize the imperial palace and apprehend the false emperor, thus ending his reign of terror that lasted 108 days. The citizens of Yuguo rejoiced, celebrating in every household. The second Three Emperors campaign concluded with the capture of Yujing. In this battle, the Lin army successfully took the Daqian emperor and the Yuguo false emperor. An event later referred to as the One Battle, 2 emperors captured. The Daqian forces, comprised of 300,000 elite soldiers, suffered catastrophic losses, with only an estimated 10,000 escaping, while countless others were either killed or captured. Most of the common soldiers were taken prisoner by the Lin army, who subsequently educated and released them. A substantial number of high-ranking officials and generals were also captured, leading to a devastating blow to Deqian's military and political structure. The news sent shockwaves throughout the continent, prompting Deqian's vassal states to seek surrender. With the exception of a few obstinate factions, the rest were swiftly subdued. Within Deqian, a peace faction rose to power, repeatedly requesting negotiations, all of which were rebuffed by Lin Yi. Chapter 63. Another public trial? In the year 1643 of Lin Guo, Yu Liuli officially ascended to the throne in Yuguo. This outcome astonished many, as prior speculation suggested that Yu Qingyan would assume control. In an instant, various theories emerged, yet Yuguo provided no explanations to as the prime minister. Yu Qingyan re-implemented reforms, drawing lessons from Lin Guo. With the fall of the 4 great families, Remnants of the old regime were largely eradicated, allowing for a smooth reform process. Meanwhile, a fervor for factory establishment surged within Lingua, with countless citizens becoming workers, contributing to the nation's development. The application of various energy machines significantly boosted production efficiency and speed. Workers no longer relied on manual or horse-drawn efforts. This not only enhanced output but also rendered the entire production process more automated and standardized. The emergence of energy machines marked the beginning of large-scale industrialization in Lingua, ushering society into a new era. This time, Yuqua coincidentally found itself in alignment with these developments. The two nations signed a treaty of amicable alliance, facilitating mutual exchange and fostering a close relationship, which would ultimately lead to Yuqua's incorporation into Longhua. For Lingua, however, a thorny issue remained: how to deal with the Daqian emperor. According to continental customs, a captured monarch could not be humiliated. The options were either to execute him secretly or return him for ransom, all while maintaining an air of dignity. In this regard, Su Zhe and others advocated for retaining the emperor under the pretense of demanding ransom to keep Daqian in a state of confusion without a sovereign, thereby facilitating the advance of their three armies. Lin Yi, however, shook his head, recalling the moment he first and last encountered Xiao Hong, and felt a twinge of sorrow, decisively rejecting this proposal. We must publicly trial the emperor. This declaration left Su Zhe, Wei Qigong, and others exchanging glances, as it seemed a historical first. Yet, they had grown accustomed to Lin Guo's numerous groundbreaking actions. For this, Lin Yi prepared for 2 months, gathering all the emperors of Daqian's subordinate states to the site of Xiao Hong's trial, which had been seized by the Lin army. Nearby citizens, having received word, flocked to witness the event. In no time, the area was abuzz with voices, a throng of people pressing in from all sides. The emperor could hardly fathom that one day he would face public trial like a commoner. Standing on the platform in a daze, accompanying him were the false emperor of Yugua and several of their former underlings, who had once wielded power locally but now lay like defeated dogs, incapable of rising from the ground. The local populace had long harbored deep-seated hatred for them, showering them with scorn. The trial lasted a full week, as the multitude of charges against these individuals was overwhelming, with each bearing countless crimes against humanity, rendering their offenses too numerous to recount. As the accusations unfolded, the citizens seethed with rage, eager to exact vengeance upon them. The emperor exhibited no reaction, feeling only profound humiliation. When I return to my homeland, I shall fight you to the bitter end, Lin Yi. Yet he would not have the chance. The presiding judge pronounced his death sentence to be executed by the Changlin army. What? I am the emperor. Surely, you jest. I can offer immense wealth. I can fulfill any demand. Faced with death, the emperor quaked in fear, his legs giving way as he pleaded for mercy, astonished that Lin Guo truly intended to execute him. A monarch, observing his disgraceful display, the judge gestured for the Changlin soldiers to proceed. Several specially designed rifles were aimed at the emperor, and with a barrage of gunfire, he collapsed, his pupils dilating in confusion, regret, and unwillingness as he traversed the final moments of his life. He had assumed the trial was merely a show for Lin Guo to bolster its prestige, believing that his esteemed status would ensure his survival in exchange for benefits. Little did he expect Lin Guo to forsake martial decorum, and Zhenyu the Elven Queen has declared the Lin Kingdom to be an unyielding enemy. When questioned whether the Elven Empire would dispatch heavy troops to support Qianjing, Su Zhe unequivocally stated that it was impossible, as the only means of communication between the two continents is through a first-level short-range teleportation portal. Between the Kane continent and the Qian Kuan continent lies a treacherous ocean, known as the Sea of Death, which neither humans nor elves dare to traverse. This realm is perpetually shrouded in fog, with monstrous sea beasts roaming freely, and no ocean fleet has ever succeeded in crossing it. Consequently, the two regions can only interact via the teleportation portal, which can transport only a few hundred individuals per hour, rendering large-scale military mobilization between the two locations impossible. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. He could boldly lay siege to Qianjing. In August 1645 of the Lin Kingdom, 3 armies converged upon Qianjing. The final elite forces of the Qian Kingdom, numbering 1 million, resolved to defend their capital at all costs. The siege forces, commanded by Bai Su, comprised the 6th, 15th, 39th, 65th, and 49th Army groups, totaling 182 mortal divisions and 38 martial divisions, amounting to 2.2 million troops, equipped with 13,500 energy cannons. The battle commenced at dawn on August 25th, with thousands of energy cannons unleashing a barrage upon the city walls, subsequently extending into the depths of the city. The bombardment lasted a full 6 hours. By 6 in the morning, the cannon fire ceased, and the siege troops began to land through the breaches in the walls. The fighting raged for 3 days and nights, with the Dacian army relying on the city's structures for layered defense. Engaging in urban combat. In consideration of civilian safety, the Lin Kingdom refrained from deploying heavy weaponry, resulting in several key enemy positions remaining effectively entrenched. It was at this juncture that the Supreme Command issued a general assault order, calling upon all soldiers to embrace sacrifice, fear not close-quarters combat, boldly intersperse, encircle and isolate the remaining foes, and with the belief in liberating humanity, annihilate the last remnants of resistance. Under this directive, all Lin troops, whether martial or mortal, affixed bayonets and charged bravely into the buildings, clashing with the Qin army in fierce hand-to-hand combat. After immense sacrifices, only the imperial palace remained unconquered. The palace, known as Qin Kuan Palace, boasts towering walls forged from snow mountain crystalline, a material highly resistant to spiritual energy. Coupled with formidable formations, it was nearly impervious to assault. Particularly noteworthy were the massive sky-splitting crossbows positioned atop, which wielded considerable power, a gift from the Elven Empire. The bolts, crafted from the bones of colossal thunder serpents, shimmered with an eerie blue light. The sound of their release seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. Areas struck by these bolts would ignite violent thunderstorms, subjecting the surroundings to intense electric shocks. At this moment, many Lin soldiers had already perished under its onslaught, and repeated assaults by martial forces had ended in failure. The energy cannons brought forward were also destroyed from a distance, leaving the Lin army in a state of desperation. At this critical moment, the mortal officers of the 32nd Battalion of the 66th Army Group stepped forward, gathering all available grenades and shells, and quietly stacking them at the city gate under the cover of several charges. The attention of the Dacian army was focused on fending off martial troops and energy cannons, and they paid little heed to the mortals. However, in the final moments, the ammunition pile, now resembling a small mountain, was discovered by the Dacian forces. Although they were unaware of the Lin army's intentions, they sensed that it could not bode well. Braving the hail of projectiles, the Dacian martial troops descended the walls, intent on disposing of the stockpile. The mortal soldiers fought fiercely to resist, and in the last moment, Martyr Zhao He of the 32nd Battalion detonated all the grenades, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that resonated throughout Xinjiang, a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky as the main gate of the palace collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, the Lin martial forces surged into the palace. Realizing the inevitable defeat, Chancellor Qian Ting of the Qian dynasty chose to immolate himself. The palace was declared liberated. Thus, the Battle of Xinjiang came to a close. Comrades, sing! The revolutionary soldiers must always remember the 3 points of caution and the 8 major disciplines. Firstly, the Lin army entered the city with great enthusiasm, yet there were no flowers or feasts to greet the royal troops. Most citizens of Xinjiang looked on with a mixture of 3 parts fear and 7 parts trepidation, anxiously observing these foreign forces. Lin gazed at the tattered and terrified populace and could not help but sigh. When the kingdom flourishes, the people suffer. When the kingdom falls, the people still suffer. The aftermath of Xinjiang unfolded swiftly. First, spiritual rice was distributed to the residents of the city. Second, order was maintained, and severe penalties were enacted against those who took advantage of the chaos to commit arson and robbery. Third, propaganda teams and work crews were dispatched to the grassroots level to soothe public sentiment while promoting policies and promptly reporting issues. Fourth, a review of Qian dynasty officials was conducted. Those who met the criteria were retained, while criminals were imprisoned. Fifth, all forms of human slavery were abolished and properly addressed. Sixth, post-war reconstruction commenced, with labor and rice distribution to spur the local populace in rebuilding their homes. Under these arrangements, Xinjiang quickly stabilized and began to regain vitality. For several consecutive days, where the Lin army passed, not a hair was harmed. Indeed, large contingents of Lin soldiers even slept in the streets, with martial troops voluntarily resting alongside the mortal soldiers. This left the citizens of Qinjing in shock, leading to increasing cooperation. A year later, the citizens, having benefited from various welfare policies, remarked, "To Qian? Who are they? We are unfamiliar." Chapter 65. Responsibility and accountability. The Lin Kingdom had emerged as the sole hegemonic power of the Qin Kuan continent. All teleportation portals on the continent had fallen into Lin Kingdom's possession. Whether to venture to other continents or to develop in isolation sparked internal divisions within the Lin Kingdom. Lin Yi's choice was to pursue both paths. Closing the gates to the world was not a viable option, as the resources of the Qin Kuan continent alone were insufficient for the entire nation's ascension. He had witnessed various types of dimensional realms and recognized that the local technologies were not inferior to those of the Lin Kingdom. If these technologies could be integrated and absorbed by the Lin Kingdom, would it not lead to its ascension? What is science? Science has never been about insular development. It is about discovery, insight, research, and application. The more one uncovers, the more possibilities science can yield. In simpler terms, it is about excavating technology from other continents. He first ordered the Academy of Sciences to research the teleportation portals, aiming to develop larger, faster, and more convenient second-level portals. He then commanded the construction of a fleet to continually explore and study the oceans. It would not be until a century later that the first fleet safely navigated the Sea of Death, reaching the Kane continent. He also dispatched a diplomatic mission to the Kane continent to establish contact with various nations. To his astonishment, upon learning of the mission's intent, these nations outright expelled the envoy and closed their borders to the Lin Kingdom, leaving him utterly perplexed. Fortunately, the teleportation portal was located in the peaceful city of Hope's Corner. Otherwise, those individuals might not have even been able to exit through the portal. Hope's Corner, situated at the southernmost tip of the Kane continent, is an eternally undefended city where no one is permitted to wage war in its vicinity. It is protected by the Everlight Church, which manages the area autonomously. The Kane continent is home to two hegemonic powers, the Orc Empire in the west and the Elven Empire in the east, with a cluster of small human nations to the south. Coastal nations each possess their own fleets, occasionally venturing into nearby waters to gather resources. However, humans are often looked down upon by both orcs and elves and frequently suffer invasions, preventing the emergence of any hegemonic power among them. The war between the orcs and elves has persisted for nearly a century, granting these small human nations a reprieve as they thrive through resource trade with the two dominant empires. 6 months after the conquest of Qianjing, an envoy from the Everlight Church approached Su Zhe, demanding that the Lin Kingdom fulfill the Everlight Domain Treaty. This treaty stipulates that all continents must provide 500,000 martial soldiers every 20 years to combat the otherworldly demons. Previously, both the Deqian and Tianyuan sects contributed 250,000 martial soldiers each, but with both now vanquished by the Lin Kingdom, it had become the sole hegemonic power of the Qin Kuan continent. Thus, the Lin Kingdom was required to find a way to dispatch 500,000 martial soldiers. Upon receiving this news, the various small nations of the Qin Kuan continent were instantly engulfed in panic. According to custom, hegemonic powers would prioritize sending the martial soldiers of the small nations, preserving their own strength while simultaneously undermining theirs, a twofold benefit. However, the prospect of facing the otherworldly demons, with certain death as the likely outcome, left no one willing to volunteer. A chorus of lamentation echoed among the small nations, with each martial soldier trembling in fear of being selected. Lin Yi's first thought was whether it was possible to avoid dispatching troops. As the Qin Kuan continent had endured years of warfare and was in dire need of recuperation, Su Zhe contended that it was not feasible, for the Qin Kuan continent had previously faced a period of invasion by otherworldly demons. After the demons were repelled, the various nations signed a treaty to collectively defend the Eternal Great Wall. If the Lin Kingdom chose not to participate, it would be both unethical and perilous. Should the otherworldly demons breach the Great Wall, the Qin Kuan continent would not escape unscathed, and the Lin Kingdom would inevitably suffer catastrophic losses. Lin Yi could only nod in agreement and subsequently dispatched Su Zhe to negotiate the troop deployment. Soon, an announcement was made. The Lin Kingdom would send 200,000 martial soldiers and 800,000 mortal soldiers. These forces would form the Immortal Expeditionary Army, under the unified command of Lu Chongyuan. During this period, no requests for troops were made from the other small nations. In the face of crisis, the Lin Kingdom chose to shoulder the responsibilities and obligations befitting a hegemonic power. This decisive action garnered widespread acclaim across the Qin Kuan continent. The continent of Qingkuan has always been a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. It has rarely witnessed the strong extending a hand to uplift the weak. It seems as though something has shifted within the hearts of all. When the envoy learned that Su Zhe intended to dispatch a mortal army, a look of anticipated disdain momentarily crossed his face. Having heard tales of Lin Guo's mortal forces, his naturally arrogant disposition led him to dismiss them as merely a slightly superior breed of commoners. Thus, he concluded that Lin Guo could indeed send forth a mortal army, but only if it were quintuple the number of martial warriors. Consequently, Su Zhe engaged in negotiations, ultimately settling on this figure. On the day of departure, all selected soldiers from Lin Guo brimmed with enthusiasm and zeal, even breaking into military songs. This spectacle astonished the envoy. Could it be that they were unaware of the hellish fate that awaited them? Soon after, the envoy, employing special means, temporarily upgraded a first-level teleportation array to a second-level one, capable of transporting 5,000 individuals every hour. Even so, it took a full month to transfer all personnel and equipment. These individuals journeyed through the Hope's Corner portal, arriving directly at the Immortal Great Wall. However, the envoy failed to notice that the soldiers stationed near the portal were actually disguised researchers from the Academy of Sciences. So, you brazenly steal technology, do you? Yet, if these researchers were aware that Yi Qingxian could effortlessly construct third and fourth level teleportation arrays, they would likely be driven to the brink of fury. Did I risk my life to pilfer technology? Only for you to tell me that you can create something even better. Chapter 66. Su Zhe's concerns in summary. The expeditionary force set forth into the battlefield, accompanied by over 100 researchers and tens of thousands of logistical personnel. This was the utmost support that Lin Guo could provide. Presently, Lin Guo found itself in dire need of revitalization, with everyone immersed in the tide of the industrial era. Thanks to Yi Qingshuan's development of rune conversion, various spiritual energy machines could operate using only spirit stones, leading to a rapid scarcity of these stones. Fortunately, martial warriors could contribute a portion of spiritual energy, yet this was merely a drop in the bucket for large-scale industrialization. On one front, Su Zhe vigorously explored domestic jade and stone mines, while on the other, he instructed the Academy of Sciences to standardize the usage of spirit stones, creating uniform spirit stone batteries of consistent capacity and size to prevent waste caused by mismatched output power during use. Additionally, he sought to address this issue on the diplomatic and economic fronts. He first aimed to enhance trade with various nations. The spirit-piercing gun had garnered widespread acclaim, prompting Su Zhe to recycle and sell off all outdated firearms, thereby yielding a substantial influx of spirit stones. In Qingkuan continent, all nations had prohibited any form of human slavery, and each country, to varying degrees, looked to Lin Guo as a model. The loyal and righteous army of Deqian had already demonstrated that even when equipped with the same advanced weaponry, they remained no match for the Changlin army if their ideologies remained unarmed and their will weak. Moreover, nations were not foolish. They would eventually find ways to procure spirit-piercing guns and replicate them. Inevitably developing their own versions, it was better to sell them out now. Furthermore, after liberating slaves, these nations faced a severe shortage of land. They had merely freed the slaves, yet the land remained in the hands of the nobility, with no thorough reform in sight. Confronted with this situation, Su Zhe volunteered to dispatch troops to cleanse the dangerous forbidden zones within these nations, provided they offered adequate compensation. This move elicited mixed reactions, with some rejoicing and others expressing concern, so I shall not elaborate further. Additionally, he made a significant decision to implement a new currency domestically. Previously, farmers engaged in barter, while only urban merchants and nobles utilized spirit stones for transactions. Su Zhe proposed that everyone adopt Lin coins for trade, which could be exchanged for spirit stones or equivalents, and the state would procure civilian goods using Lin coins. This initiative granted farmers a means to acquire other essential supplies. Moreover, he transformed the previous policy of purchasing national treasury goods solely with spirit stones to one where only Lin coins were accepted. The national treasury housed precious tomes, elixirs, and runes, which were perpetually in high demand among martial warriors. This further facilitated the circulation of Lin coins, as all social strata began to utilize them. As a result of these policies, aside from a small number of martial warriors who retained spirit stones for cultivation, the rest of the populace converted their spirit stones into Lin coins, significantly alleviating the crisis of scarcity. Now, Su Zhe contemplated how to engage in trade with the nations of Qing continent. Having heard that its inhabitants were exceedingly wealthy, unfortunately, he had faced multiple closed doors, as if cursed. Another pressing concern weighed upon him. Prior to its demise, the navy of Deqian had retreated into the Sea of Death, and they now sporadically harassed the coastal waters of various nations, effectively becoming a band of well-trained pirates, frequently attacking Lin Guo's exploration fleets. In light of this backdrop, Su Zhe resolved to vigorously develop the navy, tasking the Academy of Sciences with the research of new warships, while the Military Affairs Department would be responsible for training sailors to form a fleet capable of eradicating the pirates. Thus commenced a protracted pirate war that would last for 25 years. Just at this juncture, a colossal crisis quietly loomed. Chapter 67. Divine Absolution. One day, the ancestor of Qi found Lin Yi. First, he instructed Lin Yi to dismiss the crowd before casting shifty glances at him, somewhat bashfully, while mimicking the motion of disrobing. Lin Yi was so startled by this series of actions that he cried out in shock. What did this shameless old man intend to do? With a bold resolve, the ancestor of Qi disregarded any lingering embarrassment and bared himself to Lin Yi. This scene is certainly not suitable for children. Naturally, you misinterpret my intentions. The ancestor bore an unusual mark on his back, faintly glowing blue. As a martial sovereign, he could not fathom its nature, only sensing that it was an ominous sign that sent a chill down his spine. It appeared that this old man merely wished to show him this mark, prompting Lin Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. He promptly sought Yi Qingshuan's insights on the matter. However, Yi Qingshuan's words terrified the ancestor. It seems not like a rune, but rather a curse, one of the highest order. Have you offended someone recently? The ancestor, on the verge of tears, lamented. I am perfectly well here in Lin Guo. Who could I have possibly offended? Could it be that old rascal Qianfeng? That shouldn't be the case. As fellow martial sovereigns, I have a clear understanding of his capabilities. I have never encountered anyone who could stealthily curse me. Suddenly, he recalled the golden cauldron used during his fierce battle with Qianfeng, when Lin Yi had inexplicably warned him against its use unless absolutely necessary. Could it possibly be connected to that? Upon sharing this suspicion with Lin Yi, who recognized the gravity of the situation, he immediately brought the ancestor before Ling Yu. Upon grasping the full context, Ling Yu, observing the trembling ancestor akin to a frightened chick, teasingly exclaimed, Congratulations, you are about to face the highest level of pursuit from this realm. A mere martial sovereign, how fortunate you are to receive such treatment. This is the blessing you have accrued over millennia of cultivation. The ancestor trembled even more upon hearing this. What? The highest level of pursuit? What does that mean? Ling Yu chuckled softly and elucidated. It signifies that the opponent will at least deploy a martial emperor-level powerhouse, or perhaps even an entity surpassing the martial emperor, to hunt you down. What great fortune you possess! The ancestor was so frightened that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. To hell with your fortune. You must be jesting. What merit do I, a mere martial sovereign, possess to warrant the personal pursuit of a martial emperor? And what on earth does it mean to surpass a martial emperor? I've never even heard of such a thing. Lin Yi, pondering this, sought confirmation from Ling Yu, as he too found it rather implausible. Noticing their disbelief, Ling Yu adopted a serious demeanor and addressed Lin Yi. This mark signifies divine retribution. Being marked by it indicates that the divine has designated you as an enemy. If fortune favors you, they might only dispatch a martial emperor if misfortune befalls you. It could be the very embodiment of the divine descending upon you. The embodiment of the divine represents the pinnacle of strength under the rules of the lower realms, with even martial emperors unable to contend with it. However, this form could only be sustained for a week before it would collapse on its own. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, while the ancestor collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, before long, Lin Yi queried with curiosity, Is there really a divine being in this world? Ling Yu replied nonchalantly, If you believe in them, then they exist. If you do not, then they do not. What nonsensical rhetoric! Lin Yi dismissed this, not wanting to dwell on it. Is there any way to counter this? Aren't you a divine messenger of some sect, familiar with the divine? At this, the ancestor clung to the two like a lifeline. Fervently bowing and pleading for help, Ling Yu simply shook his head, instead advising Lin Yi, You could either kill him now. However, doing so would not eliminate the mark. It is inscribed in the river of time and space. Every stage of a mortal's life, from birth to death, is already marked by the divine. Otherwise, how could it be called divine retribution? The specifics of how many marks are placed depend on the ability of that divine being. They could obliterate this mortal from every stage of existence in the river of time. At that point, no one in the entire river of time would remember him, and no trace of his existence would remain. This phenomenon is known as divine obliteration. Lin Yi was bewildered. What does it mean that time can be divided into stages? Can both the past and future be marked? I don't quite understand. Wait, according to your logic, wouldn't the divine simply need to traverse back to the very beginning to eliminate him? Kill him just after his birth, or perhaps eliminate his ancestors? Wouldn't that yield the same effect? Ling Yu appeared somewhat astonished. You actually grasped the concept of 1 and 2? You truly are impressive. Originally, I had no intention of being overly explicit. However, since you grasp a modicum of understanding, I shall elaborate in detail. To obliterate an individual's existence, it is not sufficient merely to annihilate their present. One must also eradicate their past and future. The most formidable deities possess the extraordinary ability to sever a being from the continuum of time and space directly, while lesser gods are constrained to eliminate points in time sequentially. The number of such temporal points depends on the frequency with which the mortal has encountered temporal anchor events. Generally speaking, deities prioritize the annihilation of the present moment, and only upon its completion do they proceed backwards through the temporal continuum. Ultimately, the river of time remains fixed and eternal. Should a god wish to utterly eradicate a person's existence, they must contend with the very fabric of destiny. To obliterate a being from its source entails a significant causal entanglement, one that even a god may struggle to bear. Hence, they opt for a gradual destruction, minimizing the backlash from fate and allowing room for the river of time to mend. The venerable Qi Yuan, listening in a state of bewilderment, comprehended that he was as good as dead. He collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi, overwhelmed by shock, fell into profound contemplation. According to Ling Yu, if the river of time is indeed fixed, does that not imply that both his and the fate of the Lin kingdom have already been predetermined? What significance remains in leading the Lin kingdom in their struggles? This notion was intolerable for him. A materialist warrior, he began to regret heeding Ling Yu's words, feeling it shattered his resolve. He promptly dismissed her as a purveyor of nonsense. Such abstract concepts were highly unreliable. There are countless individuals on Earth who espouse similarly mystical ideas, some even more cryptic than Ling Yu, yet ultimately they are mere fabrications of charlatans. No one shall sway my grand mission to elevate the Lin kingdom through technology. Having fortified his resolve, Lin Yi inquired if Ling Yu had any means to preserve the life of Qi Yuan. Ling Yu, taken aback, responded, "Did you not comprehend my words? Qi Yuan, whether in the present or the past, is already beyond salvation. Perhaps one day, you and I shall forget that he ever existed. The only course of action left is to hasten his departure to another realm, so when divine retribution descends, your toy, the Lin kingdom, may suffer lesser losses." Observing Qi Yuan's ashen face, Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy and clenched his fists, asking, what if I could preserve his present self? If his past self is obliterated, would he still vanish? Ling Yu pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. If the present cannot be extinguished, it is possible for the god to leap back and annihilate an earlier temporal phase. Though the cost would be considerable and generally, no one escapes the destruction of the present, I advise you to recognize the reality of your situation. You cannot contend with those entities. Were it not for the fact that your future aligns with mine, I would not have shared so much with you. Regardless of Lin Yi's reckless behavior, Ling Yu had never admonished him before, making this a rare moment of stern counsel. Yet Lin Yi did not waver. Instead, he replied resolutely, that is sufficient. If the god deems the cost too great and withdraws, I must seize upon even the faintest glimmer of hope to preserve him, for he is one of my people. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan paused, astonished. After all, he had not yet fully committed to the Lin kingdom. The wave of tears welled in his eyes. He found himself weeping, a display of emotion he had never exhibited. Even in the direst of circumstances over thousands of years, at that moment, he could no longer contain his feelings and began to weep uncontrollably. Lin Yi assumed he was merely stunned, for attaining the rank of martial sovereign was no easy feat. How could one accept the prospect of annihilation by a god? In Chapter 68, Crushed to Ashes, through Lin Yi's fervent pleading, Ling Yu ultimately permitted him to venture to the distant end of all things in search of a sliver of hope. This end of all things is situated in the Supreme Realm, marking the terminus of the Great War among myriad races. This domain is immensely vast, 100,000 times the size of the Eternal Light Realm, divided into 3 continents, with myriad races vying for dominance. Every decade, these races dispatch troops to engage in an ultimate clash in the central region of the realm. Coincidentally, the time for this decade's confrontation was fast approaching. After receiving Ling Yu's earnest admonitions, Lin Yi set forth with Qi Yuan. Due to the immense distance, the two needed to traverse over 10,000 teleportation gates, making their way through multiple realms towards the end of all things. As they journeyed, their astonishment grew. High-level martial artists became increasingly abundant. Nearing the end of all things, they witnessed several martial emperors flying in formation with a host of martial saints, a spectacle that left Qi Yuan utterly astounded. Truly, martial saints were as common as dogs, and martial emperors were everywhere. Just as they approached the final teleportation gate, a blade of light cutting through time and space surged toward them. Qi Yuan felt Lin Yi tug him just in time. His hair was severed, and he realized he had been cleaved in two. Filled with dread, Qi Yuan looked gratefully at Lin Yi. Lin Yi wasted no words, hastening their pace, unleashing his full spiritual power as they flew toward the teleportation gate. As the second blade of light bore down upon them, they finally passed through the gate and arrived at the end of all things. Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Qi Yuan felt nothing, but Lin Yi had sensed the overwhelming aura and lightning-fast speed of the impending attack, not daring to glance back for fear of weakening at the sight. Thankfully, they had reached this place. The next step would depend on Qi Yuan's own fate. Meanwhile, the entity outside, expressionless, contemplated for a moment before stepping through the teleportation gate as well. Unfortunately, it was a random teleportation gate, and the three were transported to different locations. Qi Yuan was the luckiest, arriving in a forest. After carving a bloody path, he reached a human city, where the inhabitants greeted him with great enthusiasm. A martial sovereign? Excellent, you can serve as a deputy captain. Here, take this jade token. We hope you will bravely fight for our human race and elevate our martial prestige. Spoke a peak martial saint. The city lord, Qi Yuan, was taken aback by the honor and accepted the jade token. Thus, Qi Yuan unwittingly became a junior deputy captain, leading the human army into battle amidst the war among myriad races. Conversely, Lin Yi's fortune was less favorable, as he found himself in a dark marsh, teeming with strange and secretive creatures. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed the ability to conceal his presence, thus evading the attention of higher beings. At this moment, he followed Ling Yu's guidance, heading toward the dark star in the sky. Seeking out human strongholds, the martial emperor pursuing them faced a harsher fate. It was his first time in this place. Relying on the divine gifts bestowed upon him, he brazenly slaughtered any creatures that attacked him. Ultimately, this drew the attention of 3 alien emperors, one of whom was also a peak martial emperor, compelling him to restrain himself and adopt a stealthy approach. According to the markings, he was separated from Qi Yuan by mountains and rivers, with multiple alien strongholds in between, potentially harboring martial emperor-level warriors. If he continued to act so ostentatiously, he feared he would perish before ever reaching his destination. It seemed that for the time being, he would be unable to catch up, filling him with immense rage and a vow to find Lin Yi and Qi Yuan and crush them to ashes. In Chapter 69, Legends, after a long journey, Lin Yi finally arrived at a human town. Oh, Palace Master, look, he is merely a martial king. The speaker was Xiaohui, an elder of Qixia Palace, who, despite her tall stature and alluring appearance, had already lived for 8,000 years. The Palace Master of Qixia Palace, Long Jingwan, sighed deeply. A martial king is already a promising prospect here. Alas, our race has suffered defeat after defeat in the war among myriad races, leaving us with this lifeless place. Who would wish to come here among the prodigious talents? However, this Lin Yi piqued her interest. He had been gazing at her since entering. Did her aura as a martial saint hold no sway over him? Lin Yi's gaze was not intentional. He was merely trying to ascertain whether this palace master was the individual he sought. With an elegant demeanor, stunning beauty, and impeccable poise, she was indeed a sight to behold. Ba, Lin Yi, realizing he was staring, hurriedly looked down to mask his embarrassment. This palace master bore a slight resemblance but seemed somewhat older. How about this? You can join my Qixia army and help our human race expand its territories. Will you accept? The palace master inquired. I am willing. Our human race shall be supreme, Lin replied passionately. He is a bit odd, but enthusiasm is a good trait, she mused. Thus, Lin Yi became a member of the human army and began his participation in the battlefield. On that day, for the human race, charge. For the feathered race, annihilate the lowly humans. The two armies clashed violently. The feathered race, a group of winged creatures, possessed an inherent aerial advantage, launching relentless attacks from above, seizing human martial artists and hurling them from great heights to their demise. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yi's gaze remained fixated on a young female commander within his ranks, whose breathtaking beauty bore a resemblance to the palace master. She was none other than the palace master's daughter, Long Qingyan. In this moment, she, wielding her martial sovereign prowess, danced among the troops, akin to a deadly ballerina, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of alien foes. From the moment Lin Yi laid eyes on her, he was certain she was the one he sought. Guess if she will be the female lead? To this end, Lin Yi endeavored to approach her, only to be met with her indifference. Where was the protagonist's halo when he needed it? Not only that, in the predominantly female Qixia palace, Lin Yi seemed to be nothing more than a mere wisp of air, entirely unnoticed by those around him. Even Luo Taifeng, the muscular and unattractive man from his team, had girls flirting with him. Although he was, on the surface, a pinnacle martial king, only slightly superior to Lin Yi's disguised junior martial king status. His looks undeniably compensated for this disparity. It is worth noting that Lin Yi was a universally acknowledged handsome man, only slightly inferior to the esteemed readers. He could not comprehend why, despite enduring a month of such vexation. The ultimate battle of the myriad races was about to commence. Under the leadership of Long Jingwan, the Qixia army marched to the heart of the universe, the land of annihilation. All human forces gathered here. For today was a day of utmost significance for all races. It was the site where the myriad gods selected their divine soldiers. The importance of the land of annihilation lay precisely in this. In this trial, should one exhibit overwhelming talent, there existed the possibility of being chosen by a deity, subsequently ascending to the divine realm and becoming a messenger of the gods, with an immeasurable future ahead. During this war, martial emperor-level experts would observe from the sidelines, firstly to protect the genius of their own race, and secondly to preemptively slay the opposing geniuses before their ascension. Thus, in the end, even the martial emperors would participate. However, at the outset, everyone maintained a courteous demeanor, sipping tea and engaging in conversation, as one must not lose their composure. If one were to strike at those of lower cultivation right away, would it not indicate a lack of dignity? The entire myriad races were divided into three factions, representing the three major powers of the divine realm. Lin Yi, utilizing the runes planted by Ancestor Qiyuan, swiftly located his position. He needed to unite with Ancestor Qiyuan as soon as the battle commenced. The myriad races war involved not merely millions of troops. The total number of participants was likely to be in the hundreds of millions. Thankfully, Ancestor Qiyuan was nearby, as those far off might not even be sensed by the runes. As the battle began, Long Jingwan led the Qixia army headlong into the fray, with the human race assembling over 1 million such forces. Martial saints were ubiquitous, compelling Lin Yi to tread carefully. Soon, some were chosen by the gods and ascended, with people from all races doing so. Among the human race, many were enveloped in beams of light, soaring towards the heavens, provided they could evade the martial emperor's attacks. With a series of resounding crashes, the beams shattered, and human geniuses fell one after another, inciting the fury of the human emperors. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the space, as if it sought to obliterate all present. Before long, battles at the martial emperor level erupted, and everyone ceased to hold back, frantically eliminating the geniuses of opposing races. With a single strike, tens of thousands perished. Ancestor Qiyuan trembled in fear. His martial Saint City Lord had tragically fallen in this chaotic melee, and his subordinates suffered heavy casualties. Now, he found himself reliant on a mere vice-general to shoulder the burden. All he desired was to return home. It was simply too terrifying. Such powerful beings as martial saints could vanish without a trace. Fortunately, Lin Yi found him just in time. "Oh, you've become a pinnacle martial lord? It seems you're on the verge of breaking through to Martial Saint. Congratulations! Why not stay here and achieve Martial Emperor status in no time? Ancestor Chiyuan was initially taken aback, then smiled wryly. Let us not jest at a time like this and this cursed place. One can forget about breaking through to Martial Emperor. Merely surviving is a stroke of luck. Upon seeing his panicked expression, Lin Yi decided to stop teasing him. He promptly ceased concealing his strength, unleashing all his cultivation to sweep away the alien forces before him, guiding Ancestor Chiyuan towards Long Qingyan. This aura seems to be just a hair's breadth away from Martial Emperor. Could it be a half-step Martial Emperor? But why does this person conceal their appearance? Nevertheless, as they are of the human race, they should not pose a threat to us. Lung Jingwan mused internally. Yet at that moment, she was still grappling with the joint assault of two alien martial saints, which proved quite taxing. She immediately transmitted a message to Lin Yi. Senior, could you lend me a hand? Lin Yi was more than willing. All right, our human race is the finest in the world. These extraterrestrial beings dare to cause chaos. Today we shall strike with great vigor. What a peculiar statement. When did the human race become the finest in the world? Although he too belonged to the human race, such words seemed rather childish. Could it be that he had lost his mind from all the killing? In this brutal battlefield, one could observe the breakdown of many, making such a reaction not surprising at all. Long Jingwan mused inwardly. Lin Yi, akin to an overly enthusiastic youth, began to slaughter mercilessly, seemingly intent on venting all his frustrations. Those below the rank of martial saints were instantaneously dispatched. And only martial saints could withstand a few exchanges with him. How exhilarating! No wonder novels favor such exhilarating narratives. Under Lin Yi's guidance, Ancestor Chiyuan began to closely follow Long Qingyan, ever vigilant in protecting her. Indeed, Long Qingyan was saved by him multiple times, which made her glance at Ancestor Chiyuan with newfound appreciation. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, a bit of exaggeration. I, a paragon of beauty, extend my goodwill daily, yet you remain oblivious. This old codger saves you twice, and you regard him with admiration? Ancestor Chiyuan, however, did not ponder such matters, having been here for quite some time. He was well aware of the rules surrounding the Battle of Annihilation. Could it be that a glimmer of hope referred to me being chosen by a god to ascend to the divine realm? I must perform admirably. With this thought, he exerted himself even more, not only rescuing Long Qingyan but also assisting other compatriots, ultimately advancing towards the front lines, which startled Lin Yi. You, old fool, are you out of your mind? Consequently, he refrained from indulging in his own excitement and focused on safeguarding the two of them. At that moment, a familiar beam of light surged forth. That relentless martial emperor had returned. Wherever the light blade passed, both human and alien were instantly slain. Soon, the wielder of the light blade appeared before them, the very pinnacle martial emperor who had previously pursued them. At this moment, he seethed with rage, having sustained numerous injuries while slaughtering his way through the battlefield. All thanks to the two of them. Without hesitation, he engaged Lin Yi in combat. The clash of these two titans quickly cleared the battlefield, leaving Lin Yi's hands numb, blood seeping from his eyes, ears, and mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Ancestor Chiyuan, devoid of options, could only express his gratitude as he swiftly led Long Qingyan to escape the area. Long Jingwan, on the other hand, wore a shocked expression. Why would this martial emperor of the same race attack a fellow human? Did he not understand the rules here? Striking at one's own kind would invite the most severe retribution, as expected. Several human emperors descended from the heavens, pointing at the martial emperor and declaring, "This individual is a traitor to our human race. Even a martial emperor must be executed." With that, they collaborated to confine him in place, allowing Lin Yi to slip away. The pinnacle martial emperor soon realized that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Under the combined assault of the human emperors, he was utterly obliterated, in his final moments. He attempted to employ a divine artifact, God's grace, but it yielded no response, leading to his definitive demise. Just as Ancestor Chiyuan and Long Qingyan carved a bloody path through the chaos, a beam of light shot toward them. Unmistakably a divine summons, Ancestor Chiyuan rejoiced. Ha ha ha, I have been chosen by a god. I am to ascend. In the next moment, Long Qingyan was lifted by the beam of light, causing Ancestor Qiyuan's expression to darken. Why the hell are you so pleased? Simultaneously, several alien emperors detected this extraordinary beam. This beam of light was unmistakably of the highest caliber, the violet hue signifying the deity's exalted status. It also indicated the remarkable talent of this human, chosen by a god of such high standing. Should this individual be nurtured by the divine, it was conceivable that yet another formidable warrior would emerge from the ranks of human deities, potentially sweeping the divine realm. This absolutely cannot be allowed. With this thought, the alien emperors abandoned their battles and surged towards Long Qingyan. Though only 3 seconds elapsed, for martial emperors, such a duration offered ample opportunity to act. The collective assault of all alien martial emperors coalesced into a torrent of energy capable of devastating the heavens and earth, warping the very fabric of space at that moment. In the critical instant, Lin Yi positioned himself in front of Long Qingyan, absorbing all the attacks aimed at her. In the final moments of her ascension, Long Qingyan glimpsed Lin Yi's towering figure and the aura of undeniable dominance he exuded. At that moment, Lin Yi's disguise fell away, causing Long Qingyan to exclaim in shock, "It's him?" Realizing that he had deliberately concealed his strength to draw closer to her and now risked his life to protect her stirred emotions within her, causing her eyes to glisten with moisture. Regrettably, one last attack slipped through, its residual force surging towards the beam of light. In a crucial moment, Lin Yi hurled Ancestor Qiyuan aside. With a pained cry, Ancestor Qiyuan was grievously wounded and fell unconscious, while Long Qingyan ascended successfully. Amid the ensuing chaos of the explosion, Lin Yi forcibly activated Lingyue's life-saving teleportation talisman, escaping the turmoil. To outsiders, it appeared as though the two of them had perished, their essences extinguished. From that day forth, a legend emanated from the land of annihilation, recounting how 2 human heroes sacrificed themselves for the greater good of humanity, moving the heavens and etching their names into eternity. Their deeds inspired generations of humanity to strive forward. One was named Yi Lin, and the other Yuan Qi. Let us forever remember them. Chapter 70. The reappearance of the mark upon awakening. Ancestor Qiyuan realized that he had been returned to the Lin Kingdom by Lin Yi. For him, the events of the past year felt like a dream. Had he truly traversed a battlefield teeming with martial emperors and martial saints, or was it merely an illusion? Upon realizing this, he quickly sensed the divine punishment mark, which had inexplicably vanished. Overjoyed, he sought an audience with Lin Yi, who happened to be with Lingyu. He earnestly expressed his unwavering loyalty, vowing to follow Lin Yi's lead henceforth. Lin Yi waved his hand, interrupting him. The old man had freed himself, yet he had fallen into misfortune. He then inquired of Lingyu about the circumstances surrounding the sudden disappearance of the mark. Lingyu began to elucidate. It turned out that each ultimate battle among the myriad races was an event that acted as a temporal anchor point. The reason Qiyuan was saved was because Zhang Qingyan held immense significance in the vast river of time ahead. Should the past Qiyuan be obliterated, who would save the present Zhang Qingyan, and would the future Zhang Qingyan still exist? The butterfly effect within the temporal river would lead to a catastrophic collapse, and no deity could bear the consequences of such causality. If the erasure of Qiyuan were to be enforced, the supreme deity who summoned Zhang Qingyan would be the first to object. Thus, the cost was too great, and the one who instigated the divine punishment mark had no choice but to relent. Qiyuan chuckled softly. I thought it was my ascension. Lingyu shot him a disdainful glance. With your aptitude, perhaps in your next life. Ignoring the two, Lin Yi fell into deep contemplation. Thus far, Lingyu's explanations appeared logically sound. Could it be that this world truly possessed deities? Was everything predestined? No, Lin Yi would not accept that. Anything that could be explained was not divine. These so-called gods were merely powerful cultivators who referred to themselves as deities. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden doubt arose. What exactly was Lingyu's identity, and how did she possess such extensive knowledge? Even divine envoys could not be so well informed about the affairs of the divine realm. Hence, he cautiously inquired, is all of this knowledge imparted to you by your gods? Lingyu turned her head and smiled sweetly at him. What if I said I am Zhang Qingyan? Would you believe me? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, inhaling sharply. Just as he was about to spiral into wild speculation, Lingyu burst into laughter. I am certainly not that foolish woman. Why do you believe everything I say? Such blind trust. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. Her demeanor had become increasingly peculiar. He lamented. Had I known you could resolve this, I wouldn't have needed to risk everything with Qi Yuan. To his surprise, Ling Yu immediately changed her tone, snorting, "Humph, who is he? A mere mortal unworthy of my attention. You alone are deserving of my efforts." Ah, it turned out to be a matter of preferential treatment. Qi Yuan's heart felt a pang of hurt. Chapter 71. The Emergence of Capitalism. 5 years before departure, Lin Yi immersed himself in various comprehensive preparations. On the eve of their departure, Su Zhe reported to Lin Yi on the current situation of Lingua. Domestic large-scale industrialization had commenced, thanks to events related to the Undying Expeditionary Army. Details to follow. Relations between the Kane nations and Lingua had improved, initiating trade. The southern small nations, previously embroiled in liberation movements instigated by the Communist Party, formed alliances and engaged in a moderately sized war with Lingua, known as the Coastal War. Lingua emerged victorious, and the nations paid substantial reparations. Subsequently, the alliance among those nations fractured, resulting in varied attitudes towards Lingua. Following the Undying Expeditionary Army incident, relations with Lingua softened, leading to extensive trade. Some nations even dispatched missions to investigate various aspects of Lingua, beginning to learn how to establish factories. One particular nation caught Lin Yi's special attention. This England, since its defeat in the Coastal War, harbored animosity towards Lingua while simultaneously striving to learn its new technologies. It turned out that due to long-standing trade, a division had emerged among the nobility in their country, the pro-business faction and the traditional faction. The pro-business faction consisted of nobles actively engaged in commerce, controlling 80% of the domestic economy. The traditional faction clung to the archaic slave land economy. The two factions were at odds with each other. In the Coastal War, the pro-business faction funded the efforts while the traditional faction provided manpower, resulting in a crushing defeat for the latter, which suffered significant losses, while the pro-business faction rapidly recovered through trade. The balance was thus disrupted. Teo suppressed the pro-business faction. The English emperor vigorously targeted merchants, provoking fierce resistance from the pro-business faction, which led to armed conflict. Ultimately, the emperor compromised and signed the Constitution of England, which safeguarded the merchants' rights to free trade, with the emperor prohibited from interference. Furthermore, the traditional slave land societal structure no longer sufficed for the pro-business faction's development. They emulated Lingua by liberating all slaves, allowing the freed individuals to engage in trade and labor in factories. Although these workers were liberated, their conditions were only marginally better than when they were slaves, with cases of overwork leading to death occurring frequently. They were essentially mere tools for profit for the pro-business faction, which relentlessly suppressed labor costs, a stark contrast to Lingua's original intent of liberation. England transformed into a nation that subtly exhibited the tendencies of the foremost nation in southern Kane continent. Witnessing this situation, Lin Yi's immediate reaction was, "Has capitalism emerged?" He could hardly believe that the rise of capitalism in this world was due to his own actions. To counter the threat of the Communist Party, the merchants of the feudal society had unwittingly embarked on the path of capitalism. Red ideology and capitalism truly were adversaries. Yet, the order of their emergence differed from that on earth. Thus, he bore no blame. Capitalism must perish. It must be nipped in the bud. He was well aware of the greed of these capitalists. As long as there was profit, they would even construct the noose that would hang them, showcasing their foolishness and avarice, disregarding all else for the sake of gain. To this end, Lin Yi specifically instructed Su Zhe to employ all means against England, ensuring the downfall of the pro-business faction within their borders. Su Zhe was somewhat perplexed but faithfully devised strategies, including economic sanctions and diplomatic isolation through alliances with other nations. Unfortunately, he could not find a suitable pretext to incite war, as Lingua still needed to establish a friendly international image. This would later lead to his profound regret. The pro-business faction in England not only did not fall, but also successfully broke through Lingua's blockade using various tactics. They even formed an anti-Lin alliance on Kane continent, directly driving Lingua's support for the local Communist Party's expeditionary army back to the Qian Kuan continent. Utilizing their self-developed ironclad ships, they instituted a maritime blockade of the continent for 50 years. Whenever Lingua's military attempted to deploy, they would face a dual assault from the naval and ground forces. It was not until 50 years later, when Lingua traversed the Sea of Death with the invincible ships, that they managed to breach the gates of these nations with their mighty cannons. Following this event, Su Zhe and others were thoroughly impressed by Lin Yi, executing his orders with unwavering fidelity. Chapter 72. Returning home, let us turn our attention to the Undying Expeditionary Army. After 3 months of arduous travel, the Undying Expeditionary Army finally arrived at the Undying Great Wall. During their journey, they endured several assaults from wild beasts, yet the responsiveness and combat proficiency of Lin's forces left the envoys of the Eternal Light Church in awe. Moreover, the Lin army periodically organized soldiers to gather resources from the wild. They actively hunted monsters and collected spirit fruits to serve as sustenance. Despite the presence of supply points from the Eternal Light Church at every stronghold along the way, Lin Gua also conducted explorations and mapping. Among other reconnaissance activities, the church's food sources included taxes from agricultural nations and a large quantity of spirit fruits cultivated through special methods. They planted these fruit-bearing plants in areas rich in spiritual energy and prayed for divine blessings. Whether a result of divine grace or the nurturing of spiritual energy, the spirit fruits thrived remarkably. Additionally, supplemented by celestial springs, even martial artists required only a few to maintain their vigor and spiritual strength for 2 days. Mortals cannot directly consume the divine fruits. Hence, Lin Jun brought a substantial supply of spiritual rice, while the sect also provided a considerable amount of otherworldly rice to sustain the soldiers of the Longlin army. The sect inherently required vast quantities of rice to supply the frontline warriors. Having conscripted millions of common folk from various nations across the central continent as laborers, the countries of the central continent have been transformed into agricultural nations by the sect, with their monarchs and citizens focused solely on one task: maximizing grain production. The sect would take care of all other matters. This also inspired future agricultural developments in the Dragon Kingdom. Nonetheless, it remains uncertain how much can actually be transported to the front lines of the Immortal Great Wall. The Immortal Expeditionary Army was dispatched to defend the left flank of the Great Wall, taking over from the martial artists of the Qian Kuan continent who had previously been stationed there. These martial artists hailed from various small nations, as well as the remnants of the Great Qian and Tian Yuan sections, while the other nations' warriors appeared relatively composed. Those from the Tian Yuan sect and Great Qian were pallid and despondent. They feared that Lin Gua would inevitably seek retribution against them, and that the Immortal Expeditionary Army would swiftly eradicate them, relegating them to mere cannon fodder in the years following the fall of the Tian Yuan sect. Warriors from the Great Qian had mocked those from the Tian Yuan, subsequently targeting and suppressing them. Little did they know, within a few years, their own nation would also fall to Lin Gua. And now they found themselves united in shared despair, anxiously contemplating their fates. The command over the Qian Kuan continent was handed to Marshal Lu Changyuan of the Lin Gua Expeditionary Army. He held the authority to decide whether the martial artists from the Qian Kuan continent would return home or remain. Anticipation filled the air as the crowd gazed hopefully at Lu Changyuan. Observing the ragged, stooped figures of the Great Wall soldiers before them, Liu Changyuan saluted and declared, "His Majesty, Emperor Lin Yi of Lin Gua, has proclaimed that you are all heroes of the Qian Kuan continent. Please rest assured and return home. Lin Gua shall graciously welcome you and celebrate your triumphant return." A chorus of cheers erupted, with many exclaiming joyously, "We are going home," and some even weeping openly. No one truly understood the horrors they had endured, but at last, they were escaping this nightmare. Alas, the sorrows of humanity are not universally shared. The warriors of the Tian Yuan sect and Great Qian bore no glimmer of hope, awaiting their final judgment. After a prolonged and jubilant uproar, the crowd began to disperse, while the Tian Yuan and Great Qian warriors remained behind, heads bowed, lost in their thoughts. As Lu Changyuan approached, he inquired with apparent concern, "Brothers from the continent, have you encountered difficulties? Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by the situation. Finally, one irascible general from the Great Qian could not contain himself, retorting, "Who are you calling brothers? Spare us your feigned concern. Just tell us how you intend to deal with us." Lu Changyuan scrutinized them and asked, "Are you warriors of the Great Qian and Tian Yuan sect?" The general replied affirmatively, "Indeed. Our nation has been vanquished by your Lin Gua, and you surely will not spare us. What fate awaits us? Speak plainly. I shall concede if you frown." Lu Changyuan paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "That belongs to a bygone era. The fault lies solely with the Qian emperor. With his demise, His Majesty has decreed that if you abide by Lingua's laws and conduct yourselves properly, no one shall be held accountable for past transgressions. Is that truly the case? Or is it merely a ruse to deceive us? The general questioned incredulously. Liu Changyuan chuckled heartily. Rest assured, it is indeed true. You may depart without worry. Should anyone obstruct you, they may come to me, Liu Changyuan. With a mixture of skepticism and hope, the general led his compatriots away swiftly. Wait! Liu Changyuan called after them. In that moment, the general's indignation flared, ready to retaliate, but Liu Changyuan offered him a fragrant leg of a beast. Brothers from the continent, should you not eat before your journey? Traveling on an empty stomach is detrimental to your health. The general found himself momentarily speechless, having not tasted meat in years, nor experienced such concern from beyond the Great Wall. They had been dispatched here, not as esteemed figures, but as mere refuse abandoned by their homeland. Their loyalty to their country had dwindled to nearly nothing, and returning home was their only motivation for survival. He seized the beast's leg and began to gnaw on it, tears streaming down his face. This was the essence of living. The others, like ravenous fiends, scrambled for food, and as supplies began to dwindle, Liu Changyuan, exasperated, ordered his soldiers to bring forth several baskets of meat, ensuring everyone was satiated for the journey ahead. Liu Changyuan prepared to depart. The general called out to him again, Brothers of Lingua, be cautious. The demons from the outer realms possess formidable defenses, infiltrating without a trace. They prefer to strike at night, when they are most active. Listening intently to the urgent warning, Liu Changyuan nodded. Thank you, brothers from the continent. I shall remember your counsel. Now, return home swiftly. Your families await you. At that moment, the general's eyes brimmed with tears. Home was no longer an unattainable dream, for he was on the verge of reuniting with his longed-for family. Gripping Liu Changyuan's hand tightly, he exclaimed, Take care, brother. My name is Gu Feng. I hope you survive, until we meet again in the Qian Kuan continent. Indeed, until we meet again in the Qian Kuan continent, homeward bound, homeward bound. The joyous laughter of the warriors from the Qian Kuan continent echoed as they made their way back, contributing significantly to the peace and unity of their homeland. Chapter 73. The stage of artillery. The Immortal Expeditionary Army fully assumed control of the Great Wall's defenses. Over the course of a month, they constructed 3 defensive lines, the first consisting of trenches and barbed wire, the second of reinforced concrete fortifications, and the third being the immortal Great Wall itself, continuously improving and fortifying their positions. The wall bristled with artillery of various calibers, conducting repeated ballistic trials to mark their trajectories. This spectacle drew considerable attention from the surrounding nations, who watched with a sense of curiosity as the Lingua forces executed test firings around the perimeter of the Great Wall. During this period, the Outer Realm demons only engaged in sporadic harassment. They bore a resemblance to beasts, yet their pitch-black skin exuded an ominous aura. Moreover, their defenses were astonishing. Only at close range could the spirit guns pierce their skin, rendering them stronger than typical martial artists. There were even reports of certain demons exhibiting short-range teleportation abilities, the reasons for which remained unclear, whether due to sheer speed or some form of spatial manipulation. Consequently, the Expeditionary Army remained on high alert, with flares illuminating the night sky without pause. Fortunately, a logistics factory had been established in the rear, with production lines capable of temporarily meeting the current ammunition demands. Other military units were envious, with some even visiting to request supplies of illumination flares. The Immortal Expeditionary Army accommodated these requests, supplying their needs. The overall commander of the Great Wall Defense, Cardinal Hong Guanghong, had extensive experience dealing with these demons. Over the past month, the demons had only engaged in harassment, clearly preparing for a significant assault. He was acutely aware of this, yet uncertain of their point of attack. To that end, he issued orders to ensure all defensive lines were prepared for a potential invasion. Additionally, he assembled a team of martial artists of the king level and above to support the most endangered areas. Finally, at the stroke of midnight, battle erupted. The sounds of carnage and the roars of the demons filled the eastern battlefield, sending shivers down the spines of those even 10 kilometers away. The Lingua Expeditionary Army received news of the demon assault on the right flank through their communication channels. Simultaneously, Commander Hong Guanghong's orders reached the left flank. All troops must maintain utmost vigilance to prevent the demons from executing a feigned attack. These creatures were notoriously cunning. Thus, the expeditionary army intensified the density of illumination flares, brightening the area before their defenses as if it were daylight at that moment. Hung Guanghong faced a dilemma. Requests for reinforcements from the right flank flooded in like a flurry of snowflakes, with urgent cries echoing everywhere. Should he commit his reserve forces to the right? He sensed that the demons' actions were not as straightforward as they appeared. After a month of preparations, would they truly launch a frontal assault? Unlike others, he understood that these demons were endless in number. During the most perilous times, as many as 1,000,000 demons could assail the defenses each day. With this knowledge, he resolved to relay a message to the right flank, instructing them to hold their ground. Reinforcements would arrive soon. He then issued a command to the reserve forces. No one was permitted to move without his explicit order. Before long, pressure on the right flank escalated dramatically as a second wave of demon forces arrived, joining the previous contingent in a fierce assault on the defenses. The outer lines of the Great Wall trembled on the brink of collapse. These demons, devoid of pain, knew not the meaning of retreat. The martial artists, however, are not without their limits. Soon, a multitude of warriors fled the defenses, surging towards the Great Wall, plunging the right flank of various armies into chaos. If this disarray was not swiftly rectified, the domain demons might seize the opportunity to breach the Great Wall amidst the turmoil. At that moment, the command center of the Eternal Expeditionary Force of Lin Kingdom transmitted a message, which was duly recorded and handed to Fu Wentian. A mere glance revealed references to artillery and assistance. He promptly discarded the note, irritated by the Lin Kingdom's intrusion. Did they not realize he was preoccupied? Instead of properly defending their left flank, they chose to create further disorder. Were they truly capable of flying over to aid him? Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms startled him, and not just him. The personnel in the command center were equally taken aback by the cacophony. Fu Wentian hastily exited the command center and beheld the left flank of the Great Wall, where the Eternal Expeditionary Force was positioned. The sky was ablaze with the sounds of countless cannons, and a profound tremor coursed through him, resonating with his very being. In quick succession, explosions erupted from the right flank, igniting blossoms of death amidst the ranks of domain demons. The relentless barrage propelled numerous domain demons into the heavens, leaving no trace behind. This artillery strike effectively cleaved the demon forces in two, causing many to pause and ponder their existence. Their offensive momentum abruptly halted. The right flank's forces seized the opportunity to retreat into the Great Wall. Fu Wentian was left dumbfounded. What manner of weapon was this? More ferocious than sorcerers, capable of striking at demons from dozens of kilometers away. In its presence, the domain demons were as fragile as parchment. Were the people of Lin Kingdom truly this formidable? He commanded a battalion of several hundred sorcerers, his trump card, which he would only deploy in dire circumstances. That night became the stage for Lin Kingdom's artillery, disorienting the domain demons into a frantic retreat. Regardless of the direction from which they attacked, the Lin artillery would pinpoint their locations with uncanny precision, unleashing a relentless bombardment. Furthermore, they would deliberately isolate the demons from their reinforcements, allowing the defending troops to eliminate these stragglers. According to post-battle statistics, the casualty ratio between the domain demons and humans reached an astonishing 30:1 if one disregarded the losses incurred by the human side prior to the bombardment. The casualties could be deemed negligible. In the aftermath, nations gazed hungrily at the spiritual energy cannons, with Fu Wentian employing both soft and hard tactics to acquire them. However, Lu Chongyuan maintained a steadfast opposition, leading to a compromise between the two parties. Lin Kingdom would provide artillery support to various nations, but the cannons themselves would not be relinquished. A subplot unfolded regarding the establishment of Lin Kingdom's Bureau of Secrets. Although Lin Kingdom had previously exhibited a degree of caution regarding technological confidentiality, limited by the constraints of the era and outdated ideologies, some believed that such technological weapons would inevitably become widespread, rendering excessive secrecy unnecessary. Consequently, their priority was overshadowed by the more pressing concerns of martial cultivation and elixirs. This oversight led to numerous setbacks, prompting Lin Kingdom to enhance the confidentiality of their technological weapons, enacting increasingly stringent regulations. Eventually, when faced with the confrontation against Yingling, who harbored animosity towards Lin Kingdom and shamelessly pilfered many of its research advancements, the lack of secrecy proved detrimental. The spies from Yingling exploited this vulnerability, leading to the premature development of ironclad ships, showcasing the potential inherent in capitalism, as their pursuit of profit rivaled the fervor of red ideology. Lin Kingdom, having learned from its past missteps, instituted a series of confidentiality measures, culminating in the formation of the Bureau of Secrets, elevating numerous research projects to the highest levels of secrecy. In kind, Lin Kingdom dispatched operatives to retrieve the series of construction blueprints that Yingling had pilfered, spanning from sailing warships to ironclad vessels. Unfortunately, during the mission, the entire 116th Special Operations Team perished. Armed with the recovered blueprints, Lin Kingdom diligently innovated, amalgamating their new technologies to develop the invincible warship, thereby asserting their dominance over the seas. Chapter 74. Counterattack against the Domain Demons. With the artillery support from Lin Kingdom, the casualty rates among the armies stationed at the Eternal Great Wall plummeted. Fu Wentian could scarcely contain his joy. Although he found Lu Chongqing irritating, the Lin artillery was a welcome presence. Thus, when Lu Chongqing presented a plan to him, Fu hesitated before deciding against dismissing him outright. Grappling with existential doubts, you propose to establish a supply line from Lin Kingdom to the Eternal Great Wall. Are you certain this is devoid of flaws? Fu pointed at his own head, his meaning unmistakable, before leisurely sipping his tea, enjoying the tactical respite. Lu Chongqing's lips twitched in exasperation. This man was truly insufferable, indeed. Lin Kingdom intends to deploy additional research and logistics personnel to the Eternal Great Wall, establishing urban outposts in preparation for a counteroffensive against the extraterrestrial domain demons. Upon uttering the words counterattack against the domain demons, Fu Wentian could not help but sputter his drink. Are you jesting? We have mustered the entirety of the domain's forces for an entire millennium. Do you comprehend this? The Great Wall's army, numbering in the millions, never dared to speak of counterattacking the domain demons. On what basis do you now make such claims? Is it solely because of the artillery in your possession? I advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation. Your artillery may suffice for defense, but it falls short in terms of launching an offensive against the domain demons. You have yet to witness the true might of the demonic seas. Even if you possessed tenfold the artillery, it would prove futile. Unperturbed, Lu Chongqing began his incessant discourse. How can one ascertain without trial? Furthermore, we shall not act rashly. We will adhere to a strategic process and make comprehensive preparations. First, we shall study and understand the enemy. Fully aware of Fu Wentian's nature, he swiftly waved his hand to interrupt Lu Chongqing, then resignedly stated, as long as you guarantee that there will be no proactive engagements without my command, you may proceed with your plans as you see fit. Whether you wish to establish a supply line or construct cities, it is entirely at your discretion, provided it does not disrupt the stability of my defenses along the Great Wall. Additionally, your artillery must remain poised, awaiting my orders. I will not provide personnel or provisions. You must manage the surplus population yourselves. If you find these conditions acceptable, then I shall consent. Lu Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief. With Fu's agreement, matters would be far more manageable. Very well. Thus, Lin Kingdom's grand plan to reinforce the Great Wall commenced, divided into 3 phases. The first phase aimed to address the beast attacks along the Eternal Route. Lin Kingdom dispatched troops to eliminate the threat, with martial emperors and lords on standby. After 2 years of operations, this route became an unequivocally secure supply line. The Radiant Light Cult, stationed at various strongholds along the way, made no objections. Some even took the initiative to join Lin Kingdom in the extermination efforts, as the absence of beasts rendered their surroundings considerably safer. What began as a solitary effort by Lin Kingdom soon attracted other nations, eager to capitalize on the opportunity, hastening the extermination campaign. The second phase involved establishing supply cities, which unfolded concurrently with the first. The Lin Army's logistics commenced large-scale construction of supply cities, situated not far behind the Great Wall defenses. Technical personnel transported various materials from Lin Kingdom to erect factories, which soon began operations, resulting in an array of steel and concrete structures. These included cement factories, ironworks, food processing plants, military factories, cotton clothing factories, chemical plants, as well as residential buildings and warehouses. Lastly, and most crucially, the third phase focused on agricultural development. It was imperative to cultivate vast tracts of arable land behind the Great Wall's defenses. The previous supply line had proven excessively lengthy, leading to significant losses during transportation, which could not sustain a counteroffensive. However, Within 100 miles of the eternal Great Wall, not a single blade of grass grew. No matter what crops were planted locally, they withered and died, and even transplants from other regions quickly succumbed. Previously, it was believed that the demonic aura from the extraterrestrial domain demons was the cause. Rendering the issue insurmountable, Lin Kingdom's researchers undertook an investigation of the surrounding soil, discovering no abnormalities, nor any issues with the local water supply. Why was it that vegetation could not thrive? This conundrum perplexed Lin researchers for several months until, half a year later, a researcher, while leading a team in the field to evade the domain demons, inadvertently stumbled upon a cave. Within, the flora flourished vibrantly, verdant and lush, prompting them to shift their suspicions towards the sun. The fact that these shade-preferring plants thrived suggested that the issue was unrelated to the soil or water, leaving only the sun as a potential culprit. They promptly returned to test the local sunlight conditions. The results astounded them. Under the sunlight near the Great Wall, plants withered at a rate far surpassing any other location. They soon realized that this sunlight seemed not to be genuine. Employing a prism for dispersion experiments, they were shocked to discover that the dispersal yielded only 4 colors instead of the expected 7, explaining the pervasive reddish hue of the environment. The more they scrutinized the sun, the more peculiar it appeared. Although thick fog obscured the area year-round, it seemed smaller than what they observed in Lin Kingdom. They noted that the duration of daylight here did not conform to the fixed 28 hours of the Chinquan continent. The sun set at varying times and positions. These anomalies had not escaped the notice of the Radiant Light Cult and the Great Wall's military. However, they attributed them solely to the demonic aura of the extraterrestrial domain demons. Could it be that this region belonged to another domain, or perhaps that 2 domains had fused? Additionally, their research revealed that under the illumination of sunlight, not only do plants suffer, but animals, including humans, gradually lose their vitality, though this decline goes unnoticed. The precise reason for the sun's behavior remains unclear. However, it is certain that this sun does not radiate the benevolent light of a deity, but rather acts as a curse that siphons essence. To avoid inciting panic, the Lin Kingdom opted not to release this information, choosing instead to classify it as a state secret. After all, if they have managed to endure for a millennium, suddenly disclosing this information could distract people from their military endeavors. By withholding such news, at least the current state could be preserved. The citizens of Lin were not deterred by fear. Instead, they devoted themselves to the production of new protective gear to minimize skin exposure to sunlight. This peculiar scene drew the curiosity of the Great Wall armies from various nations, who marveled at Lin's unusual measures, leading them to speculate whether a contagion had erupted among Lin's expeditionary forces, causing them to keep their distance. However, the Lin people offered no explanations, focusing instead on cultivating fertile lands, draping their fields with cloth to shield them from the sun. For the time being, they employed the long-lasting illumination techniques of Master Fu Wentian's forces. With plans to later transition to energy lamps, Fu Wentian rolled his eyes at this. Were it not for the precious artillery array of Lin, he would not bother to assist them in their endeavors. Nor would he allow his elite mage unit to act as mere cultivators for Lin. Only Lu Chongsheng could recall how insufferable this individual truly was. The Great Wall armies of various nations stifled their laughter until Lin harvested its first batch of crops, which left them speechless. It was indeed a bizarre sight. An immortal Great Wall producing its own food for the first time. Chapter 75. The Domain Demon King. Just as the plans for supply cities were gaining momentum, the Domain Demon launched its most ferocious assault in a year, targeting the direction of Lin's artillery array. A tremendous roar engulfed all other sounds, rendering the noise of Lin's artillery faint in comparison. The originally dark-skinned demons, nearly undetectable in the night, now appeared as an endless army, akin to a swarm of ants blanketing the horizon, their black tide strikingly prominent, leaving all onlookers agape. Soon, Lin's first defensive line, composed of barbed wire trenches, was utterly breached, forcing all perimeter defense personnel to retreat into fortified bunkers. Armed with rifles and grenades, the Lin soldiers fought valiantly, yet the sheer number of domain demons overwhelmed them. Soldiers could scarcely reload in time, wishing for a weapon capable of continuous fire. The overwhelming horde of domain demons swarmed over the bunkers, and it became clear that collapse was merely a matter of time. With determination, Lu Chongyuan aimed the artillery at the center of the domain demon army, unleashing a barrage of high-intensity fire that severed their connection and created a buffer zone. The Immortal Expeditionary Army's defenders seized the opportunity to counterattack, aiding the soldiers of the second defensive line in returning to the Great Wall. Some isolated bunkers, unable to retreat in time, fought until the very last moment. On this day, many expeditionary soldiers found their rifles glowing red-hot, and numerous energy cannons suffered catastrophic failures. The Great Wall was nearly lost. A year's worth of amassed ammunition was consumed in a fleeting moment, and several domain demons capable of teleportation stealthily ascended the 100-meter-high walls of the Great Wall, inflicting significant casualties on the expeditionary forces. In this critical hour, Lu Chongyuan personally led a team of high-level warriors to defend the walls, holding the line until Master Fu Wentian's mage unit and the Martial King forces arrived. While the mage unit may not have been as potent offensively as artillery, their spells of delay, deceleration, and armor weakening were invaluable. With their support, the high-level warriors easily dispatched the troublesome domain demons. Finally, as the sun rose, the domain demons retreated in unison, allowing everyone to exhale in relief, feeling as though they had survived a calamity. The practicality of the mage unit was not lost on Lu Chongyuan. He resolved to propose the establishment of a mage unit within Lin upon his return. However, for the moment, he needed to endure this crisis, pausing other city construction projects to focus on the production of weapons and ammunition. Soon, Fu Wentian delivered the first wave of reinforcements, an army of 100,000 warriors assigned to Lin's defensive line. Although he found the man bothersome, Lu Chongyuan acknowledged his reliability in action. Simultaneously, the task of providing medical aid and cleanup commenced. The two outer defensive lines, painstakingly constructed over the course of a year, crumbled overnight, rendering them unmanageable in the short term. Lu Chongyuan ordered the placement of numerous landmines in the periphery, and all troops were instructed to hold their ground on the Great Wall. He was uncertain whether the domain demons would strike again that night, or whether their targeting of Lin's defenses was mere coincidence or a deliberate act against his artillery array. Did these domain demons possess intelligence? Was there a shadowy figure orchestrating all of this? That night, the domain demons launched another massive assault, this time featuring 3 distinctly powerful individuals. Their presence exuded formidable energy, devoid of the frenzied behavior exhibited by other domain demons. Instead, they appeared remarkably calm and intelligent. Fu Wentian was not the least bit surprised. He had long suspected that these high-ranking domain demons possessed intelligence, and the 3 domain demon kings before him were comparable to the human martial kings. The human forces quickly dispatched 3 martial kings to engage the domain demon kings across the void. Before long, fierce battles erupted in the skies and on the ground, with the domain demon's primary focus still fixed on Lin, heralding yet another arduous struggle. However, all understood that the key to victory lay in the air. The battle between the martial kings and the domain demon kings would determine who would claim the ultimate triumph that night. Observing the fierce confrontation, Lu Chongyuan contemplated whether to employ artillery in the fray. He summoned the most precise artillerymen, but after several attempts, he prepared to abandon the idea. Targeting a mosquito with a cannon was exceedingly challenging, and there was a risk of hitting their own martial kings instead. However, an unexpected opportunity arose when one of the domain demon kings feigned a move, slipping past a martial king, and headed straight for Lin's artillery array. This was a fortuitous moment. All cannons immediately pivoted toward the domain demon king. Unleashing a volley, fortune smiled upon them as the domain demon king was struck by 2 shells, sending it hurtling back into the throng of its kind, where it stumbled in confusion. Subsequently, a deluge of shells rained down, clearing the area around it. The creature, too, sustained considerable injuries, blood seeping from numerous wounds. For the first time, Fu Wentian witnessed surprise in the eyes of this monstrous being. The human forces, witnessing this spectacle, were invigorated. The 3 martial kings seized the opportunity, shedding their opponents to converge upon the injured domain demon king, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The remaining 2 domain demon kings fought desperately to obstruct them, and soon, all the domain demon kings fought while retreating, withdrawing beyond the celestial domain. The martial kings pressed forward in pursuit. Before long, the 3 martial kings emerged from the fray in a state of disarray, one of them clutching their arm, evidently injured. Observing this, Lu Chongyuan understood that the balance of power here was not easily disrupted. The martial kings were still insufficient, and it was no wonder this war had persisted for a millennium. Chapter 76. New Year. Not long after, on the day of Lin's New Year, the homeland of Lin delivered a second wave of support. including a batch of new weaponry, notably the third-generation Spirit Striking Gun. To ensure the smooth operation of various machines, Lin Qingxian initiated the Rune Genesis project. Various runes capable of controlling the output power of spiritual energy emerged, some even able to direct the flow of spiritual energy, converting it into mechanical kinetic energy. These runes function like engines, providing power to massive machinery. Following this, a proliferation of runes emerged, marking what would be known as the Great Explosion of Qinkuan runes. Furthermore, Yi Qingxian proposed 5 concepts for rune development: standardization, universalization, miniaturization, simplification, and diversification, important directions for future rune masters. Amidst this backdrop, military factories succeeded in transforming the third-generation Spirit Striking Gun. The first step involved using a lathe to engrave rifling into the barrel, stabilizing the bullets and significantly enhancing the gun's range and accuracy. Subsequently, improvements were made to the original attack runes, increasing the weapon's power by an additional 20%. However, a division arose in Lin regarding bullet selection. Some advocated for the use of Spirit Stone-enhanced bullets, while others argued for the production of bullets infused with spiritual energy. Each side presented compelling arguments. Supporters of Spirit Stone bullets asserted that Spirit Stones inherently contained spiritual energy, which could be directly converted into spiritual power through transformation runes, eliminating the need for a martial artist as a medium, thus liberating a considerable amount of labor. Conversely, proponents of spiritual energy bullets emphasized that Lin's factories were ubiquitous. While Spirit Stone resources were scarce, using them for mass ammunition production would be wasteful. The spiritual energy within the warriors is indeed capable of regeneration. The production of spiritual energy bullets, generated through the warrior's own energy, evidently aligns more suitably with the current predicament of Lin Nation's insufficient Spirit Stones. Ultimately, however, Lin Nation opted for Spirit Stone bullets. The primary reasons for this choice are twofold. First, during the production of spiritual energy bullets, the input of energy by the workers is difficult to regulate. Each warrior infuses energy based solely on their intuition, resulting in varying quantities that hinder standardization. Second, the production of spiritual energy bullets is a slow process, necessitating the involvement of numerous warriors. The creation of a single spiritual energy bullet from start to finish takes approximately 30 seconds, of which 20 seconds is devoted solely to the warriors outputting their energy, as they must carefully manage the intensity and duration of their infusion. In contrast, Spirit Stone bullets benefit from industrial mechanization, requiring a mere 20 seconds for production, all without the participation of warriors. Nevertheless, this method is not without its challenges, as it grapples with the inconsistency in the quality of Spirit Stones and the varying potency of the spiritual energy. Currently, the solution lies in pre-selecting suitable raw materials within a designated range. In the future, Lin Nation plans to extract, purify, and store spiritual energy, depositing the refined energy into individual containers to serve as fuel across various industries. At that time, Spirit Stone bullets will be renamed Spiritual Energy Bullets, requiring only pre-manufactured shells that can be infused with energy via syringe. This innovation will enable the production of a single bullet on the assembly line in a mere 10 seconds. Furthermore, the third generation of Spirit Smiting guns includes a variety of specialized models, from large-caliber armor-piercing Spirit Smiting rifles to handguns designed for close-range self-defense, as well as explosive firearms capable of converting spiritual energy into flames and grenade launchers that can fire specialized grenades, significantly compensating for the shortcomings in close-range firepower. Liu Changyuan also tasked his engineers with developing a fully automatic firearm capable of sustained fire to contend with the overwhelming numbers of the domain demons. Regrettably, while the design was completed, no materials from this otherworldly realm could withstand the destructive effects of continuous spiritual energy fire, necessitating the replacement of the gun barrel after exhausting a magazine, thus rendering the first-generation machine guns less practical. Engineers persistently sought alternative materials for the machine gun barrels, experimenting with wood, metal, beast bones, and dragon scales. However, only the excessively expensive fire dragon bone proved viable, a nearly impossible solution, resulting in a scarcity of true machine guns. Finally, 4 years later, thanks to advancements in alchemical technology and the development of the Eternal Rune, this issue was fundamentally resolved. Researchers discovered that mechanical components would experience fatigue during operation, leading to disintegration. In fact, Yi Qingxian had identified this problem during his studies and, drawing upon his mastery of emperor-level runes from his previous life, crafted the Eternal Rune to ensure his experiments remained unaffected by disintegration. This accomplishment left others in awe. The researchers under his guidance cherished the Eternal Rune, swiftly disseminating its knowledge, and soon, rune masters throughout Lin Nation were proficient in inscribing this rune. This rune encapsulates certain principles of time and space, sowing the seeds for future studies in temporal mechanics. Gun barrels inscribed with the Eternal Rune are virtually impervious to the effects of continuous firing, and mechanical parts seldom experience disintegration, in an instant. Rune masters became highly sought after in Lin Nation, with demand far exceeding supply. However, a significant challenge remained. Despite ongoing improvements, the threshold for inscribing many runes remained exceedingly high, beyond the capabilities of third-tier rune masters. Moreover, the extensive demand for runes across various sectors resulted in a substantial shortage of rune masters. This dilemma would not be effectively addressed until the emergence of rune expansion machines, but that is a matter for a century hence. Additionally, advancements in smelting technology have rendered the new-style bayonets significantly sharper, banishing the previous images of Lin army warriors struggling to penetrate with their long weapons. Of course, this detail is of little importance and merits only a brief mention. In summary, the provision of this batch of equipment from Lin Nation has proven immensely beneficial. Numerous warriors have discarded their swords in favor of spirit-smiting guns, with those armed with firearms gradually outnumbering those wielding traditional melee weapons. Many warriors have begun training in the efficient use of firearms for combat, with some even developing a unique style of gunfighting. With swift footwork and excellent range, an individual can engage multiple adversaries of equal rank without faltering. Even in close quarters, they can utilize handguns and bayonets to counterattack. Their training has shifted from mastering hand-to-hand combat to swiftly creating distance and accurately eliminating opponents. Given the formidable prowess of the warriors, such training is relatively straightforward. However, this emphasis on firearms has inadvertently led to a general perception of Lin Nation's warriors as lacking in close combat capabilities, an outcome that carries both advantages and disadvantages. With the arrival of these weaponry and a significant stockpile of new year supplies meticulously prepared over 3 months, Lin Nation invested substantial financial and material resources to transport these goods. After all, the new year had arrived in Lin Nation, and the soldiers of the expeditionary force deserved to celebrate on this day. Everyone along the Lin Nation defense line was engrossed in reading letters from home, sipping wine, and enjoying their New Year's Eve feast, all reflecting on the sentiment that the homeland had not forgotten them, to ensure these soldiers could enjoy a stable and joyous new year. Lu Changyuan and other officers patrolled the Great Wall, remaining awake throughout the night. This situation elicited envy from the soldiers stationed at the immortal Great Wall, who had been abandoned by their own nations. Left to fend for themselves like refuse, with no one to inquire about their well-being, at that moment, witnessing the joyous Lin Nation citizens, they fell silent. Their eyes filled with sorrow. It was Lu Changyuan's patrol that prompted him to send a substantial supply of New Year goods to the soldiers of other nations, leaving them astonished and expressing their gratitude to Lin Nation. Thus, the soldiers at the immortal Great Wall found themselves celebrating Lin Nation's New Year in a rather bewildered manner. Even Fu Wentian received a share of Lin Nation's New Year supplies. He simultaneously issued strict orders for all defensive forces to heighten vigilance and prohibited alcohol consumption, while secretly indulging in a confiscated bottle of wine, a large chicken leg in hand. The wine brewed in Lin Nation was truly delightful. He wondered about the beauty of Lin Nation's landscapes, contemplating a visit once the domain demons were expelled. Then, shaking his head, he realized he had become lost in daydreams, blaming Lu Changyuan for inciting such hopes of counterattacking the domain demons. What an irritating man. Sneezing, Lu Changyuan mistakenly attributed it to the cold of the night, and upon receiving a strict alcohol prohibition order from the Great Wall Command, he muttered, "Fu Wentian is truly bothersome." Chapter 77. Naval Affairs after the New Year celebrations. The immortal expeditionary army brimmed with enthusiasm, continuously dispatching warriors equipped with new spirit-smiting guns to conduct reconnaissance and extermination missions deep within the outer domain. The outer domain demons were systematically eradicated. As it became apparent that these demons were significantly hampered in their mobility during the day, often retreating to hidden caves for concealment. The reasons behind this phenomenon remained unclear, but researchers speculated that they were likely evading sunlight. Subsequent dissections of the outer domain demons confirmed this hypothesis. Their skin contained a transparent membrane enveloping their bodies, and tests revealed that under this shielding, plants withered at nearly two-thirds reduced speed. Researchers surmised that this mutation might be a collective adaptation among the domain demons to prevent the loss of vitality. Drawing connections to the demons' pitch-black coloration, they pondered whether this darkness served to mitigate the sun's draining of their life force. However, they found it perplexing that black would ostensibly absorb sunlight more effectively. In any case, under the increasingly formidable defenses of the Great Wall, the domain demons began to show signs of decline. With multiple assaults proving fruitless, the soldiers of various nations stationed along the Great Wall held Lin Nation in high regard, diligently sending letters to report on the unfolding events. Thus, several years passed uneventfully, with only a few significant waves of domain demons being easily repelled. Even during the new round of troop rotations, Lin Nation chose to retain the immortal expeditionary army, with the Great Wall defense line temporarily quiet. Let us shift our focus back to Lin Nation. The naval forces trained by Lin Nation engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish with the outdated navy of Deqian, while pirates from other factions in the Sea of Death sought to claim a share of the chaos. Much to Lin Nation's chagrin, unexpectedly, nations across the continent of Cain began to extend gestures of goodwill toward Lin Nation, allowing it to seize the opportunity to procure ocean-going warships from various countries. However, due to the great distances involved, the portals were too small for transport. The nations could only send hundreds of craftsmen to assist Lin Nation in shipbuilding. In exchange, Lin Nation was willing to share its new technologies with them. Though Lingua has imposed an economic and diplomatic blockade on England, it cannot withstand the intervention of third-party intermediaries. Some smaller nations, driven by self-interest, engage in clandestine trade with England. In summary, England's technological and economic prowess continues to advance rather than diminish. As an island nation, its greatest strength lies in its navy. It has ingeniously acquired the energy cannon and successfully replicated it. In a bid for dominance in the south, it has mounted these energy cannons onto ships, developing sailing warships and masquerading as pirates, relentlessly attacking vessels from other nations. This prompted a swift reaction from various countries. To counter this threat, Lingua employed the fleets of several smaller nations, including the formidable fleet of France, the preeminent terrestrial power in the south. France and England are the two strongest nations in the southern region, one being a landlocked state and the other an island nation, both vying for supremacy. Often clashing violently, Lingua retrofitted its ships, relocating cannons to the deck. However, due to structural limitations, only a few could be placed on the uppermost deck, and their caliber was modest. In contrast, the sailing warships boasted up to 4 decks and over 100 cannons. The multinational joint fleet, dubbed the Invincible Fleet, surged towards England with great momentum, while England's sailing warships prepared to engage. The two forces met at Cape Trafalgar, where the battle commenced. The English ship, HMS Victory, leading the downwind column, swiftly breached the rearguard of the joint fleet, unleashing simultaneous cannon fire that incapacitated many smaller vessels of the coalition. The joint fleet retaliated, inflicting significant damage. 20 minutes later, the legendary English commander Nelson led the upwind column into the fray. Initially targeting the vanguard of the joint fleet, HMS Victory suddenly veered towards the center of the coalition, causing the vanguard to overlook the signals requesting their assistance. As they remained intent on advancing, AMS Victory passed HMS Glorious. A broadside on the port side resulted in nearly 100 French casualties. Following the attack on Glorious by 2 other English ships, HMS Victory engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the French ship, HMS Royalty. The formation of the joint fleet fell into disarray, split into 3 segments: the dawdling vanguard at the forefront, the heavily assaulted center, and the fiercely engaged rearguard. The coalition fought individually, while the English ships, with their concentrated cannon fire, continually tore open breaches within the joint fleet. Despite the joint fleet's valiant resistance, the outcome was inevitable. The commander of the France fleet surrendered. England emerged victorious at the Battle of Cape Trafalgar. Upon hearing this news, Suze fainted, awakening to utter apologies to His Majesty the Emperor. The situation deteriorated rapidly as nations began to shift their allegiances, believing Lingua could no longer protect them, and they started to embrace England, expelling Lingua's ambassadors and recalling craftsmen stranded in Lingua. In retaliation, Lingua brazenly detained these individuals, compelling them to continue shipbuilding while dispatching army support. The outcome was disastrous, as the coalition forces faced heavy bombardment from English ships on the Agate River. The two sides exchanged fire for 5 hours, ultimately leading to Lingua's defeat. as the portal could not transport a substantial number of cannons swiftly. Following this confrontation, France fully aligned itself with England, which solidified its hegemony over the southern continent of Cayenne. Expelling all Lingua troops, a faction of the guerrilla forces remained, waging a protracted guerrilla war against them. English ships commenced patrols along the southern coast, displaying their might and enforcing a blockade on Lingua's military. According to protocol, military transport required prior permission from the Radiant Light sect, and any troops sent must depart Hope Point within 24 hours. The Lin forces faced bombardment immediately upon departure, rendering their efforts futile. Lingua's trade policies on the Cayenne continent were unequivocally deemed a failure. Fortunately, the construction of their ocean-going vessels was completed, and it was time to train the navy. During this period, an unexpected boon occurred. Some soldiers from the Dacian army, previously withdrawn from the Great Wall, began advocating for the revival of the old Dacian navy. In 1658, the old Dacian navy officially pledged allegiance to Lingua, invigorating the nation's morale as these seasoned sailors were precisely what Lingua required. Lingua had acquired the blueprints for the sailing warships through special means, and these sailors rapidly engaged in training for the sailing warships, continually venturing out to combat pirates and amass experience. The pirates also organized joint fleets to counterattack, marking this era as the Pirate Wars. In 1665, Lingua initiated the Ironclad warship project to combat England's sailing warships. The ironclad vessels were encased in armor and powered by energy, eliminating the need for sails. The immense output of the energy engines allowed the ships to be constructed from How Gold, a newly developed metal in Lingua known for its excellent defensive capabilities against energy cannons. However, due to lapses in secrecy, this information inadvertently reached England, which had already tasted the benefits of pilfering Lingua's technology. England had embedded numerous spies within Lingua, who, through subtle clues, learned of the ironclad ship concept and even obtained the smelting method for How Gold. Despite Lingua's agents attempting to intercept them, this crucial intelligence was successfully relayed back to England, exposing a significant number of spies in the process. In 1670, a mixed bag of fortune occurred. The good news was that the pirates were largely eradicated, and Lingua's coasts faced no further threats. The bad news was that England successfully developed and launched its ironclad warship. Upon learning this news, Suze fainted once more, awakening to demand his own imprisonment. After much persuasion, he resolved to redeem himself through service. The upper echelons of Lingua reflected deeply on their missteps. They recognized the paramount importance of technological advancements, vowing never to relinquish such knowledge lightly. Although Lingua espoused a path of collective progress, it was imperative that only Lingua's citizens could partake in this advancement. Furthermore, they had placed excessive trust in their own, neglecting to guard against potential betrayal. Forgetting that in a vast forest, all manner of birds could be found, some individuals within Lingua would sell out the nation for personal gain. To this end, Lingua established a confidentiality bureau, implementing a series of strict confidentiality regulations. The severity of these requirements and the rigor of the interrogations instilled trepidation in all, though eventually, everyone adapted. Having learned from their past mistakes, Lingua resolved to strive for self-improvement. After acquiring the blueprints for England's sailing and ironclad warships, they absorbed the design principles and studied the internal layouts. Once the feasibility of their plans was confirmed, they decided to construct a new class of dreadnought. Meanwhile, England, with its ironclad vessels, had already begun attempting to traverse the Sea of Death, leaving Lingua with little time to spare. Some may wonder, does Lingua not have martial sovereigns and emperors? Wouldn't the arrival of English ships be akin to walking into a trap? Allow me to elaborate. England, having developed its capabilities over decades on the foundation of its pilfered technologies, possesses large-caliber artillery potent enough to pose a threat even to martial sovereigns and emperors. Furthermore, the nation is exceedingly affluent, capable of hiring formidable protectors of the emperor's caliber. Engaging in battle against such forces in plain sight of the fleet carries inherent risks, in this alternate world. Top-tier combatants are rarely deployed unless absolutely necessary, as they must remain at the core to prevent high-level threats from mounting surprise attacks. One must consider that everyone has enemies. If you leave home, what prevents others from plundering it? Additionally, these individuals are invaluable national assets. Losing even one could spell disaster for the nation. Thus, their deployment is executed with utmost caution, creating a delicate balance, a characteristic of this alternate world. Perhaps. Chapter 78. The Dreadnought in 1672, Lingua, under the leadership of Yi Qingxian, engaged the Academy of Sciences in the design of the dreadnought. BY 1677, the construction of the dreadnought officially commenced, consuming nearly one-third of the resources of the Qian Kuan continent to supply this colossal iron beast. In 1685, the dreadnought was launched, heralding a nationwide celebration as Lin Gua entered an era of maritime supremacy. Historically, the first modern dreadnought was commissioned in 1906, with tanks being successfully developed in 1915 and first deployed in 1916. The dreadnought was constructed entirely of Su gold, boasting a strength 10 times that of Hao gold. With a maximum displacement of 82,500 tons. It was equipped with 3 triple-mounted 460mm caliber energy cannons, featuring an effective range of 50 kilometers. Each shell weighed 1.5 tons, necessitating a warrior of martial artist rank or higher for loading. The vessel contained 12 energy boilers, each outputting 13,500 LSW, powered by refined first-grade spiritual energy. It was also outfitted with spiritual energy interfaces, allowing for energy transfer from onboard warriors when necessary. Moreover, what truly distinguished it were the series of cutting-edge devices on board, including terrain detectors, energy-based radar, zoom rangefinders, and energy communicators, representing the pinnacle of Lin Gua's technological achievements. Additionally, the dreadnought was adorned with an astounding 20,000 runes and 3,500 sets of magical arrays, all meticulously researched and drawn by Yi Qingxian himself. These runes and arrays transformed the dreadnought into an unparalleled vessel. The intricacy of its design ensured that researchers would study its rune array principles for a century to come. Empowered by these runes, the dreadnought surpassed the ironclad in both defense and offense, standing a full era ahead. The speed of the vessel is truly unparalleled, as the formation even equipped the dreadnought with an additional layer of psychic energy shield. This groundbreaking innovation would not be widely implemented on other mechanical behemoths until a century later, rendering this dreadnought an irreplaceable singularity. Concurrently, the Lin Kingdom mass-produced 100 ironclad ships. In 1690, the Lin Kingdom officially embarked on its journey across the Sea of Death, with 2 martial emperors personally commanding the dreadnought. This formidable fleet became known as the Death Fleet. Along their voyage, the Death Fleet encountered numerous assaults from various non-human entities, engaging in combat as they advanced. Particularly in the central region of the Sea of Death, they faced attacks from a race reminiscent of octopuses, who piloted peculiar stone vessels to launch frenzied assaults on the fleet. These stone ships were capable of submerging beneath the waves, executing surprise attacks from below. Fortunately, the Lin Kingdom had anticipated such encounters and had prepared numerous deep-sea explosives, successfully repelling the octopus beings. Subsequently, the fleet located the lair of the octopus creatures, a small island spanning several kilometers. The fleet unleashed a barrage upon the island, with various calibers of psychic cannons firing in unison, uprooting the very soil of the isle, causing the octopus inhabitants to vanish without a trace. After confirming their victory, the fleet departed, continuing their course towards the continent of Cain. When the British patrol vessel encountered the dreadnought, all aboard were struck with astonishment, as if a mountain were approaching them. The sheer size of the vessel instilled a sense of dread among the sailors, who found themselves unable to muster the courage to fire their cannons. The dreadnought disregarded these insignificant adversaries and sailed directly toward the British port. For decades, the British Navy had been invincible, having grown complacent and lethargic. They hastily assembled their formations to confront the impending threat. In a bid to instill maximum terror in their foes, the commander of the Death Fleet chose to engage at a closer range rather than at maximum distance. Faced with a dreadnought that dwarfed their ironclads tenfold, the British sailors were filled with terror, firing desperately in an attempt to halt the colossal ship's advance. The shells detonated around the dreadnought, but failed to strike it. As a translucent psychic energy shield enveloped the vessel, leaving it unscathed, at this moment, the dreadnought surged forward with full power towards the British fleet. Witnessing their projectiles ineffective, panic swept through the British ships, which hurriedly attempted to evade. Several smaller vessels were capsized by the dreadnought, their crews' cries echoing in despair. The British fleet could no longer withstand the assault and scattered in disarray, allowing the Death Fleet to open fire, sinking each British ship in turn. Particularly devastating were the dreadnought's massive cannons, which sank one ship with each shot, leaving the British in utter despair. As for the British sailors who found themselves in the water, the Lin Kingdom chose not to exterminate them entirely, recognizing the need for them to spread fear. Seeing no enemy vessels remaining, the Death Fleet turned its wrath upon the port, reducing it to ruins before departing with swagger. The news of this event sent shockwaves throughout Britain, prompting the assembly of the largest fleet in English history, commanded by the legendary Admiral Nelson, who sought to replicate the glory of the Battle of Trafalgar. The battle concluded at dusk, with Nelson gazing at his slowly sinking ironclad, taking his own life in a final act of devotion to his country. The British fleet was utterly annihilated. A small interlude. Upon seeing the dreadnought, the British mercenary Marshal Emperor fled at once. To him, the dreadnought resembled a formidable protective formation of a sect, an insurmountable barrier. The Lin Kingdom formally dispatched its army to land, sweeping through the southern nations like autumn leaves in a gust of wind. The royal families of these nations were all overthrown. During the period of the Lin Kingdom's blockade, supported by Britain, the merchant factions had assumed power, employing a brutally ruthless scorched earth policy against the Republican Party. In retribution against these regimes, the Lin Kingdom swept away all royal families, transforming the region into its overseas province. This marked humanity's first crossing of the Sea of Death. Subsequently, a maritime trade supply line was established from the Qian Kuan continent to the Kane continent, as the efficiency of portals was still rather low at that time. The Lin Kingdom began an incessant endeavor to traverse other oceans, establishing strongholds abroad, heralding the dawn of the age of maritime supremacy. Chapter 79. The Elven Empire following the conquest of the southern part of the Kane continent. The Elven Empire immediately declared war on the Lin Kingdom. The Lin Kingdom promptly dispatched elite troops to confront them. At this juncture, the Lin Kingdom was equipped with a plethora of machine guns and various new armaments, exuding confidence when facing the soldiers of the Elven Empire. Their traditional human wave tactics were rendered ineffective. However, they overlooked the fact that their adversary was the Elven Empire, steeped in millennia of heritage, possessing their own technological advancements. Firstly, every elf was an adept archer, as previously mentioned. Additionally, they boasted a substantial number of mage units, referred to by the elves as sorcerers. The elves' affinity for magical energy meant that nearly all of them possessed some degree of magical ability, which would later be proven to be another manifestation of spiritual energy. They adeptly integrated magic into their military endeavors, employing various magical armors, enchanted blades, magical crossbows, and spell arrows, with an array so vast it was beyond enumeration. Among the elves, those worthy of the title of sorcerer possessed extraordinary magical talents. Magic was categorized into 8 schools, and the entire Elven Empire was divided into 8 principal duchies. These categories included light, metal, life, death, darkness, paradise, beasts, and shadows. The most powerful elven sorcerers within each category were known as the embodiments of the 8 winds. The elves believed these represented the 8 magical winds summoned by their deity, bestowing magical power upon them. Thus, the mightiest sorcerers were dubbed the embodiments of the 8 winds, symbolizing the pinnacle of each magical discipline. In addition to their mage units, the elves were blessed by the Earth Mother, Isha, who bestowed upon them an extraordinary allure to the creatures of the forest, a claim made by the elves themselves. Not by me, they commanded vast legions of beasts. Allow me to elaborate further, as they will all play significant roles later. Firstly, from the depths of the forest emerged creatures such as forest wolves, saber-toothed tigers, white lions, swift-hunting dragons with draconic bloodlines, and burrowing earth dragons. Secondly, in the skies, there were celestial birds, giant eagles, phoenixes of impure lineage, pegasuses, and dark crows. These creatures varied in size, with the larger ones able to plunge into the ranks of soldiers and engage in melee combat, disrupting enemy formations, while the smaller ones excelled in harassing and distracting foes. Lastly, the colossal beast army included dragons, who were familiar visitors, as well as hydras and treants. The hydras possessed an unnaturally rapid healing ability. The treemen possessed no sensation of pain. Unless the heart of the treeman is destroyed, it shall persist eternally. They are adept at maintaining the front line, yet they are but feeble flames. It is noteworthy that a majority of the beasts in the Beast Legion can be ridden, seamlessly transforming into cavalry. Speaking of cavalry, the Elven Empire boasts a considerable number of knights, ranging from the most ordinary silver-armored knights to the formidable dragon riders. The strongest cavalry on the ground is undoubtedly the Dragon Sons, while the most powerful in the skies is naturally the Dragon Riders. Thus, the Elven Empire is not a barbaric, retrogressive, crumbling sunset, but rather a vibrant, robust sunrise with profound foundations. Soon, the first tentative battle will erupt on the fairy plains. The Forest Kingdom will experience the meaning of a comprehensive land, sea, and air assault. The indomitable treemen in the front line push forward into the formation, while a rain of arrows descends from behind. In the air, dark crows harass the soldiers, and giant eagles occasionally swoop into the fray, knocking down a swath of men. Various beasts from both wings, utilizing the forest's cover, launch close-range ambushes, wreaking havoc among the masses. There are even earth dragons that suddenly erupt from below, causing chaos within the ranks of the forest army. Before the colossal dragon even makes its appearance, the defensive line of the Forest Kingdom is already on the verge of collapse. Then, a thunderous sound reverberates through the air, heralding the charge of the elven cavalry. The forest army faces utter defeat. This probing attack has severely wounded two army groups of the Forest Kingdom. Many in the Forest Kingdom now gaze with clarity. Su Zhe contemplates the battle capabilities. Were it not for the restraint of the Orc Empire, the Elven Empire would have long since unified the continent of Cain. Some have begun to keenly realize that the Forest Kingdom is in urgent need of land-bound steel behemoths. Though their firearms are sharp, none can withstand the front lines. Against the giant monsters, they can only expend their lives. Consequently, the Forest Kingdom shifts from offense to defense, constructing numerous concrete fortifications on one hand while developing land-bound behemoths on the other. However, the results are less than ideal, with models ranging from bipedal to quadrupedal, from tires to treads. Yet, they are all too cumbersome. Rather than effectively holding the line, they instead provide the enemy with advantageous shooting positions. It appears that unless mobility and agility reach a certain standard, it is difficult to contend with these creatures. How could this be achieved for the Forest Kingdom, which is only just beginning its development? Nevertheless, it is not without merit. These machines prove quite useful for land reclamation and transporting supplies, ensuring logistics without participating in battles against the Elven Empire. After suffering losses on the plains, the Forest Kingdom alters its combat strategy, using reinforced concrete fortresses to gradually encroach upon the plains. The elves, thwarted in several assaults, are forced to retreat into the forest. Both sides begin to engage in a prolonged tug-of-war, with the forest delineating their boundaries. Thanks to the elves' dual-line operations, the pressure on the Forest Kingdom is not exceedingly great at present. Thus, the strategic focus remains primarily on the Immortal Great Wall. At this moment, the defensive line of the Immortal Great Wall consists of 200,000 forest soldiers, with the urban population reaching 5 million, achieving basic self-sufficiency in food supply. Although the steel behemoths do not exert an advantage on the continent of Cain, they find utility on the Immortal Great Wall, and thus, these mechanical giants begin to undergo testing and improvements along its expanse. Chapter 80. Su Zhe is assassinated. Yi Qingxian takes command. The year is 1695 in the Forest Kingdom, a period marked by several significant events, the foremost being Su Zhe's assassination, perpetrated by one of the avatars of the Elven Empire. The Avatar of Death. Faced with the devastation caused by such high-level magic, Yi Qingxian finds himself powerless to intervene directly. He can only construct a time-space cage formation using runes, entrapping Su Zhe in a state of temporal stasis. Su Zhe's successors are successively assassinated, the perpetrators appearing and disappearing without a trace, rendering investigation impossible. The populace of the Forest Kingdom is engulfed in anxiety. Subsequently, various speculations arise, and rumors begin to circulate through the streets of the Forest Kingdom. First, among the common folk, whispers emerge. Lin Yi is a false emperor. Did you know that the throne was originally meant to pass to Lin Song? Lin Yi deliberately orchestrated the downfall of the former royal family to ascend to power. And then he purges a significant number of people, all for his nefarious purposes. The crowd, eager for gossip, presses for clarification. What is his purpose? He seeks to dominate the continent. Do you truly believe he has any genuine desire to liberate the commoners? He merely exploits them to suppress the martial artists. Once the martial artists are subdued, Lin Yi will become an absolute dictator. At that point, he will demand repayment from the commoners, and who will then be able to resist him? Furthermore, he claims to champion equality for all. If that were true, why does he still hold the title of emperor? If there are truly no classes, then there should be no emperor. This individual revels in his own rhetoric. Having taken the time to study the term dictator and even delving into the literature of the Communist Party, demonstrating a remarkable level of dedication. Based on his experience, He believes that the citizens of the Forest Kingdom would surely take his words as gospel. Observing the fervent crowd, he realizes his words are taking effect, though he finds the throng drawing closer to him. Kill him. How dare he slander His Majesty Lin Yi? Where did this spy come from? Report him to the authorities. Hold on, let us beat him first to vent our frustrations. Oh, stop hitting me, oh no. Next, among the martial artists, voices arise. I tell you, Lin Yi is a false emperor. He is deliberately sowing discord between us and the commoners. For millennia, martial artists and commoners have coexisted peacefully. Why has the world changed since he took the throne? This can only indicate that he has been plotting this all along, and the downfall of the Forest Kingdom was part of his design. His intentions are exceedingly sinister. Do not be deceived by his current benevolence towards you martial artists. It is merely a temporary exploitation of your value. Once you are no longer of use, he will surely exterminate you. Do not forget how the Forest Kingdom initially treated these martial aristocrats. This person, brimming with self-satisfaction, has scoured through history to unearth old grievances against the Forest Kingdom. He is convinced that his words will resonate with the martial artists. Observing their growing agitation, he takes pride in his influence, yet finds the crowd drawing closer to him. You're talking nonsense. How dare you publicly slander His Majesty Lin Yi? The Forest Kingdom has provided each of us with a cultivation manual and generously compensated us with spirit stones as wages, alongside various secret techniques and elixirs distributed based on merit. Otherwise, I would still be a mere martial apprentice. Exactly. If I were still at Tianyuan sect, resources would have been prioritized for the top disciples. If I wished to learn a martial technique, I would be treated like a thief, unable to even approach the teachings. Unlike now, where as long as one works diligently and contributes, they can freely learn. Without the Forest Kingdom, without His Majesty, would I have had the opportunity to advance to martial master? Capture him and deliver him to the authorities. He must be a spy. No, let us beat him first to relieve our anger. You people, don't come any closer. In the populace, individuals spouting outrageous claims have been appearing one after another. The remnants of the old aristocracy in the Forest Kingdom seized the opportunity to stir unrest, calling for the common folk to return to the embrace of the nobility, to once again enjoy the idyllic pastoral life of yore. Such regressive rhetoric is naturally met with widespread dismissal, as the masses regard them as deranged. These blatant remnants of the old aristocracy are but the tip of the iceberg. Far more insidious are those who operate in the shadows, cunningly scheming, feigning loyalty while covertly undermining the new regime. A few officials from the new dynasty, lacking resolve, even find themselves aligning with them, forming a clandestine anti-communist organization, in contrast to the pure beliefs of the common people. These officials, entrenched in the power struggle, ponder more deeply. Accustomed to wielding authority and well aware of its advantages, they approach issues from a perspective of self-interest. These individuals conspire with restorationist forces from other nations, plunging the Forest Kingdom into chaos. They target members of the Communist Party incessantly, vying for power and resources, engaging in debilitating internal strife. To its worst, they even severed supplies to the expeditionary forces. On one side, the buffoons revel day and night, while on the other, no one maintains control over the situation. The Forest Kingdom teeters on the brink of division. At this critical juncture, Yi Qingxian steps forward, leveraging his martial emperor-level prowess to silence a multitude of dissenters. This is his forte, as he had a penchant for exerting dominance through strength in his previous life. Drawing upon the immense reputation he has accrued, he swiftly garners fervent support from both the military and the populace upon taking command. In the annals of the Forest Kingdom's history, Yi Qingxian undoubtedly stands as a representative of the iron-fisted hawks. In retaliation against the Elven Empire, he upgrades the second-level teleportation gate and dispatches a substantial number of troops to the continent of Cain in response to the elves using the forest as cover. Yi Qingxian invents incendiary bombs, flamethrowers, and solidified spirit energy bombs, resulting in the destruction of a quarter of the Elven Empire's forests and significant losses to their beast legion. Although this causes a stir among several avatars of the Eight Winds, they, under the pressure of the martial saints and several martial emperors dispatched by Yi Qingxian, dare not launch a direct assault, instead opting to utilize large-scale magic, such as rain and wind barriers, to control the fires. The martial saints and martial emperors were sent by Yi Qingxian to retaliate against the Elven Empire, while he himself remains stationed at the capital. However, they are also wary of advancing too deeply into the Elven Empire. Fully aware of the potency of magic and the fact that their adversaries undoubtedly possess hidden trump cards, the magicians of the Elven Empire are tirelessly engaged in extinguishing fires, their efforts leaving them utterly fatigued. Each employs their own methods. Although the range of their magic is limited, the collective power of many can indeed quell a significant portion of the raging inferno. However, your magical energy is finite. While my incendiary projectiles can be produced daily, under the planned burning operations in the Forest Kingdom, the woods are vanishing at a visibly alarming rate in response to the unstable domestic political climate. Yi Qingxian has launched a vigorous campaign to apprehend foreign spies, retaliating fiercely against the nations that dispatch them. He has also forcefully suppressed the forces seeking to restore the monarchy, reducing some countries, which previously retained a royal lineage, to mere remnants of their former aspirations, as Yi Qingxian has cast them into the depths of oblivion. Moreover, he has taken a controversial step by mandating the distribution of memo tokens to every official in the Forest Kingdom. This token, which merges the functions of a memo and an identification badge, prohibits any official from performing their duties without it. Although it is ostensibly presented as a means to assist officials in documenting their work and preventing forgetfulness, the underlying truth is that everyone comprehends it as an arrangement for constant surveillance by spies. Fortunately, in this otherworldly realm, concepts such as freedom and privacy have yet to be conceived. Thus, while the populace harbors grievances, they remain at a loss for counterarguments and can only acquiesce. After all, if one refuses to act, there are always others willing to take their place. Few wish to labor as common laborers. And who among them would decline the chance to hold an official position? Consequently, internal strife within the Forest Kingdom has significantly diminished, as self-serving officials dare not act recklessly, knowing that every move they make can be traced. Yi Qingxian has even harbored the frenzied ambition to extend the memo tokens to the entire citizenry, believing that only through constant surveillance of all can he feel secure in his rule. He has dubbed this initiative the Heavenly Eye Project. However, the moment the plan was set in motion, it was urgently halted by Lin Yi, bringing the Heavenly Eye Project to an abrupt and fruitless end. You, my dear fellow, should grasp the concept of balancing leniency with severity, maintaining a degree of flexibility. He has no desire for his nation to descend into a state of paranoia where every citizen lives in fear of one another. Chapter 81. The Realm of Death, Year 1700, Lin Yi's Return.